In a parallel universe, Feng acquires a divine esports system. At the outset, he possesses neither a prestigious residence in a prime district nor the charming assistance of a wealthy beauty to catapult him to the pinnacle of life. Emerging from the depths of despair, he embarks on a journey towards greatness. This is the tale of an underdog ascending to become a world champion. During the dark era of S5, Feng will defy all odds to reach the summit. The heavens did not create me. With wisdom, the mid lane remains shrouded in eternal night. Remarkable. This fire mage possesses extraordinary awareness. Within the EDG training base, the director, controlling a low-health blind monk, finds himself thwarted once more. Curious, the supportive player inquires, "Director, what's going on?" "I've attempted to ambush their mid laner 3 times this match. The moment I approach the mid lane, it's as if he senses my presence and begins to retreat. I haven't landed a single Q." The director fixates on the computer screen, frustration evident. His praise draws the attention of several teammates, who gather behind him. Upon seeing the mid laner's 60 record, they are astounded. "Director, your blind monk couldn't even secure a kill against that fire mage. How is it possible for him to achieve a 60 score?" The bewildered alpaca remarks. It's common knowledge that Ming Kai, dubbed the pig farm director for his dominance in the jungle, is the strongest jungler in the LPL, and he is using the agile blind monk. That a fire mage, a champion with unstable control and limited mobility, could achieve a 60 score is indeed astonishing. The director, with a serious expression, states, "This fire mage is quite formidable. I wonder if he's a professional player." Surely not. We're familiar with the renowned mid-laner accounts, and this ID is clearly unknown to us. AI Luo Li expresses her curiosity. "Let's check his match history." The supportive player suggests. Alpaca glances at the screen and adds, "The ID is Gotta Pounce." Gotta Pounce? Is it the ID? Found it. That holy smokes. AI Luo Li suddenly exclaims from her computer, "This has to be a hacker. You all need to see this. Unbelievable. This guy must be cheating. Are cheats this rampant nowadays?" The sight of the box's match history, filled with a page of greens and MVPs, is astonishing. At that moment, the player with the ID God of Pounds provocatively types in the public chat, "Opposing team's garbage jungler. Please continue. My grandmother says with your reflexes, she could do just as well." Boom. The director feels an overwhelming surge of anger. How dare I, a professional player, be mocked by an obscure passerby? Seeing this, the others are equally shocked and ready to express their indignation when suddenly the coach's voice comes from outside. "What's going on? Why are you all gathered here?" "Coach, you arrived just in time. We're observing a hacker." Alpaca says with an awkward smile. "You all should be training instead of fixating on these matters." The coach, though somewhat displeased, approaches the group. "No, this person might not be a hacker." The director's mouse clicks rapidly as he speaks. "Director, 37 consecutive wins, with a 95 MVP rate. Remember, this is a diamond tier in Region 1. Alpaca replies incredulously. It is well known that Region 1, the pinnacle of the national server, is filled with elite players and eccentric characters. Regardless of whether one is a streamer or a player, it is not surprising to encounter setbacks in solo queue. After all, one can never predict when a teammate will strike unexpectedly. "Look, you need to see this play." The director is too focused to look up, engrossed in maneuvering his mouse. The coach, intrigued, steps closer. On the computer screen, the director maneuvers the blind monk to the location of the enemy's 3 wolves. From any observer's perspective, ambushing the opposing mid laner here would guarantee death. The director believes that if he lands a Q on the fire mage, follows up with his second skill, and then executes a dragon tail, the fire mage is doomed. The plan seems flawless, however. Just as the fire mage enters the range of the director's Q skill, he suddenly changes direction and takes a few steps toward his own tower, narrowly avoiding the skill. Wow, that movement is incredible. Impossible. He must be hacking. The EDG members express their shock. Without allowing the director a moment to react, the fire mage counters with a swift EQ combo, immobilizing the blind monk. Legendary. The cold system sound echoes from the computer. "Why are you sure there's no vision here? Could he possibly know you're waiting for him?" AI Luo Li's face is filled with astonishment. "I scan the area. I can confirm there's no vision," the director says helplessly as he observes his game interface turning gray. This player not only possesses exceptional awareness and reflexes, but also astonishing hand speed. In that instant, he managed to execute his movement, control, counterattack, and damage calculation with precision, completing the combo and auto attacks without even using ignite. The details are impeccable. Within less than 20 minutes, this fire mage has reached near divine status with a 70 record. The player known as God of Pounds taunts further, dancing atop the blind monk's corpse while typing in the public chat. The craftsmanship of the heavens is unpredictable, creating such a crippled monk. If this hero lacked Q and R, you would be the world's #1 blind monk. Of course, for now, you can be called the strongest before level 6. Just you wait. The director, nearly spitting blood from rage, furiously types on the keyboard. Relax, my child. I await you here. Feel free to attempt another ambush. Is my blind monk truly that weak? My proficiency may not be high, but I think he's decent enough. The director mutters indignantly. Within the EDG base, the teammates exchange glances, uncertain of how to respond. Watching the screen display the blind monk's tragic demise, Alpaca silently covers his eyes. In Jianghai City, within a bustling internet CAF on Red Star Street, a handsome young man wears a confident smile as he muses, "You blind monk, you've ambushed me 3 or 4 times, but this time I shall claim your life." With that declaration, the young man clicks the mouse, guiding his hero, now equipped with updated gear, out of the fountain. The screen reveals a fiery zombie. The hero's displayed ID unmistakably reads God of Pounds, the very subject of EDG's discussion. Director, are you suggesting that this player has achieved 37 consecutive wins solely through skill? The coach inquires, unable to contain his curiosity. Indeed, based on my observation of this mid laner's gameplay, aside from being extraordinarily skilled, there are no signs of hacking whatsoever. The director reflects. Through this encounter with the fire mage, the director is now certain that this individual cannot be a hacker. A genius. The coach's eyes light up. Is this not precisely what EDG requires? Ask the fire mage if he has any interest in joining us at EDG for competitions. The coach instructs. The director nods in agreement. Fire mage, are you considering a career in professional gaming? You can join us at EDG. I am the director. This message is sent in the public chat, dispatched by the director on behalf of everyone. As a prominent figure in the LPL, the director enjoys immense popularity among players, and the public chat buzzes with excitement. Wow, director. The blue side's top laner, Renekton, types in the chat. Director, I can't believe I'm matched against you. I'm also a huge fan of the director. Go, EDG. The blue side's ADC, Feng, similarly types. What's going on with this blind monk? He hasn't even used our flash once. Oh, it's the director, so that's all right. The last sentence on the public screen succeeded in abruptly silencing the once lively chat, rendering the atmosphere profoundly awkward. Ahem. I mean, the game is merely a source of entertainment for me. I have no intention of pursuing a professional career. The fans, however, were relentless, engaging in an awkward yet spirited conversation. 666. This guy's impressively confident. Are you foolish, fireman? It was the manager who invited you. Being a pro is fantastic. If it were me, I'd forego my salary and bring my own tent, sleeping bag, and provisions. All right, if you're not interested, that's fine. Should you change your mind, feel free to contact me. Add me as a friend before you leave. The manager shrugged at the coach, selectively ignoring the previous remark. Okay, I'll give you that. Upon seeing Fireman's response, the manager unhesitatingly clicked to surrender, resulting in 4 votes for and 1 abstention. The red side's base shattered into pieces. Thus concluded this ranked match. And this mid-lane fireman found himself the subject of discussion on the LOL forum. An incredible player emerges in Zone 1, unbeaten in 38 consecutive solo queue matches. A post appeared. Is the poster exaggerating? 38 matches without a single loss? Even professional players can't achieve that. Exactly. The poster must be seeking attention. It's a scam. It's not a scam. That ID is called God of Pushing. You can check it out. Indeed, I heard he even mocked the manager for his poor performance with Lee Sin. Wow, several pages of green. Highest damage output every match. A staggering 95 MVP rate. I had the fortune of playing a match with that God of Pushing. He's truly remarkable. The manager even invited him to go pro. What? He was mocked and still received an invitation? Isn't my manager's reputation worth anything? The young man in the internet CAF was utterly oblivious to the attention he had garnered. At that moment, he closed his computer, silently reflecting. Finally reached Diamond 1. System, can I unlock new skills now? This handsome youth was none other than the fireman who had previously turned down the manager's offer. Chapter 2. Between A and C. I choose B. Feng stared at the computer screen, momentarily lost in thought. It had been a month since he arrived in this parallel world, yet he remained unable to forget his past. How extraordinary! I find myself in a parallel universe of Earth. Upon realizing this, Feng was quite astonished. As the chosen one, he naturally possessed a system. However, his system differed significantly from those depicted in the esports novels of his previous life. While others received luxurious accommodations and instant wealth, he was endowed with an esports system, specifically tailored for his favorite game, League of Legends. In his previous life, Feng had witnessed the retirement of a renowned player. He had lamented on social media, mourning the end of his youth alongside the retirement of a legendary figure. What should have been a summer of embarking on a new career became an unexpected journey into another world. Gazing at his youthful form, Feng couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. The past was not something he longed for, rather. The shadows it cast were too profound to forget in a short time. In his previous life, Feng was born in an orphanage. Having never known his parents, he was raised there and worked diligently to earn a bachelor's degree. Now, having unexpectedly arrived in this world, he found himself pondering how to repay his debts. Feng was an ambitious individual. He understood that the memories of his past would serve as his greatest asset. Likewise, he was determined to make the most of the esports system before him. A grand vision resided in Feng's heart. If he could alter his fate, he would ensure that more homeless children receive an education. Having endured such hardships, he knew all too well how arduous life could be. Congratulations! You have reached Diamond 1 in Ionia, achieving the title, Esports Rookie. Thanks to the esports system, Feng discovered a marked improvement in his reaction speed and agility. However, to step onto the professional stage, these were merely the foundational requirements. Navigating through rigorous training assessments was essential to secure a position as a substitute player awaiting a starting role. Currently, Feng was acutely aware that to escape a life of poverty, he needed a lucrative job. Yet, his experiences in this life mirrored those of his previous existence. He remained a child of misfortune. Twice an orphan, I am truly resigned, Feng mused over his predicament, unable to suppress a sigh. His refusal of the manager's offer stemmed from his belief that he lacked the requisite skill to occupy that position. The current mid laner for EDG was none other than last year's champion Pawn. Although Feng had diligently studied, he harbored a deep passion for esports, particularly regarding League of Legends. Pawn was a legendary figure, affectionately known as Fat Daddy. During the manager's earlier days of triumph, he had supported Fat Daddy in victory. Though Pawn's performance had waned in the subsequent years, he was undeniably at the pinnacle of his career at that moment. To aspire to take his place was akin to chasing a distant dream. Yet, Feng remained unaware of the true potential of the esports system. Perhaps it could indeed transform him. Following the announcement of his title, the esports system fell silent once more. Wait, why has it gone silent again? Feng sat awkwardly before the computer. Your account balance is insufficient. Please recharge promptly. The omnipotent system issued a reminder as the screen threatened to turn black within moments. Feng, lacking funds, found himself at a loss for what to do. Beep! A jarring mechanical sound resonated in his ears. Feng perked up, straining to listen intently. In reality, the voice emanated from within his mind, but sounded as if it were whispering in his ear. Greetings, rookie. Welcome to the esports system. This unconventional greeting elicited a twitch from the corner of Feng's mouth. Was this akin to a salesperson's pitch, albeit with an air of politeness? Your current level is 1. Please select a talent to use. A. Precision Mastery. Increases the accuracy of non-target skills based on a certain probability. B. Telepathy. Allows you to sense the intrusion of enemy heroes with a certain probability. C. Storm's Fury. Enhances your current speed by a certain percentage. Upon hearing these 3 sport skills, Feng felt a wave of confusion. His current gameplay was sound. At the very least, he could perform consistently on the professional stage. The fame of God of pushing from a certain perspective attested to this. Options A and C both enhance gameplay, while only B offers an improvement in awareness. This was precisely Feng's concern. Although his mechanics were solid, they occasionally bordered on erratic. While he could hold his own in lane, he might lose himself in the true competitive arena. The existence of telepathy provided Feng with a sense of assurance. I choose B. After mentally declaring this, he felt a sudden darkness envelop him, and consciousness slipped away. When he regained awareness, he found that the sky outside had just begun to brighten. The cleaning lady glanced at the youthful Feng and shook her head in exasperation. Children like him were typically in high school. Such a precious opportunity for learning, yet one chooses to squander it by staying up all night on the internet. Indeed, it is rather disobedient. Feng disregarded the gaze directed at him. At this moment, he yearned to power on his device to test his consciousness, only to find himself financially constrained. Truly, it is a single coin that can thwart a hero. Feng chuckled helplessly. It is often said that the beginning is the most challenging, yet this initial step had indeed proven to be a stumbling block for him. First, I must satiate my hunger. Just as Feng rose to seek a means of earning a little extra, he overheard a tirade from the opposite side of the internet. CAF. Damn, this is truly a scam. After an all-nighter on ranked matches, I end up facing such absurd opponents. Without a doubt, it was the lament of a frustrated player who had failed to climb the ranks. Feng cast a casual glance in that direction, intending to leave promptly when he noticed the car keys resting on the other's table. Goodness, a Porsche! Feng observed that the individual, nearly in their 30s, still chose to stay up late to indulge in gaming, clearly harboring an exceptional passion for League of Legends. With a gleam of inspiration, a brilliant idea to alleviate his financial struggles came to mind. Chapter 3. Welcome to the grand stage of Zu'an. Hello, brother, Feng greeted with a radiant smile as he approached the man. During his university years, he often engaged in internships. Thus he understood the importance of presenting oneself effectively. I don't want snacks or any special services. Please refrain from bothering me. The man before him replied, visibly displeased after a series of losses in rank matches. However, upon seeing the lean youth approach with a smile, he found it hard to respond harshly. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Being a businessman himself, he understood this principle well. I am not here to sell anything or provide any dubious services. I can help alleviate your current troubles, Feng stated confidently. Perhaps it was Feng's smile that piqued the man's interest. The Porsche guy felt a flicker of curiosity. Then tell me, what do you think my current troubles are? He inquired. Your rank, Feng noted, glancing at the string of red statistics that left him momentarily speechless. The fact that one could lose so many games consecutively was astonishing. Even TGP, the gaming platform, seemed unable to bear it. I can help you win and continue winning, Feng declared, his intentions clear. He aimed to earn some pocket money, starting with account boosting. Unfortunately, he lacked even the funds to log in, so he had come here to test his luck. The Porsche guy, having lost so many matches, was eager to taste victory again, and he immediately nodded in agreement. As long as you can help me win, you shall not be deprived of your reward. He observed the modestly dressed youth before him, clearly a student of limited means. It was evident that only the allure of cash could entice someone like him. Feng promptly settled into the man's seat and casually glanced at TGP's rank display, Silver I. It was clear that he had fallen from Gold V, landing him in Silver I. The current protection mechanism was quite robust. The Porsche guy had lost 7 consecutive matches, all while using Yasuo. Can you help me reach gold? The Porsche guy asked candidly. Absolutely, just watch and see, Feng replied as his hands deftly positioned themselves on the keyboard and mouse. In that instant, his heart found tranquility. Your actions will be recorded in the system. With each milestone achieved, you will earn points to enhance your rank. The Esports System's voice echoed in his ears. A task list appeared before his left eye. Invisible to others, but clear to him. Eliminate an enemy hero, 10 points. Accumulate 5,000 gold, 10 points. The function of the points was straightforward. Sufficient points would elevate his rank and grant him additional skills or rewards. Feng glanced at his progress bar. Level 1, 0-100. He initiated a ranked match. And after a brief wait, he entered the game loading screen. So, which server are you on, brother? Feng casually asked. The Porsche guy lit a cigarette, squinting his eyes, and with a tone of solitary expertise, uttered 2 words, Zu'an. Upon hearing this, Feng felt a chill run down his spine. In this realm, those sailing smoothly find brothers everywhere, while those facing adversity meet their parents in the heavens. One can verbally abuse teammates with the finesse of a keyboard warrior, surpassing the prowess of professional pianists in speed. Manual insults are the lowest form of expression. The savvy have long mastered shortcuts. As the most notorious region for toxicity, one can never predict when a teammate might hurl an expletive. In MSL, climbing ranks in this area is no easy feat, Feng mused, inhaling deeply before speaking. Of course, Zu'an has seen its moments of glory. The legendary player Gogoing emerged from this very district. The Thunder God, the Rune War God. Gogoing's performance last year with OMG captured everyone's attention. This year, alongside Cool and Dog, Yi Feng recalled the memories of his previous life, recognizing that this champion from Zu'an was on the cusp of another glorious chapter. S5 was already witnessing OMG's decline. This period marked one of the darkest times for the League of Legends scene in China. Though the director secured an MSI championship, the overall dismal performance brought tears to many. Choose your champion. Why are you dazed? The Porsche guy kindly reminded. The charming young man before him had piqued his interest. Otherwise, he would not have acquiesced to such a seemingly absurd request. After the first player casually banned 3 champions, Yi Feng began selecting his own. Noting that the Porsche guy had lost countless matches with Yasuo, he decided to choose the same champion. Death is like the wind, it is always at my side. After selecting this hero, Yi Feng awaited the game to commence. Ah, it's over. The Porsche guy suddenly exclaimed, a cry that felt almost shattering. What happened? Yi Feng inquired, noticing his distressed demeanor. Look, the enemy mid laner chose Fizz. We're doomed to lose again. He glanced at his 75 victory points and felt a pang of despair. For someone nearing 30, reaching this rank was no small feat. I thought it was something serious. Just watch me perform this game, Yi Feng asserted confidently. His skill level, akin to that of a professional player, paired with an awareness he himself could not fully comprehend, made him overqualified for a Silvereye match. The Porsche guy observed Yi Feng's self-assurance, and suddenly, his own anxiety subsided. This young man possessed an enchanting aura that compelled one to heed his words. Very well. Let me witness your skills. The Porsche guy leaned in closer. As the loading screen transitioned, Yi Feng stepped into the familiar land of Valoran. The blade in the Ronin's hand gleamed with a sharp light, as though he too sensed the significance of this moment. In this seemingly mundane game, an extraordinary presence was about to rise. Gazing at the familiar 475 gold, Yi Feng felt his spirit soar. After purchasing a longsword and a health potion, he made his way to the lane. Be cautious against Fizz. Don't let him get close. He's a direct counter to Yasuo. The Porsche guy, evidently scarred by past experiences, fervently cautioned Yi Feng. Chapter 4. Death like the wind. Always by my side, Yi Feng wore a confident smile upon his face. A mere small fishman was hardly capable of stirring any emotional turbulence within him. The swift-winged swordsman strode directly to the center of the lane and began to play his flute. The champion Yasuo possesses an equal measure of advantages and disadvantages. His skill allows for remarkable feats, while his skill has earned him the playful moniker of Happy Wind Man. Given Yi Feng's proficiency, it was no challenge for him to ascend to the rank of Diamond with just a single Yasuo. As the minion waves converged silently, Yasuo actively utilized his skill to secure last hits. Yi Feng executed his maneuvers with a grace that bespoke of countless matches played with Yasuo. Whenever he charged his wind, the tornado in his hands struck the small fishman with pinpoint accuracy. Each time Yi Feng landed a blow, his companion, Porsche brother, would let out a small cheer. Yi Feng seized the experience from a minion and swiftly reached level 2. He aggressively engaged to trade blows, and with his passive and level advantage, the opposing fishman suffered greatly. Yasuo had equipped 3 movement speed runes, giving him a distinct edge in mobility over his adversary. His talents were fully invested in fury, spell weaving, blade weaving, and rampage. The fishman's movements appeared riddled with flaws in Yi Feng's eyes. He could easily engage for harass and retreat. Battling such an opponent offered Yi Feng little joy, as they were clearly not on the same level, and he had reluctantly taken on the role of a coach. Look, after this exchange, we can secure a kill at level 3, Yi Feng remarked simply. Porsche brother was captivated. Despite sharing the same runes and talents, and wielding identical skills, how could they seem so fluid in his hands? A single step ahead leads to a cascade of advantages. Yi Feng reached level 3 first, a pivotal moment. Level superiority translates to a comprehensive attribute advantage. After carefully placing a ward in the left bush, he prepared for a decisive kill. The enemy jungler, Master Yi, appeared oblivious to the passage of time, focused solely on his jungle creeps, neglecting the needs of his teammates in lane. The rogue's figure danced joyfully amidst the minions. Whenever the fishman attempted to strike Yi Feng, he would find the latter slipping away through the minion wave. Whoosh! Another gust of wind sent the fishman spiraling. We can kill him. Yi Feng calculated the kill threshold precisely, and in the blink of an eye, Yasuo was upon the fishman. EQA ignite. With a flawless combo, Yasuo turned confidently, retreating behind his minions to continue last hitting. Why don't you keep attacking him? What if ignite doesn't finish him off? Isn't that a waste of a summoner spell? Porsche brother inquired anxiously. Yi Feng casually shook his head, his expression resolute. He's already dead. No sooner had he spoken than the system notification chimed in. First blood. The swift-wind swordsman had effortlessly dispatched the opposing tie caller while maintaining a health of 90. Impressive. Young man, your Yasuo is remarkably smooth. Portia brother praised enthusiastically, clapping his hands. He felt the thrill of approaching his golden promotion match. Convinced that victory was all but secured, Yi Feng's aura of steadiness instilled confidence in his allies. Upon witnessing the mid-lane fishman fall, Master Yi erupted in fury, revealing his Zu'an temperament. How can a small fishman be slain by Yasuo? Did they cut your intelligence cord at birth? The fishman, also a seasoned Zu'anite, retorted sarcastically, oh, isn't that our jungler, busy counting steps in the jungle? Did you find a spirit herb to save you? Stay hidden. I fear you might faint from blood loss. Regrettably, Yi Feng found himself unable to appreciate such a splendid exchange. He was puzzled as to why the fishman, after being slain once, acted as though he had achieved a victory, playing even more recklessly. This fishman is truly reckless. Does he not fear my onslaught? Yi Feng mused. He was currently ahead economically and enjoyed a 2-level advantage. With such a lead, he could effortlessly dominate his opponent. Unthinkingly, he continued to harass through the minions. And the fishman's health dwindled once more. What is happening with this Yasuo? Why can't I hold my ground against him? On the opposite side of the screen, the college student controlling the fishman wore a look of confusion. He had played Tie Caller extensively and, given its high burst potential, had developed his own understanding of the champion. When he saw the enemy select Yasuo, he had confidently told his roommate that victory was assured. Now, as his roommate sat beside him, watching the unfolding debacle, he was drenched in cold sweat. This is clearly a smurf. Their skill level is far beyond ours, his roommate astutely observed. What do you know? Just watch how I dominate this fishman. Once I have my ultimate, it'll be easy. The fishman's player retorted. While champion countering holds some merit, it ultimately hinges on player skill. No matter how formidable a champion, if not wielded effectively, it pales in comparison to one's familiar picks. Yi Feng relentlessly harassed through the minions, leaving the fishman cowering beneath his tower. Let him wait for his ultimate, Yi Feng thought calmly, adopting a steady approach to win the match. Meanwhile, Portia brother diligently observed and absorbed the techniques of positioning and kiting. Since we are short-range champions, it's best not to control the minion wave. It can be quite tricky, Yi Feng instructed, assuming the role of a game mentor. Minutes passed quietly, and the swift-winged swordsman mastered his ultimate. With so little health, he shouldn't remain in lane. With my E, we can secure a kill, Yi Feng stated emotionlessly. The fishman, believing himself safe beneath the tower, was, in truth, already a dead man walking. I can't believe he dares to tower dive me. The fishman provocatively remarked to his roommate as Yasuo reached level 6. With his passive charged, Yi Feng surged forward. A bit too far. In that fleeting moment as the swift-winged swordsman EQ'd into the tower, bang! An immediate flash was executed, launching the fishman into the air. Yi Feng pressed his ultimate with precision, and the rogue uttered cryptic phrases as the fishman's lifeless body crumpled to the ground, its gaping mouth seemingly mocking the bravado it had displayed moments prior. Chapter 5. The Naked Killing Sword. Happiness is all that matters. As the agile blade master touched down, the minion wave had already reached the defensive tower. After effortlessly dispatching the opposing mid laner twice, Yi Feng resolved to return home to acquire new equipment. Perhaps a storm sword, or maybe a frenzy would suffice, he pondered. No, I shall opt for the mysterious sword. It has been ages since I have seen that item, he mused to himself. The mysterious sword, a weapon of notorious lethality, had been deemed excessively overpowered and was removed from the game after this year's competitive season concluded. Yi Feng recalled with nostalgia the moment the item was retired. A new season heralded significant changes to the game, and many elements of the Rift-S transformation remained intact from before Yi Feng's journey through time. Upon noticing Yi Feng's acquisition of the killing sword, Portia brother felt a sudden unease. Brother, is it not a tad presumptuous to go for a naked killing sword? He thought anxiously. The prospect of losing the match due to the reckless antics of this individual struck him as profoundly disappointing. Just play normally. Happiness is all that matters. After purchasing a pair of cloth shoes, Yi Feng set out once more. The little fishman, initially downcast from his earlier demise, regained his characteristic grin upon witnessing the enemy's equipment. Huh, he actually chose the mysterious sword. He must be out of his mind. In his view, opting for a killing sword so early was undeniably ostentatious. All around, the spectators doubted Yi Feng's audacity. Yet, the agile blade master wielded his sword with remarkable steadiness. The swashbuckler danced gracefully, while the little fishman vowed to exact revenge. Brothers, watch me obliterate this Yasuo, he shouted, prompting his dorm mates to gather around in anticipation. As the agile blade master deftly whittled down the fishman's health without affording him any chance to retaliate, the player controlling the little fishman declared, "Don't worry, I will soon learn my ultimate." After a moment of silent waiting, he finally acquired his ultimate ability. Watch how I single-handedly take him down, he exclaimed, as the shark beneath him surged forward. When the fishman reached level 6, Feng had already concocted a strategy. The instant the shark lunged forth, he employed his forward slash to maintain distance. The fishman was left dumbfounded, having squandered his ultimate. Haha, I can't fathom how you could miss with that shark, his roommate mocked. The agile blade master, emboldened by each encounter, continued to unleash rapid damage. Kill, kill, kill. Portia brother felt his blood surge with excitement, reminiscing about his own youthful days spent in the game, wondering where his former comrades had ventured. The little fishman, now with less than half his health remaining and his ultimate wasted, was cautioned against recklessly pursuing the fight. Observing the fishman's eager hops towards the defensive tower, Portia brother attempted to deter Feng from his reckless ambition. If you can kill him, trust me, Feng replied confidently, for in his lexicon, the term impossible held no meaning. With the minion wave surging forth, Yasuo charged into the defensive tower. The little fishman wore a derisive smile. He thinks he can dive me? What a joke. If he kills me, what would that make me? A mere fish. He boasted joyfully. The simplicity and low cost of student life brought forth such carefree moments. Are you diving the tower to hand over a kill? Portia brother questioned, perplexed. Yet Feng's skillful maneuvers illustrated the essence of boldness tempered with caution. Through swift movement along the minion wave, he executed a flawless sequence, culminating in a confident turn that left the fishman staggering before collapsing once more to the ground. As Yasuo exited the tower, he was left with a mere 35 health points. Wow, you survived that. The little fishman shouted in frustration. If I could just kill him once, Yasuo's momentum would be shattered. I told you, I can kill. Only the living are worthy of farm, Feng replied, a quiet confidence in his tone. Brother, your plays are simply astounding. Portia brother was captivated by this remarkable display of skill, reminiscent of watching the top Yasuo player stream live. Feng remained unperturbed, his demeanor as calm as a still pond. In the face of such urgency, he radiated an extraordinary tranquility, a testament to his innate composure suited for grand competitions. Portia brother's gaze toward Feng transformed. He now regarded the young man with newfound respect. Young man, have you ever considered pursuing a professional career in esports? Upon hearing this inquiry, Feng maintained an outwardly composed demeanor, though his heart raced with excitement. Portia brother continued, I know a friend at the Old Daddy's Club, which is currently in search of talented young players to chase their dreams. What say you? Yet, upon hearing the name Old Daddy's, Feng's fervor subsided. While the team had once been formidable in Season 5, it seemed to be on the decline. The top-tier configurations of Godv and Imp were evidence enough that the team would not falter easily, and Wei Shen still thrived in his prime. However, after this year's end, the careers of Buddha, Pawn, and Godv in League of Legends would likely plateau. Nevertheless, Wei Shen had discovered his resurgence in Arangel, where an errant arrow transformed into the sharpest 98k, striking true at a fateful moment. Feng still harbored aspirations for the national electric team, thus he smiled and replied, Thank you, big brother, but I have not yet contemplated that path. Upon hearing this, Portia brother refrained from further discussion, focusing intently on Feng's gameplay. The pace of the match escalated rapidly. After the little fishman perished several times in the mid lane, the agile blade master began to roam and maintain the tempo. Ultimately, everyone achieved substantial development, with the agile blade master concluding the game with a staggering 17 kills and not a single death. Well done, young man, Portia brother exclaimed, his face aglow with astonishment. Chapter 6. The emotionless ranking machine. In a brief span of just over 2 hours, Feng transformed into an emotionless ranking machine, efficiently and swiftly aiding his counterpart in elevating their scores. As Portia brother observed his ascent toward the coveted gold tier, exhilaration radiated from his countenance. When the final promotion match concluded successfully, his face flushed with excitement. Feng, witnessing the emblem of silver rank morph into that of gold, released a long, relieved sigh. Throughout several matches, he had wielded the champion Yasuo, achieving commendable results. Your reward, Portia brother exclaimed, extracting a stack of crisp bills from his wallet, appearing ample enough to sustain Feng for quite some time. Brother, this is too much. Feng acknowledged the value of his services, realizing the remuneration was indeed excessive. Haha, it's rare to encounter a kindred spirit like you, my young brother. A little extra is of no consequence, Portia brother declared with generosity. With such words from his counterpart, Feng refrained from further comments and merely nodded in quiet agreement. Due to the limited prevalence of mobile payments at that time, Portia brother produced cash. Moreover, Feng, at present, did not possess a mobile phone. Every individual has their own life, and Portia brother soon busied himself with his own affairs. Meanwhile, Feng hastily purchased a box of instant noodles and logged onto his gaming platform. After wolfing down the noodles, he officially entered the realm of gaming as Pug God. The manager immediately recognized the genius mid laner in the game. Hello? The manager promptly sent a message. Hello, Feng replied. Have you truly considered what I mentioned earlier? The manager felt that Feng was a talent worth nurturing. Such an exceptional young individual was indeed a rarity. Upon seeing the olive branch extended once more, Feng chose not to decline. All right, I believe I can give it some thought. Upon receiving this response, the manager quickly summoned Coach Abu. For newcomers to enter the esports arena, they must first undergo rigorous training assessments. Abu urged the manager to inquire, "What is your mobile contact number? Let's discuss over the phone." To his astonishment, the reply left him somewhat embarrassed. "I do not possess a mobile phone." The illustrious Pug God in the gaming arena was, astonishingly, a youth without a mobile device. However, true talent knows no origin. As long as one can perform admirably, it matters little. Then come here. We will provide you with salary, lodging, and meals. The address is. Upon seeing the lengthy message, Feng instantly committed it to memory and logged off at lightning speed. He had logged off. The manager watched as Feng's avatar turned gray, feeling as though he had been immobilized. Neither of them comprehended the swift log-off. Feng was a decisive individual. He knew what he needed to do. He arrived at an orphanage in Zhanghai City and walked straight in. "Xiao Feng, where have you been these past few days?" An elderly woman with graying hair emerged, surprised to see him. Feng's face beamed with warmth. "Grandma, I found a job and will soon be leaving Zhanghai City, but I will visit you often." Had she not raised him, perhaps this tale would have unfolded differently. The elderly woman expressed concern. "You are still a minor. You must be cautious not to be deceived. What kind of job is it?" she asked anxiously. Feng fabricated a kind-hearted lie. If he mentioned gaming, she would undoubtedly disapprove. After conjuring a plausible-sounding job description, he managed to ease her worries. In such a small place, dozens of homeless children shared a similar fate. Feng had specifically brought a bag of candy to distribute among his younger siblings. "We must earn big money and change our lives," he thought fervently as he surveyed the dilapidated surroundings. After bidding farewell to everyone, he set off toward Baiwa City, one of the most prosperous cities in the entirety of Huaxia, known for its inclusive culture and warm hospitality. Feng spent nearly a day navigating to Baiwa City. Following his memory, he hailed a taxi. "Young man, where are we headed?" The driver inquired with a thick accent. After relaying the destination from his recollection, Feng awaited the impending challenges. Half an hour quietly elapsed. Feng arrived beneath a towering edifice, the name Edward Gaming prominently displayed overhead. Striding into the building, he was promptly intercepted by someone who inquired about his purpose. "I am here to join the youth training program," he replied. Upon hearing this, the individual, though not surprised, swiftly summoned the relevant personnel. Every month, many aspiring individuals with grand ambitions sought to enter professional gaming. However, very few managed to remain in a team. Abu, learning of a newcomer arriving for training, emerged from his office. "Name, age, region, rank, and ID," he requested, presenting a form to Feng. When he glimpsed the name Pug God on the form, his eyes widened in disbelief. "You are Pug God." The young man before him was extraordinarily youthful. Recalling the remarkable plays performed by this individual, Abu found it hard to believe. Typically, new recruits would undergo individual assessments for a period, but this young man was different. Abu sensed boundless potential within him. "Follow me." Feng trailed behind as they took the elevator to a specific floor, continuing deeper into the building. Eventually, they arrived at a room filled with computers, where a group was engaged in tactical discussions, clearly engrossed in an intense practice match. "Coach, hurry down to assist the bot lane. The opponent has no flash," a youthful voice called out. The man with lifeless eyes broke into a bright smile. "All right, I will head down and clarify their roles." With a mere glance, Feng recognized that these were the current members of EDG engaged in their daily training matches. Simultaneously, he understood that once their training match concluded, his own trial would soon commence. Chapter 7. The Initiation Challenge. After a fervent display of skill, they successfully secured their positions in the ongoing training. The onlookers beheld Abu standing at the entrance, accompanied by a remarkably handsome youth, their faces etched with curiosity. "Allow me to introduce the God of Cards," Abu stated nonchalantly. The revelation sent ripples through the crowd, igniting a fervor akin to a drop of water hitting hot oil. The factory director approached with palpable curiosity, inquiring of Feng, "Are you truly the God of Cards?" Feng nodded vigorously. Gazing at the familiar figure of the man with lifeless eyes, he understood that this individual would accompany him throughout a significant portion of his professional journey. Pawn sat quietly. already aware of the situation. A young man of such remarkable talent and ability would undoubtedly become his fiercest rival in the future. Every professional player must not only maintain peak competitive form, but also guard against the rising tide of genius youths eager to usurp their positions. In Pawn's eyes, Feng represented a direct threat to his livelihood. If you wish to remain in the team, the requirements are quite simple. I do not need you to endure a lengthy training trial like the other players. If you can pass the current challenge, I will grant you the position of substitute mid laner, Abu declared with grandiosity. Sometimes, the simplest of propositions demand the greatest effort. The audacity of the offer hinted that this challenge was anything but ordinary. What must I do? Feng, having lived 2 lives, recognized that he needed to prove himself to earn their trust. Defeat the current mid laner in a solo match, and you shall attain what you desire, Abu continued. In truth, none of them had anticipated that Feng could triumph over Pawn, for Pawn was simply too formidable. They merely sought to gauge Feng's skills in this solo encounter. A prodigious talent like Feng would command attention in any team he joined. It would soon be evident whether he was a horse or a mule. Pawn, the reigning world champion from the previous year, wielded the lethal mid laner, Master Yi, with an overwhelming prowess that left others breathless. Feng had not foreseen facing such a stringent challenge. The implication of his words was clear. Only by defeating his opponent in a solo match could he secure his place here. However, with no other path available, he resolved to fight with all he had. Feng took a seat at a computer, familiarizing himself with the mouse and keyboard. Each player's operational habits differed. He needed to adjust the sensitivity to match his own preferences. Are you ready? Pawn asked directly in English. After a casual adjustment, Feng affirmed that he was prepared to face the challenge. The others remained silent. The world of esports could be brutally unforgiving. To rise above, one must achieve results that speak for themselves. Feng was determined. As long as his performance was not utterly dismal, he would likely be allowed to stay. The trainees essentially served as practice dummies for the team. The organization occasionally accepted training orders, allowing these energetic youths to compete. Those who performed well would continue to be evaluated, while those who faltered would be sent packing. Only after completing a certain number of matches would they engage in formal training sessions. The prior matches merely constituted preliminary assessments. Coaches would briefly outline expectations, specifying the number of games to be played daily and the required win rate. Failing to meet even these basic criteria would signify that this profession was not suited for them. Such a straightforward, yet brutal selection process was designed to unleash the potential of those gifted individuals under intense pressure, as they randomly selected their mid-lane champions. Neither was aware of the other's choice. After a moment's hesitation, Feng chose Zed, while Pawn swiftly locked in Master Yi, a champion he cherished. As they entered the loading screen, Death could not suppress a remark. Pawn has chosen Master Yi. It seems he intends to impart a lasting lesson to this newcomer. He spoke in his native tongue, and both Pawn and Deft exchanged knowing smiles, clearly anticipating the impending slaughter. They paid no heed to the opponent's abilities. They had all reached the pinnacle of competition, and the young man from Huaxia still appeared green. Abu stood behind Feng, meticulously observing each of his maneuvers. As the game commenced, Feng executed a classic opening with a long sword and a health potion, refusing to squander gold on unnecessary items. Abu noted this detail. Should Feng fail to secure a kill by level 3, his opponent could easily recuperate through health potions. So young, yet he makes such a fundamental mistake, the factory director remarked. Against a player of Pawn's caliber, one could not afford any slip-ups. Feng's initial oversight in the details indicated he had already lost the race from the start, at least in their eyes. Feng, expressionless, guided his Zed to the mid lane. This was a cold-blooded champion, having slain his adoptive father to become the master of the Shadow Order. The Noxian assassin opposite him was equally ruthless. Both players navigated cautiously, avoiding each other's skill shots. Feng casually hurled a shuriken, striking Pawn's Master Yi accurately. That skill's precision is commendable, Abu mused internally. Feng played aggressively, attempting to zone his opponent early on. Yet Pawn, an experienced mid laner, understood how to navigate such situations. However, if he retreated, it would signify that Feng would gain the upper hand by reaching level 2 first. Is Pawn not as aggressive as before? The factory director pondered, observing the retreating Master Yi with disbelief. Feng, however, remained unfazed by external opinions. He was now as calm as an ancient glacier. With precision and finesse, he executed each command flawlessly. With a swift movement, he claimed another minion's life, advancing to level 2 ahead of Pawn. Deft's earlier smile had faded, as the current circumstances seemed less favorable for Pawn. Chapter 8. A solo kill in the duel. This young man has a promising future. Pawn felt as though the adversary before him was not merely a person, but rather a machine devoid of errors. The handsome young man's movements were exceptionally graceful, exhibiting no signs of hesitation. Moreover, the shurikens wielded by the Master of Shadows caused him considerable distress. If this continued, I might very well be slain by him. Pawn mused inwardly. He held himself to stringent standards in his gameplay, and having been struck by several Q skills, his mood soured significantly. Damn it, how did I find myself once again caught in the shurikens of the Master of Shadows? Pawn's mental state was on the brink of explosion. Feng had traversed from a parallel world, arriving several years later. Before coming here, he was already aware of the legendary fate that awaited this young man. Ultimately, Pawn would depart the professional arena burdened by injuries, not only physical ailments, but also severe psychological compulsions. Rumor had it that he meticulously measured the distance between his body and the desk before each gaming session, carrying a ruler with him, a notion that seemed absurd yet was associated with this legendary figure. As Feng beheld the face of the corpulent man on the opposite side of the screen, a tinge of melancholy enveloped him. The path of esports was not as glamorous as many presumed. After all, in the common perception, anyone merely tapping away at a mouse and keyboard could garner exorbitant annual salaries. Although it was only Season 5, the current treatment of players far surpassed that of the previous generation. When Ruofeng competed years ago, he had to take a green train to attend matches. Now, they traveled by airplane, and most requests were readily accommodated. EDG was known for its stringent control over players, prohibiting them from dating. Only the coach, whose status was unique, enjoyed certain liberties. Other players adhered to a serious, quasi-military management style. Injuries were inevitable, given the daily exposure to electronic equipment radiation and the necessity of prolonged sitting. Even the most robust bodies would succumb to the relentless passage of time. Cold sweat beaded on Pawn's forehead as he found the solo duel increasingly taxing. How could this be? Support Tian Yi gasped in astonishment. Though he was also a newcomer, he understood the formidable prowess of his mid laner. At the zenith of the Demon King's prowess, he could effortlessly execute assassin heroes against formidable opponents. Not only had he forced the rival team to withdraw from the domestic competition, but his feats were worthy of enshrinement in history. Now, this legendary figure, the primary pillar of EDG, was being thoroughly dominated in a duel by an unknown rookie. Tian Yi began to doubt his own eyesight. Abu's heart raced as he meticulously observed Feng's gameplay, his excitement mounting with each passing moment. They had truly stumbled upon a hidden gem. Abu exchanged a glance with the coach, both men recognizing the thrill reflected in each other's eyes. Feng's performance alone was enough to ignite their hopes. Before reaching level 3, Feng had already inflicted 5 shurikens upon his opponent. Pawn found it hard to believe. Today, his performance seemed subpar. Yet he had fallen prey to his adversary's Q skills. Umph. A cold smile graced Feng's lips as he reached level 3, poised to secure a kill. The opposing Talon was left with only 40 health, swaying before him in a manner that was undeniably tempting. Pawn felt his hands slipping from his control, moving mechanically across the screen, unable to devise a strategy to evade his opponent's skills. A shadowy figure surged forward, 2 shurikens arcing toward the Noxian assassin. Thud. Simultaneously, the Master of Shadows reappeared, initiating his E-skill. Ignite, attack. The substantial damage struck Talon's head, and Pawn watched in horror as his champion's health plummeted, his hands retreating in desperation. He activated Flash in a moment of panic, yet the Ignite continued to burn relentlessly. First blood. Feng executed a precise kill, eliminating the opposing Talon. In that moment, the training room fell into a profound silence. The coach stared wide-eyed, unable to comprehend the scene before him. This unknown youth had just single-handedly slain Pawn. Haha. Abu erupted in joyous laughter, his spirits soaring. EDG had been performing admirably domestically, and this year they intended to make a bold statement, seeking to carve out another legend. Just then, a talented young man had joined their ranks, bolstering their confidence. You can step in as a substitute, I mean it, Abu declared grandly, patting Feng on the shoulder. If one is truly golden, they will shine. And Feng embodies that brilliance. His gameplay was undeniably impressive, and having slain Pawn solidified his position. At this juncture, Pawn, at the peak of his abilities, was a formidable opponent. To even contemplate defeating him was a challenge. Achieving a stalemate was a feat few domestic mid laners could accomplish. Pawn, articulating in proficient Korean, stated, I have gained some insight into my opponent, but this young man's skill is remarkable. Abu's complexion grew increasingly flushed. He could hardly contain his eagerness to inform his boss, Zhu, about the day's triumph. The gazes of the other players toward Feng brimmed with fervor. Not only was his gameplay astute, But his youth made him even more extraordinary. Could he be the next little dog? Tianyang exclaimed. No, I believe his future knows no bounds, the coach replied, a mysterious smile gracing his face. The progenitor of Korean esports had lingered too long in the shadows. Imagine if a dominant homegrown mid-laner emerged, capable of facing off against the likes of Faker and Pawn, even establishing a lane advantage or securing solo kills. The title of Godslayer would be exhilarating. This would signify not just the possession of the finest ADC and jungler, but also the shattering of Korea's dominance in the mid lane. No longer would they need to rely on the performances of Korean imports, nor would they be compelled to adapt to their operational tempo due to lane disadvantages. They could unveil the world's top-tier dual carry and jungle-centric strategies, elevating the strength of the LPL to unprecedented heights. A fully Chinese roster, S Championship. This was the fervent aspiration of everyone in the LPL. After executing the solo kill, Feng remained silent, biding his time. He had proven his worth. Now it was the opponent's turn to make an offer. Come join us, we can offer you. After a brief discussion regarding compensation, Feng planned to sign a contract shortly, officially becoming a team member. News of EDG signing a substitute mid-laner spread, and while the esports scene was still gaining traction, many had already learned of this new talent. The professional arena, here I come, Feng thought excitedly. Chapter 9, IDI. Edig Wisdom, the captain, naturally approached Feng from behind and patted him on the shoulder, saying, Haha, you're quite lucky. Feng responded with a calm demeanor. He was satisfied with the remuneration offered to him. He believed that if he could make a name for himself on the professional stage, his earnings would not be insignificant. Currently, they were in the midst of the spring competition, and it was fortunate for him that he was a newcomer to the arena. Other team members would have to wait for the next major tournament to officially join the competitive scene. However, due to his prior status as an amateur with no professional experience, he did not have to wait for the transfer period to be traded. What a genius! The captain remarked repeatedly to Tong Yang beside him. The two players from the neighboring country displayed displeasure, as Feng had secured his position by stepping onto the shoulders of Pawn, and their relationship was far from amicable. This was the reality of the situation. In a team, the dynamic between starters and substitutes is not as harmonious as one might assume. They are competitors. If the starting mid laner performs poorly, the substitute mid laner will seize the opportunity to play. Feng's confidence in his abilities was growing. Having just eliminated Pawn in a one-on-one encounter, he had already demonstrated that his strength should not be underestimated. Upon hearing the news, many of the EDG training squad members revealed expressions of resentment. They had exerted tremendous effort to secure their positions, only to have it snatched away by a newcomer. This sentiment is entirely understandable. It is akin to someone who has diligently worked in a role for a long time, only to find the boss's son suddenly occupying that position just as they believed they were due for a promotion. In such a disheartening scenario, it would be remarkable if that individual felt any sense of contentment. Feng was warmly welcomed by the Chinese players upon joining the team. However, the path ahead would depend on his performance. Take a good rest, Abu said to Feng with a grin. The more he observed this player, the more he cherished him, feeling that their encounter was a stroke of fate. Just then, he received a call from the owner, Ju. Abu, have that kid rank in the top 10 of the national server quickly, otherwise it won't hold much weight. A magnetic voice echoed from the other end. Feng overheard this statement, but chose not to respond. In a team as sought after as theirs, even the substitute mid-laner position would attract numerous contenders. Although Feng had proven his prowess through duels, he still needed to elevate his rank. All right, I'll have a detailed discussion with him right away, Abu nodded eagerly. The owner was the financial backbone of the club. Regardless of how poorly the professional players performed, maintaining a good relationship with the owner was essential. To the players, esports is a competition, but to these affluent youngsters, it is merely a business venture. Wasn't that the case with the notorious Wang Gongzi? The management's decisions were often absurd. And while the players might not shine exceptionally, their ability to please the owner was unparalleled. Only in this manner could they survive within the team. Xiaoyi, the boss just called to say you need to rank in the top 10 of Ionia in a short time. Is there any problem with that? Abu said with a cheerful facade, though his words bore an unmistakable undertone of insistence. Should Feng decline, the contract he had just signed might become less favorable. After all, the team was the ultimate authority, and to make a name for himself, Feng was not yet in a position to refuse. Feng nodded in understanding. No problem, I'll work on achieving that ranking shortly. There's one more thing. You need to register your ID for the League of Legends electronic competition in China. What name do you wish to choose? Abu inquired further. Feng paused for a moment before succinctly stating an English word, wisdom. Upon hearing this, Abu nodded with a smile. Using wisdom to play games, quite fitting. Feng chuckled lightly and prepared to begin his quest for points. Within the esports club, computers were abundant. The news of his appointment as the substitute mid laner for the national team would soon spread, garnering attention from many. The captain observed Feng's slender figure. His eyes filled with fervor. He had a strong premonition that this young man would undoubtedly bring greater surprises in the future, though time would be needed to validate this. Continue with your practice matches. Xiao Yi, come with me. Abu led Feng to another room. Inside, many peers his age were present, some even younger than him. This is our club's training facility. Due to space constraints, everyone lives together. Feng quickly comprehended. It was only Season 5. Even a prominent team like theirs could not afford to establish another division for these trainees to compete. The young players stared at Feng with wide eyes. Their curiosity piqued. They assumed he was a newcomer, but at that moment, Abu announced, "This is our substitute mid laner. You will all be colleagues from now on. You must train well together." Upon hearing this, several youths suddenly appeared dismayed. Damn it, I've worked so hard for so long, and now this guy is cut in line. They had never heard of him. Who was he to claim the substitute mid laner position? Among the ADC players, a boy with a large head regarded Feng with curiosity, suddenly believing that he might be quite impressive. "Xiao Zhao, why are your eyes so wide? What are you looking at?" His support inquired. "I think this guy is probably quite skilled. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come in as a substitute mid laner," the future Eboi replied with a grin. His youthfulness evident at just 16 years old, with much ahead of him. As Feng settled at an empty computer, he immediately sensed the malice directed towards him. However, his expression remained unchanged. Having reached this level, he was unperturbed by their hostility. Moreover, having lived 2 lives, his maturity surpassed that of these youngsters by leaps and bounds. The talent he displayed moved everyone, and should anyone target him, their next match would undoubtedly be quite challenging. Chapter 10, Live Streaming. The mediocre diamond player Abu now places great importance on Feng. Should any foolhardy individual dare to bully him, they will surely face dire consequences. Instances of bullying among the youth training players are not uncommon. Most of those who manage to reach this point have barely completed middle school. To speak frankly, if their esports talent had not rescued them, their futures would be grim. If they were wealthy heirs, it would be a different story. However, for those of average means with poor academic performance, success demands greater effort than their peers. This is the law of society. While their contemporaries labor in the educational system, these individuals have already entered the workforce. Moreover, they differ from the ordinary laborers, as those who make it to the youth training program often possess an inflated sense of self-worth. Confident in their formidable abilities, they consider themselves destined for greatness. The harsh reality is that many will fall by the wayside in the competitive arena of esports. Each year, a multitude of new players join clubs, which graciously accommodate them as they strive to survive in the competitive environment. Yet, only a scant few achieve significant success. Currently, the number of players who have risen through the ranks of youth training to make a mark on the professional scene is exceedingly limited. Feng has transcended this tier. He has already established himself as a frontline competitor and no longer needs to compete in the LSBL. Casually, he opened the League of Legends client and logged into his account, preparing to rank up. This was a directive from the club owner, and he was determined to comply. Upon noticing his ID, a nearby individual hurried to check TGP, only to burst into laughter, initially believing a formidable player had arrived, only to find he was merely a diamond player. Yet, that laughter quickly caught in his throat, as if someone had grasped his windpipe. For he beheld the staggering win rate behind the performance, over 90. How had he achieved that? Feng did not even glance in his direction. Such a gesture was not worthy of his attention. So he is the god of pushing? I had heard whispers about him. I never expected him to join our team. The god of pushing had already gained fame on forums, with many users from the pressure relief community regarding him as a future esports star. In the realm of electronic sports, prowess reigns supreme. A remarkably high win rate is not mere boasting. To achieve over 90 at this rank is a testament to his innate talent. What Feng must now do is to continue pressing forward relentlessly. Many on TPG are keenly observing this player's presence, eagerly anticipating his forthcoming performance when the god of pushing logs in. Abu, a savvy businessman, recognized Feng's potential for high visibility and thus approached him with a beaming smile. Feng was somewhat taken aback. Why was there a camera set up before him? Was he expected to showcase his skills? Do not fret. This is merely a method of promoting you, Abu assured him, his smile unwavering. Are you suggesting that I should stream? Feng quickly connected the dots. Though the gaming populace may be limited, the audience for live streaming is substantial. Many, unable to engage in gaming due to work commitments, find solace in watching streams during brief respites. Indeed, you have become our substitute mid laner. And promoting yourself through this avenue is quite advantageous. Abu continued without waiting for Yi Feng's response. You need not worry. The boss has stated that all streaming revenue will be yours, but you must perform exceptionally well. With that, Abu set about contacting the Douyu platform. Having decided to place Yi Feng in this position, it was imperative that he gain fame. There was another significant reason behind this decision. Yi Feng had been performing impressively, and Abu had already sung his praises to the owner. His stunning gameplay had garnered considerable attention. Should Yi Feng maintain his sharp performance, he might very well usurp the current mid laner and secure a starting position. Players nurtured by the team are compensated significantly less. Although Pawn has demonstrated formidable and stable performances on the field, his salary is exorbitant. The owner is a businessman, and the coach must consider the team's finances. If Yi Feng can be showcased as a rising star, not only would it save the team a substantial sum, but they might also form an all-Chinese roster in the future. To be candid, an all-Chinese team is an excellent marketing strategy. Many veteran players are particularly invested in such teams. The story of OMG's miraculous comeback with 50 health points is unforgettable. Presently, many of their fans are drawn by the allure of an all-Chinese roster. If Yi Feng can withstand the pressure and they procure an outstanding domestic AD, they could truly soar. At that point, they would not only secure trophies, but also witness a significant influx of revenue. Fans are highly concerned with performance, but those behind the scenes often contemplate the financial gains. This is a stark reality. Running an esports club cannot rely solely on passion. Substantial funding is essential. Relying on goodwill alone is insufficient. Without trophies, one cannot simply throw money at the problem. Financial investment is crucial to assemble a team of exceptional players who can synergize to clinch victory. Abu was quite pleased with his strategy, now awaiting Yi Feng's performance. Merely half an hour later, the contract negotiations were complete. Although the initial salary was modest, it was anticipated that the title of EDG's substitute mid laner would attract considerable traffic. Everything hinges on performance. As long as he plays captivatingly, he will garner ample attention. If the boss is pleased, he will undoubtedly be generous with rewards. Ultimately, how much one can earn is contingent upon one's own abilities. Having arranged everything, Abu took his leave. The other trainees watched with envy, noting how Abu treated Yi Feng as though he were his own son. I wonder just how far this fellow can go. You know nothing. Can't you see the win rate? This guy is undoubtedly exceptional. The room divided into two factions, with some believing Yi Feng would excel, while others doubted he could maintain such a dazzling performance. Playing below Diamond is relatively easy, right? Let us see how he fares next, a disgruntled trainee mid laner remarked. Chapter 11. As Yi Feng gazed at the unfamiliar reflection of himself on the screen, he tilted his head slightly and adjusted his bangs. The moment his room went live, it had already garnered over 100,000 views. The platform would conduct relevant operations to elevate Yi Feng's room number to prominence. For the platform, popularity was merely a number. The extent of its manipulation lay entirely in his hands. With a hint of awkwardness, Yi Feng greeted the audience before him. Hello everyone. I am EDG's substitute mid laner, Yi Feng. A few scattered comments floated by. How's the game going? Not sure, but the lad is rather handsome. Is he a new streamer? Show us some talent. Upon reading this comment, Yi Feng chuckled. Talent, you say? I hurriedly went live without preparation. But how about this? I'll show you that this account is Diamond 1. And I'll strive for a consecutive win streak to break into the top 10 of the national server. Many viewers expressed their astonishment at his statement. Do you know what you're saying? Is it really that easy to climb ranks? Is this fellow merely seeking attention? How did EDG find such a character? They observed that Yi Feng appeared quite inexperienced and doubted his ability to achieve such a feat in response to their skepticism. Yi Feng silently opened the ranked match interface and entered solo queue. A few minutes later, he selected the mid lane position and locked in the block. In typical gameplay, employing such an assassin is the fastest route to success. With a dazzling display of skill in lane, one could effortlessly guide the team to victory. Moreover, LeBlanc's roaming capability was formidable. The great faker was hailed as the undefeated LeBlanc. Yi Feng had a keen interest in this champion and believed he could execute remarkable plays. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations. You have activated the streamer-related task. Corresponding progress and tasks will be assigned to you. We hope you can deliver outstanding performances. After a brief notification, the system's voice faded away. Yi Feng glanced at the data panel before him. He was approaching level 5, and beneath it was a small key-shaped icon. It was clear that reaching level 5 would yield some rewards from the system, which piqued Yi Feng's interest. As the game progressed, he maneuvered LeBlanc into the realm of Valoran. The black rose would bloom once more. As a potent assassin, LeBlanc naturally attracted a multitude of admirers. Moreover, the mechanics of the hero were intriguingly engaging. If a sufficient lead could be established early on, one could easily unleash devastating area of effect damage later on. Let the show begin. Just watch me showcase my skills, Yifeng remarked casually. Abu, observing Yifeng's performance on his phone, felt quite satisfied thus far. Some players remained silent during gameplay, which posed a significant issue for a streamer. Viewers sought entertainment. They tuned in to pass the time. A silent, aloof player served little purpose. Yifeng equipped a dark ring and a health potion before heading to the minion wave. No mana potion? How reckless. Can he even play? Many began to mock him. They noted that even the most skilled mid laners would meticulously spend their resources. This young man was clearly pretending to be a pro, entering the game with such casualness. They eagerly awaited his downfall. Yifeng observed that the opposing mid laner was a victor. This champion was purely a farming hero, known for weak burst potential in the early to mid game, but becoming formidable in the late game team fights. The opposing victor appeared unfazed. Just watch how I shine in this match. At that moment, another idea struck Yifeng. Many exceptional streamers would arise in the future, each possessing unique and intriguing concepts. If he could emulate these ideas, he might achieve remarkable results. His heart raced at this thought. Although he hadn't frequently watched streams before, he retained much knowledge of the culture and memes, having encountered them during gameplay. Faced with this opportunity, he knew he had to seize it. Look at this fellow trying to harass me. His laser is futile. Yifeng skillfully dodged Victor's laser with agile movements and chuckled. The tone of those streamers' remarks lingered in his mind. It was a hidden treasure. LeBlanc displayed dominance in lane, reaching level 2 first and reducing Victor to 40 health with a poke combo. Now let us analyze. If this guy doesn't back off, do you know what he is doing? As Yifeng posed this question, the viewers eagerly anticipated his next words. For words, slow suicide. His unique commentary style elicited laughter from the audience. This kid's not bad. Based on his current performance, he is quite impressive. Notably, many viewers began showering him with gifts. Yifeng quickly responded, expressing gratitude to those generous patrons. Abu, on the other end of the phone, was nearly in stitches. This kid truly had a talent for reading the room. Yifeng wasn't foolish. Every tip he received would translate into real money for him. Of course, all of this hinged on his exemplary performance. As the game reached level 3, LeBlanc was poised to strike. Look at this Victor making silly faces. He is clearly asking for punishment. Watch how I take him down. Yifeng continued his playful banter. Ha ha ha, those silly faces are killing me. Many found his commentary refreshing. And the room's popularity surged. LeBlanc lunged forward, executing an EQ combo followed by Ignite, obliterating Victor in a single sequence. What do you think of that play? Those who think it's impressive, light up the chat with 666. Yifeng shouted excitedly. In the blink of an eye, the chat was flooded with 660 SIXS. Chapter 12. EDG's first trickster. Abu on the other end of the phone was utterly stunned. What? Just 1 million views? The surge was astonishingly rapid. He found it almost unbelievable, repeatedly glancing at that skyrocketing view count, pondering the nature of this character. Yifeng, on the other hand, was reveling in the game. His formidable prowess rendered the match akin to child's play. As long as his teammates remained active, significant issues were unlikely to arise. After casually dispatching a wave of adversaries, Yifeng had amassed enough funds to purchase Mejai's Soul Stealer. I wager that I will soon possess a book of kills, he proclaimed. If you believe I can achieve this without dying even once, please type 1 in the chat. For those who doubt, feel free to type 2. However, should I succeed, I hope you will generously bestow gifts upon me. Yifeng concluded with a grin. The nearby training team members were taken aback. How audacious to ask for gifts in such a manner. Yet, he was different. He framed it as a gamble rather than directly soliciting gifts. Typically, when a streamer openly requests gifts, it breeds a certain dissatisfaction among viewers. Yifeng, however, had cleverly transformed it into a wager, allowing viewers to engage at their discretion. The audience comprised primarily young individuals seeking that exhilarating yet relaxed experience. If the gameplay were too easy, it would soon become tedious. For a truly thrilling experience, why not take the time to play a game themselves? Yifeng's approach was exceptionally deft. He drew others into the game, using this engagement to reap benefits. Regardless of the outcome, he stood to gain. The betting system that emerged later was already being utilized by him in a vivid manner. A multitude of 2s flooded the screen, clearly indicating that many did not believe his skills could be so refined. Moreover, many simply sought enjoyment. Convincing these frugal viewers to spend money was nearly impossible. Yet, if one among 100 chose to participate, Yifeng would profit. He was not inherently greedy, welcoming gifts as they came. Forcing others to give gifts would be considered rather ungracious. Do not watch others' videos. Simply observe my gameplay, Yifeng said with a smile. The subsequent maneuvers could only be described as fluid and seamless. He had slain 2 of the opposing players, putting immense pressure on anyone wishing to face a trickster like him. However, the opposing jungler was an enigmatic figure, having lurked in the jungle for what seemed an eternity without a trace of the enemy mantis emerging. After eliminating the opposing mid laner, Feng began to jest. The enemy jungler must be sampling every creature in the jungle, delaying his appearance to catch me. When the trickster arrived beneath his tower, the mantis unexpectedly leaped into action. This display not only amused Feng, but also entertained the entire audience. It was evident that this player had little experience, a clear novice. With a swift motion, Feng ensnared the mantis with his chains, who failed to react in time and suffered considerable damage. This mantis seems rather disoriented. He has clearly lost his wits. To attempt to outsmart me, he still lacks finesse, Feng continued. The word trickster seemed to possess a unique charm. Upon uttering it, the chat erupted with repeated mentions of the term. I am the foremost trickster of EDG. Attempting to catch me is futile. A flurry of clever remarks ensued, accompanied by a tidal wave of gifts. After graciously acknowledging the gifts, Feng contemplated roaming the map. Having secured a significant advantage in mid lane and bolstered by the power of his kill book, he felt little concern for the outcome of the match. Provided he avoided technical errors, dying would be a formidable challenge. The damage output from LeBlanc was extraordinarily high at this juncture. The Noxian Rose began to roam, and the system's provided awareness talents were proving effective. As long as there was vision ahead, he could keenly sense the presence of enemies. Even if the enemy wards were invisible to the naked eye, with a flawless path, he approached the back of the enemy top lane, where the opposing angel was about to face dire consequences. This was a prime example of negligence in map awareness. Watch as I dismantle him. LeBlanc showed no mercy, ruthlessly executing her skills. The angel's health plummeted, leaving the player bewildered at the unexpected damage output from the trickster. The opposing tree champion rushed in, promptly ensnaring the angel in place. This binding was quite delightful. It is said that 1 in 5 men enjoy such restraint. Are you one of them? Such green humor never fails to amuse. In fact, at the beginning of the stream, many hosts sought to break the ice in awkward situations by sharing similar jokes. Given that the skill levels of players varied, and viewers were there primarily for leisure, a serious commentary would lack appeal. Feng's words resonated with many, resulting in a deluge of gifts. At this point, Feng himself was unaware of how much time had elapsed since the stream began. Yet he had already received an impressive amount of gifts. Abu was equally astonished by Feng's ability to attract such wealth. If he were not a professional player, even as a streamer, his annual income would undoubtedly be substantial. Individuals with such acumen are rare. One must cultivate their unique style. When everyone conforms to these cultural rules, they inevitably seek acceptance within the streamer's fan community. Feng was currently embodying this principle. An endless stream of clever quips flowed from his mouth. Those who participated in his humor would find themselves irresistibly drawn to his streams in the future. This method ensured that those who enjoyed humor would remain in the loop regarding new jokes to share. LeBlanc's damage output was now off the charts, prompting Feng to prudently return home to acquire equipment before resuming his harvesting spree. They are truly too easy to exploit. I crave the thrill, Feng declared with growing bravado. Increasing numbers of viewers flocked to the stream, eager to discover what fresh expressions would spring from his lips. Chapter 13. The inspection by Wu Kai. At this moment, Lu Finland was engaging in unabashed slaughter. In an era devoid of the existence of the Summit of the Rift, Ionia was recognized as the highest quality server in the nation. The show of prowess in a ranked match was already quite a spectacle. A dominating performance, an unvarnished display of superiority. With such a staggering win rate, one must scrutinize the manner in which he plays. My heavens, this is the first time I have witnessed a player with such a high-ranking win rate. Not only the audience, but numerous professional players have also taken note of this rising star. While a high win rate in ranked matches may not be extraordinary, a win rate exceeding 90 can only be described as terrifying. Furthermore, all his competitive records are from solo queues. This means that Feng has achieved his current standing solely through his own efforts. As the match reached the 15-minute mark, Feng successfully stacked his kill book to 25 layers. Dear audience, it seems I have triumphed, Feng remarked with a smile. Instantly, a deluge of gifts flooded in, raising the room's excitement to new heights. Many prominent streamers found their popularity overshadowed, and Feng surged to the second most popular position on the entire platform. Such an impact right from the start of the stream indicates that this individual possesses the makings of a successful broadcaster. Occupying the top spot was none other than the former runner-up mid laner of the royal family, Wu Kai. At that moment, Wu Kai sat in his streaming room, observing the multitude of comments regarding a certain Feng, feeling somewhat perplexed. Brothers, who is this Yi Feng? I've never heard of him before. What are you all raving about? Wu Kai inquired curiously. However, he soon noticed the barrage of gifts being sent to Yi Feng's room. The sheer volume of gifts catapulted his name into every corner of the streaming community. Wu Kai clicked on the link, revealing a handsome young lad. Oh, the substitute mid laner for EDG. He looks rather dashing, almost half as handsome as I am. Wu Kai chuckled. To him, this up-and-coming player seemed merely a fleeting star. Whether he could sustain his success would ultimately depend on his own dedication. At this time, Yi Feng was receiving numerous notifications. As the name Wu Kai filled the screen in the comments, he felt a mixed sense of emotions towards this broadcaster. In his heyday, he had provocatively engaged in actions that led to his complete ban from the internet. Now that Yi Feng found himself in this position, he would not hesitate to offer guidance if the opportunity arose. Is Brother Kai here? Yi Feng promptly asked. Wu Kai, not one to be stingy, promptly sent 10 rockets as a gesture and began to closely observe Yi Feng's gameplay. As both were mid-lane players, he could discern certain nuances from Yi Feng's movements. Yi Feng played with remarkable fluidity and agility. Wu Kai was taken aback. This player reminded him of the man who had once bested him. Brothers, I believe this young lad before us has limitless potential. Just look at his execution. It flows like water. Wu Kai exclaimed with great excitement. Yi Feng exhibited no flaws in his details, and his awareness was equally impressive. The more Wu Kai watched, the brighter his eyes shone. As if he had discovered a new world, he began to view Yi Feng as a future star of the mid lane. Naturally, given the capabilities and promise of this promising newcomer, Wu Kai wished to forge a connection. After all, they both navigated the esports realm, and befriending such a rising talent would be a mutually beneficial endeavor. Brother, I've sent you a private message. Please add me later. Wu Kai shared his contact details. Yi Feng swiftly responded, Sure, Brother Kai, I'll add you shortly. Although he uttered these words, he, in fact, did not even possess a mobile phone. He would have to ask Abu for assistance later, yet given his impressive performance, acquiring a phone would surely pose no challenge. With Wu Kai's influence, acquiring one would be a simple matter. As Wu Kai meticulously observed Yi Feng's gameplay, he began to broadcast Yi Feng's match in his own streaming room. More and more individuals became acquainted with this new streamer, who was also the substitute mid laner for Guadian. Guadian was currently at the pinnacle of its popularity in the nation, and the position of a substitute mid laner held significant prestige. I eagerly anticipate the day when we can witness this young man take the stage, one viewer remarked. With such a win rate in ranked matches, I dare say no current professional player could achieve such results. In the realm of esports, prowess takes precedence. As long as one performs exceptionally, their talent will not go unnoticed. Regardless of temperament or interpersonal relations, one can carve out their own niche. As the game progressed, it became increasingly tedious. Yi Feng was amassing an insurmountable lead, swiftly closing in on a victory. The audience was left in awe. Could a player with such a high win rate truly maintain consecutive victories? With the attention of many actor teams now drawn to Yi Feng, he was acutely aware that fame has its pitfalls. As he excelled, it was inevitable that certain actors would come seeking him. In the domestic gaming scene, actors had always been a prominent feature. Whether professional players or streamers, encountering actors would invariably alter one's mindset. While past professional players had access to exclusive channels, they seldom utilized them. However, for Yi Feng, he would not hesitate to wield this privilege. Should anyone openly challenge him, he would undoubtedly ensure they questioned their own existence. After all, this was all taking place under the watchful eyes of the public, who could serve as witnesses. After decisively concluding the match, Yi Feng expressed his heartfelt gratitude to the generous benefactor who had showered him with gifts before transitioning to a minigame. In those days, streamers often had a singular approach. After finishing a session of League of Legends, it was challenging to fill the time, so Yi Feng sought to draw upon his experiences. He unearthed an array of engaging mini-games, akin to desserts following a grand feast, which delighted audiences. This lad is truly a talent. I almost wish he wouldn't pursue a professional career and instead focus solely on streaming. Abu remarked with a smile to the manager. The manager shared a chuckle. Increasingly impressed by this substitute mid laner, he wondered just how remarkable Yi Feng's future performances might be. Chapter 14. Befriending Eboi after a long day of streaming. Yi Feng collapsed wearily onto his bed in the dormitory. His life, albeit somewhat glamorous, had transformed him from an inconspicuous youth into a rising star in the world of live streaming. Such is the nature of this era. As long as one can present themselves as sufficiently entertaining, they can attract attention and subsequently monetize it to enhance their quality of life. Yi Feng had already begun to contemplate this direction. After all, no one would willingly turn their back on wealth, and he was certainly not one to do so. He considered himself an utterly ordinary individual. To be candid, his choice to pursue a career in esports was primarily driven by the desire to improve his living conditions. While he had enjoyed gaming in his previous life, he had never been enamored to the point of treating it as a belief. Ultimately, it was poverty that had propelled him to this path. If he were given the choice of financial freedom now, he certainly would not painstakingly toil to manage an esports system, gradually enhancing his skills. Reflecting on his current situation, streaming proved to be an arduous endeavor. With numerous supervisors, each possessing distinct temperaments and hailing from various backgrounds, he found it challenging to cater to everyone's preferences. Moreover, trends possess a fleeting nature. If he failed to update his content frequently, he risked being rendered obsolete by the passage of time. Hence, becoming a professional player remained Feng's best option. He observed the two keys displayed within the esports system, awakening his potential as a blue light enveloped him. Dear host, greetings. Would you like to activate the corresponding rewards now? Feng nodded, silently affirming his agreement. The two relevant skills were bestowed upon him without any choice this time. His skill precision increased by 5, enhancing the accuracy of all non-targeted skills correspondingly. His reaction speed improved by 10, an essential attribute for a player's critical maneuvers in-game. Feng merely cast a fleeting glance before closing his eyes tightly. Indeed, the rewards were distinct from the initial activation. The first time he activated the system, the rewards had been quite bountiful, especially regarding cognitive enhancement. The current rewards, while commendable, had yet to astonish him. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Feng did not succumb to discouragement. As long as he persevered, he could steadily ascend to greatness. Exhausted, he decided to indulge in a restful slumber. Upon awakening and entering the common area, he found Abu approaching him with the latest model of an iPhone in hand. Hope you like it, Abu said casually, his smile warm. Feng simply shook his head. Having come from a future time, he knew that the equipment available to him now would soon be overshadowed by advancements. What are your plans now? Abu inquired nonchalantly, though he was well aware that Feng intended to stream. Like yesterday, I'm going to stream to climb the ranks, Feng replied directly. By the way, I'll transfer the gift money to your card on the 15th of every month. I'll provide you with the bank card in a couple of days, Abu added. Hearing this, Feng's heart raced with anticipation. He was eager to discover how much income he could generate from high-intensity streaming over the course of a month. After exchanging a few casual remarks with his coach, Feng departed and made his way to the training room of the junior team. The others were just beginning to retire for the night, leaving him alone in the otherwise quiet training space. At that moment, Eboe approached him, extending a friendly greeting. Hello, are you streaming to climb the ranks again today? The amiable demeanor of the young man radiated a soothing aura, making Feng feel at ease. Interacting with someone of such pleasant temperament brought no sense of pressure. Didn't you stay up late for training yesterday? Feng asked in return. No, I'm close to securing a substitute position, so I don't need to train every day, Eboe explained, and Feng understood his implication. Both of them occupied substitute roles, making it prudent to foster a friendship. Who knows, they might even become teammates in the future. At nearly 17 years old, Eboe was on the cusp of stepping onto the competitive stage. Although Deft had been performing admirably, he had expressed a desire to return to Korea, and his contract demands were exorbitantly high. In the realm of esports, clubs like EDG must consider financial realities when faced with star players who command hefty salaries, often in the 7-figure range annually. Given the necessity of supporting numerous players, clubs are compelled to strategize on cost-saving measures. The two quickly found common ground and engaged in casual conversation. Eboe exuded kindness, yet he possessed a certain pride, showing little interest in those who performed poorly. Feng, with his commendable skills, was a fitting match for his character. They swiftly established a rapport, and Feng took the initiative to extend an invitation. I've been playing Duo Q in the national server. Would you like to join me? Eboe readily nodded. Of course, let us climb the ranks together. I could use a boost. His emotional intelligence shone through, eliciting a smile from Feng. A player capable of attaining a substitute ADC position in the national team was undoubtedly a formidable talent. With mutual intentions to connect, they swiftly transitioned into a new day of ranked play. Feng expertly initiated his stream, embarking upon another day of business. Chapter 15. Substitute Streamer. Yesterday's live broadcast by Feng was exceptionally successful. As he commenced his stream today, a vast audience had already gathered. Witnessing the instantaneous surge of viewers exceeding 1 million, Eboe couldn't help but display an envious expression. Impressive, my friend. Your skills are truly remarkable, he remarked. Feng chuckled nonchalantly. It's nothing extraordinary, merely standard practice. With the dawn of a new day, Feng began contemplating fresh jokes in hopes of achieving an engaging broadcast. This venture was a lucrative business, and he was determined to manage it diligently. As the first game commenced, both players found themselves in crucial positions. Feng promptly announced in the stream, "My duo partner is Eboi, the future star of our team. It's highly likely that he will take on the ADC role in the future." His words brought a radiant smile to Eboi's face. A chance to promote himself early on would undoubtedly pave a smoother path for him ahead. Possessing memories from a past life, Feng was well aware that Eboi was destined to secure the ADC position. His bold proclamation bore no burden for Eboi's prowess. While not at the pinnacle of the league, certainly ranked above average. Moreover, it was particularly commendable that he was a commanding ADC. In a team, if the carry role could also assume the leadership mantle, it signified exceptional talent. However, discussing such matters at this juncture was rather premature. I.e., the esteemed lady, Eboi noted a player they had matched with, recognized as a prominent streamer on their platform. The reigning queen of the national server, i.e. Upon seeing her name, Feng's eyes narrowed. The individual before him was still maintaining the fade of her streaming narrative. Had her story of substitute gaming yet to be unraveled? However, if she were to encounter Feng, her situation might not be as favorable. To assert she was utilizing a substitute would be met with skepticism. In his previous life, the scandal surrounding IE's substitute gaming had been exposed when her accomplice revealed the truth during a dispute over profit sharing. When IE first ascended to the rank of king in Ionia, her dramatic display of tears had left many in awe, eclipsing the performances of many rising stars. Eboi could not contain his thoughts. This person must possess formidable skills as the top queen on the national server. Hearing this, Feng merely smiled in silence. What nonsense about being a queen. She is but a performer. He leaned closer to Eboi and whispered, "She employs substitutes. Do you believe it?" Eboi, taken aback, wore a look of astonishment, unsure of why Feng would make such a statement. "Time will reveal all. Let us observe," Feng mused. Recalling that IE's downfall was not far off, likely in the latter half of the year, Eboi nodded blankly, still perplexed, but knowing they had a game to play. With two professional players and one substitute on their team, losing this match would indeed be an ill omen. IE, ever adept at leveraging popularity, quickly rushed in upon realizing two professional players were present, sending a few gifts their way. However, observing Feng's disinterest in conversation, she wisely chose to withdraw. Feng was a principled individual. Although he found her actions distasteful, he refrained from passing judgment. Yet, when IE wagered her own mother while striving for the rank of king, claiming she would let her substitute take her mother's account to new heights, such utterances were beyond reproach. Although Feng had grown up an orphan, he understood the values of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust. A person who would forsake even their own kin could hardly be deemed human. The thought alone made him chuckle in disbelief. How brazenly shameless could one be to utter such disgraceful words? Eboi, unable to fathom Feng's sentiments, felt somewhat bewildered. The live stream continued its familiar rhythm, with Feng delivering witty remarks that captivated the audience. IE, feeling a tinge of envy towards the young man's popularity, recognized her own limitations. She merely benefited from the title of queen. Had her gender been different, her streaming success would likely plummet. In this match, Eboi employed his signature champion, Callista, showcasing his prowess in the bottom lane with impressive kills. Meanwhile, IE's substitute displayed fierce tactics in the top lane, quickly securing a solo kill against her opponent. Feng, too, demonstrated exceptional skill, executing a masterful maneuver that allowed him to outplay two opponents simultaneously. Observing the top lane's actions, he noted the substitute's efficiency, clearly indicating experience from professional training. The reasons behind choosing substitute gaming were straightforward: financial struggles or aging. The former was easily understood in times of need. Substitute gaming offered swift monetary gain. Feng's initial fortune had also stemmed from substitute gaming, aided by a generous benefactor. Age, too, played a significant role. Professional players thrived on youthful vigor. Once those prime years passed, their value diminished. While many admired their success, few grasped the industry's high turnover rate. Each player's performance data was meticulously quantified, and any misstep necessitated immediate correction. In such a high-pressure environment, those who maintained peak competitive form were truly suited for the arena. Despite the numerous trainees at EDG, only a handful ever broke through. Should management opt for foreign talent, many would languish indefinitely in obscurity. Opportunities were scarce, and not every chance could be seized. Many, for various reasons, briefly touched the esports realm before transitioning to other careers. It was a world reliant on both talent and youth. To rise above the rest, skill took precedence, followed closely by luck. Feng found himself overwhelmed with thoughts, gazing at Yiboi's youthful visage, shaking his head and smiling. They were all pitiable souls striving for a living. What folly was it to indulge in such musings? Chapter 16. The Master Promotion Tournament. The match swiftly culminated in victory. The opposing team was left utterly bewildered, vanquished without a trace. Typically, such scenarios are commonplace in the master tier of the first server, where the dominance of a single standout player can easily dictate the outcome. On Yifeng's side, the situation was formidable, boasting 3 exceptional players, all at a professional level. Who could withstand such force? Those who have not subscribed, do consider doing so. And if any of you possess surplus resources, feel free to place a wager, Yifeng remarked with a keen eye for opportunity. Yiboi, standing nearby, gazed with admiration. Though they conversed in the same language, Yifeng's words carried a unique charm, compelling Yiboi to acknowledge his prowess. In this era, talent reigns supreme, regardless of the field. Exceptional performance paves the way to success. To Yiboi, Yifeng appeared to be a natural-born streamer. However, the risks of this profession were considerable. Yesterday's celebrated streamer could easily find themselves relegated to obscurity today, contingent upon audience enthusiasm and platform dynamics. A single misstep from either party could jeopardize the streamer's career. After casually engaging in several matches, Yifeng suddenly declared, "Esteemed viewers, this is my master promotion match. If you believe I am destined to lose, dare to wager against me." Few were willing to take the bait. Yifeng had not lost a game in days, and even in the climactic promotion match, the consensus was that he would emerge victorious. Consequently, very few dared to gamble against him. "Am I a fool? You're an exceptional player. Betting against you would be akin to throwing away money. Just focus on your game. Once you ascend to master, my brothers will reward you," Yiboi commented. Currently, Yiboi was ranked Diamond 2, using this account merely for casual play. However, witnessing Yifeng's enthusiasm to climb ranks inspired him to elevate his own account as well. In truth, he did not have significant aspirations for rank advancement, as the club had never imposed such expectations. Before joining the club, he had already achieved the rank of king in the national server. In their school days, Yiboi had been a prominent figure, recognized by nearly every student and teacher due to his remarkable gaming talent and charming appearance, which naturally drew attention. Whenever he visited an internet CAF, he was invariably followed by a throng of admirers. His parents, unable to dissuade him from gaming, ultimately decided to support his ambitions, hoping he could forge a career in this realm. As fate would have it, Yiboi was indeed well suited for this path. He effortlessly secured a trial at the club and soon emerged as a standout player. "Let us play earnestly," Yifeng said with a semblance of seriousness, though his demeanor remained relaxed. "To play it safe, I shall opt for Kassadin instead of an early-game assassin," he added with a smile. Yiboi recognized the necessity of victory and thus selected his favored champion, the Explorer. Even if they lost this match, they still had 2 opportunities remaining. However, the win rate of their team was notably high, and there was little reason to diminish their chances. After a brief selection of champions, the game commenced. Yet, Yifeng sensed an underlying tension, an inexplicable unease that gnawed at him. This sensation was unsettling, akin to an unseen pressure within, elusive in its source. Welcome to League of Legends. After selecting his equipment, Kassadin ventured toward the mid lane. The top lane featured a Darius, and although Yifeng had intended to comment on this choice, he ultimately refrained. Darius is a champion with a high margin for error, capable of dominating lower ranks, particularly in bronze and silver tiers, where his passive ability, Blood Rage, could inflict devastating damage without requiring exceptional skill. Consequently, he enjoys a high pick rate in lower-tier matches, with many players exclusively mastering him. As Darius unleashed his abilities, he could effortlessly secure pentakills. However, this match was set in Diamond I, a tier where players possess a robust understanding of the game. It is nearly inconceivable for someone to select Darius in this level of play. The disparity between the champion's effectiveness in lower tiers and his fragility in higher tiers is stark. If the opposing team plays well, they can render him ineffectual. The opposing top laner had chosen Master E, a champion with considerable potential, particularly in the late game, where he becomes nearly unstoppable. "I fear our top lane may be overwhelmed," Yifeng remarked suddenly. If he plays cautiously and focuses on farming, he should manage without too much trouble. Though his impact in team fights may be limited later, Yiboi pragmatically observed. To reach Diamond I, a player must possess a certain level of resilience. Even if they cannot outplay their opponent, they can still focus on steady development. Darius's Q ability offers excellent area of effect damage, making him a formidable presence in both wave clearing and team fights. Yifeng nodded and began to engage in a duel of wits with his opponent, the Card Master. Kassadin, in the early game, lacks strong landing capabilities. He requires time to develop and only truly comes into his own around level 11. As such, the match began rather slowly, with everyone aware of Kassadin's need for development. Expecting him to secure early kills would be illogical. However, not long after, news of the Darius's demise echoed from the top lane. The circumstances of his death were peculiar. He had not been executed under the tower, but rather had pushed the minion wave to the enemy tower before being slain. Darius should play more cautiously and farm under the tower, the jungler promptly advised. Everyone was keen to win, striving to ascend to higher tiers. Feng, witnessing this scene, sighed in resignation, feeling as though Darius was merely borrowing an account to play. Chapter 17. The actor known as Draven yet, the top lane Draven remained unyielding, steadfast in his pursuit of glory. Upon returning to the minion wave, he exhibited unwavering ferocity, devoid of any hint of timidity. Gaming demands courage, especially in critical moments, where extraordinary bravery is paramount. However, to charge recklessly forward solely driven by courage is the mark of a fool. As both mid laners reach level 6, Feng promptly signaled to the bot lane. The card master has his ultimate. Be cautious. Iboi immediately relayed the message to his support, urging 1 or 2 players to retreat. He skillfully dominated the bot lane, even though his opponent was a Draven, who was consistently pressured by his counterpart. Securing 3 kills thus far, he anticipated further success in the lane. After all, he was a seasoned professional. To play timidly in a diamond match would indeed be laughable. Meanwhile, the top lane Draven had succumbed to a frenzy of deaths. The more Feng observed, the more he felt something was amiss. Coupled with a growing sense of unease, he blurted out, "This Draven must be an actor." Iboi, unable to ascertain the truth, nodded in agreement. It is indeed absurd to perform at such a level. Let us see if he can play normally from here on. Knowing he could not win, yet still charging headlong into danger. Was this not the very definition of an actor? In truth, this Draven was indeed an actor, and the opposing card master was the orchestrator. Having accepted payment from the enemy, his role was to perform convincingly. In high-ranking matches, the pool of players is limited, making it easy to discern whether one is matched with an actor. This peculiar profession arose from the practice of selling ranks for profit, particularly among streamers lacking the skill to secure victories on their own. This unspoken secret had permeated the industry, yet daring to act in front of Feng was tantamount to courting disaster. As a substitute player for a professional team, he naturally had access to privileged channels. Let us see how this individual plays next, he mused. Unbeknownst to the Draven, he was teetering on the edge of oblivion. Focused solely on completing this match to earn a quick payout, oblivious to the fury that would ensue should his account be banned. It takes considerable time and effort to elevate an account to this rank, and not everyone possesses Feng's extraordinary prowess to achieve a win rate exceeding 90 in solo queue. Should his account be suspended, it would require months of dedicated effort to recover. The opposing master was nearly in stitches, observing the Draven as if he were mentally unhinged, continuously feeding kills. Yet, he welcomed the free kills with open arms. A skirmish erupted in the jungle over the river crab, prompting both junglers to engage. Kassadin swiftly moved to assist. The enemy gangplank, caught off guard, was swiftly dispatched by Kassadin and Appos' onslaught. Kassadin is a hero who, once accelerated in development, exponentially increases in strength. I truly need to secure more kills now, Feng remarked. The top lane, was a viable target, albeit heavily equipped. To eliminate him directly would entail some risk. However, Feng's damage calculations were meticulous. After careful observation, he concluded that a kill was indeed feasible. He signaled to the jungler, indicating their intent to ambush the top lane. The jungle panther agreed, and the two stealthily approached from the tri-brush, unaware of the impending danger. In reality, the match was progressing smoothly for the enemy, as the Draven had not considered the importance of establishing vision. Just as the enemy Draven fell once more, 2 formidable figures leaped in from behind. The panther landed a precise cue, and the beast lunged at its target. Master activated his ultimate and counterstrike. Should he be struck, he would be stunned in place. Feng played with remarkable finesse, continuously maneuvering to outsmart his opponent. The panther exhibited equal agility, timing her jumps perfectly to evade impending danger. The master felt a chill run down his spine. These 2 players were adept, and escape seemed increasingly unlikely. What followed was a showcase of Feng's skill, with Iboi providing supplementary damage as he leaped in, anticipating the enemy's landing position. As ESQ hit the ground, Feng's ultimate followed suit. Ultimately, Feng claimed the life of the enemy Master E. The card master sought opportunities to roam, but found no suitable openings. The opposing bot lane was as solid as a fortress, particularly the explorer, who moved with unparalleled agility. With the Draven having fed 8 kills, Feng hoped that his assistance in eliminating E might prompt some reconsideration from the actor. Yet, the reality proved otherwise. Upon returning to lane, the Noxian hand continued to deliver kills to the enemy. It's clear, this individual is an actor, and a remarkably brainless one at that, Feng remarked. Unable to restrain his disdain, the Noxian hand had long since grown indifferent to such matters, having engaged in this behavior numerous times before. Moreover, having invested a significant amount of money into the game, he was a loyal player, making account bans virtually impossible. This was the foundation of his malevolence. While the dual carries exerted themselves to carry the game, the top laner persisted in feeding. The jungler found himself caught in a dichotomy, pondering whether victory was still attainable. Many viewers regretted not betting with Feng, wondering if fortune might have favored them. Encountering an actor is indeed a most frustrating predicament. At that moment, Feng posed a question: if I were to request the officials to ban this actor's account, would you all support it? Upon uttering these words, he was met with an enthusiastic response from the audience. A flood of agreement filled the screen, as viewers expressed their vehement disdain for actors. Although many players may never encounter an actor in their lifetime, they share a collective loathing for negative conduct within the game. Facing such a player can shatter the morale of an entire team. Very well, I must further ascertain whether he is a genuine actor. If he is indeed a thoroughgoing fraud, I will undoubtedly report him, Feng remarked with a faint smile. Chapter 18. Your account is gone. Although the top lane Noxian hand has been playing recklessly, the performance of the mid and bot lane carries has been exceptionally impressive. Particularly, Ebo's Explorer has rendered the opposing ADC incapable of raising their head, and he is on the verge of achieving a godlike status. Feng seizes the opportunity to output damage, constantly collaborating with the jungler to create chaos, and he himself has also developed remarkably. The longer this game goes on, the stronger I become, Feng confidently declares. Many spectators express their dissatisfaction with the top lane's performance, and they are now collectively protesting. Rumor has it that Feng possesses a so-called green channel, and they all wish to have that top lane account banned. Observing that the show is garnering attention, Feng types in the lower left corner, "Do you know the outcome of being sent down? Think carefully about it. I advise you not to proceed." The Noxian hand, who has been feeding, remains audacious, considering himself a noble member of the Heart's Delight and utterly indifferent to the opinions of a mere mid laner. Who do you think you are? As long as I'm having fun, what does it matter to you? Upon hearing his words, everyone understands the truth. This guy is just an actor. I am the substitute mid laner for EDG. Your account is gone. After sending this line, Feng continues to manipulate his character in the mid lane. The Noxian hand dismisses the situation, claiming that anyone can boast, even saying that he is faker. At that moment, while playing in an internet CAF, he hears an exclamation from someone nearby. Wow, Feng is incredible. That was such a domineering statement. Just as he had finished giving away a kill, he glances at the adjacent screen and realizes he is indeed partaking in this match. Typically, streamers opt for a delay during live broadcasts to prevent being stream sniped. However, Feng, unaware of this practice, streams his gameplay in real time. The Noxian hand's heart sinks. It turns out that this player was not lying. He truly is a substitute mid laner for a professional team. Yet, he quickly reassures himself. Even if the opponent is a professional, can he really control everything? Upon hearing that professional players have a green channel to actively ban toxic players, the Noxian hand's heart plummets. This is bad. Feeling desperate, the player using Noxian hand contemplates how to remedy the situation. After much deliberation, he ultimately decides to exit the game. Having reached this point, continuing would only lead to further hopelessness. Moreover, if he were to plead for mercy now, the opposing player would likely refuse, given the number of kills he has given away. As a high-ranked player, he harbors a sense of pride, and bowing to someone he had just insulted feels more degrading than kneeling to apologize. I've already given away kills. If I quit now, you will undoubtedly lose. He bitterly thinks to himself, momentarily taking pleasure in the thought. However, as the prospect of his account being banned looms, a headache begins to form. At this juncture, he sends a message to the opposing mid laner, Card, expressing his predicament and hoping for some financial assistance. Card, a small streamer on a certain platform, is currently in the ascent, his pockets empty. He is looking to enhance his live stream's effectiveness to earn more money. So he has no excess funds to spare for this extortionist. I've already given you the money you wanted. What happens next has nothing to do with me. Card promptly replies. In a fit of anger, the Noxian hand shuts down his computer and storms out of the internet CAF. Upon receiving the notification that the Noxian hand has exited the game, Feng's expression remains unchanged, as if this outcome was entirely expected. The barrage of comments in the chat is filled with applause. We must thoroughly deal with this batch of actors. Such a crew truly ruins the game's balance. It is precisely because of these trash players that the entire high-end matchmaking environment has become so polluted. It is infuriating. Seeing the flood of comments echoing this sentiment, Feng cannot help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Why do they all seem like high-ranking players, each one defending the integrity of high-end matchmaking? Yet, this also reflects the purity of the gaming community. Everyone hopes for the game to improve and bring more joy to all. Even in a 4 versus 5 scenario, the remaining players do not feel disheartened. Anyone who has reached this rank possesses a commendable mindset, having invested considerable time in ranked matches. They are accustomed to all kinds of situations. This predicament is relatively manageable. Even more absurd are those who enter the match, berate their teammates, give away kills, and then exit the game with sarcastic remarks. Alternatively, some openly disclose their intentions to the enemy, clearly uninterested in playing the game properly. However, as ranks rise, the gaming environment is bound to improve. The number of players who throw matches out of poor moods will diminish since such players generally cannot climb to higher ranks. If we play well, we will definitely win, Feng types in the public chat. The remaining 2 players gain some confidence, especially since their mid laner is a professional, believing in his ability to carry them forward. Notably, Kassadin is a late-game powerhouse. If he is allowed to develop, he can deal immense damage with minimal effort. The opposing team soon discovers that the top lane Noxian hand appears to have gone idle. Excitement stirs among them as they rush to secure a decisive team fight and clinch victory. God gives man madness to destroy him. When players become overly excited during a match, their performance often falters. The enemy team falls into this trap, collectively rushing to engage in a team fight, only to suffer severe attrition. Eboe's explorer continues to poke relentlessly, inflicting substantial damage. His current equipment is exceptional, requiring little effort to whittle down the enemy's health. Kassadin, seizing the opportune moment, prepares to dive into the fray to unleash his damage. As the enemy's health reaches a critical point, Kassadin leaps into the team fight, unleashing a torrent of damage. The purple specter vanishes from its position as a figure from the void emerges. A fierce purple laser strikes the opposing players, who feel as though their health bars have evaporated, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Chapter 19. The God of Leaves this Kassadin. The opponents were simultaneously taken aback, but their mid laner, now in a frenzy, sought to escape, only to find it impossible. The reason this champion is known as the Void Walker is due to his formidable ultimate ability. With a mere few seconds, he could traverse a remarkable distance while inflicting substantial AoE damage. If caught in its path, the resulting damage was nothing short of terrifying. In the span of a few breaths, Feng achieved a triple kill, his face adorned with a confident smile, at least for the moment. The prospect of victory seemed far from daunting. The viewers in the barrage were equally astonished. Typically, when confronted with a situation of fighting against numbers, most would opt to surrender around the 20-minute mark. Their collective skill level often lacked the strength to sustain a futile resistance, rendering such actions a waste of time. However, Feng's performance was a sight to behold. My goodness, Feng is simply extraordinary. Please accept my admiration. He dared to leap into the fray and secured a triple kill. Is this fellow even human? Indeed, Feng played exceptionally well, but their ADC also performed admirably, delivering significant damage earlier. Among the spectators were many who understood the game. Eboe had maximized his damage output, or else Feng would have been easily dispatched upon entering the fray. You accomplished a great feat, while I can only claim a minor one, Feng humbly remarked to Eboe. Eboe, feeling bashful, scratched his head and said little more. He was an astute individual, aware of the necessity to appear modest, especially as Feng's popularity eclipsed his own. As they were destined to become teammates, fostering a closer relationship was indeed essential. Now that the Void Walker had fully developed, he was poised to become a formidable boss, capable of wreaking havoc in team fights. If the opposition failed to contain him, they would undoubtedly suffer greatly. Let us focus on eliminating their twisted fate in team fights. That will pave the way for our success, Feng calmly analyzed. Twisted Fate's ability to draw a yellow card provided a reliable stun. Should he manage to activate it, the odds were against them. As the cooldown shortened in the later stages, his yellow card and Oppo's duration would become exceedingly brief. Once Twisted Fate was dealt with, the Void Walker could freely leap and reap the rewards, guiding the team towards victory. Jungle and support, keep an eye on their mid laner. It would be best to target him for my output to flourish, Feng communicated on the public screen. In truth, his teammates already understood this logic. No one at this level of play was oblivious. Seizing the advantage from their recent victory, They had demolished 2 towers in the enemy's mid lane and arrived at their inhibitor tower. If they could dismantle the mid lane inhibitor and subsequently the Nexus turrets, victory would be within reach. Generally, destroying 2 inhibitors makes a comeback nearly impossible. Destroying 3 guarantees triumph. In professional arenas, it was rare to see a team losing after breaking all 3 inhibitors. A fierce team fight was about to unfold, with the support and jungle locking their sights on the enemy's Twisted Fate. If they could eliminate him, it would secure a safe environment for their carries to deal damage, thus leading the team to victory. The tumultuous clash commenced, 9 players converging like an unstoppable torrent of steel. The aggressive Leona charged forward, intent on swiftly dispatching Twisted Fate. Yet, he swiftly activated his yellow card, stunning her in place. In that moment, the Explorer unleashed his ultimate, and Feng chose to dive in with his own ultimate to deal damage. Everyone aimed to eliminate Leona, unaware of the daring Void Walker, who braved the pressure of 5 opponents to claim victory. The Explorer's ultimate unleashed AoE damage, causing Twisted Fate's health to plummet. Feng ruthlessly leaped in, igniting his flames with Q and E, then elegantly retreated. Twisted Fate was instantaneously obliterated, leaving the battlefield in a 3 versus 4 scenario. The enemy remained oblivious to the gravity of their predicament, still believing they could secure a fleeting victory through superior numbers. At that moment, Feng transformed into a formidable entity, his Void Walker emerging as the most terrifying presence on the battlefield, re-entering the fray to unleash his damage. Boom! A torrent of purple energy surged forth, inflicting devastating magical damage, their health bars dwindling rapidly. The opposing Explorer, elusive as ever, wielded a radiant glow that flickered with each attack, draining substantial health with every strike. This team fight was nothing short of exquisite. To triumph against greater numbers was a feat of artistry. Feng truly was invincible. As the first voice proclaimed "Ye God is invincible," others quickly echoed the sentiment. "Ye God is invincible." Like a rallying cry, the crowd felt a surge of fervor as they chanted those 4 words, as if Feng himself were embodying the player watching from afar. Such is the beauty of live streaming. It fosters a profound sense of immersion. Any passionate player, upon witnessing remarkable gameplay, may fantasize about executing such dazzling maneuvers themselves. Their desire to excel in the game fuels their hopes and dreams. Feng merely smiled at the moniker. He found it somewhat agreeable. Although slightly exaggerated, it resonated well with the spirit of an esports youth. Why should I remain modest when my prowess is so formidable? Is it not acceptable to be a bit flamboyant? He mused. In the realm of esports, merit reigns supreme. As long as one can shine brightly, it matters not whether one is crowned a god or a king. They may choose any title they desire. Having successfully harvested the rewards of the recent team fight, they surged forward to claim victory. Reflecting on their triumph against overwhelming odds, Feng let out a long sigh of relief, reclining in his chair. This was undeniably exhausting, despite his animated conversation earlier. Maintaining composure under such immense pressure was no small feat. Thank you, brothers, for your encouragement. Without it, I surely could not have won this match. Feng eloquently expressed his gratitude to the viewers. Chapter 20. Farewell to Earth. After the competition concluded, he promptly contacted his coach, Abu, via mobile phone. In truth, Abu had little else to occupy his time over the past few days. He had been secretly watching Feng's live streams. He found Feng's commentary quite engaging, which piqued his interest. Now that Feng had reached out to him, Abu could easily deduce the nature of the inquiry. I've already mentioned your account. Simply describe the individual's negative behavior in the report interface, Abu succinctly instructed. Feng nodded in acknowledgement. In the past, he had observed how many professional players lodged complaints, which followed the usual reporting protocol. After a match, there was a reporting interface where one could select the type of negative behavior exhibited by the opponent. Once completed, one could add additional details for the official staff to evaluate. However, the efficiency of the staff at the gaming company was well known. Typically, one would not encounter genuine customer service representatives, as most tasks were automated. Yet, for professional players, the scenario was different. They were afforded the privilege of a green channel. Any account they reported would be escalated directly to a real staff member for investigation. Moreover, accounts flagged by the staff were likely to face immediate bans. This demonstrated a trust in professional players, while simultaneously revealing the laxity of the gaming company's personnel. After successfully filing the report, Feng turned to his viewers in the live stream with a smile. Rest assured, the light of justice will eventually shine through. Following this declaration, he ascended to the master rank, as there was no grandmaster tier at the time. Above master was the esteemed king rank. Let us continue our ascent, he said briefly before initiating another ranked match. The subsequent climb in rank was as effortless as quenching one's thirst. Feng's prowess was formidable. Competing against ordinary mid-laners in lower-ranked matches posed no challenge for him. Initially, a group of actors had intended to trouble him, but upon witnessing his prior gameplay, they lost their nerve. Although they possessed numerous accounts, it was unnecessary to engage in a direct confrontation with Feng. His gameplay was remarkably incisive. Losing a match meant little to him, but for them, it signified the potential loss of an account. Feng himself remarked in the livestream, "Those seeking trouble do not concern me. As long as you have enough accounts, I am more than willing to accompany you to the bitter end." The current environment was dismal, rife with actors, necessitating stringent management. As the day's streaming session approached its conclusion, an unexpected visitor, a streamer named Zu'an, arrived for an inspection. Feng was aware of her identity, though his familiarity was limited. Zu'an was a singer on the Douyu platform. He vaguely recalled having heard her name before. Upon her arrival, many viewers erupted in flirtatious comments, and Feng wore a benevolent smile, acknowledging the presence of a goddess. To his surprise, she suddenly proposed, "Shall we PK?" Feng froze momentarily. While he understood the implications, he had never participated in such a PK before. The concept of PK was straightforward. Two streamers competed to see who could receive more gifts within a set time frame. The viewers' excitement surged. Given Feng's current popularity, challenging him to a PK seemed a futile endeavor. "What should I do now that she has challenged me?" Feng inquired playfully. Engaging in a PK against a female streamer as a man seemed an opportunity he could not decline. His words were laden with provocation, inciting the enthusiasm of the youthful audience, who erupted in fervent cheers. The presence of a goddess provided the perfect opportunity for them to showcase their generosity. Streamers often welcomed such scenarios. After all, the gifts received translated to their earnings, and they seldom cared about the contributions of the viewers. They were, fundamentally, engaged in commerce, investing their time and energy for corresponding rewards. Many viewed streaming as an easy way to earn money. Yet excelling in this field demanded an extraordinary level of commitment. It required not only skill, but also a stroke of luck. Some streamers, despite lacking exceptional gameplay, thrived due to their captivating personalities. Conversely, those who excelled in gaming but lacked charisma often remained unnoticed. Feng had gleaned valuable insights from these streamers, which facilitated his smooth journey in the industry. The PK commenced. Zu'an began singing Confession Balloon by the popular artist Milk Tea, and a sweet ambience enveloped her performance, causing Feng to feel a twinge of anxiety. He was not a singer and possessed no particular talent in that realm. What was he to do? Nevertheless, Feng was quick-witted. Lacking singing ability was inconsequential, for his current popularity was soaring. All he needed was to make an effort to entertain, even if it meant exposing his shortcomings. Since Zu'an had sung Confession Balloon, he declared, "I shall sing Farewell to Earth." As he uttered those words, the viewers' faces reflected skepticism. Farewell to Earth? Is that even a song? They wondered. What a peculiar title. Is the streamer making this up? At that moment, Feng's peculiar voice filled the screen. He was indeed tone-deaf, and in that instant, his lack of musicality reached its zenith. In truth, he was attempting to sing Confession Balloon, but his rendition transformed it into Farewell to Earth. "Oh dear, I finally understand why it's called Farewell to Earth. This is nearly unbearable to listen to," exclaimed one viewer. "What a dreadful voice. Can we hear something more earthly?" Many viewers were already pleading for Feng to cease his singing. Despite his prowess in gaming, when it came to singing, he was torturing his audience. Zu'an was in fits of laughter. The same song, interpreted so differently, yielded such a stark contrast. Indeed, it was a juxtaposition of heaven and hell. While some claimed it was torturous, they still found it amusing. A deluge of gifts began to pour in. Meanwhile, Abu, watching from his office, was utterly bewildered. How can he receive gifts even while singing so poorly? What on earth is happening? Chapter 21. The S-class streamer Zu'an was utterly befuddled. How could someone sing so atrociously yet receive such a plethora of gifts? In truth, the essence of this era lies in its insatiable curiosity. Many individuals who appear exceedingly earnest in reality often find a channel to unleash their hidden desires through the internet. Those who are meek in person frequently exhibit a boldness online. The digital realm affords them a means of expression. Encountering an intriguing character like Feng, anyone with the means would not hesitate to shower him with gifts. At that moment, everyone aspired to maintain an impeccable faade, while every singing streamer sought to enhance their vocal prowess. Witnessing someone so hilariously dreadful was, in fact, quite amusing. Feng capitalized on this notion. Perfection is an illusion. Individuals do not yearn to behold an utterly flawless persona. Instead, revealing occasional flaws fosters a sense of closeness. They might ponder, So what if you are an esports champion? Your singing resembles a banshee's wail. It is this striking contrast that cultivates a fervent fanbase. At the very least, Feng had mastered the art of exploiting human frailties. Having experienced life twice, his emotional intelligence was remarkably high. Eboi, standing nearby, was left in a state of confusion. What on earth was he singing? It almost brought him to tears, yet so many were still sending gifts. Had everyone's minds gone awry? After an impromptu duet, Feng's energy surged while he diminished his opponent's vitality. Realizing she could not possibly win against him, Zhou opted to concede the match. Haha, thank you, my friends, for the support. You've helped little Yi regain some dignity, Feng exclaimed, feigning excitement over the audience's assistance, while secretly reveling in the abundance of gifts he had received. After a brief conclusion to the day's work, he expressed gratitude to everyone and excitedly departed the streaming room. Phew, today is finally done. I'm utterly exhausted, Feng remarked to Eboi beside him. Eboi's face was a canvas of bewilderment. Brother Yi, how could you receive so many gifts? To be honest, your singing was rather mediocre. Eboi, being refreshingly candid, voiced his confusion, not one to shy away from inquiry, especially given their similar standings. He felt no need to tread lightly. Feng chuckled lightly before responding in a leisurely manner. Consider this. If I were to compete vocally with a dedicated singer, wouldn't that be a recipe for self-inflicted trouble? Hence, I might as well sing poorly on purpose, inviting laughter instead. His strategy of retreating to advance was undeniably impressive. Upon hearing this, Eboi's expression shifted to one of enlightenment. Brother Yi was indeed a person of great wisdom. He felt compelled to learn from him for some time. At that moment, Abu entered the scene. Little Yi, come over here quickly. Hearing these words, Feng instinctively furrowed his brow and followed him outside. The urgency in Abu's tone implied a pressing situation. Coach, is there an issue that requires my immediate attention? Feng asked, his demeanor tinged with anxiety. This identity was his final trump card. Should he fail to become a professional player, the opportunity to earn such lucrative rewards would require far greater effort. Furthermore, his capabilities within the esports system would significantly diminish. Haha, there's no need to be so anxious. Just wait for me, Abu teased lightly. After his smile, Feng felt a wave of relief. If Abu truly intended to dismiss him, he would not have donned such a cheerful expression. Upon entering the office, Abu suddenly produced a document for Feng to examine. It bore the terms of a contract from the streaming platform he had just occupied. Become an S-class streamer? Feng displayed clear bewilderment upon reading the contract. What is the meaning of this? Abu, visibly excited, responded, you truly are a streaming prodigy. The platform has recognized your potential and is extending an olive branch. It was evident that he had negotiated favorable terms with the platform, as this meticulous individual would not exhibit such glee without cause. Feng quickly grasped the situation, a subtle smile gracing his lips. If I were to accept this S-class streamer designation, what benefits would come my way? We are all astute individuals. Signing this contract must entail some advantages. Otherwise, why would I work for free? Moreover, once he stepped onto the professional stage, the volume of training matches would be substantial. The streaming obligations mandated a specific duration each month. Failing to meet those requirements would undoubtedly result in a deduction of his earnings. More severely, should he fall short of the required hours, he might even face penalties. Feng recalled instances when renowned professional players had been embroiled in legal disputes with platforms, often losing substantial sums due to various reasons. Those unable to recover their earnings were left to toil until they could redeem themselves. To avoid landing in such an awkward predicament, clarity was paramount. Abu wore a reassuring smile. You need not worry. After all, you are part of our team. We will ensure that any pitfalls are smoothed over. Feng only partially trusted his words. In this world, one must exercise caution. Their relationship was neither intimate nor lengthy, so prudence was wise. The platform has offered a 3-year contract worth 20 million. What do you think? As Abu uttered this statement, Feng, though somewhat prepared, gasped in astonishment. 20 million over 3 years? He repeated, struggling to believe his ears. Abu was visibly pleased by Feng's shocked reaction and continued. You will have a stipulated streaming duration each month, and the annual gift amounts must meet certain criteria. Your revenue share with the platform will also decrease, so prepare yourself. The base salary alone was enough to entice Feng. 20 million over 3 years? That sum seemed almost too effortless to obtain. Most individuals would never amass such wealth in a lifetime. He merely needed to remain in front of the screen for 3 years to acquire this staggering figure. Chapter 22. Aspiring to be the best, I recommend that you sign this contract. It will greatly benefit your future development and enhance your exposure. Abu candidly expressed his thoughts. If the players of their team could attain high visibility, the team itself would naturally rise in prominence. Managing a team is akin to running a store. Fundamentally, there is little difference. Both require meticulous budgeting, cutting costs from every angle, and attracting greater traffic. Abu's astute mind would undoubtedly make him a successful businessman, even if he weren't a coach of a team. Feng took a deep breath. The moment of decision had finally arrived. Refusing the offer would leave him with uncertain income and no clear path to the main stage. The thought of the orphanage that nurtured him, with its dilapidated facilities, tugged at his heartstrings. He was in dire need of funds to improve that environment. If I agree, will the 20 million be given to me all at once or in installments? Feng inquired slowly. Abu revealed a triumphant smile. The moment the other party posed that question, it was clear that he was resolute about the deal. Typically, payments are made annually. But since you are a member of our team, we at EDG maintain our reputation. As long as you agree with the streaming platform, the 20 million will be transferred to your bank account instantly. The reassurance from Abu provided Feng with a sense of calm, prompting him to nod emphatically. All right, let us proceed as you suggested. With that, he promptly signed his name and pressed his thumbprint onto the document. From there, Abu could take charge of the subsequent arrangements. Upon Feng's return, Iboi immediately approached him, curious. What just happened? Did the coach summon you in such a hurry to kick you out? He felt a twinge of discomfort at the thought of Feng leaving, as he had developed a favorable impression of him. No, you're overthinking it. The coach called me to discuss the streaming platform contract, and I have already agreed. Feng replied calmly. The streaming platform contract? Is that for Douyu today? What price did they offer you? Iboi inquired with intrigue. 3 years, 8 figures. Feng refrained from revealing too much, deeming it unnecessary. Merely disclosing this figure was already a significant concession to Iboi. What? Iboi's exclamation reverberated throughout the training room, drawing the attention of other trainees who momentarily thought a conflict had arisen between them. Many wore expressions of schadenfreude, eager for a spectacle to unfold. As both were substitute players, a major clash between them would certainly provide entertainment for the onlookers. In truth, the trainees were all in competition. As only one coveted position could be filled, it was either you or him. Reducing a formidable rival was a welcome prospect for everyone. Feng quickly pulled Iboi aside and whispered, "You needn't be so dramatic, all right? Keep your composure." Iboi felt as though the world was spinning. That was an unfathomable sum of money, one he had never encountered in his lifetime. "Your ability to earn is astonishing, Yigo. From now on, I'm sticking with you." Iboi was thoroughly impressed by Feng, who seemed to effortlessly navigate challenges, transitioning from a substitute mid-laner to an S-level streamer within just 2 days. For most, achieving even one of those milestones would be an arduous task. Yet, Feng had managed both. Iboi recognized his own gaming talent as commendable, yet he could never match Feng's brilliance. Moreover, as future teammates, he understood that if Feng thrived, he would also benefit. Feng responded with a brotherly smile, "Rest assured, we will be teammates in the future. Let's collaborate effectively." With a light exchange of glances, the two returned to their training positions, sharing laughter. The other trainees, however, displayed a hint of disappointment. They had anticipated a dramatic confrontation, only to witness a minor incident instead. Particularly, many bore resentment towards Feng, yet they could not deny his exceptional gaming prowess. While Feng was busy fulfilling the club's tasks, he also logged into the game account to engage in solo play. Although the club demanded a top 10 ranking in the national server, he had set his sights on the pinnacle first place. He was a person of immense pride. If he was to undertake a task, it must be executed to perfection. This not only bolstered his confidence, but also silenced any gossip. If he could achieve such remarkable results, what could others possibly say? Iboi silently observed, finding himself in absolute admiration of Feng. To him, Feng embodied strength and discipline, possessing not only exceptional skills, but also a talent for fostering a positive atmosphere. He was perceptive and considerate of others' emotions. Individuals with such high emotional and intellectual intelligence are bound to excel in any field they pursue. Others found it puzzling that Iboi, one of the top trainees, idolized Feng to such an extent. Days turned into weeks, with Feng balancing his time between streaming and climbing ranks. The spring season in professional gaming was fervently underway, with EDG performing remarkably well and seemingly poised for a shot at the championship. Finally, one fateful night, Feng reached the 10th position in the national server. Gazing at his score of 1453, he felt an overwhelming sense of pride. What was even more astonishing was the fact that, despite his relentless pursuit of points, his win rate stood at an impressive 91%. Each day, discussions flourished about the emergence of a genius mid-laner in the national server. Chapter 23. Lack of gratitude. Congratulations, you have completed the task assigned by the club. Abu has been closely monitoring the rankings. He had long noticed Yi Feng's scores, and unexpectedly, on this Friday evening, the latter climbed to the 10th position in the national server. Haha, it's nothing. I plan to strive for the top spot, Yi Feng remarked with a smile. If we manage to secure the championship in the spring tournament, you might just have a chance to play in the mid-season invitational, Abu replied, igniting a surge of excitement in Yi Feng. That would be the MSI? If she could make an appearance at the mid-season challenge, it would undoubtedly attract significant attention. If he performed well, there was no reason he couldn't secure a starting position. With this thought, Yi Feng's heart raced. Why did he tirelessly play games day and night? Wasn't it to claim the position of the starting mid laner? Now, with an opportunity finally at hand, he was determined to challenge himself, at the very least. He needed to achieve the #1 ranking in the national server to prove his prowess. However, noticing the late hour, he decided to get some rest before resuming his quest in the morning. Coincidentally, Iboi recently had the same ambition to climb the ranks, and he intended to duo queue with him. Among the pool of training players, he and Iboi were the most unburdened. They had not received any training orders, and in contrast, their salaries were the highest. Many envied them, but once one's skills reached their level, the treatment was generally favorable. The manager occasionally visited their room, engaging in casual conversations with Yi Feng. It seemed the club was undergoing significant changes. There were whispers about unresolved player salary contracts, hinting at a major announcement looming. With the spring finals approaching, the national team was diligently preparing for the match. If they could clinch the championship, a multitude of sponsors and endorsements would flock to the team, and negotiations could continue thereafter. Pawn and Deft harbored insufficient gratitude towards China. Despite their exorbitant salaries and commendable professionalism, they still sought greater compensation. Perhaps Yi Feng's arrival instilled a sense of pressure in them, at the very least. They wanted a salary increase to reflect the club's recognition of their contributions. However, such demands were unsustainable for the club, as exorbitant salaries necessitated corresponding performance levels. Consequently, both parties were engaged in negotiations. If they excelled in the spring finals, terms could be discussed further. But if they failed to achieve that result, there would be no room for salary discussions. Although the owner was from a wealthy background, he could not sustain such lavish expenditures. The manager's high salary was attributed not only to his formidable skills, but also to his unparalleled status within the country. Many of his contemporaries had left the professional scene early. Furthermore, merely holding the title of Player 001 in China's League of Legends region justified his worth. Others lacked the deep-rooted foundation to demand similar salaries. An important factor was that the manager was now one of the team's shareholders. Even in the distant future, should he retire from gaming, he could still remain involved in the team's development through other roles. The players from the two rival nations were oblivious to these intricacies, which led them to make unreasonable demands. In reality, they had not considered that in their home country, they wouldn't even earn half of their current salaries. China had already treated them generously, yet they remained ungrateful. The following morning, Yi Feng rose early. He casually entered a ranked match, when a slender figure entered the training room. "You're here so early," Iboi remarked directly to Yi Feng. "Didn't we agree on this time yesterday?" "I couldn't possibly bail," he replied. They had already arranged to climb the ranks together, and thus would not waste each other's time. With such a powerful duo joining the team, losing a match seemed a distant hope. Their skilled maneuvers flowed effortlessly from their fingertips. Average players couldn't withstand the baptism of these dual professionals. Unless the team included a performer or an exceptionally poor player, enjoying the match would prove challenging. "The spring finals are just days away, did you know?" Iboi casually inquired, as they waited for the matchmaking to commence. They had already played several rounds together, allowing for a relaxed conversation. Yi Feng nodded and replied earnestly, "I'm aware. Hasn't someone mentioned conditions to the club?" His response indicated an understanding of the situation, hinting at his inclusion in the team's core circle, which could deepen their relationship. Iboi appeared to be a sweet and innocent child, but he possessed considerable emotional intelligence. "Yes. I wonder when we'll get to play. If they win, we should have a chance to make an appearance at the mid-season tournament," Yi Feng echoed. "It all depends on how they negotiate salaries. If they can't reach an agreement, it might just fall to us." His words served as a strong encouragement for both of them. They hoped the two players from the rival nation would fail to negotiate successfully with the club, thus providing them with an opportunity to step onto the stage, rather than remaining idle. Especially for Iboi, who was only 17 years old. If he were to take the stage and deliver an outstanding performance, he would undoubtedly leave a lasting impression on everyone. Yi Feng, who was merely 2 months older, harbored the same aspirations. If the two were to join forces in the team, it would transform their identity entirely. Previously, The presence of players from the rival nation had made the team susceptible to criticism. However, with their replacement, the team would become a true all-Chinese squad. League of Legends fans worldwide recognized that the rival nation's region was the strongest. For the past 2 years, the World Championship had been claimed by players from their region. Moreover, many innovative strategies and techniques had originated from those players. Similarly, the servers in the rival nation boasted the highest level of competitiveness globally. Contemplating this, Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. It all hinged on the spring finals. Chapter 24. Price negotiations on the night of the spring finals. EDG was set to clash with the old Gondai team, vying for a prestigious trophy of significant merit. Both teams boasted formidable dual-carry players, among whom 3 hailed from last year's historic Samsung team. The Samsung team, comprising Samsung White and Samsung Blue, had truly carved out their own niche in the annals of esports. Their overwhelming might prompted a restructuring in the Korean League, resulting in the elimination of all second teams, allowing only 1 squad per organization to compete at the top tier. Even the once prominent barbecue stalls found themselves unable to reach the World Championships due to this shift. However, this profound transformation led to the disbandment of the entire Samsung team, with remaining Korean players flocking to China in hopes of capitalizing on lucrative opportunities. Their gameplay was undeniably sharp, with the mid-lane prodigy, Wei Shun, sitting at the center, exuding an air of calm and confidence. Such a gaming genius, if not met with adversity, was destined for greatness. Yet, a single misstep could lead to a catastrophic downfall. Feng held a vivid impression of this individual. Although he had missed his shot at the formidable Demon King, his prowess with the 98k in another match had been nothing short of spectacular. As for the outcome of the impending match, Feng was acutely aware. His earlier trepidation stemmed from a fear that his presence might inadvertently trigger a butterfly effect. Should the flutter of his wings alter the timeline, the consequences could be dire. Nevertheless, observing the current circumstances, everything mirrored his recollections accurately. In his memory, EDG had indeed secured the spring championship that year. Yet, until the dust settled, he refrained from making bold proclamations. At this moment, Feng was fervently grinding for rank. Before venturing abroad for competition, he was determined to ascend to the pinnacle of the domestic server. Iboi could not help but marvel at the formidable man beside him, whose discipline and sharp gameplay were truly awe-inspiring. Feng possessed an extraordinary awareness and refrained from frivolous banter when not streaming. It was evident that he had a keen sense of timing regarding what to say and when. Such a teammate was precisely what Iboi had longed for. The thought of them fighting side by side in the future filled him with hope. "How many points do you have now?" Iboi inquired, unable to contain his curiosity after witnessing Feng's relentless push throughout the day. Just 50 points away from the summit, Feng exhaled deeply, preparing to continue. "Wait, I just finished watching the stream. We won," Iboi exclaimed, his face alight with surprise. Feng sighed with relief, grateful that the butterfly effect had not come to pass, and he smiled in agreement. The outcome of their discussions tonight would determine their participation in the upcoming match. This was the crux of the matter. In truth, the better those two performed, the greater the pressure on them both. The professional arena was a stark reality. As long as they showcased exceptional skills, matters of salary could be negotiated later. Winning the championship would open doors for discussions on all fronts. What did it matter if they were offered a low salary? If they consistently performed poorly, what use would they be to the team? The potential Feng exhibited was merely a pleasant surprise to others. It did not guarantee his success in the professional domain. Thus, he was fervently grinding for rank, aiming to cement his standing in the eyes of his peers, which was imperative. Achieving the top rank in the domestic server was indeed a formidable feat. Even professional players often found it challenging to maintain a high win rate in solo queue. Moreover, Feng boasted an impressive nearly 90 win rate, a rarity in the domestic server. With sufficient attention directed towards him, it would be difficult for him to remain sidelined. There were numerous factors at play. Honor ranked first, followed by capital and exposure, with the players' sentiments trailing behind. That night, they clinched the spring championship, and the team's dual carries, alongside their coach, entered the office, where, as rumors suggested, the owner was present. In front of the gleaming trophy, a heated argument erupted among them. Even within the training room, Feng could hear the shouts echoing. Yet, he remained undistracted, focused intently on his gameplay. By winning this match, he could ascend to the top of the Ionian server rankings and refresh his stats that Friday. Ultimately, his shadow assassin secured 17 kills, winning the match and earning the MVP title. He felt a lightness within him. After such a prolonged effort, he had finally attained the honor he sought. As he stepped outside the training room for a breath of fresh air, he heard the infuriated shouts from the office above. Those damn Koreans are like vampires. Get them out of here. I never want to see them again. The team owner bellowed. The price they proposed was utterly outrageous. Afterward, upon learning of the price, Feng was likewise astounded. In this era, the market value of professional players could not reach such heights. It would only be after China secured the World Championship that players' salaries might approach that level. The inflation of the past few years was no secret, and the rapid growth of the esports industry was undeniable. If this were 3 years hence, the owner might consider such a price. But proposing it now was absolutely out of the question. Feng chuckled softly. Truthfully, everything unfolding before him was quite to his liking. With the departure of the Korean dual carries, he would have a chance to step onto the stage. Currently, he was but an unknown entity, with a long road ahead to prove himself. Nevertheless, he held unwavering confidence in both himself and the esports system. As the negotiations between the two parties collapsed, the team owner turned to Feng and abruptly asked, "How is your ranking progressing?" The wealthy spoke with such directness, yet Feng bore no ill will. Once he amassed enough capital, he would possess the strength to converse with them on equal footing. I just reached the top of the domestic server. The owner's eyes lit up. This was the promising talent he had been seeking. Abu, come here quickly. Did you hear? He.s. already ranked #1 in the domestic server. Tell those two arrogant fellows to hurry and leave. Feng was summoned to bring Eboi over, preparing them both for the upcoming mid-season cup. Chapter 25. Acting like a puppy when Eboi received the news, an overwhelming joy engulfed him. Initially, he believed he would merely have the opportunity to play, but to his astonishment, he had already secured his position as the starting ADC. Brother Yi, is this truly real? Eboi could hardly grasp the reality of it. Of course, you don't think I would deceive you, do you? Feng chuckled. The happiness arrived so unexpectedly. A position they had longed for was suddenly within their grasp, leaving both of them feeling somewhat bewildered. However, Feng's expression shifted abruptly as he cautioned. Do not take this lightly. Having been granted this position, you must perform exceptionally well. Eboi nodded gravely in agreement. Their newfound identities necessitated numerous adjustments. Not only would they require more intensive training, but they also needed to register their accounts with the authorities and attend to other formalities. The news had spread, causing a seismic shift within the League of Legends community in China. Pawn and Deft returned to Korea in outrage, vehemently accusing the war of bringing them injustice. In fact, they had already prepared for this, releasing their demands and related recordings on social media. Those who became aware of these conditions were taken aback. These two are insatiably greedy. Having already secured such high salaries, they still crave more. They are truly parasites. The people of Korea were indeed notorious for their greed, an attribute ingrained within them, which many found repugnant. Is there anything wrong with earning a salary after putting in the effort? If you have the capability, you should also strive for success. Various opinions flooded the comments section, and with the reality of the situation unfolding, the new players naturally garnered significant attention, particularly Feng, who had previously attracted a massive fanbase through his live streams. Transitioning from a substitute to a starting mid laner meant that even more eyes were now on him. I know this player. His account achieved an astounding 90 win rate, reaching the pinnacle of the national server. He is truly a prodigious talent. Are you joking? How could anyone maintain such a high win rate, let alone ascend to the top of the national server? Just take a look. Search for Ionia God and you will see. His terrifying win rate once again attracted a substantial amount of attention. Observers were astonished to see the impressive results achieved by the two new dual carries. Eboi felt that pairing with Feng was a wise decision. At the very least, he had established his own reputation and garnered recognition. You two need not worry about ranked games. If you must play, do so on the Korean server. There's no need to return to Ionia, Abu advised them. In reality, the Korean server held greater prestige, while Ionia often merely entertained the domestic audience. However, with Feng's remarkable win rate, there was undeniable merit to his accomplishments. Many could ascend with assistance, but it was truly unprecedented for someone to achieve such a high win rate through sheer skill. Tomorrow morning, you will begin your training. Do not appear overly anxious. I believe you can succeed, Abu continued. They were already familiar with the training regimen, and Feng felt no trepidation. The only change was the new teammates, whose skill levels and qualities were significantly higher, and they were destined to become comrades in arms in the future. Eboi's youthful face radiated excitement, his mindset still considerably more naive compared to Feng's. Abu remained curious about how Feng maintained such composure. Despite being only 17, he exhibited the demeanor of a seasoned veteran. In crucial moments, his unflappable nature could easily instill a sense of calm in others. Within a professional team, having a teammate like him often provided a reliable feeling during critical times, a truly invaluable asset. Many players on the competitive stage display erratic behavior due to a lack of unity and execution within the team. Simply put, differing opinions lead to individual agendas. This often occurs in casual matches, where teammates are not familiar friends, each with varying interpretations of the game, resulting in discord. While some may advocate for pushing the tower, others might choose to engage in a dragon fight. The latter believes that securing the dragon offers a safer route, providing substantial economic rewards and a clear buff. Conversely, those advocating for a tower push may be overly aggressive, but if successful, it could simplify the path to victory. Professional matches reflect this dynamic as well. The situation on the battlefield shifts rapidly, and each player's understanding of the game varies, necessitating a singular voice to guide the team. Feng's calm disposition naturally compelled others to heed his directives, regardless of whether his commands were right or wrong. The mere presence of his authority fostered a sense of commitment among the team. Should the match falter, the blame would not fall solely on another. Abu cast a meaningful glance at Feng before departing. "Brother Yi, what should we do tomorrow?" Yi now regarded Feng with utmost trust. After all, he was merely a 17-year-old child, with little experience to draw upon. Feng wore a gentle smile, akin to that of an older brother. "Continue your usual training routine. Tomorrow will be no different. Do not elevate your perception of those around you. Imagining them as stars of the arena will only impose unnecessary pressure upon yourself. How about this? Do you know of the player puppy?" Feng suddenly inquired of Yi. Yi nodded vigorously, aware that he was one of the most sought-after ADC players in the country. "Tomorrow, envision yourself as Puppy. You are Puppy himself. Approach the practice match with this mindset, and you shall encounter no issues." As he spoke, Feng couldn't help but chuckle, recalling Puppy's notoriously fiery temperament. What if Yi, in embodying Puppy, ended up reprimanding the jungler? The jungler in their team was the illustrious coach, and if Yi were to unleash a torrent of criticism, his professional career might hang in the balance. Is that truly feasible?" Yi asked, a hint of skepticism in his voice. "Do you not trust my words?" "As long as you follow my guidance, we shall undoubtedly excel," Feng replied confidently. Yi was an exceptionally talented ADC, and he was certain that he would perform admirably. Chapter 26. Teammate Evaluations. At the break of dawn, the two arrived at the training room. However, unlike the previous facility they had visited, which catered to youth trainees, this was the venue designated for the official players. It appeared considerably more luxurious. It was here that Feng had once engaged in a one-on-one match. Back then, he had not taken the time to appreciate the surroundings, but upon closer inspection now, it was evident that this place far surpassed the former in quality. The spatial dimensions were notably more generous, and the lighting and ambience were significantly superior. The previous location was dim and dreary, requiring drawn curtains even during the day, while this venue boasted expansive windows that welcomed radiant sunlight, enhancing the overall sense of openness and clarity. Feng remarked on the uplifting atmosphere, noting that it was indeed situated at the highest point of the building. I need not worry about my nearsightedness any longer," Yi quipped, eliciting a chuckle from those present. At that moment, the manager entered the training room. "You two are here quite early. Take a seat, and let us chat." As Feng got to know the manager better, he discovered that he was, in fact, quite loquacious. Initially, he had presumed the manager to be a reticent individual, but he soon learned that he had a penchant for engaging conversation. Despite his somewhat vacant expression, the manager exhibited a commendable emotional intelligence, effortlessly amusing the two younger players. Feng paid close attention to his manner of speaking and interactions, eager to learn from his approach. Yi, while somewhat cunning, remained captivated by the engaging dialogue with the elder players. Other team members soon joined them. The top laner, Tong Yang, was a cool and aloof figure, speaking sparingly, while the support player, Tian Yi, possessed a gentle demeanor. Feng had a strong impression of him, as he was known for his adeptness at shifting blame in their parallel world, often referred to as the White Lotus. When a match did not go well, the support player was quick to deflect responsibility, asserting he had fulfilled his duties. Due to the manager's esteemed reputation, no one dared to shift blame onto him, which compelled the other players to shoulder their own responsibilities. Yi appeared youthful, yet he exhibited his own thoughts. Otherwise, he would not have been able to ascend to a captaincy position in a different team after his transfer in the parallel world. Growth is a gradual process. It was believed that, after a brief period of acclimatization, they would learn from one another and improve collectively. "Let us commence as per tradition," the manager casually stated, initiating the customary practice match. Yi, accustomed to such challenges from regular youth training sessions, performed admirably. Although Feng had not undergone extensive training, his reflexes and skills were top tier, allowing him to keep pace with the others. At times, his remarkable plays astonished everyone. As the day drew to a close, they engaged in a post-match review, which was in essence an evaluation of the two newcomers. Tong Yang, speaking slowly, noted, "Though my words are few, they carry weight. The top lane is a position that demands resilience and the ability to lead in battle. Such individuals must be exceptionally steady, capable of providing support in critical moments." The ADC's performance was adequate, not overly surprising. However, his fundamentals were impressively solid, which took me by surprise. Iboi was left in a state of ambiguity, unsure whether to laugh or cry at the ambiguous critique. One thing was clear: extensive training was essential to becoming a true expert. The concluding remark underscored that Iboi was still quite young, lacking in competitive experience. Regular training matches felt trivial, but facing seasoned players on the actual battlefield would expedite his growth. "The mid laner left a stunning impression on me," Tong Yang continued. "His ideas and execution will undoubtedly lead us toward victory. I am grateful to have such a teammate." Upon hearing this, Iboi's expression froze, while Yifeng merely nodded in acknowledgement, fully aware of his own capabilities. After Tong Yang concluded, the manager widened his eyes in a slow smile. "As for the ADC, I find him quite endearing. He seems to have great potential." The manager's high emotional intelligence elicited a bright smile from Iboi, as his words carried significant weight, given his status as a veteran in the league. "I concur with what the top laner said. Pawn's playstyle is sharp and decisive. He plays with an open approach, leaving no room for error and ensuring a swift defeat for the opponent." This high praise made Yifeng feign a hint of shyness, though internally, he remained unfazed. With the advantages of the esports system backing him, failing to perform would indeed be a disservice to himself. However, Tianya's expression was far from amiable. "I may be blunt, so I hope you both can bear with me. The mid laner is undeniably impressive. To date, he has left the strongest impression on me. Here." He turned to Yifeng with a nod. "If we continue performing like this, I believe we can achieve great heights together, particularly in this year's World Championship." Iboi was taken aback. The high praise for Yifeng suggested extraordinary talent. Yet, he felt inadequate as an ADC. The previous ADC was deft. While his character may be questionable, his skills were unparalleled. Compared to him, I am lacking in many aspects, and I believe we must exert ourselves significantly more. Iboi felt as though he had plummeted into despair, his countenance darkening. While deft was indeed formidable, it seemed unwarranted to portray him as inferior. The other two veterans nodded slowly, choosing not to voice their opinions so directly. Iboi was young, with ample opportunities for growth ahead. There was no need to impose such heavy burdens upon him from the outset. With the upcoming MSI on the horizon, I hope my words, though harsh, will motivate you to double your efforts. "I have nothing more to say," Tianya concluded, settling into silence. Chapter 27. The Curse of Beef Noodles. As the day's training match concluded, Iboi emerged with a sullen expression alongside Yifeng. "Brother Yi, do you really think I am as useless as they say?" Iboi voiced his self-doubt. "What nonsense are you talking about? I believe you are a highly gifted ADC. You must have faith in yourself." Yifeng reassured him with a smile. He recalled a parallel world where Iboi garnered considerable attention for his swift reflexes. Unfortunately, his team lacked good fortune, often failing to find compatible teammates, which hindered him from achieving significant accolades. Nevertheless, he excelled in his lane, often dominating his opponents. After leaving Guadian for VG, Hope's performance deteriorated in the bot lane. Guadian's lower lane became a critical weakness, with many strategies revolving around it. Had it not been for Jiejia's timely interventions, the team's record would have been even more dismal. Yifeng's comforting words lifted Iboi's spirits somewhat. As days turned into weeks, their training matches became increasingly frenetic. In just a fortnight, they were set to compete abroad. The visas for the United States had been secured, and Abu entered the training room, clapping his hands to address everyone. For Yifeng, this would be his first journey overseas. The expressions on everyone's faces were a blend of calmness and excitement, akin to witnessing the blossoming of honor. Competing internationally and potentially winning a championship would bring glory to their nation, igniting a spark of exhilaration within Yifeng, who held deep affection for his homeland. Even after traversing to a parallel world, that sentiment remained undiminished. Before boarding the international flight, Iboi turned to Yifeng and asked, "Brother Yi, what do you think our chances are in this competition? The participants are all top-tier players from around the globe." Yifeng, with unwavering confidence, replied, "There's no doubt. We will undoubtedly secure the championship." Hearing this, the manager, walking behind, couldn't help but smile with delight. He was currently at the pinnacle of his prowess. The once inexperienced manager had undergone significant growth over the past year, and now, at this moment, he was rightfully regarded as the world's top jungler. "Make sure to rest well. Otherwise, you'll find it quite taxing later, Feng cautioned. Eboi nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Once they reached their designated venue, everyone felt a pang of hunger. Although meals were provided on the plane, the quality left much to be desired. Accustomed to the flavors of Huaxia cuisine, they found themselves struggling with the beef and burgers, feeling as though they were being subjected to some form of culinary torture. Back home, they had not noticed such feelings, but now it only intensified their longing for home. Abu chuckled. Home? Hearing that word, Feng fell into contemplation. He envisioned the dilapidated orphanage in the Magic City, a place filled with familiar memories. He had already sent a sum of money back, much to the satisfaction of the grandmother in the Magic City, who had not anticipated her grandson's quick success. She harbored no concerns about how he acquired the funds, trusting in Feng's integrity and character. Feng had also shown her the relevant documentation for his esports club. He silently vowed to return home whenever possible. Abu, observing Feng lost in thought, was aware of his background. From their initial meeting, he had known Feng was an orphan. He held no prejudice against such individuals. Rather, he felt a degree of respect, especially upon learning that Feng's first thought was to ensure his family was taken care of when he received his earnings. Feeling a bit hungry, Feng called out to the chef preparing food ahead, "A bowl of beef noodles, please." Upon hearing this, several veterans and coaches suddenly froze. Beef noodles were infamous, especially within the League of Legends esports realm, regarded as a harbinger of misfortune. "Little Yi, are you certain you want to eat beef noodles?" Abu inquired. As the question echoed, Feng's mind raced back to the tales surrounding beef noodles. Last year, an ADC player had suffered a disastrous performance after eating a bowl of beef noodles. Moreover, in the previous timeline, a notorious player had also missed out on a championship due to the same dish. With a surge of determination, Feng declared, "Yes, I truly desire a bowl of beef noodles." Abu merely shook his head, choosing not to comment further. As a coach, he could only provide guidance, but not interfere with superstitions. "Well, if you wish to indulge, do take care of your health. Avoid eating anything unusual before the match," he cautioned before returning his focus to the meal. The steaming bowl of beef noodles arrived, and Feng eagerly dug in. Nearby, Eboi set down his burger and called out to the chef, "Please get me a bowl of beef noodles as well." Abu felt overwhelmed. Watching these two test the limits of their luck, the three veterans nearby stifled their laughter, recognizing the potential consequences. "It's fine. If you want to eat, then eat." Enjoying oneself is paramount, Abu waved dismissively. In truth, such superstitions should not be taken too seriously. They were merely fanciful beliefs held by some, who would genuinely believe that beef noodles possessed such mystical power. After satisfying their appetites, the team gathered in the esports room prepared for the tournament. Abu, holding a thick stack of documents, rubbed his stomach and let out a satisfied belch. "Next, I shall explain the rules of the competition and the opponents we will face. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. I hope everyone pays close attention and remains focused." With that, all eyes turned to the documentation in front of them. Chapter 28. The eve of the competition. As this competition is being held for the first time, I suspect there are many aspects that are not yet fully developed, and everyone should remain vigilant, Abu stated first. However, Feng is acutely aware that this event is destined to become highly influential. A year from now, the mid-season tournament will be regarded as a significant milestone. If the global championship at the year's end tests the strength of all teams, this mid-season tournament serves as a mid-year assessment of the top seed teams from various regions, acting as a purposeful trial. With a mere prize of $100,000, it's important not to get overly excited, Abu continued. It would be unwise to set expectations too high, as it could lead to disappointment for those who come to compete with great enthusiasm. Nevertheless, one crucial point remains. The honor associated with this trophy is immensely prestigious. All the team members nodded in agreement, fully aware of the stakes. The club has already provided them with generous annual salaries. Thus, there is no need to focus on this modest sum of prize money. They are all here for the sake of honor. Aside from the IPL 5 Cup, where the Assassination Star claimed the World Championship, they have yet to win a trophy that truly reflects global competition. Securing this trophy would indeed be a matter of great pride. Moreover, EDG's standing among domestic teams would undoubtedly soar to new heights. Having just clinched the Spring Championship, if they could follow it up with this victory, they would undoubtedly be the frontrunners for this year's accolades. Now, let us discuss the competition format. There are a total of 6 teams, all placed in a single group, where each will compete against one another. The top 4 teams based on points will then enter a draw for the semifinals. It goes without saying that the matches from the semifinals onward will be conducted in a best-of-5 format. It must be noted that the 2 teams eliminated from the group stage will find themselves in a rather embarrassing situation. The members of EDG felt confident about advancing from the group stage. All the teams present are champions from their respective spring tournaments. To be frank, it should not be overly challenging to stand out in the group stage. However, to claim the title of mid-season champion, everyone will need to exert their utmost effort, as formidable competitors will be present. Renowned teams such as SKT, FNC, and TSM are in attendance, while HQ and BJK, though lesser known, have demonstrated considerable strength to have made it this far. Everyone must remain vigilant. Our team has only recently been formed, and there are numerous areas that require fine-tuning. We must learn and adapt as we compete, Abu urged excitedly. In truth, he was uncertain about the performance of the two new players. At least Feng provided him with some reassurance. Eboi, however, seemed exceedingly inexperienced. Whenever he caught a glimpse of Eboi's youthful visage, he felt uncertain whether this young lad could withstand the pressures of the competitive arena. Eboi instinctively glanced at Feng, who wore a gentle smile, as if everything unfolded according to his expectations. In fact, Feng pondered how to best defeat the formidable barbecue stall. Seasons 5 and 6 represented the pinnacle for SKT, as their iron triangle had begun to take shape, ready to shine in the forthcoming tournaments. Yet at this moment, Feng's emergence promised to lead his team against this seemingly invincible force. Reflecting on past encounters, EDG had once led by 12,000 gold only to be overturned by SKT. However, now that he had arrived, such a tragic fate would not be permitted to repeat itself. Currently, the pace of the game is rather slow. Feng is continuously analyzing the reasons behind this. The Rift Herald remains elusive, and the plating system is of no use. In this sluggish tempo, victory can only be attained through sharp maneuvers in the lanes to expedite the game's progress. Many rhythm-based strategies are rendered ineffective due to the early stage of the game. If anyone has anything to say, please feel free to voice your thoughts. We are set to face our true challenge tomorrow, Abu encouraged with a smile. Tomorrow, their opponents would be the weakest team, BJK. Even as a fan of League of Legends, Feng had never heard of this wildcard team's name. If he hadn't heard of them, they must be quite underwhelming indeed. The captain was the first to respond, as the elder statesman of the team naturally held the privilege to speak. In truth, I hope everyone will heed my guidance in tomorrow's match. I will leverage my experience to lead us to victory. His words were beyond reproach, for he was a seasoned veteran in the arena. Years of experience cannot be disregarded, and throughout the recent training matches, this jungler had consistently played the role of team leader. Feng wished to contribute his thoughts, but refrained from doing so. At that moment, a familiar electronic sound rang in his ears, and a blue screen materialized before his eyes. Congratulations, you have triggered a relevant task from the Esports System. Current main task, defeat the Crescent Moon team. Reward for completion, 1 random esports talent. Feng nearly gasped in surprise. The system had manifested itself in front of so many people. Would it not be detected by the others? Everyone looked on with curiosity as they noticed Feng's sudden tension, yet they failed to discern anything awry. Yigu, are you feeling unwell? Eboi quickly patted Feng, urging him not to embarrass himself in front of the coach. The captain also found the situation awkward. Having just asserted his intent to lead the team to victory, he was disconcerted by the mid-laner's demeanor. I apologize, my stomach feels a bit off. Please, continue. Ming Kai. Feng smiled, contemplating the situation. He quickly understood the rationale behind the task. The team they were to face tomorrow bore the national flag featuring a crescent moon. Hence the task to defeat the Crescent Moon team. Let us all practice diligently tomorrow and strive for victory, as this opponent should be the weakest. Abu concluded before placing the materials before the group and departing the training room. A sense of unease lingered among the team members. Securing a strong start would undoubtedly bolster their morale. However, should they falter against such an ordinary opponent, they would be subjected to significant criticism. Moreover, they carried the weight of being the champions of the domestic spring tournament. A last-minute change in lineup is a grave sin in the competitive arena. If the performance faltered due to the dual carry roles, Feng and Eboi would face an onslaught of rumors and scrutiny. Chapter 29. The first battle of professionals within a sports arena in the United States. The members of the EDG team donned their black and red uniforms as they entered the competition grounds. Although they were on foreign soil, they were greeted by a considerable number of international fans. Notably, the jungler, Clearlove, captivated many foreign spectators with his exceptional skills, earning their enthusiastic cheers. As they settled into the competition area, casual conversations ensued. Brothers, our match is being broadcast back home. Who knows how many people are watching us compete? T and I remarked. Haha, just play well. At least we can communicate without any barriers now, the team leader quickly added. Previously, they had faced 2 players from a certain nation. which had proven quite challenging, as the three Chinese players could not speak their language, and their English proficiency was rudimentary at best. It is worth noting that many of these young esports athletes had not even completed middle school. For numerous individuals, not only was English a struggle, but they might not even recognize all the letters of the alphabet. Even more alarmingly, some could not speak standard Mandarin, making communication with foreign competitors a nearly impossible feat. Now, with everyone being Chinese, they could at least converse in Mandarin, which significantly aided their tactical discussions. In critical moments, a language barrier could indeed become a source of great frustration. I wonder how many people will watch our match, Feng casually mused. The team leader expressed admiration for the new mid laner, promptly saying, "As long as you perform exceptionally well in this match, I believe you will soon have a legion of fans. By the way, you haven't set up your Weibo account yet, have you? You should do that quickly. It's a hub for fans. If you shine in this game, a flood of followers will flock to you when you open your social platform." Iboi clenched his hands tightly below, unsure of how he would perform. Upon noticing his ADC's nervousness, Feng turned to him with a reassuring smile. "Don't be too tense. Just treat it as a warm-up match. Have you forgotten the strategies I taught you?" Iboi instantly brightened up, realizing that if he truly thought of himself as a mere underdog, he wouldn't feel so anxious. "Welcome everyone to the mid-season invitational. I am the commentator, Changmao. Yes, I am thrilled to be here commentating alongside Miss." The male and female commentators announced as they appeared in the booth, eliciting immediate cheers from the fans. The streaming platform had organized the event splendidly, and everyone hoped that EDG would showcase their prowess in this match. Without further ado, the teams were about to begin the champion ban pick phase. "What strategy do you think they will adopt this time?" Changmao inquired. "Given the changes to the jungle items, I believe the team leader will opt for a more passive jungler. The new duo of carries should also avoid impulsiveness. They will likely focus on a more strategic playstyle." Miss responded, having done her homework. Over the past year, the plethora of jungle items had dazzled many, and although these would be removed in the following year, understanding the current jungle dynamics was essential. As the team leader gazed at the screen with a somewhat stoic expression, the ban phase commenced. What should we ban? The teams had reached the ban stage, and Abu joined the group to discuss champion selections. "The Iron Man is simply too powerful. It must be banned," Feng stated decisively. "That champion's strength can feel overwhelming. Aside from him, nothing else seems as significant." After banning 3 top-tier champions based on the current meta, they proceeded to choose their champions based on individual preferences. Feng was the first to be asked, "Little Yi, would you prefer to play an assassin or a utility mage?" The team leader inquired, hoping for an assassin pick, as Feng's precision in gameplay could secure a significant advantage if he excelled in lane. Feng's response did not disappoint. LeBlanc. Upon hearing this confident choice, everyone felt a surge of tension followed by relieved smiles. After some contemplation, the team leader ultimately selected Gragas, a tanky jungler capable of providing substantial healing and damage output in this meta. The top lane opted for the tree, a straightforward choice. The past 2 years had indeed earned League of Legends the moniker of Tank League for good reason. Iboi selected Ezreal, a stable pick that allowed for room to maneuver even if he performed poorly. The support role was assigned to Alistar, a champion known for his reliability rather than flashy plays. The opposing team did not present a lackluster composition. Their top laner exuded confidence with the newly revamped Fiora. "It's remarkable that he dares to pick her right after the rework," Changmao commented. In truth, the updated Fiora retained formidable potential, capable of delivering exceptional results in skilled hands. Compared to the old Fiora, the new version demanded a higher level of proficiency. However, fortune favors the bold. Mastering this champion could yield tremendous damage output. As a professional player, the timing of execution became paramount. Fiora will be a potent split-pushing threat, Changmao analyzed. While many players nostalgically reminisced about the old Fiora, it did not diminish the enthusiasm for her current iteration. The jungler selected Jarvan 4, adorned with FNC's championship skin, which had a slight advantage in speed for his EQ combo, an issue that remained unaddressed. The mid lane went with the three-handed champion. Feng observed this choice with a cool smile. He knew he had to dominate with LeBlanc. It all comes down to how EDG's mid laner performs. The opposing team has opted for a three-handed champion, which is primarily a farm-oriented pick, Miss remarked. Everyone eagerly anticipated this EDG mid laner, who had shown brightly in previous broadcasts, to rise as a new legend. The opposing ADC selected Ashe, a stable champion for farming, while the support ultimately chose the Gem Knight. If executed properly, the Gem Knight could potentially deliver impressive results. Today marked the debut performance of EDG's rookie duo, and all eyes were on these two young professionals to see what delightful surprises they would unveil. Miss beamed with excitement. Chapter 30. Confident solo kill. As the transition interface appeared and the loading bar progressed, Feng took a deep breath. After all, this was his inaugural foray into professional competition, and on such a grand stage as the mid-season challenge, he had to maintain his composure. The opposing lineup clearly indicated a strategy tailored for the mid to late game. Given the current pace of the match, a stable mid to late game team fight would be the most prudent choice. Eboi was equally anxious. Despite Feng's encouragement to stay calm, he struggled to do so. It's about to begin. Let us adapt to the circumstances as they unfold, the coach remarked, bringing an air of silence over the team. Welcome to League of Legends. As this phrase echoed, the 10-player spirits surged to their zenith. They were all elite in their field, each striving for greater glory. Who among them would emerge as the superior player? The match had commenced, and Chang Mao wore a broad smile. EDG had no intention of engaging in an early skirmish. Both teams' compositions seemed ill-suited for such an approach. They found themselves assigned to the red side, which was not an auspicious sign. Statistically, the blue side generally enjoyed a 10 higher win rate. Feng cast a fleeting glance at the map before heading straight to mid lane. The Noxian flower awaited him, and everyone anticipated his remarkable performance. In this match, he had chosen an assassin, naturally aiming to establish an advantage in the lane. Wisdom, the player controlling LeBlanc, had also arrived at mid, and it remained to be seen if his gameplay would live up to his name. Misquipped, Wisdom is indeed a fitting moniker. This name was one Feng had adopted as his professional ID, signifying intelligence and cleverness. He was reminding himself that success in gaming required not just skill, but also strategic thinking. Although his mechanical prowess was already top tier, he knew he had to remain vigilant, as other professional players were not to be underestimated. As both junglers commenced their monster camps, Feng adeptly maneuvered LeBlanc to clear minions in mid. The three opposing players exhibited a seasoned demeanor, initially refraining from revealing their skills and instead feigning movement to create an illusion of skill depletion. Feng was unwilling to grant them such opportunities. He activated his W skill and struck first, inflicting damage before retreating to clear the wave. The three players immediately sensed something amiss. Why was this opponent deviating from conventional tactics? Typically, mid laners would not unleash their skills so readily, and the rate of health exchanges in professional matches was quite low. Yet, this player seemed to be approaching it as if it were a ranked game. Although the enemy jungler would not assist at level 1, such an aggressive use of a mobility skill could lead to dire consequences if their jungler fell behind. The opposing mid laner internally scoffed, recognizing the inexperience of the rookie jungler. Feng, however, remained undeterred. If he could land 2 hits at level 1 and consistently deal thunder damage through auto attacks, he would be poised to execute a kill at level 2. While the opposition pondered their strategic approach, Feng was singularly focused on eliminating the 3 adversaries before him. He was not there to merely exist in the professional scene. He was there to secure kills. What purpose would selecting LeBlanc serve if not to slay? Bam! LeBlanc struck again, further diminishing the health of the 3 opponents. Braving the minion damage, Feng landed 2 successive hits. The blue thunder damage surged onto the enemy's head, their health depleting rapidly. Wisdom is playing ferociously, Miss exclaimed with excitement. But was this approach perhaps a touch reckless? Chang Mao voiced his skepticism. Typically, professional mid laners adhered to a more measured style. Why was this young player so eager for confrontation? Yet, despite this aggressive playstyle, Feng was ahead in farm, and he was poised to reach level 2 first. Observing the number of minions, Miss noted, at the intersection of the second wave, Feng swiftly claimed the first minion. With a cold smirk, Feng pressed Ctrl W to learn his Q skill. The Noxian flower advanced, relentlessly targeting the enemy champion. What is this LeBlanc doing? Attempting to secure a kill without using skills? The 3 opponents were perplexed, but instinctively cast their Q skill, while others relied on physical attacks. His was a skill-infused magical strike, a stark contrast. Feng's health continued to dwindle, yet he showed no signs of halting. Even the commentators were bewildered. Has LeBlanc's equipment malfunctioned? Why is he not deploying his skills? Miss pondered. A rational player would typically leverage skills to exchange damage and secure kills under pressure. Feng, however, possessed a computational ability provided by the system, enabling him to assess his chances of securing a kill with pinpoint accuracy. As if on cue, LeBlanc finally made her move. The nether grasp was unleashed upon the 3 opponents, an eerie yellow flower blooming above their heads. Another decisive strike followed, igniting them with a burn effect. The blue thunder cascaded down as LeBlanc executed a final auto attack. After delivering that lethal combination, LeBlanc did not even glance back at her adversaries. She merely retreated to continue farming minions. Wisdom. Is he not going to secure the kill? Chang Mao exclaimed, astonished. Everyone was taken aback by such an unconventional player. Typically, one would ensure an opponent's demise, even at the cost of their own flash. However, it was clear that LeBlanc was confident in the enemy's fate. From the current perspective, it appeared the three opponents were on the brink of demise. Miss narrated rapidly. The three players staggered backward, watching their health diminish slowly. At that moment, they had only 6 health points left. If the ignite could cease, they might survive. It must stop. I cannot die. The 3 players cried out in frustration. With a green glow flickering around him, they clutched a health potion purchased earlier. Ultimately, however, the system's computational prowess triumphed over the whims of fate, successfully claiming the life of the opposing player. Feng's expression remained unchanged as he methodically farmed in mid. First blood. Abu shouted from the sidelines, exhilarated. Feng's confident solo kill was nothing short of spectacular. Chapter 31. Solo again. The 2 commentators were astonished, as were the spectators below. Who exactly was this wisdom, and how could he exhibit such confidence in his gameplay? Bro, nice. The coach exclaimed excitedly. The deceptive assassin, LeBlanc, was exceptionally formidable. If he could secure a few more kills early on, the opposing team's momentum would be utterly shattered. Continue playing like this and destroy their mid laner, the coach urged with palpable enthusiasm. A subtle smile crept across Feng's lips. While others found his maneuvers absurd, to him, they felt entirely justified. The system's computational prowess was unmatched. As long as he calculated a potential kill, if the opponent failed to use their flash properly, it would inevitably be their demise. How could a mere human outperform a machine? In the era prior to Feng's crossing over, esports players had already faced artificial intelligence, yet none had managed to triumph over it. Even when seemingly inescapable situations arose, the AI could learn and rapidly upgrade its algorithms within minutes. In just a short while, the AI would become an invincible force. Comparing a powerful system to artificial intelligence would be a grave insult to the esports system that Feng possessed. Just normal play. Don't get too excited, everyone, Feng chuckled. After clearing a wave of minions and pushing the cannon minion to the enemy tower, Feng opted to return home to replenish his equipment. Lacking sufficient funds for the death cap, he decided on a combination of the Rabadon's death cap and the sorcerer's shoes. This player is quite confident, bringing out the death cap. It seems he aims for something significant, Miss remarked. Many felt he was being somewhat reckless. Although he had gained an early kill advantage, there was no need to play so carelessly. Did he think he was facing a bot? After all, the opposing mid laner was also a professional. Feng's actions were devoid of any flamboyance as he returned to the lane, calculating how to eliminate the opposing mid laner. With his equipment slightly improved, the difficulty had been significantly reduced. A cry for help emerged from the bot lane. Can the jungler lend a hand? I'm struggling here, Eboe implored. The enemy had trapped the minion wave, and if assistance did not arrive soon, he would miss out on substantial experience and gold. The coach sighed deeply. While the mid laner showed promise, the bot lane required diligent nurturing. I'm on my way, Gragas said, carrying a large barrel as he made his way to the bot lane. Feng reached level 3 first and proactively engaged the enemy. Victor, startled, activated his W skill in a desperate attempt to snare the elusive LeBlanc, only to find that her shadow had returned to her form. From the void, a demonic chain materialized, ensnaring him. Feng unleashed a barrage of basic attacks and skills. The player controlling Victor was livid. How could the opponent's skill precision be so impeccable, leaving him feeling utterly trapped? The burst damage from the second stage of the demonic chain was substantial. A blue number erupted from Victor, and his health plummeted further. Feng assessed the damage and thought to himself, if I level up Q next, and he receives the full brunt of it, I could secure the kill. Seizing fleeting opportunities to chip away at his opponent, he awaited the upgrade to his Q ability. Victor, now thoroughly beaten, floundered like a headless fly beneath his tower. The enemy coach was nearly apoplectic. What was Victor doing? If he couldn't play properly, perhaps it was time to let the substitute mid laner take the stage. Upon reaching level 4, Feng immediately unleashed his Q skill upon Victor, the demonic seal forming silently. Bang! The Noxian rose leaped forward, shattering the mark on Victor, while the demonic chain once again struck true. Without a second thought, Victor used his flash, fully aware of his impending doom. If he fell again, the early game rhythm would collapse. While the enemy LeBlanc could roam freely, Victor was left to farm minions under his tower. A roaming LeBlanc was a terrifying prospect. As Victor hoped to evade the second wave of damage, he felt despair when LeBlanc also used her flash in that fleeting moment. Everyone was taken aback. 2 beams of yellow light flickered on the field, yet the positions of the players remained unchanged. What kind of maneuver is this? Miss was nearly speechless. Although he often recorded humorous gaming videos, The opponent's instantaneous response to match LeBlanc's flash was an entirely different realm. The commentator clarified the situation on the field. After hearing his explanation, the audience was left in disbelief. Was he joking? Flashing to counter a flash? What kind of reflexes were required for that? Surely, this wisdom couldn't be a robot. It felt more like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, a stroke of luck. Yet regardless of their skepticism, one thing was undeniable. Victor remained ensnared. The chain's damage was dealt, and a significant blue number appeared above his head. Victor fell helplessly to the ground, his mechanical staff slipping from his grasp, landing on the ground like a piece of tarnished scrap. Feng had once again solo-killed the opposing mid laner. Wisdom, a new hope for domestic mid laners. The commentator shouted excitedly. These 2 kills required both bravery and skill. How could an average person possess such audacity to take the initiative and secure kills while pushing minions? Moreover, now that Victor sought to confront Feng, he would undoubtedly suffer greatly. The opponent had amassed considerable gold, and engaging him head-on would be akin to courting disaster. Abu's hands were red from applause. He marveled at his own foresight. I truly am a genius for having discovered such a treasure. Chapter 32. Equipment choices 10 versions ahead. Feng has truly become a sensation. While others meticulously calculate their moves and engage in cautious exchanges, he leaps into action with audacious maneuvers, claiming yet another kill before anyone can react. The audience erupts with excitement. Such remarkable plays can only arise from a sheer dominance and skill. The 2 mid laners are clearly not on the same level, and it is evident that Feng is exceptionally formidable. Conversations swirl about the sharpness of this newcomer's skills. Similarly, the new ADC, Eboi, finds himself inevitably compared to Feng. Although the new mid laner exhibits strength, the same cannot be said for this ADC, who pales in comparison to his predecessor, Deft. How did he even make it into a professional team? In truth, Eboi's performance has not been as lacking as it seems. He is simply overwhelmed by the pressure. Deft, being a top-tier ADC, cast a shadow over Eboi, revealing his relative shortcomings. The opposing jungler grows anxious, realizing that allowing Feng to secure further kills could spell disaster for their chances in the match. If the LeBlanc achieves full development, she will become a nightmare for the entire team. As LeBlanc vanishes from mid lane, she is, in fact, headed to the top lane. Everyone assumes she is returning home, with no one suspecting otherwise. Yet, Feng's thought process diverges from the norm. He thrives on exploiting the opponent's predictable patterns to eliminate them more easily. I can pull back to assist with a kill, Feng states calmly. Do not use the electronic control. His W skill can negate it, advises Tong Yang. In the matchup of the tree against the duelist, the tree is meant to endure pressure. However, as the game progresses into the mid to late stages, his impact will undoubtedly surpass that of the opposing fighter. The LeBlanc's approach to ganking comes as a surprise to the Treant, who had not anticipated such a move. Nevertheless, taking down the duelist is imperative. Champions reliant on farming to gain equipment must have their rhythm disrupted. The cunning LeBlanc continues her ascent, and the enemy has no vision in the brush. The duelist is in a precarious position. She has not set any wards, Long Mao observes. Let us see if wisdom can secure the kill, Miss adds, her voice tinged with tension. As Feng arrives at the top lane, the enemy top laner remains blissfully unaware of LeBlanc's presence. He thinks that even if the barrel arrives, he could escape unscathed. But LeBlanc has come. Why is there no signal that mid has disappeared? The enemy top laner immediately questions his own Victor. 3 hands express their disbelief. How could he not return home after securing a kill? He has gone to the top lane to hunt. What a monster. However, the duelist is not in the mood to debate with her mid laner. If she doesn't flee quickly, she risks being eliminated. The enemy Treant charges forward, denying her any chance to escape. Laurent unleashes his spell, prompting a barely perceptible smile from Feng. He quickly activates his demonic chains. With the enemy having already expended their soul skill, Feng seizes the opportunity to act. Tong Yang beams with satisfaction, noting how easily the enemy relinquished their W skill, indicative of their haste. Let us finish him off, Tong Yang shouts urgently. Before the enemy can react, Feng's skills unleash like a tempest, striking the duelist directly. Not only that, but the duelist finds herself immobilized. As the Treant approaches, he too controls her once more. The twisted Treant is truly infuriating. He is not only tanky but possesses remarkably long control durations, misanalyzes objectively. The real issue lies in LeBlanc's overwhelming damage. If she waits a few more seconds, the duelist will perish at her hands, Long Mao observes. The enemy jungler, the prince, is nowhere to be found in the upper jungle, meaning they are at the mercy of fate. Moments later, LeBlanc unleashes another barrage of damage, claiming the enemy top laner's life with finesse. As she returns to base, she hears praise from her own top laner. Meanwhile, Eboi, having made a positional error, finds himself ensnared by the enemy and rendered immobile. The bottom lane engages in a forced team fight, with the enemy Dalmatian Prince roaming about, dealing damage. Ultimately, the explorer succumbs to the concentrated fire from the opposition. Some rejoice while others lament. Eboi's expression darkens as he realizes that, despite being newcomers, he is clearly the weakest link in the team. Don't worry. I'll head down to assist shortly. Feng interjects before the coach can speak. The jungler, Beer Man, is taken aback, pondering who the true jungler is. However, an adept assassin can indeed traverse the map with ease, as long as he secures the mid lane minions and gold. The vast expanse of the Valoran continent is his to command. Eboi recognizes that Feng is offering his support and nods earnestly. Returning to action, Feng is now equipped with a kill book and boots. In all my years of watching matches, I've never seen a mid laner build like this, Longmao muses. Although he had prepared himself mentally, Feng's audacity surpasses his expectations. I dare not speak further. I fear being proven wrong. This guy is nothing short of a monster. Longmao continues. Those who previously doubted him have been silenced. Many spectators observe Feng's unconventional build and deem it appropriate for a casual match rather than a professional one, considering it far too reckless. Such a playstyle risks squandering the advantages he has garnered. This is a pinnacle of understanding, a build 10 versions ahead that the average player cannot replicate, they assert. Various opinions abound. Abu silently furrows his brow, yet he believes Feng's actions are not without purpose. Genius often walks a solitary path. To expect others to comprehend his reasoning is almost a futile endeavor. If everyone agreed with him, what would separate a genius from the ordinary? Watching the kill book in his possession and the audacious movements of the enemy in the bot lane, Feng's eyes glint with lethal intent. Chapter 33. Annihilating the Ice Queen. Could this fellow truly regard himself as a genius? In the realm of professional competitions, talents abound. Youngsters often possess an inflated sense of pride, and when they inevitably face a harsh downfall, they shall learn the virtue of humility. Many spectators echoed these sentiments on the streaming platform, seemingly favoring the understated masters from Huaxia, who achieve victory through steady, measured progress. This is the narrative everyone anticipates. Individuals like Feng, with their excessive flamboyance, appear destined for unfavorable outcomes. However, the unfolding events would soon shatter their expectations. Feng's figure flitted across the map, evading detection by his opponents. Can someone enlighten me on the whereabouts of that damned LeBlanc? A voice cried in frustration. It's as if we've encountered a ghost. Brother, refrain from such despair. Let us keep striving. Just as the mid laner attempted to console his jungler, the latter erupted in a furious tirade. What nonsense are you spouting? Have you not realized that you have been utterly dominated by that opponent? And yet, you still have the audacity to speak. The mid laner, humiliated, felt the heat rise to his cheeks. Yet, the truth stung. He had indeed been thoroughly outplayed by the elusive LeBlanc. Let us maintain camaraderie, my friend. We are teammates after all, the top laner interjected hastily. This was merely the first game of the mid-season challenge, and if they allowed such trivial matters to fracture their unity, there would be no point in continuing the competition. The support from the bot lane also stepped in, urging calmness. I understand this is our first grand event, and emotions may run high, but we must remain composed. Upon hearing the well-meaning advice from his teammates, the jungler managed to regain his composure. I apologize, my friends. I did indeed become a bit too heated, the prince admitted, turning to his mid laner. No harm done. Let us persist in our efforts, Victor replied, forcing himself to remain level-headed. Engaging in mutual insults would benefit no one, and the coach would certainly hold them accountable after the match. Yet, the situation on the battlefield was deteriorating. Feng was advancing toward the bot lane, sensing the presence of an opportunity. Utilizing his W skill, he deftly maneuvered around certain areas, ensuring he remained undetected. The opposing gem was positioned precariously forward, presenting Feng with an irresistible chance. If you move back a tad, feign a little more struggle, I could assist you in an instant. Hearing Ji's words, Eboi couldn't help but smile, pretending to be overmatched in order to lure in his teammates for a surprise attack. Should their ruse succeed, the thrill of deception would be exhilarating. LeBlanc lay in ambush among the foliage, waiting for the opposing gem and frost archer to move further ahead. The bait was set. As the adversaries drew near, a cold smile graced Feng's lips. The black rose blossomed from the bushes, unleashing a surge of purple-black brilliance. The frost archer had no time to react before vanishing from the field. Annihilated. The commentators, previously engaged in lively banter, were rendered speechless by this display. The damage dealt by LeBlanc was truly terrifying, eliminating the Frost Archer in a single, fluid motion. What manner of progeny has the opposing team nurtured? They marveled, incredulous at the spectacle unfolding before them. The match replay showcased the astonishing speed of Yi Feng's combo. It was as if a purple-black lightning bolt had struck, leaving the Frost Archer unaware of the calamity that had befallen him. What manner of swiftness is this? Is such execution even within the realm of human capability? Many viewers found themselves compelled to extol his prowess. For the majority, executing a hero's combo fluidly is already commendable. However, performing at such near lightning speed was nothing short of extraordinary. The Frost Archer gazed at the gray-black screen, his expression turning grim. What just transpired? How could that LeBlanc have concealed herself in that accursed bush? She ought to have been in mid. Upon hearing the doubts of his teammate, Victor, the mid laner, was left utterly speechless. His earlier underperformance had significantly hampered his team's momentum. I believe our chances in this match are dwindling, he lamented, as the enemy team secured another kill on the Gem Knight, relentlessly pushing forward and expanding their economic lead. Clearly, the mid lane was the nucleus of their team, and they had amassed a considerable advantage over them. The support analyzed the situation. At this point, discussing it is futile. I merely wish to know how soon we can conclude this match. The ADC, the Frost Archer, seemed to be suffering from a psychological setback, yearning to escape this loathsome scenario. The recent annihilation had struck him silently, casting a shadow over his career, which would now be forever tainted by this humiliating incident. No matter how illustrious his future might become, the memory of this disgrace would linger. For a professional player, such a setback could prove fatal. Can we not maintain our composure? The top laner inquired, just as the enemy jungler approached for an ambush, coordinating with a powerful tree to ensnare him. What on earth is this barrel doing? How could he possibly flank from that position? The enemy top laner exclaimed before his demise. The seasoned jungler, displaying a knowing smile, was acutely aware of the various jungle paths, adeptly maneuvering through the absence of enemy vision. Upon reaching the top lane, he recognized the lack of surveillance and utilized his position to set the stage. Tong Yang executed a brilliant synergy with the tree's formidable crowd control, leaving the duelist Sword Saint ensnared, unable to act. It's over. Everything is finished, the jungler lamented, seemingly devoid of hope for victory. Chapter 34, the first victory now. Many individuals felt a pang of embarrassment, as they had just mocked the build of the deceptive sorceress, initially believing that she would meet a dismal fate. Such a reckless strategy seemed like a jest with the future of their team. However, none anticipated that Yi Feng could indeed take an unconventional approach and carve out a path from despair. Not only that, but the snowball effect of the Death's Hand continued to amplify their advantage, bringing them ever closer to victory. The deceptive sorceress, in conjunction with her allies, relentlessly eliminated enemy heroes, and soon the Death's Hand reached an impressive 25 stacks, while the enemy's outer turrets fell one after another. Oh dear God, can you tell me how to win this wretched match? The mid laner, Victor, lamented as he gazed skyward. A devout Christian, he often called upon the omniscient deity for a glimmer of assistance whenever he felt despondent. Yet in the realm of League of Legends, only the summoners are the true gods of the heroes. Here, there exists no religion or faith. If one can perform exceptionally, perhaps they may even become the belief of others. Victor's prayers proved futile as the disintegration of his team continued unabated. It felt akin to watching oneself tumble into an abyss. Despair enveloped him, yet he felt powerless to act. With all 6 outer turrets demolished, the enemy was poised to assault the mid lane's high ground turret. I must say, our cooperation in this match has not been as exemplary as anticipated, remarked the ADC, Ashe. There's no time for such frivolous talk. We must confront the challenge ahead, the top laner, Fiora, asserted. The thought of losing the first match of the group stage to an opponent from the Huaxiao region, deemed not particularly formidable, weighed heavily on them. If they faced more powerful adversaries, such as those from the Korean region, what humiliations might they endure? They dared not imagine. Once we secure this high ground turret, victory will be ours, Yi Feng exclaimed with a hint of excitement. This was his inaugural match in a professional setting, and winning held profound significance for him. The jungler's face also radiated exhilaration. He had yet to perish in this match. For someone who cherished maintaining a pristine KDA, such a feat was the greatest boon. The 5 members of BJK scrambled beneath the mid-lane high ground, determined to prevail in this final team fight and execute a comeback. However, a rational voice echoed in their minds. Give it up. The opposing team has amassed an insurmountable economic lead. You cannot possibly contend with them. Ashe, you should head to the top lane to clear the minion wave, suggested Fiora, the top laner. Cautiously, Ashe advanced, with her support, Sona, closely following, wary of a sudden onslaught from the enemy sorceress. Feng stood beside the tower, poised and focused, resembling an ancient assassin preparing to strike a sovereign. He awaited the moment of brilliance. Just a few more steps forward from the enemy, and he could unleash devastating damage. As Ashe meticulously last-hit minions, she inadvertently stepped a little too far forward. Suddenly, a dark figure surged forth, landing directly atop her, while the demonic chains swiftly ensnared her. With a thunderous crash, Ashe could only watch helplessly as her health plummeted, ultimately collapsing to the ground. What? The player controlling Ashe nearly leapt from his seat, his face aflame with rage as he futilely pounded the keyboard. The staff behind him promptly tapped his shoulder, urging him to regain his composure. For such impulsive behavior could disrupt the performance of other players. In the professional arena, such actions were intolerable. The others felt their spirits plummet. With their primary damage dealer down, who could possibly turn the tide at this critical juncture? The opposing team's tank, Malphite, led the charge, taking down the mid-lane high ground turret alongside the minion wave. The Nexus Crystal was a foregone conclusion. With the turret fallen, no one would be there to defend it. The remaining members of BJK huddled beneath the tower, clinging to the hope of waiting for Ashe's resurrection, hoping to delay the inevitable. Meanwhile, their coach below seethed with frustration, berating the ineffectiveness of their strategies. How could Ashe have been caught so easily? The terrifying maneuvers of the deceptive sorceress remained etched in everyone's memory, and they were all acutely aware of the prowess of EDG's rookie mid-laner. I dare say, this wisdom will soon emerge as a leading figure in domestic competition, Mist declared. Upon hearing this, the others wondered if perhaps such praise was a bit excessive. After all, it was merely the first match, and there should be a limit to commendation. Yet, judging by the current game, it seemed unlikely they would encounter any major obstacles in securing victory. Malphite boldly took the lead, absorbing turret damage to control the others. Tong Yang had also sufficiently developed, his tankiness now formidable. The jungler, with his barrel, provided supplementary damage, while Eboi executed a relentless barrage of attacks. If the ADC did not step up now, he would become a mere ornament. After a chaotic team fight, Tong Yang succumbed to the turret's assault before the enemy's nexus. However, his teammates did not let his sacrifice go in vain, systematically dismantling the turrets. During this time, Yifeng's deceptive sorceress executed a stunning maneuver, eliminating the opposing mid-laner. Victor. With both of the enemy's primary damage dealers down, BJK found themselves devoid of any means for a powerful counterattack. Ultimately, time froze at the 22-minute mark. EDG executed a flawless team fight, decisively clinching victory in this match. Eboi leapt from his seat, feeling a surge of emotion as he witnessed the enemy nexus explode. Overcome with joy, he dashed behind Yifeng and threw himself onto him. Ha ha ha, don't get too carried away. There's still a long road ahead, Yifeng said, pleased to sense Eboi's excitement. Rubbing his aching eyes, Eboi gazed at the shimmering lights above, feeling an overwhelming sense of optimism for his future. Chapter 35, Declaration of War. Abu watched from the sidelines, utterly exhilarated. As he saw his teammates descend, chatting and laughing, he rushed over to greet them. The director displayed a familiar smile. At moments like this, the coach would invariably rush to his side and pat him on the shoulder, commending him for a job well done. However, this time, the coach seemed somewhat indifferent. Abu immediately approached Yifeng, walking alongside him. You played exceptionally well. Hearing the coach's praise, Yifeng responded with a modest smile. This is just the first match. We have many tough battles ahead. We must not let our guard down. The director appeared somewhat surprised. Why hadn't anyone come to chat with him? Unbeknownst to him, the team's dynamics had subtly shifted. Previously, communication had been stifled due to the language barrier with the Korean players, but now, EDG was a fully Chinese team. Hearing Yifeng's humble words, Abu's opinion of him rose even higher. Your trickster, LeBlanc, was executed flawlessly. I couldn't find any faults in your performance, Abu stated candidly. As a coach of a professional team, it was his duty to scrutinize the players' performances, seeking out mistakes even in victory. This was not merely nitpicking. It was about striving for excellence. Upon arriving backstage, Yifeng was suddenly notified that he was to be interviewed, having been named MVP of the match. All right, I'll be there shortly, he replied, nodding. After a brief transition, he found himself standing at the center of the stage. Here on foreign soil, he faced a crowd of international spectators. Although his English was quite poor, the presence of a translator alleviated his concerns. A strikingly beautiful foreign female host stood before him, nearly matching his height. She was positioned to his left, awaiting her turn to speak. After a brief introduction, she posed her question. I hear you are the new mid laner for your team, and you delivered such an impressive performance in your first match. What would you like to say? Upon hearing the translator's words, Feng flashed a humble smile and replied, in truth, my achievements are inseparable from the support of my teammates and the guidance of my coach. I sincerely thank them. Such official remarks were pleasing to those who wished to hear them. Abu, seated in the audience, beamed with satisfaction. This was precisely what he had hoped Feng would express. It was important for the higher-ups to hear such commendation, as their awareness of the coach's praises could lead to a well-deserved salary increase. As the conversation progressed, the host inquired about their strategies for the upcoming match against the HQ team from Taiwan. Feng's expression shifted to one of amusement, and he refrained from elaborating further. Noticing his demeanor, the host curiously asked, did my question strike you as amusing? Or what is it that makes you smile? Feng cleared his throat, aware that his forthcoming words might stir controversy, yet he felt compelled to speak. As a proud descendant of the Han people, he could not acknowledge the other side as an independent region. The land in question rightfully belonged to China, and their attempt to separate was absurd. What I wish to convey is that competing against a team from another province poses no pressure for us. On the contrary, I hope they train diligently to prepare for the storm we are about to unleash upon them. Once translated, the interpreter's expression shifted noticeably. Yet, as a proud representative of his heritage, Feng felt an undeniable strength in voicing his sentiments. The truth stood clear, having won the match. They were entitled to speak boldly. The English-speaking host's face also reflected a change. She hadn't anticipated the game would elicit such nationalistic sentiments, and she opted to refrain from further commentary. After a brief pause, she posed another question. Abu was filled with fervor, realizing how eloquently Feng articulated his thoughts. His statements would undoubtedly attract a legion of supporters for the EDG club. True to his expectations, the online community erupted upon hearing Feng's remarks. Well said. The next match is against the provincial team. Let us show these little rascals who's boss. Laughter ensued, with many asserting that Taiwan was indeed a provincial team, albeit one unwilling to admit it. It was akin to a wayward child leaving home, yet they would eventually come to terms with the truth. A sense of pride filled the air, particularly as Feng had confidently expressed such sentiments on an international stage, solidifying his reputation. Many sought out his social media to follow him. After the match concluded, Feng would engage in related activities. After all, attention equated to revenue, and he would not let opportunities slip away. In need of financial improvement for his life, he answered questions casually, leaving the audience with a lasting impression. This seemingly frail young man exuded a unique confidence, reminiscent of a powerful ancient Eastern civilization standing boldly before them. The interpreter, having just exited the stage, wiped the sweat from his brow. That exchange had been a battle of wits. Most would struggle to withstand such pressure. Even as he translated Feng's words, he felt the weight of what lay beneath the language. Yet, once spoken, the exhilaration was truly liberating. Thank you for your hard work, Feng said to the translator, offering a warm smile as he made his way to the coach backstage. This guy will undoubtedly be remarkable, the interpreter mused silently, watching Feng's retreating figure. Chapter 36. Post-match analysis. Upon reaching the backstage area where the coach was situated, Feng resumed his humble demeanor. He recognized that his foundation was still fragile. To harbor arrogance over minor achievements would undoubtedly provoke disdain from others. The veteran players also valued their pride. Although he performed admirably, teamwork was essential for success. Should any discord arise among them, isolating him as a mere figurehead would complicate forthcoming matches. You articulated yourself quite well. I didn't expect you to possess such eloquence, Abu remarked with a smile. I hardly consider myself a speaker. Those were merely heartfelt sentiments, Feng replied, appearing somewhat bashful as he waved his hand dismissively. Iboi gazed at Feng with admiration, as if he were capable of anything. Whether competing on the stage or participating in interviews, he excelled in both realms. A versatile talent like him is the most coveted in the realm of esports. The previous players, despite their solid performance, often embarrassed themselves on stage. Many suffered from stage fright, swaying nervously when placed in the spotlight. To many, esports players were perceived as unorthodox professionals. Observing their interviews, with their casual demeanor and constant fidgeting, it was challenging to leave a positive impression. Furthermore, many struggled to articulate themselves in Mandarin fluently. In high-stakes competitions, failing to communicate effectively in one's native language was undeniably awkward. Those who had not received a complete 9-year compulsory education naturally struggled to achieve perfection. Feng's earlier performance was exemplary. He not only showcased outstanding skills on the battlefield, but also conveyed his thoughts with poise when on stage. A player of his caliber could attract a legion of fans, even if his future performances were merely average. I will briefly outline some points. I will directly address certain shortcomings observed during the match analysis. If you falter, it is imperative that you amend your ways, Abu announced, pausing momentarily before continuing. If my words do not resonate with you, that is of no consequence, but you must refine your skills. Clearing his throat, Abu began addressing the players by name. Tong Yang, your performance in the top lane was somewhat sluggish. The pace could have been swifter, and when mid lane came to assist, it would be prudent to signal your intentions. Abu incisively identified the issue. Whether the player communicated within the team's voice chat was uncertain, but visible signals were essential. With many voices overlapping in team discussions, it was easy for vital commands to be drowned out, potentially altering the match's outcome. Tong Yang nodded, acknowledging his oversight. Chong, you continue to grapple with the same issue. You are often hesitant to initiate team fights at critical moments, Abu sighed, expressing his exasperation. It seemed the player overly valued his own safety, focusing on self-preservation. For an ADC, prioritizing one and Oppo's life is understandable. Yet for a jungler to play this way would leave the laners feeling apprehensive. Chong offered an awkward smile, aware that Abu's words struck a chord. However, expecting him to change overnight was unrealistic. Even the desire to adapt would likely vanish with the next turn. Tianyi, you must refrain from being overly aggressive. Your ADC has just stepped into the professional arena. Your assertiveness may indeed pressure him, Abu advised. Tianyi's expression remained unchanged, yet Iboi appeared to resonate with the sentiment. He had indeed felt discomfort during the match, as Tianyi relentlessly sought to initiate fights while he focused on farming. For a competent ADC, establishing a solid foundation is vital in the early game. Not everyone can be as bold as Doggo. Why must one always pressure the opponent? As long as one can secure good items by mid-game and maximize damage during team fights, that suffices. Iboi did not possess an overly aggressive nature. He preferred late-game engagements, concentrating on solidifying his growth in the earlier phases. Previously, Tianyi had assisted Deft, who favored small skirmishes in lane. Due to his meticulous attention to detail, he often gained an advantage in these minor confrontations. Tianyi had adopted a similar mindset, assuming he could force initiations. However, the current ADC style diverged from this approach. Persisting in such tactics would demonstrate irresponsibility towards the team. Very well, I shall adjust, Tianyi replied after a moment of hesitation. Iboi, I actually believe your performance was commendable. You did not disappoint me, Abu stated, surprising Iboi with his unexpected praise. He had anticipated criticism, but was met with encouragement instead. And a smile spread across Iboi's face. Given Yi Feng's dazzling performance, you must remain steady in your approach, the coach added. Iboi was unsure how to interpret this, but he understood the importance of maintaining his style while continuously refining it without feeling pressured to dominate the opponent. The coach addressed the bottom lane duo, emphasizing that Tianyi must reevaluate his landing strategy. If he clung to the shadow of the previous ADC, the club might contemplate acquiring a new support. While Iboi displayed some inexperience, his mechanics and game sense were sound. Finally, Abu turned to Feng. I greatly admire your playstyle. The mid lane must exude such pressure. I hope your execution remains consistently sharp. Abu's thoughts were straightforward and practical. As long as the mid lane exerted sufficient pressure, the bottom lane need not engage in reckless skirmishes. Yet, the burden of expectation now rested on Yi Feng's shoulders, and it remained to be seen whether he could bear it. Yi Feng understood the implications of Abu's words, smiling and nodding in affirmation, assuring that he was up to the task. Each member of the team harbored their own thoughts regarding Yi Feng's rise. Chapter 37. The selfishness of the fields. There is no need to elaborate on Iboi. He and Yi Feng are inseparable entities. The two stand as absolute allies on the same front, ready to assist one another should either face adversity. The team manager has now recognized the direction of their path. Yi Feng's display of formidable strength has led him to find a new benefactor. In the future, he is determined to ensure the mid lane flourishes, which in turn will affirm his own significance. The manager reflects inwardly. Tong Yang, however, remains indifferent. His character has always been this way, even during matches. He adheres to his own style of play. In the current version of League of Legends, the top lane is essentially a role that exists somewhat apart from the team. To put it plainly, the top lane is akin to that of an outsider. Many teams neglect to support the top lane during skirmishes. The game currently favors tank champions, resulting in two muscle-bound titans clashing without much hope of securing a kill. It is far more advantageous to assist the mid and bot lanes in expanding their lead. For should the opposing team grow strong, the results can be quite formidable. Tianyi's attitude is somewhat ambiguous. He seems discontent with the shifting circumstances. Deft's departure has greatly impacted him. Iboi's style contrasts significantly with his own. Moreover, he has become the safest member of the team. After all issues seem to bypass him. However, with Yi Feng's arrival, he senses a shift in his standing. Yi Feng has become the favored one in the eyes of the coach, making it increasingly difficult for Tian Yi to deflect blame. Should this situation persist without intervention, his position may very well be jeopardized. As this realization dawns upon him, Tian Yi's anxiety mounts. Although he remains taciturn on the surface, he has always managed to shift responsibility onto others during pivotal moments. In the past, while part of EDG, no one would dare point out his shortcomings. Yet now that Yi Feng has joined the team, and everyone is striving for improvement, Tian Yi has unwittingly become a stumbling block. If he can adjust his mentality and collaborate with the others to perform well, he might still carve out a place for himself. However, should he remain obstinate, Abid will not grant him the liberty to act recklessly. Everyone has come here to compete for honor, not to deflect blame. If victory is within reach, why must it be sought through failure? In the aftermath of this, the team prepares for their upcoming match against HQ in 2 days. Yi Feng's remarks had sparked considerable discussion online. Although it was a common issue of national sentiment, his direct expression resonated deeply with many. Yi Feng also launched his Weibo account, garnering 40,000 followers on the very first day. Observing this, he simply smiled faintly. Having traversed from a past life into this parallel world, he is well aware of the necessity of maintaining his persona, especially in that world, where the support of capital is highly valued. As long as he remains steadfast, opportunities for a resurgence may arise. Within the training room, the two engage in practice matches, casually conversing. "Brother Yi, what do you think of my last performance?" Ibo Yi inquires, curiosity evident in his tone. The coach's opinions may not hold much weight with him, but Yi Feng's suggestions are etched in his mind. The assistance he receives from Yi Feng is invaluable. Without him, establishing a foothold would be exceedingly challenging. Who knows if the coach's praise was merely a courtesy extended on Yi Feng's behalf? Ibo Yi is not entirely satisfied with his current gameplay. "I see no issues with your execution, and your approach is quite sound. There is no need for excessive worry," Yi Feng responds, recalling Ibo Yi's impressive performance in the future. However, as he continues, Yi Feng abruptly pauses. Noticing this, Ibo Yi's curiosity peaks. "But what? Am I lacking in some aspect?" "I believe your support is lacking," Yi Feng states. His eyes narrowing slightly, he senses a hint of hostility emanating from Ibo Yi. Such instability within the team poses a danger to him. "Is that so? I feel the same. He seems to harbor some discontent towards me," Ibo Yi replies, a look of indignation crossing his face. Tian Yi has become accustomed to deflecting blame, and Yi Feng's near-perfect performance now poses a significant threat to his position. Should Ibo Yi continue to excel, the coach may seek to strengthen the entire team. Analyzing each member's contributions, Ibo Yi and Yi Feng are allies. The double carry positions are undoubtedly secure. The manager, being a veteran of the team and in decent competitive form, faces no such issues. Tong Yang, with his laid-back demeanor, remains unconcerned. However, his gameplay remains commendable, and the coach will unlikely find fault with him. The more Tian Yi contemplates the situation, the more he feels the weight of his own shortcomings. In the next match, he must ensure that the flaws of these two are laid bare. If they remain concealed, he will have to resort to desperate measures. As Tian Yi lies in bed, restless thoughts swirl in his mind. It cannot be deemed cruel or ruthless. It is merely a matter of preserving his position. Even if it means disregarding the team's victory, he must persist. If he is expelled from his current team, his income will vanish. For a young man like him, the absence of that income poses a daunting future. Once ensnared by a singular obsession, reason often eludes one. Such is Tian Yi's plight. He fails to perceive the brighter side of matters, instead fixating on the perceived malice of others. When one believes others harbor ill intentions, the merits of those individuals are easily overlooked. Yi Feng's integration into the team undeniably bolsters their strength, yet Tian Yi remains fraught with anxiety. Abid is also wary of this dynamic. Regardless, the forthcoming match will reveal all. The true nature of everyone involved will inevitably come to light, and Abid contemplates this carefully. These young players, in their cunning, are far too naive for someone of his experience. Time swiftly passes, and in the blink of an eye, they find themselves once more on that familiar stage. Chapter 38. The Wandering Mage engaging with this group of individuals certainly does not warrant any anxiety. Yi Feng, seated comfortably in his esports chair, remarked casually while observing the screen before him. Upon hearing his words, the others erupted in laughter. The player from the HU team had longed to sever ties with the Huaxia nation, yet found himself unable to achieve that goal. The HQ members had made bold declarations on social media, proclaiming their intent to teach EDG a lesson. The brazen provocation from their opponents on stage left them feeling utterly humiliated. It was akin to a rebellious child who requires a firm reprimand to comprehend the authority of their parents. Feng continued, though his face bore a smile. A glint of coldness shimmered in his eyes. Tian Yi's expression remained unchanged, his gaze icy as he fixated on the screen, leaving others to wonder what thoughts raced through his mind. In this match, he was determined to expose certain flaws in the bot lane. Drawing from his extensive experience in shifting blame, he anticipated that Eboi would likely face misfortune. There was no alternative. To preserve his standing, such actions were imperative. Presently, the two carries seemed as if they were inseparable allies, and should the opposing team target him in the future, he would find himself utterly defenseless. The others were oblivious to this reality, preoccupied solely with performing well in the current match. However, Feng remained subtly vigilant of this individual. Abu had also noted this detail, but he would only point it out once the issue arose. After all, he was observing the match from the stands. And should any problems emerge, he would commit them to memory. Welcome to the mid-season invitational. I am the commentator, Wawa, one of the casters greeted. Hello everyone. I am Miller, and I am delighted to bring you the conclusion of this match, he added with a broad smile. I wonder if you have noticed that the new mid laner from EDG has been performing exceptionally well, with a notably high economic conversion rate, Wawa began. Any viewer who had witnessed the previous match would surely recall the ghostly performance of the mischievous LeBlanc. What kind of impact could the player wisdom deliver in this contest? The two commentators engaged in a lively exchange, analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of both teams, where EDG's advantages and disadvantages were glaringly apparent. With several seasoned players safeguarding the front lines, EDG was further bolstered by the leadership of their captain. However, the drawbacks were equally evident. The team's carries appeared somewhat inexperienced. While Feng had indeed performed admirably in his debut, no one could predict how he would fare in subsequent matches. The HQ side had even made bold claims prior to the match, asserting that they would send their opponents home. Miller chuckled, while Wawa began to revel in his commentary. The Beibei region's traditional bravado seemed ever present, regardless of their actual performance. I find myself quite eager to witness Feng's performance. Should he manage to break through their defenses, it will be intriguing to see how those Beibei players respond. Miller remarked. Although this was merely a match, the players represented their nations. The underlying tensions were not easily masked by the guise of competition. It remained to be seen if EDG could withstand the pressure and deliver a stern lesson to these provincial players. Wawa, unrestrained, boldly stated his views. The director below chuckled heartily as he observed the barrage of comments flooding the screen. Such a dynamic atmosphere was something the official livestream would not shy away from. Moreover, it presented an excellent opportunity to ride the wave of popularity, a situation beneficial for all involved. The director found himself wishing to amplify the commentary through the earpiece. As the two commentators continued their banter, time slipped away gradually. Without further ado, the players will soon select their champions. Let us see which heroes they will choose. Wawa announced. The camera shifted to the coaches of both sides, who were wandering behind the players with notepads, murmuring various strategies. What do you plan to play? The captain inquired directly to Feng. To be honest, I wish to utilize the Wandering Mage, Feng responded candidly. Employing such a hard control champion on the battlefield would afford his teammates a significant advantage. At that time, Rise was still referred to as the Wandering Mage, having yet to undergo any reworks. Though his form had evolved, he remained a competent spellcasting powerhouse. Very well, the captain nodded before adding. Let us go with Olaf this time. He can synergize well. Tong Yang selected a champion for the top lane, opting for a Renekton, seemingly intent on dominating that lane. Wawa remarked instantly, Renekton is quite a common pick during that era. The opposing top laner had embraced a tank-centric philosophy, securing a poppy for defense. Even if you manage to outplay me, my ultimate can still send you flying, preserving my morale, he mused. The S5 poppy was indeed formidable, boasting substantial shield bonuses and delivering respectable damage. The opposing jungle chose a Void Predator. The Mantis was one of the captain's signature champions, though he had increasingly gravitated toward team-oriented heroes, moving away from solitary assassins. Nevertheless, the Mantis's damage should not be underestimated. A well-timed Dragonfly touch could yield devastating results in team fights. The opposing mid laner selected the Nine-Tailed Fox. This champion boasted both beauty and fearsome damage potential, particularly with her ultimate. The triple dash allowed her to swiftly navigate the map, while her charm effect could prove pivotal in team skirmishes, often determining the match's outcome. I'll go with Caitlyn, Eboi declared succinctly, observing the coach's approving nod as his cursor locked onto the Piltover Enforcer. Tian Yi ultimately settled on Soraka. While this choice was not the most optimal, the coach refrained from voicing any objections. Iboi had desired a support with crowd control, but his request went unheeded. The opposing bot lane duo opted for a strategy involving Twitch and Lulu. Should they successfully protect Twitch until the late game, they would undoubtedly take command of the match. We should focus on playing aggressively in the early game. Only then can we maintain our composure, Abu stated before departing from the scene. The coaches exchanged cordial handshakes as the match was poised to commence. Chapter 39. The taunting gesture. Iboi felt a twinge of discomfort within. Moments ago, he had suggested to his support to switch heroes, but his request had been utterly disregarded, met with silence. Though he was a complete novice, this did not warrant being overlooked. As the ADC, his role was indispensable. It was irksome that his counterpart, having arrived a few days earlier, assumed superiority over him. Feng also furrowed his brow. Despite his short tenure, had his status been higher, he would have reprimanded such behavior. With the match about to commence, he hoped everyone would focus on playing well. The team leader seemed to sense the awkward atmosphere and awkwardly interjected, "Let us not engage in an early skirmish." Upon his words, the team fell silent. Tong Yang remained indifferent. Being a top laner, his primary concern was his own lane performance, irrespective of the chaos below. His confidence stemmed from his considerable skill, as EDG had yet to find a suitable replacement for him. There was no urgency. As long as he continued to perform well, the team would surely acknowledge his contributions. Abu sensed a subtle shift in the air. Tian Ye's recent choices and attitude felt somewhat unsettling. As the game loaded, they found themselves in the realm of Valoran. "Welcome to League of Legends." The familiar voice resonated, instantly revitalizing everyone's spirits. "I suggest we refrain from an early fight," the team leader reiterated. Feng nodded in agreement. Their composition was not particularly suited for an aggressive early encounter. The wandering mage took to the mid lane, his purple dome gliding gracefully. Opposing him, the nine-tailed fox simmered with indignation. Feng's remarks had unearthed their sore spots, leaving the Taiwanese players feeling embarrassed. On the international stage, Taiwan was often the subject of ridicule. The audacity of their opponents to provoke them was infuriating. "If you have grievances, feel free to express them," Feng mused internally. What transpired next was even more audacious. Feng positioned himself at the heart of the mid-lane minion wave and began to perform a tap dance. Executing the wandering mage's taunt, the arena erupted in astonishment. Feng's brazen provocation was nothing short of audacity. Should he be subsequently overwhelmed, it would become a humorous anecdote in his career, a tale of a player who taunted his adversaries only to face humiliation. Yet, Feng harbored no ulterior motives. Having traversed from a parallel world, he regarded taunting as merely a facet of competitive culture, devoid of excessive gravity. Ultimately, a player's prowess remained paramount. As long as one excelled in performance, even an exaggerated mockery of their opponents could be deemed acceptable. The nine-tailed fox seethed, her hands radiating the glow of the orb of deception. The minion waves converged in the mid lane, and as the fox observed the wandering mage's advancing position, she launched the orb, seeking to capitalize on the opportunity for damage. Yet, Feng's movement was too astute to fall for her ruse. The wandering mage was a formidable champion, renowned for his high output, which had led to his rework in later iterations. Feng was biding his time, awaiting level 3 to unleash consistent damage. Currently, he skillfully evaded the fox's abilities. Her Q and E skills could be dodged, but the W could not. Thus, for the opponent to eliminate him, they had to be judicious with their skill usage, especially in the early game where mana was a precious resource. Even with the presence of regeneration potions, one had to conserve their usage and calculate health points meticulously. Feng's maneuvers exemplified tactical finesse. He consistently masked his movements to chip away at the nine-tailed fox's health. Whenever she attempted to use the orb, he nimbly evaded her efforts. "What sorcery is this?" exclaimed Wawa, astonished. "His positioning guarantees he will emerge as a star mid-laner," Miller added, equally exhilarated. A domestic mid-laner had emerged as such a prodigy. While Wei Shun had already impressed, Feng's current display surpassed even that. Abu's gaze remained fixated on the wandering mage. His movements seemed almost superhuman. What thoughts occupied this young man's mind that enabled such meticulous execution? This sentiment was shared by everyone present. They were left in awe of Feng's skill. He was continuously assessing his proximity to level 3, knowing that upon reaching it, combined with the ignite in his possession, he could potentially secure a kill. The nine-tailed fox, oblivious to her precarious position, failed to utilize her Q ability to clear minions despite her slight experience deficit. It appeared that, in this era, professional players were not yet attuned to data sensitivity. Feng scoffed inwardly. In his time, mid laners were acutely aware of such metrics. even in less than stellar performances. They would not succumb to the error of being out-leveled and subsequently eliminated, as awareness could offset mechanical shortcomings. At last, the wandering mage reached level 3. He surged forward, targeting the fox, who was left with scant health. He ensnared her with his W ability, unleashing a torrent of damage. A burst of purple energy engulfed the nine-tailed fox as she attempted to flee, only to find herself ensnared. The audience watched in disbelief as Rise continued to unleash his assault. First blood, Wawa exclaimed as the nine-tailed fox fell, his voice brimming with excitement. As if witnessing the birth of a legend. Feng has slain the opposing mid laner again. Miller echoed, his face alight with enthusiasm. Chapter 40. The argument in the bot lane within the confines of a modest competition venue. The foreign audience stood utterly bewildered. Those fortunate enough to be present were die-hard fans of League of Legends. Each individual possessed a unique understanding of the game. Yet one truth resonated clearly among them. An early solo kill could only occur if there existed a significant disparity between the two players. In a balanced confrontation, how could one easily secure a solo kill? While instances of solo kills are not uncommon in professional matches, they are typically executed by the few exalted players who reign supreme. At this moment, EDG's rookie mid laner emerged spectacularly, having achieved solo kills in his debut matches through his astute maneuvering. The prowess of the LeBlanc was comprehensible, given her reputation as a formidable assassin. However, the Rune Mage's success left many perplexed, as they all possessed an innate gauge of skill and could discern the nature of the plays being made. HQ, feeling the heat of embarrassment, was overwhelmed with shame. He had boldly proclaimed on social media prior to the match that he would ensure the mid laner would pay dearly, only to find himself the victim of a solo kill. To add insult to injury, the opponent had even taunted him at the match's onset, clearly dismissing him. The irony of being killed by someone he had belittled left him both furious and powerless. Impressive, Feng. The manager's smile broadened. Securing a kill early on alleviated some pressure from the lane. Yet, Feng remained silent, seemingly attuned to the position of the enemy jungler. As the distance between them diminished, "Why aren't you clearing the wave?" the manager observed as Rise abruptly turned to flee, sensing something amiss. The commentators, witnessing this from a bird's-eye view, also displayed expressions of astonishment. HQ's jungler, Kha'Zix, was closing in. If the wandering mage lingered too long, disaster awaited. However, Feng lacked vision and could not ascertain the enemy's whereabouts. What was remarkable was his extraordinary awareness. He had evidently sensed the jungler's approach. There was no other explanation for his abrupt retreat. Abu, too, wore a delighted expression. He felt fortunate to have discovered such a talent. Feng's execution had exceeded his expectations. Initially, he deemed the opponent to be of top-tier domestic caliber, but now, his appraisal had undoubtedly ascended to a new level. While the mid lane was thriving, the bot lane was a different story. Eboe's style leaned towards caution. Although the Caitlyn possessed the advantage of passive critical hits and could harass the enemy from a distance, he refrained from being overly aggressive. Should the opposing Lulu transform him into a sheep, the Twitch would be free to unleash his damage. Despite Twitch not being particularly potent in the early game, with Lulu's assistance, he was far from weak. As Tianyi advanced, he frequently found himself on the receiving end of Twitch's harassment. Eboe longed to advise him to position himself more cautiously, yet he feared being reprimanded by his support for instructing him on how to play. This internal conflict weighed heavily on him. Observing from the sidelines, Abu's eyes narrowed. The Star Guardian's gameplay exhibited flaws that stemmed from Tianyi himself. His positioning seemed overly aggressive, diverging from his typically cautious approach. There could be but one explanation. As Abu pondered, his anger intensified. He could hardly believe his support had behaved in such a manner. Even if there were tensions between them, it was unnecessary to bring such issues onto the battlefield. There was no way Tianyi could have performed so poorly. Abu was resolute in his disbelief. When the two joined the team, he had assessed all their metrics. Even if today was not their best day, such a fundamental error was implausible. Abu could not fathom any reason other than willful misconduct. To his astonishment, it seemed his support truly was acting the part. As the opposing Lulu pressed forward, it was evident that both players should have retreated. Yet, the Star Guardian signaled a commitment to engage with the enemy. Lacking any significant offensive capability, the Caitlyn was reluctant to engage in such a skirmish, continuously signaling for withdrawal. Nevertheless, Tianyi persisted in his advance. "Wait, why is the Star Guardian moving forward? Is this a positional error?" the caster exclaimed in disbelief. As everyone noticed the Caitlyn retreating while her support advanced, this situation was undeniably awkward. As expected, the Star Guardian was transformed into a sheep by the enemy's enchantress. In an instant, Twitch unleashed his fury. Only when Tian Yi found himself on the brink of death did he feign panic and hastily activate his flash. Yi quickly interjected. "You're poisoned. Flash 1T save you." However, by the time he uttered these words, it was already too late. Tian Yi feigned outrage, glaring intensely at Yi. "How can you say that? If you had cooperated in that skirmish, we would have undoubtedly triumphed." Upon hearing his support's accusation, Yi's confidence waned. Being a newcomer, he began to question whether perhaps his judgment had faltered. The previous situation had indeed been ill-timed. How could he shift the blame onto Yi Feng, witnessing the unfolding drama, stepped in. "You two are in cahoots. I see that clearly, but I maintain I did nothing wrong in that exchange." Tian Yi gritted his teeth. "You two are in this together." Observing their expressions, Yi Feng shook his head in resignation. His greatest fear had materialized. Could Tian Yi truly have made such a fundamental error? Absolutely not. Thus, this occurrence could only suggest one possibility. He was undoubtedly acting with intent. Yi's spirits dipped further, caught in a conflict with his support, leaving him uncertain about how to proceed. "Let us just focus on playing well from here on out," the manager, as the elder statesman of the team, advised. Tian Yi dared to confront the two newcomers, yet before the manager, he adopted a submissive demeanor. If the manager were to become incensed, it would take but a single word for him to be dismissed. Chapter 41. Surrendering directly. The factory manager is a venerable figure in the entire Huaxian National Hero League. As the LPL 001 player, this is no jest. Simply considering the respect owed to him, it would be but a word to have Tianai dismissed. Observing the gloomy expression of the ADC beside him, Tianai could not help but smirk inwardly. "Aren't you two supposed to be allies? I shall watch and see how you both bear the responsibility should you lose." He was confident in his flawless execution, believing that others would not discern any faults on his part. While such occurrences in the bot lane are uncommon, they are not entirely unexpected. If the coach were to inquire later, he would simply lay the blame on the opponent. "Play as you are, there is no issue. Just persist," Yi Feng continued to advise Yi. Upon hearing this, Tianya's anger ignited. The implication of their words was a complete disregard for him. By stating that the ADC was performing adequately, were they not indirectly pointing fingers at him? "Fine. I refuse to believe that after losing the match, you can still maintain such bravado." Tianai fumed inwardly, unbeknownst to the factory manager. The severity of the situation was escalating as he concentrated on bolstering the mid lane to secure a larger advantage. Rise was currently pressuring the opponent, while the nine-tailed fox exhibited a slight advantage, despite having been solo killed once. His demeanor remained unyieldingly valiant. This led to Yi Feng seizing another opportunity to eliminate him. The mid laner of AHQ was eager to reclaim her dignity, observing the opponent's movements like a hawk. "How do I kill that wretched wandering mage? Jungle, come help quickly." The nine-tailed fox shouted in frustration. The opposing jungle, the mantis, felt quite helpless. In truth, he wished to assist in the mid lane, but the nine-tailed fox's impatience was overwhelming. Haste makes waste. The wandering mage is no pushover. If this continues, we risk nurturing him into a formidable threat, he thought. Fortunately, the bot lane held a slight advantage that, if expanded, could turn the tide of the match. Another critical factor was that Rad is a late-game ADC. As long as he survived the challenging early development phase, he would unleash devastating AoE damage in the late game. When Rat activated his ultimate, he became exceedingly formidable, especially with his true damage bonus, rendering most opponents incapable of withstanding him. Patience is a virtue. Endure until Rat can thrive, the jungle mantis advised the nine-tailed fox. The HQ mid laner huffed in anger, but found no words to counter. Admittedly, his execution had faltered, and being solo killed was a source of great shame. Yi Feng remained composed and collected. "Play it safe in the bot lane, wait for my assistance." To prevent the Star Child from recklessly yielding kills again, Yi Feng added. Yi nodded in agreement, while Tianai remained silent, as if he had not heard. "Go, hurry and come to me." The Star Child once again targeted Rat's icon, signaling an intent to forcefully eliminate him. "We just died once. Going in now wouldn't be wise." Yi hesitated. He was focused on early development, and ADCs typically do not thrive in constant skirmishes at this stage. Tianai retorted angrily. "Are you aware that we are in a power spike? If he survives this phase, we will be unable to contend." Hearing his furious outburst, Yi Feng quickly interjected, "Your damage cannot surpass theirs. You cannot engage." However, the opposition disregarded his words, with the Star Child charging forward once more. This time, Yi chose not to evade, but to follow suit. Witnessing this, a sly smile crept across Tianya's face, as though his scheme had succeeded. Abu clenched his fists in frustration upon seeing them rush in. He was uncertain whose decision it was, but seeing the support lead the charge, he formed a resolution. Ah, Tianai, you revel in bullying newcomers, do you? After this thought crossed his mind, he began contemplating other matters. The support's performance had been rather standard, lacking any remarkable highlights. Yet, their choice this time truly incensed Coach Abu. Placing personal emotions above the team's success, such players would struggle to find a place anywhere. As expected, the star child charged in, only to be transformed into a sheep. Unable to heal at all, his fragile stature succumbed to Rat's blows, leading to his swift demise. The follow-up, Caitlin, witnessed this and hastily used her flash to preserve her own life. Tianai feigned outrage, bellowing, "I risked my life to create opportunities for you. And you fled with your flash." He appeared as if he had suffered a great injustice. The high-decibel roar echoed through the team voice chat, leaving Iboi feeling quite embarrassed, resulting in his silence. Yi Feng frowned deeply. "Then do not engage. What are you shouting about?" Tianya's laughter turned to fury, feigning a wounded demeanor. "Fine. I shall not engage." The act had been executed flawlessly. Now they would see how the coach would respond. Player Tianai voluntarily requested a pause in the match. This scene caused an uproar among the audience. Coach Abu approached the stage, his expression devoid of emotion as he confronted Tianai. "What has transpired?" His stern voice reached Tianya's ears, who adopted a pitiful expression, tears glistening in his eyes. "Coach, I can no longer play this match. The ADC and I cannot coordinate at all. I am at a loss as to what he is thinking. I risked everything to create opportunities for him, and he turned tail and fled. How can one compete with such an ADC?" It seemed as if the opponent's transgressions were unforgivable, and Tianai continued his lament. Iboi felt a surge of anxiety, though he found himself unable to speak. "Coach," Yi Feng began to express his thoughts, but he noticed the coach gesturing for silence. "No need for further words. I understand this match. You lack the will to continue. We concede." Chapter 42. An unforgettable lesson. The words spread like wildfire, and the faces of the other competitors were instantly etched with shock. Yi Feng's expression was one of disbelief. He could not fathom why his opponent would choose to concede so abruptly. Why surrender outright? "We were performing splendidly." Yi Feng pressed, his confusion palpable. Abu, having uttered his statement, left the scene immediately. The referee conveyed the coach's intentions, igniting a stir among the audience. What is happening? How can they concede so easily? Is this the level of EDG? Have they lost their resolve upon encountering difficulty? If that is their mindset, they should not have come abroad to compete. The spectators were furiously exasperated. To think these little rascals from the Taiwan region would concede. How shameless can they be? Not only the live audience, but also those watching remotely were incredulous. They could not comprehend why EDG would act in such a manner. The manager, with wide, unblinking eyes, was equally taken aback by the coach's decision, yet he refrained from questioning it. He understood his place, despite his status. He was merely a player in the eyes of the coach, separated by an unbridgeable chasm. The coach was there under directives from the higher-ups to oversee the professional players, and any insubordination could lead to immediate dismissal. Tian Yi was silently reveling in the situation. At last, he had orchestrated the downfall of his rival. Now, he watched with anticipation to see how these two would navigate the aftermath, especially Yi Feng, who had previously boasted about teaching the provincial team a lesson. Now, conceding before them, he would surely become the target of ridicule. Yi Feng felt an overwhelming urge to confront Tian Yi physically, yet he knew that such an action in a professional setting would lead to a suspension. He could not jeopardize his career. This incident served as a profound lesson. He needed to be wary of treachery. "Should I find the opportunity, I will not spare you," he vowed internally, aware that Tian Yi's actions had sullied the entire team. At that moment, EDG's fans were undoubtedly disheartened. Online, they faced a barrage of mockery from supporters of other teams. EDG is remarkable, surrendering in an international match. Truly the embodiment of a domestic farce. The ridicule continued. To concede to a team from Taiwan is simply disgraceful. This team has tarnished the reputation of the entire Chinese League of Legends scene. Bravo, EDG. The onslaught of derision flooded in, overwhelming the official EDG esports club's social media. Many were infuriated, joining forces to voice their outrage. Abu led the players backstage, his expression grim as he spoke slowly. "I am aware of the circumstances surrounding today's events. There is no need for further explanations." Yi Feng was taken aback by the coach's words. What could this imply? At that moment, the coach turned his gaze to Tian Yi. "I know you did not bet on our defeat, but your actions have crossed a line," he declared, his voice icy, leaving no room for leniency. Tian Yi, feeling a chill run down his spine, stammered, "Coach, what are you saying? I don't understand." Observing Tian Yi's bewilderment, Abu replied with a cold smile, "You have a penchant for shifting blame during matches, which I previously overlooked. considering your errors were minor. But this time, you have truly erred. His voice was chilling, offering no mercy. Coach, what do you mean? Tianyi gritted his teeth, unwilling to concede. Fearing that an admission of guilt would ensnare him further. Still playing the fool, Abu roared in anger. What do you think the newcomers did wrong? Do you believe they would conspire against you? Worry not. You are no longer a member of our team. The coach's fury resonated in Tianyi's ears, leaving him frozen in disbelief. To be expelled for such a reason was unfathomable. What? Are you furious? Do you feel wronged? Reflect on your own actions. Abu stated before stepping outside to call the owner. The owner was equally furious. Conceding a match had severely impacted the club's reputation. Fans are hard to cultivate, and such an incident could easily drive away the fair-weather supporters. Now, the team's reputation was tarnished. Upon hearing the coach's words, the owner was livid, even considering legal actions against the opposing team. We will address that later. Our priority now is to find a suitable support player, Abu asserted. You are in charge of resolving this situation. With that, the owner hung up in frustration. Abu returned backstage, his face a mask of cold disdain as he looked at Tianyi's ashen expression. Do not hesitate further. I am unwilling to hear your explanations. You are no longer part of this team. His words were a final decree, sealing Tianyi's fate. Rest assured, I will ensure your contributions are acknowledged, and our legal team will be in touch regarding your conduct, he added, striking at Tianyi's vulnerabilities. Such behavior, which undermined the team's integrity, would never be tolerated in any organization. No one desired a traitor among their ranks. Everyone aimed for victory, yet he had chosen to surrender. Tianyi's face turned ashen. He understood that words could not alter his fate. The club could easily dispose of him with mere words, and he was merely a lowly tool, now caught in a snare of his own making. Feng regarded him coldly, a sense of satisfaction swelling within him. The professional arena was indeed far more complex than he had anticipated. He had been imparted a lesson he would not soon forget. Chapter 43. The issue of support currently. EDG can indeed be described as facing internal strife and external threats. The support player has become a traitor within the team, leading them to lose this match. EDG's willingness to bow down to players from the Taiwan region during international competitions has also resulted in their utter disgrace within the entire region. The online vitriol directed at the EDG team is overwhelming. However, at this juncture, the club has issued a statement. Player Tianyi is under investigation for match fixing, and the league officials have commenced an inquiry. This simple declaration has caused a significant uproar. Initially, the blame was directed at the entire team, but now all the ire has been directed solely at Tianyi. The audience is not foolish. With such exceptional performance in the mid lane, why would he choose to surrender? It is evident that irreconcilable conflicts have arisen within the team. Ultimately, the traitor has been identified, revealing that this detestable support player is the mastermind behind the scenes. Many have rushed to Tianyi's Weibo account, collectively denouncing him as a traitor. Furthermore, Tianyi's professional career is effectively over. With this revelation, no matter how skilled he is, no team would be willing to recruit him. The risk of him engaging in match fixing again in another team is simply too great for anyone to bear. Additionally, he is now in a state of infamy. Any team that would take him in would undoubtedly tarnish their own reputation. Upon reflection, he is not a particularly formidable star player, making the risk of recruiting him wholly unwarranted. At this moment, Tianyi has left the team and found himself in a rented room. Gazing at the familiar League of Legends icon, tears of regret streamed down his face. It was but a moment's folly. Had he played the game diligently, he would never have found himself in such dire straits. Moreover, Abu has taken severe measures. Not only has he stated that he will submit evidence of Tianyi's match fixing to the league, but he has also mobilized a legal team to sue him. They had signed a contract, and since he failed to uphold the responsibilities expected of an exemplary esports athlete within the stipulated time frame, he is liable for a hefty breach of contract penalty. For him, this sum is nothing short of astronomical. When fate conspires against you, there is still room for survival. However, when one brings misfortune upon oneself, there is no escape. He has effectively orchestrated his own demise. As for the path ahead, it is a foregone conclusion. Abu will undoubtedly pursue legal action against him, and no team will welcome this traitor. If he wishes to continue earning a living through League of Legends, he will have no choice but to resort to boosting services. The prospect of becoming a streamer is utterly unattainable. A professional player known for match fixing would certainly not thrive on any streaming platform. It would not take long for numerous individuals to report him, leading to his swift removal from the platform. His options are limited. Either he engages in boosting to earn money or seeks an alternative livelihood. As Tianyi contemplates his bleak future, a profound weight settles upon his heart. Abu is also facing challenges. Despite appearing to have the upper hand in public opinion, he is grappling with a significant burden. In a couple of days, the group stage will commence, and he is at a loss for a suitable support player. Meanwhile, the other team members are training at the club, and as they reflect on the situation, they find it hard to believe. It is truly a case of knowing a person's face, but not their heart. Who would have thought he would resort to match fixing? The team leader shakes his head in disbelief. Feng remains silent, fully aware of the other party's thoughts. Match fixing is merely a fade. Rather than an act of betrayal, it is more about playing everyone for fools. Eboi adds, I told him not to play, yet he insisted, and the outcome was. At this point, the young man lets out a sigh. He had believed that victory could be achieved through skill alone, never imagining that a comrade would stab him in the back. Such treachery leaves no one in high spirits. Moreover, they have also suffered collateral damage. By voluntarily conceding to the Taiwan region, their team's reputation has been irreparably tarnished. If they do not deliver an impressive performance in the upcoming matches, it will result in irreversible harm to the club's reputation. We truly need to put in the effort in the next matches. Otherwise, the club will be finished. The team leader sighs. Performing well domestically is not an issue, even if they can improve upon poor performances. However, the act of surrendering to the Taiwan region must be avenged in the future. The biggest issue facing the team now is the support player. They still do not know who the new support will be. Feng finally hits the nail on the head. Upon hearing this, everyone shakes their heads in resignation. The reality is that, although EDG has a plethora of exceptional youth training players, they still appear too inexperienced from a professional standpoint. Furthermore, there is another crucial problem. They are currently competing abroad. Just the process of obtaining visas is enough to give one a headache. Bringing someone from the domestic arena directly here requires at least a week of preparation for the paperwork. This means they are very likely to miss this mid-season tournament. If they cannot assemble a full roster, the officials will not permit the team to compete. Moreover, EDG would never undermine their own integrity by forcing players onto the stage. Competing 4 against 5 serves no purpose. Esports emphasizes fair competition with fewer players. They stand virtually no chance of participating. The more they contemplate the situation, the more despairing it becomes. Abu, too, is sighing continuously. Just at this critical juncture, a corpulent individual approaches him. I happen to have a support player available. Would you like to know more? He is right beside me. Upon seeing the newcomer, Abu's expression shifts to one of surprise. The visitor is none other than PDD, a former member of IG. Since retiring, he has been engaged in brokering talent. Actively seeking out gifted young players, he trains them and then trades them to clubs for profit. Such practices are often overlooked by the community. If a player does not possess significant talent, teams would not consider making a trade. Each team has its own youth training program to avoid incurring unnecessary expenses. Yet, in this moment of desperation, Abu seems to have no other options. With domestic support players unable to join, even if he has to swallow his pride, he will pay the price for this acquisition. Chapter 44. Great Dreams. PDD is an individual endowed with remarkable business acumen. Unlike other retired professional players, he exhibits a certain grandeur in his every action. Many streamers are solely preoccupied with extracting money from others, actively soliciting gifts, which ultimately tarnishes their goodwill. If the streamer is perceived as a friend, incessant monetary demands can become intolerable. PDD, however, deftly navigates the platform's rules to conserve funds, consistently distributing substantial red envelopes. While he successfully mitigates losses through the platform, significant sums of money are still gifted away. Wealthy patrons appreciate an atmosphere of generosity, as lavish gifting naturally resonates with others. Observing his carefree distribution of wealth, those with disposable income often feel compelled to reciprocate with gifts, such as a rocket. This spirit of generosity underscores the necessity for other retired streamers to learn from his example. One must give to receive. Often, investing resources can yield greater returns. PDD is inclined towards long-term investments. To others, spending money to nurture a group of uncertain prospects may seem wasteful, yet he recognizes that the emergence of even one star can amplify his own fame. Subsequently, opportunities will flow abundantly, and his earnings will multiply. Moreover, he harbors a grand ambition. Having transitioned from the professional arena, he is perceived merely as a competent tool by the owners. Yet, he aspires to transcend this role and become a player himself. He dreams of becoming the owner of a top-tier club in the League of Legends scene in China, wishing to command his own team. Achieving this goal demands extraordinary effort. Transcending mere financial investment, it necessitates building a reputation. To gain recognition within the community, he must establish himself as an equal among peers, earning their respect. Regardless of his prowess or even a world championship title, In the eyes of team owners, he remains merely a means to their financial ends. Once he sheds this identity and establishes his own team, he can transition from a passive role to an active one. This is PDD's dream, a noble aspiration that requires time to realize. Feng understands how PDD has achieved his success. According to his recollections, under PDD's guidance, numerous exceptional esports players emerged: Ning, Tian, Xiaoming, Zuo. These players will eventually rise to prominence, yet many remain obscure at present, with some still toiling away in basements, aspiring to become frontline competitors. Feng is determined to seize this opportunity to recruit more formidable players for his team. Abu gazes at the portly figure before him, a resigned smile creeping across his face. I know why you are here. Have you calculated your strategy? PDD is an honest individual. He understands that to expand his business, he cannot operate in secrecy. Indeed, but do not assume I am attempting to deceive you. The support I bring is formidable. He is acutely aware that a one-off transaction could jeopardize his future. What he lacks is not a mere sum of money, but substantial capital. By enhancing his reputation, he can emerge into the public eye. PDD is an ambitious businessman, and his commercial acumen is sufficient to propel him forward. We're the players. Let them come here for training. If there are no issues, I will promptly initiate the application process, Abu remarked with some exasperation. He does not expect PDD to deliver an exceptionally impressive player. Any capable support player would suffice for him to place on stage. Having reached the mid-season tournament as a seed team, they cannot afford to concede defeat and return home. Otherwise, the entire team would lose its standing in the domestic scene, their reputation utterly shattered. You need not be so pessimistic. The player I bring is indeed strong, PDD reassured him with a smile. Abu views him as someone merely boasting, believing only half of what he claims. The true measure of strength will be revealed in practice. Hasten to bring him here, and I will arrange for the other players to spar with him, Abu replied impatiently. Upon hearing Abu's agreement, PDD left with a grin. Both parties are astute. The pricing details need not be reiterated. Once the player he brings steps onto the stage, the price will be at his discretion. Furthermore, PDD is keen on generating some buzz without setting the price too rigidly. Xiaoming, startled by the sudden call from the elder brother, expressed his surprise. Are you serious about me playing support for EDG? Sure, Sun Ming exclaimed, astonished. He had initially come to observe the match, intending merely to enjoy himself and take a vacation. Who could have anticipated such a monumental opportunity would fall into his lap? Having trained under PDD for an extended period, he is eager to showcase his talent on the professional stage. Yet, at this moment, such fortuitous circumstances arise. EDG is currently in dire need of a support player, and Sure Sun Ming remains unaware that he is merely filling a quota. Perhaps it is best he stays oblivious. If he becomes burdened with psychological pressure, it may hinder his performance. While accompanying PD, Xiaoming feels a nagging anxiety. Brother Liu, do you think they will value my abilities? He inquired, his expression revealing his apprehension, especially since he has never competed at the top tier. Your talent is beyond question. You are the most gifted support player I have ever encountered, PDD stated earnestly. Although he occasionally utters words contrary to his true feelings for various reasons, this assertion comes straight from the heart. Xiaoming is indeed a remarkably talented player. In this somewhat shadowy era, discovering such potential within the domestic scene excites PDD immensely. This stage is prepared for you. You must shine brilliantly upon it, PDD proclaimed passionately, his gaze fixed on Xiaoming with sincere encouragement. Chapter 45. The assessment battle. Xiaoming was uncertain whether the words of his opponent were genuine. Nevertheless, an agreement had been reached, and he had to undergo a test. Upon the arrival of the visitors, Abu promptly led them into the training room. Time was of the essence, as the group matches were only 2 days away, leaving no room for delay. Thus, there were no formal introductions. He simply ushered them into the training area. PDD greeted the individuals present in the training room, exchanging pleasantries with the coach, an old acquaintance from their days as star players. Is this person brought by you? The coach inquired, familiarity evident in his tone. He's a junior of mine, always by my side while gaming. Now that the opportunity has arisen, I wish for him to take the stage and give it a shot. PDD replied nonchalantly. The coach, well aware of the ongoing undertakings, nodded in understanding and refrained from further commentary. Although their personal rapport was excellent, the matter pertained to the team's performance, and no one dared to take it lightly. Abu then stated decisively, Iboi, you will first collaborate with him. Feng, you and the coach will face off against the two of them. After this directive, everyone watched with keen interest. Xiaoming felt somewhat dazed, standing stiffly in place, as he had not anticipated being tested so soon after his arrival. The EDG team was indeed in a state of agitation, akin to ants on a hot pan, with the coach visibly anxious. If not compelled by circumstance, he would not be so eager. Newcomers must undergo assessments, without knowledge of the opponent's skills. The risk of embarrassing the entire team on stage was too great. Eboi, observing the shy young man beside him, nodded and immediately initiated a custom match. PDD gave Xiao Ming a couple of encouraging pats on the shoulders, snapping him out of his stupor. He was now standing at the edge of a precipice, with no way forward except to accept the assessment or pack his belongings and leave. The opportunity he had long yearned for lay before him, leaving Xiao Ming no reason to decline. He nodded casually, forcing himself to calm down as he settled into the esports chair. Tong Yang sat beside Feng, eager to gauge the capability of the newly arrived support player. Do you play support? The coach asked Feng. In the bottom lane, 70% depends on the support. Especially in the early game, a skilled support can significantly facilitate the team's success. Eboi appeared relaxed, secure in his position, merely observing how the adjacent support would perform. I'm flexible. What do you wish to play? Feng quickly retorted. Then I shall play ADC. A perfect chance to practice my speed, the coach replied with a smile. He understood that support could be a challenging role. Any minor misstep would likely be blamed on the support player. Furthermore, a support must possess quick reflexes to seize opportunities for initiating team fights, thereby creating a conducive environment for the ADC to deal damage. While kills are claimed by the ADC, the support undertakes the arduous tasks. This is the essence of the support role, yet it remains indispensable. A capable support can undoubtedly become the team's strategist, given the ample time available during the landing phase to assess the battlefield. Now it was up to the young man before them to prove whether he could assume the role of the team's brain. Feng casually selected the steam robot, opting for a champion that did not require exceptional prowess, simply needing to seize opportunities. Xiao Ming chose his favored champion, the Soul Keeper. Both players selected champions with hooks, and the outcome would depend on who could execute their skills more effectively. Xiao Ming glanced at Eboi, whose youthful visage suggested he had just turned 17. This reminded him of an exceptionally skilled ADC he had played with. It was through their cooperation that his Thresh had flourished. This ADC, renowned for his Draven, claimed the title of the best in the nation, achieving this at 13, and by 15, he topped the Korean server rankings. By next year, that player would be ready to compete. Xiao Ming wondered what their encounters would be like then. Jack, what are you playing this match? Xiao Ming suddenly asked. Eboi appeared bewildered. Was that directed at him? Huh. He responded, confusion evident on his face. Upon hearing the name, Feng could not help but chuckle. Xiao Ming was not addressing Eboi, but rather the player Jackie Love, who would soon rise to prominence in the League of Legends scene. Their camaraderie was strong, often streaming together in ranked matches. Not at all. What champion will you choose? Xiao Ming promptly inquired. After a moment's hesitation, Eboi selected the Night Hunter. This champion exuded a sense of desperation, unlike other ADCs who could harass opponents from afar. The Night Hunter's abilities compelled him to engage directly in combat to inflict damage. His choice of this champion was a test of the support's ability to initiate fights. The coach casually opted for a Piltover Enforcer, as he seldom played ADC. He chose one with considerable range to ease the burden of harassment. PDD regarded Xiao Ming with a serious expression, his features betraying the gravity of the moment. This was Xiao Ming's trial, the first challenge of his budding career. Should his performance impress, he would garner recognition within the community, simplifying future player traits. Conversely, if he faltered and let down the EDG team, his path would become exceedingly arduous, necessitating substantial financial resources to support the players. While they could generate value through their roles, that revenue would not line PDD's pockets. He was adept at navigating relationships and refrained from claiming the earnings generated by others. In truth, he found himself in need of funds, yet such actions would tarnish his reputation. To sustain a long-term presence in the industry, he needed to be acknowledged for his integrity. Xiao Ming regarded PDD as a mentor, one who provided for him. Naturally, once he made a name for himself, he would promote the benefits of his benefactor. This battle was of utmost importance. As both teams entered the loading screen, Feng casually tousled his hair. He was well aware of the capabilities of the opposing player, who had earned a starting support position on a top-tier team, indicating formidable skill. Furthermore, during his time with the Royal Club, Xiao Ming had garnered considerable acclaim. The ensuing battle promised to be intriguing. Chapter 46, a back-and-forth welcome to the League of Legends. After both sides equipped themselves, they promptly proceeded to the bottom lane. Given that it was merely a confrontation in the bottom lane, it was only fitting to recreate the atmosphere of a competitive match. They patiently awaited the minion wave before clashing. Be wary of their hook. You must maneuver with caution, Xiao Ming advised his ADC. Eboi responded with a shy smile. Nodding vigorously, At least he could sense the goodwill from his teammate, unlike his previous support who had maintained a cold demeanor, leaving him quite unsettled. You must also be cautious of their blitzcrank. Yi Ji's skill is formidable, and his ability to seize opportunities is remarkable, Iboi remarked with a hint of trepidation. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming's expression sharpened momentarily. For a player from a top-tier team to voice such concerns, it was clear that their opponent's prowess should not be underestimated. Furthermore, he had witnessed Yi Feng's performance, who had successfully secured solo kills in both of the recent matches. For a mid laner, achieving a solo kill is the pinnacle of honor. Yi Feng's movement appeared exceptionally adept, always giving the impression that he was on the verge of launching a hook. Yet he refrained from doing so. This psychological tension was the most tormenting aspect of the game. The jungler, Changzhong, methodically farmed from behind. Although he wasn't a professional ADC, his fundamentals were solid. Let's aim for a power spike at level 2. When the second wave arrives, we can take the initiative. Yi Feng planned, opting not to engage at level 1. Changzhong nodded in agreement. Clear the minion wave swiftly. We must not allow them to gain the upper hand. Xiao Ming stated with a serious demeanor. His Thresh proactively attacked minions to ensure Iboi wouldn't fall behind in experience. He's demonstrating commendable awareness. Changzhong remarked upon observing the opponent's support's actions. Abo nodded, acknowledging the significance of levels. PDD maintained a serious expression. This was merely the beginning, and they must remain vigilant. As both sides reached level 2 simultaneously, Iboi's positioning was slightly advanced, leading to a sudden opportunity for blitzcrank. Whoosh! The mechanical claw shot forth, snatching the Night Hunter into its grasp. Not only that, but Blitzcrank's skill was activated instantly, sending the Night Hunter flying. Quickly place a trap beneath him to deal damage, Yi Feng instructed skillfully. By placing a trap beneath the airborne Night Hunter, he would land directly on Caitlyn's snare, allowing her to deliver an additional critical hit. Moreover, she could utilize her Q skill to harass the opponent, significantly profiting from the exchange. Changzhong executed the commands flawlessly. Following Yi Feng's guidance, a combination of skills reduced Iboi's health to a mere 50. Had it not been for the lantern shield provided by Thresh, Iboi's health would have plummeted even further. Thresh shook his head in resignation. Being hooked by the opponent was undeniably troublesome. Additionally, having learned W at level 2 without the E skill diminished their team-fighting capability. Iboi felt a flush of embarrassment as his blunder left the bottom lane in a precarious position. Abu noticed the small detail of the lantern providing a shield. At least this support had shown competence thus far. The previous hook was nothing to scoff at. Yi Feng's ability to seize opportunities was already well known, and getting hooked in a professional match was hardly surprising. Quickly drink a health potion. We can only engage once we reach level 3, Xiao Ming urged earnestly. Under the current circumstances, a reckless confrontation would surely lead to disaster. Changzhong, playing Caitlyn, already possessed a long range, making mere harassments quite formidable. To his delight, he found himself able to pressure the opposing professional ADC from this position. However, he recognized that the credit largely belonged to Yi Feng. Without Yi Feng initiating the skirmish, such dazzling maneuvers would have been impossible. Continue to farm, utilizing your range to harass the enemy, Yi Feng systematically instructed. Although he was a mid-lane player, his systemic advantages were still potent. Given their current disadvantage, you can afford to poke them. However, be mindful of your positioning. Do not let Thresh hook you, Yi Feng advised with earnestness. Changzhong, feeling elated, charged forward. He possessed a distinct understanding of his champion, believing he could execute a spectacular play. Whoosh! Thresh's hook latched onto him, and the death sentence was cast upon Caitlyn. Changzhang's expression shifted drastically. He had thought his positioning would evade the hook, yet he had miscalculated. Xiao Ming, expressionless, observed the opponent's movements, easily predicting their next actions. After successfully hooking the enemy, he immediately pulled himself forward, releasing the Calibrum to strike back. As a professional ADC, Iboi instinctively understood his role in a skirmish. The Night Hunter unleashed a swift 3-hit combo, rapidly depleting Caitlyn's health. Quickly flash back, or you will surely perish, Yi Feng exclaimed with excitement. Changzhong promptly activated his flash, then used his E skill to create distance. The fluidity of his escape left Yi Feng momentarily astonished. Changzhang's impressive KDA was no mere coincidence. He was indeed one of the finest in the league when it came to evasion. Be cautious with your positioning. If you fall victim to their next opportunity, there will be no salvation, Yi Feng warned gravely. In the blink of an eye, the earlier advantage dissipated due to Changzhang's erratic movements. He forced his eyes wide open, blinking a few times before slowly remarking, I sense his skill accuracy is quite high. You must be careful. Yi Feng nodded in acknowledgement. However, he felt a sense of confidence. Although the opponent was skilled, hooking him was not as simple as it might seem. A smile crept across Eboi's face. That last exchange had entirely turned the tide, and they were now in a favorable position. Chapter 47. Xiaoming's calculation. Xiaoming maintained a calm demeanor throughout the match. He was constantly assessing the gains and losses in the bot lane, and if a disadvantage arose, he would promptly advise the ADC to remain composed. Moreover, it was significant to note that his playstyle bore some resemblance to that of Eboi. Both preferred not to engage aggressively during the landing phase. After navigating through a challenging early development period, they would not hesitate to combine their efforts to unleash devastating damage when the moment of advantage arrived. Eboi's smile grew increasingly radiant as he felt a strong sense of synergy with his support, envisioning a promising future for their partnership. Be wary of the enemy's blitzcrank. I have a feeling he might engage on us, Xiaoming suddenly remarked. His intuition was remarkably sharp, and he possessed a keen awareness of the battlefield's intricacies. A closer examination of the current situation revealed that if the enemy's blitzcrank did not initiate a team fight with a flash, victory might slip from their grasp. Retreating was not an option. Doing so would essentially concede their minion wave, particularly in the bot lane, where development is paramount. A hasty return home could easily result in a significant equipment disparity. Once such a gap emerged, any forced team engagement would favor the opposing side considerably. Considering all these calculations, Xiaoming held the upper hand. Although Feng had a strong knack for seizing opportunities, the enemy's support player was top tier. In terms of positioning and strategy, Xiaoming was confident he would not be outmatched by Feng. Feng, meanwhile, was conversing with the team captain. We have only one path left to tread. Upon hearing this, the captain's expression shifted to one of confusion. He was not as attuned to the nuances of the bot lane, and the situation appeared relatively stable. Why had his support suddenly voiced such concerns? Our health is at a disadvantage. If we do not initiate a team fight, we will have to retreat. If we do, they will push the wave, and we will effectively lose economic and experience gains. As Feng articulated this, the captain quickly grasped the implications. Should the enemy withstand the pressure, they could easily create an equipment gap, making the bot lane increasingly difficult to navigate. Upon reflection, it became clear that Feng's assessment was not without merit. They had no choice but to trust in their collective resolve. Let us hold out until level 6. Feng said nervously, as he was not entirely familiar with this process, being primarily a mid-lane player rather than a support professional. The captain nodded, acknowledging the gravity of their situation. Both teams were playing cautiously, seemingly anticipating the arrival of level 6, which would provide significant advantages through their ultimate abilities. As time passed, impatience began to mount. Now, Feng shouted, prompting Blitzcrank to flash forward. The rocket grab immediately ensnared the Night Hunter, and the captain's trap was activated. However, this time, Eboi's reflexes were exceptionally swift. After absorbing the headshot passive, he promptly activated his flash and unleashed his ultimate toward the Piltover marksman. Thresh skillfully hooked the opposing marksman, pulling her within striking distance. The marksman, caught off guard, was unable to react in time and found herself yanked into harm's way. Furthermore, the enemy's Fortune's call inflicted a second round of control. The slow effect from the ultimate left the captain in a precarious position, having already squandered his flash. Escape was no longer an option. Blitzcrank surged forward like a wild beast, activating his static field, though the ensuing silence left everyone in a state of frustration. The Night Hunter continued to deal damage, resembling a specter concealed within the shadows. The triad of damage was effortlessly dealt, and the marksman's health plummeted rapidly. Despite her attempt to heal, it was futile. It's over, the captain lamented internally as his screen dimmed, marking the fall of Caitlyn. The pivotal hook from the enemy support had proven to be crucial. In such critical moments, the opponent's control abilities had always landed precisely where needed. Feng had exerted every effort, flashing in to execute his E-skill. The inevitability of Eboi using his flash was unavoidable. He could not prematurely activate his ultimate, as the ADC's damage had yet to ramp up. Ultimately, Caitlyn fell victim to the enemy's control, and with the captain down, Blitzcrank's survival became increasingly unlikely. After being ensnared by Thresh's ultimate, Blitzcrank's movement speed dwindled. The Night Hunter continued to unleash damage, and in the end, Eboi successfully secured a double kill. At this point, a smile finally graced Xiaoming's face. His previous performance had been nearly flawless, with no visible flaws upon inspection. Eboi felt a sense of satisfaction. His synergy with this support was palpable, and their execution was seamless. At least from their current showing, it seemed improbable that they would experience disconnection should they compete together. That alone is sufficient, Abuz's voice suddenly resonated. Upon hearing the coach's words, the players promptly exited the game. Xiao Ming understood that the decisive moment regarding his future was upon him. How did the new support perform? Let us hear your thoughts, Abuz inquired slowly. Upon hearing the coach's words, PDD's face lit up with a joyful smile, his heart finally at ease. If the coach had reservations about Xiao Ming, he would not have wasted words on such trivialities. Time was precious. There was no room to squander on a player deemed unworthy. Now, allowing the players to express their thoughts served to foster mutual understanding. Feng recognized this as well, and he pondered carefully. It was imperative to highlight the new support's strengths, as he was soon to become a teammate, a reality that could not be altered. Critiquing any weaknesses might jeopardize their rapport. Clearing his throat, Feng commenced his evaluation. Chapter 48. Successfully joining the team. His meticulous attention to detail was commendable. As a professional support player, it was a requisite. Yet he executed it exceptionally well, remarked Feng succinctly. The manager then turned his gaze towards Feng. The support player across from him had only just played one match, and while his performance in that game was satisfactory, it hardly warranted such high praise. Compared to Feng's previous joining performance, Xiao Ming's display could only be considered commendable, but certainly not exceptional. The manager pondered for a moment before adding, "Attention to detail is crucial, but I wonder if his overall game sense can manifest during matches." After uttering this, both men fell silent. Tong Yang merely observed quietly from the side. At least the opposing performance had met his expectations, and he was not one to speak excessively. "Since both of you have made such remarks, I shall offer my analysis as well," Abu interjected. Instantly, Xiao Ming felt a surge of anxiety. In a professional team, the coach held absolute authority. After all, they were beholden to the directives of the head honcho. In the recent performance, Xiao Ming had indeed exhibited commendable detail. Yet Feng's support was equally impressive. At this point, Feng shook his head with a smile, demonstrating humility. "You should have no issues joining our team. I hope you can deliver outstanding performances in the forthcoming matches," Abu said, his gaze fixed intently on Xiao Ming. The latter felt his heart racing. Had he not entered this industry to become a professional player? Now that he had finally secured this position, his ability to maintain it would hinge upon his own performance. PDD approached Xiao Ming from behind, patting his shoulder and urging, "Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and thank the coach." Upon hearing Lu Ji's words, Xiao Ming promptly bowed, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, coach." Although Abu wore a friendly smile, there was a flicker of concern in his eyes. The current state of the team was precarious, and the last-minute decision to recruit a support player was indeed a desperate measure. After all, they could not simply return home without a fight. Doing so would invite a storm of criticism from the domestic media. If they were to damage their reputation at such a critical juncture, it would be an unwise choice, especially since they had been performing well and had achieved commendable results in the spring tournament. Thus, Abu had opted for a remedy of last resort, forcibly bringing in a support player. It was a case of hoping for the best in dire circumstances. "All right, make sure you train well with them. I need to discuss some matters with him," Abu said to Xiao Ming. PDD wore a grin, clearly delighted as they moved to the next phase, the contract negotiations. Lu Miao was no naive lamb. While he sought to elevate his brand, he was not one to be stingy when it came to finances. Abu had mentally prepared himself for a potential hefty expenditure. However, all of this would depend on Xiao Ming's performance in the matches. If he could continue to perform admirably, the investment would not be in vain. Tian Yi had already become an insider within the team, and a player with such blemished performance absolutely could not remain. If he were willing to jeopardize the matches for his own standing, there was no telling what else he might do for other temptations, money, women, or other lures. Such an unstable factor within the team would be akin to a ticking time bomb. After a moment of contemplation, Abu resolutely dismissed that absurd thought. They could underperform. Yet such issues could be amended through effort. However, if there were an insider, that would be a fundamental flaw. Such occurrences must never be allowed within the team for which he was responsible. Upon entering the office, PDD radiated joy, as exuberant as a child weighing 200 pounds. "Let us discuss this properly," Abu sighed. He had already spoken with the owner the previous night, who had revealed the highest price they would pay. Any amount below that could be negotiated. After a moment of hesitation, PDD stated the price he desired. To his surprise, Abu nodded in agreement, leaving him somewhat envious. "Had I known, I should have asked for more. I didn't expect this guy to actually take him on," PDD silently chided himself. Little did he realize that the figure he had proposed was already very close to the upper limit of what was acceptable. An increase might risk the negotiations collapsing entirely. Once both parties signed the contract, Abu presented Xiao Ming with a document bearing black and white terms for his signature. Xiao Ming instinctively glanced at Lu Go, who promptly nodded, assuring him that all was well. As a newcomer to society, Xiao Ming had unwavering faith in Lu Ge. Despite having been sold, he had been sold into a position with a decent salary. PDD would not shortchange his little brother. He merely sought a commission. At the very least, he would recoup his investment double-fold. Xiao Ming glanced at the salary outlined in the contract, nodding in satisfaction. With the signing of this contract, he was assured that he could not be dismissed arbitrarily. With this document, he had secured his own protection. After joyfully signing the contract, Abu extended his hand toward Xiao Ming. "You are now a member of our team. Welcome to the EDG family." Xiao Ming happily shook hands with him, both sharing a smile, each harboring their own aspirations. Yet one sentiment was mutual. They both hoped to achieve remarkable results in the mid-season tournament. If that could be accomplished, Xiao Ming would solidify his position. Feng held no doubts regarding Xiao Ming's capabilities. In a previous life, he had been one of the star support players in the entire league. "All right, continue your training. We must not underestimate the upcoming match against TSM. They are a formidable local team." At this juncture, Abu inhaled deeply. The newly formed team had little time for cohesion. Could they withstand the pressure? Xiao Ming gazed at the screen before him, a surge of fighting spirit welling up within him. Chapter 49. Facing the challenge. When the news that EDG's Ming had connected to the match reached the homeland, the reaction was mixed. While the EDG fans felt a tinge of delight, others were quick to mock. Their previous performances had indeed been disheartening, and with the newly formed team lacking adequate time for cohesion, it was presumed that they would not achieve remarkable results. Various rumors proliferated online. What difference did it make to find a support player? Could a newcomer truly shoulder such responsibilities? The plight of this new support was palpable. It seemed he was merely brought in as a formality for the mid-season and would be relegated to the sidelines once back home. This notion of watching the water cooler was prevalent, signifying that while the starting players competed, the substitutes merely sat by, sipping water. Thus, the substitutes were colloquially referred to as water cooler watchers. Currently, Ming bore this tragic image in the minds of many. Moreover, their adversary in this match was formidable. TSM boasted a legion of fans, even being dubbed an esports cult in their locale. Wherever major tournaments unfolded globally, fervent fans could be heard chanting their name. Although they seldom reached the pinnacle of world-class competitions, their distinctive drafting strategies and aggressive gameplay left an indelible mark on spectators. This uniqueness contributed to their cult status, attracting a vast following worldwide. TSM's ADC, a seasoned player, had been a professional since the inception of League of Legends. Remarkably, his competitive prowess remained intact. Like the esteemed jungler, they both traversed through dark times in their careers. However, their positions differed. The jungler had amassed a considerable fanbase on the world stage. Unlike typical junglers who focused on securing kills to establish a team advantage, he opted for a contrasting approach, prioritizing his own development before seeking opportunities for team fights. This merely illustrated a difference in style, yet the results were undeniably commendable. The competitive arena is unforgiving, regardless of one's style. As long as one garners sufficient accolades and statistics, their worth is unquestionable. The jungler was currently in his prime, but as the year progressed, his decline was inevitable. The memories of the fateful S6 season, where he was schooled by ROX Tiger's Peanut, lingered. That year, he was unceremoniously dethroned by the opposing Lee Sin, leaving him in disarray. Despite continuing to compete driven by dreams, he never reached the pinnacle of victory. The journey was arduous. Dreams alone were insufficient. One must possess the requisite skill. As he reminisced about past glories, the presence of the seasoned jungler evoked a torrent of emotions within Feng. This veteran had shouldered immense burdens, yet had not been afforded a fulfilling conclusion. If the retirement of the renowned player marked the end of an era for many, the jungler's retirement would signify a silent curtain call. His pinnacle moment crystallized during this mid-season tournament, yet with the departure of the dual carry from the Korean team, their chances of clinching the championship remained uncertain. Feng silently vowed to seize the championship. His arrival had disrupted the jungler's path to victory. If he failed to assist in securing the championship, he would be overwhelmed with remorse. Time sped by, and soon it was time for the teams to enter the arena. Everyone awaited their turn below. PDD had also arrived at the backstage, as Ming was under his tutelage and this was his first time competing. Thus, Abu had made a point to bring him along. "Do not be anxious. If anything arises, we can discuss it together. Never act impulsively," PDD whispered to Ming. Especially during one's debut, making unilateral decisions that led to defeat could spell disaster. When playing well, no one would utter harsh words. However, a poor performance would invite blame from all corners. Having been a player himself, PDD understood the myriad grievances that could arise. He recalled his own disagreements with teammates. Yet those were bygone days. Nevertheless, he retained awareness of the crucial aspects to consider in a match. Listening intently to Lu Ji's ongoing explanations, Ming nodded earnestly. The battlefield was unpredictable. One could never anticipate what might transpire. If possible, try to heed the mid laner's advice. He is the most authoritative voice in the team. PDD suggested quietly. Upon hearing Lu Ji's words, Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. In his eyes, the jungler was undoubtedly the most respected figure. Why did Lu Gu assert that it was the mid laner? Noticing the confusion in his younger colleague's gaze, PDD placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. It is because of his superior mechanics. Do not be misled by hierarchy. As long as one possesses exceptional skills, their position will remain secure. PDD, having battled on the front lines, knew that the concept of rank was mere illusion. To the management, players were but tools. The most proficient tool would naturally garner attention. The notion of status was merely a construct perpetuated by those in power, lacking genuine respect. True respect was earned through one's skillful play. Ming nodded, recognizing the validity in PDD's words, and vowed to remember them. Well, I have said all I need to. Just perform well, PDD concluded, stepping back to allow the coach to take the stage. Abu approached, clapping his hands and speaking with conviction. In this match, I hope we can showcase the spirit of our team. Can everyone achieve this? Yes. The team members shouted in unison, their voices filled with determination. Despite some underlying anxiety, they understood the importance of maintaining their morale. Abu nodded, satisfied, and added softly, the boss will be watching this match closely. It is imperative that you all perform admirably. He had initially hesitated to voice such sentiments, but it was the boss's directive, and he had no choice but to comply. Such remarks before a match undeniably placed immense pressure on the players. Uncertain of the boss's intentions, he, as a subordinate coach, could not question the directives from above. The host and commentators were ready, and the opening ceremony was set. After bowing to the audience, the players took their seats, preparing to commence the match. Meanwhile, TSM exuded an atmosphere of camaraderie and confidence, seemingly assured of victory in this encounter. Chapter 50. The dog's secret delight. Feng caressed the familiar keyboard and mouse, enveloped in a surreal sense of reverie. The glaring lights above were somewhat discomforting. Yet having faced the arena twice before, he had acclimatized to this environment. Outside the venue, a cacophony of commentary and the fervent cries of the audience drifted in, rendering the atmosphere remarkably unreal. The confrontation with TSM loomed ahead, promising to be a formidable contest. The commentary duo had taken their seats. One was Zu'an, and the other was the contemporary professional player, TBQ, a jungler from the old Gondai team. Despite their previous loss in the spring tournament to their opponents, his incisive jungling style had garnered considerable admiration. Inviting him to the commentary booth was sure to enhance the viewing experience. Welcome to the mid-season invitational group stage. I am your commentator, Zu'an, he proclaimed, impeccably attired in a suit, his face aglow with a smile. The opportunity to commentate on his national team's matches brought him immense satisfaction. TBQ followed suit, introducing himself. Hello, I am player TBQ. The streaming platform was broadcasting the match live. Although EDG's prior performances had been somewhat lackluster, they remained the sole representative from Huaxia. Many viewers filled the chatroom, some immediately expressing their dissatisfaction through vitriolic remarks. However, on this occasion, the moderators were vigilant, swiftly banning any inflammatory or hateful comments. What EDG required now was support, not incessant vitriol. Their previous defeat had been marred by the presence of a traitor within the team, a situation that no one wished to see. The actions of Tian Yi had indeed wounded the collective spirit, and the reasons behind his behavior remained unclear. The officials had merely attributed the matter to match fixing, offering no concrete explanations, giving rise to a plethora of conspiracy theories. Some speculated that Tian Yi had offended the coach, leading to his abrupt dismissal, a notion that was utterly baseless. A forced dismissal would entail significant financial recompense to the player, and it was evident that EDG's legal team was already pursuing Tian Yi for failing to fulfill his obligations as a professional player. Those who espoused such conspiracy theories were either malicious or rather dim-witted. The league was rapidly evolving, establishing a plethora of sound regulations. What was needed now was substantial capital infusion to invigorate the market rather than fostering suspicion and slander among teams. Numerous affluent companies were either forming their own teams or probing behind the scenes of clubs to explore potential business collaborations. Which team do you favor in today's match? Zu'an inquired of TBQ. TBQ nodded thoughtfully before responding. In truth, I am leaning towards TSM. EDG has too many newcomers. I doubt they can withstand the pressure from their opponents. His candid remarks immediately drew ire from many viewers. How can you not support your own team? As a Huaxia native, is this the quality we expect from a player of old gone die? Surely, one cannot harbor resentment merely because the spring trophy was lost. Objectively speaking, TSM indeed possessed a greater chance of victory. TBQ's assessment was not unfounded. The influx of inexperienced players in EDG could present significant challenges. Yet, he had failed to grasp the necessity of aligning with his own team's stance. The coach of old gone die, witnessing this unfolding scenario, was on the verge of exasperation. Had I known, I would never have allowed him to commentate. This is tantamount to undermining our team's reputation. Seeing the coach in such a state, Wei Shun, seated nearby, chuckled like a child, his face adorned with a gleeful smile. He reveled in the unfolding drama, secure in the knowledge that the online vitriol would not affect him. Aha! The laughter of Wei Shun echoed throughout the old gone die club. As the patriarch of this optimistic clan, his demeanor remained remarkably buoyant. Coach. The coach was fuming, while the mid laner at home was in fits of laughter. He felt on the brink of losing his temper. Do not be angry, coach. TBQ is not entirely wrong. TSM's chances of victory, objectively speaking, are indeed greater than ours. Imp stated in halting Huaxia dialect. Hearing the ADC's words, the coach could only shake his head in resignation. You do not comprehend this aspect. We must support our national team. After uttering this, he sighed deeply. In international competitions, failing to support one's own nation could easily lead to being led astray by others. Should the opposing team emerge victorious, the blame would inevitably fall upon old gone die. Who would they hold accountable then? The complexities involved in club operations often rivaled those of corporate warfare. Human emotions are intricate. Although one may possess a gentleman's heart, one must adopt the strategies of a cunning individual to navigate interactions with others. Currently, old gone die was robust and brimming with ambition to secure a spot in this year's World Championship. At such a critical juncture, no issues could arise. Wei Shun lay on the sofa, shaking his head in exasperation. The coach was overthinking the situation. However, he remained blissfully unaware that the world beyond the realm of gaming was far more treacherous than the Valoran continent. In reality, opponents could wield countless underhanded tactics that were not easily discernible, while evading skills in-game might be manageable. The hidden blades of real life were far more challenging to defend against. Let us hope he refrains from making any further inflammatory remarks, the coach lamented, sinking into the sofa with a sigh. Zu'an was nearly beside himself with laughter. TBQ's unfiltered comments surely promised a surge in viewership for the official broadcast. Increased viewership would translate to improved metrics, benefiting his performance. Seasoned in the industry, Zu'an swiftly countered. EDG's newcomers have shown commendable form. What leads you to believe they are incapable? With youthful bravado, TBQ retorted, the mid laner is rather lackluster. In my view, they are merely average. As long as the opposing team plays steadily, EDG stands little chance of winning. He spoke not from the perspective of an esports star, but as if engaged in casual conversation with friends, candidly voicing his thoughts. Zu'an stifled a smile, nodding thoughtfully, choosing not to elaborate further. Meanwhile, the chat and old gone die's coach were on the brink of eruption. Chapter 51. Mid-lane Katarina Abu clenched his teeth in frustration below the stage, wishing he could charge up to the commentary desk and deliver a swift combination of punches to TBQ. Even if he held little faith in his own team, there was no need for such disparagement. Coach Old Gone Die contemplated calling the opposing side to unleash a tirade on TBQ. Now, the Old Gone Die team was truly at a loss, having lost the spring championship to their rivals, only to be further besmirched. Many spectators merely engaged in idle chatter, unaware of the potential ramifications of their words. However, those uninformed about the situation might easily take their comments at face value. The internet possesses a multifaceted nature. A single event can be interpreted in numerous ways, and without context, it is all too easy for statements to be misconstrued. The teams began selecting their champions. Zu'an observed the high viewership in the official stream and felt a surge of joy. Feng noticed the commotion outside, but was oblivious to its cause. His primary focus remained on the match. Eboi and Xiaoming were deliberating on their bottom lane combination. This was their first collaboration in a competitive match, necessitating thorough discussion. What about Ezreal? Eboi suggested, naming his signature champion. I think that might be a poor choice. It leans too conservative and lacks significant late-game damage. We should opt for a late-game powerhouse, Xiaoming countered immediately. Eboi, known for his steady style, preferred to focus on farming, since he aimed to concentrate on his development. Choosing a late-game ADC would be wiser. Which do you think is better, Jinx or Kog'Maw? Eboi inquired of his support. Xiaoming nodded and promptly replied, Kog'Maw. Feng shared this sentiment. While Jinx possessed formidable team-fighting capabilities in the late game, her synergy with the support was comparatively weaker than Kog'Maw's. If Kog'Maw gained even a slight advantage early on, he could exert pressure on the opposing lane. The disparity between the two champions was evident. Xiaoming's role in this match was clear. He would undoubtedly play a protective support. With Eiboi selecting a late-game ADC, he needed to choose a soft support. Feng, however, remained steadfast in his own style and opted for an assassin. TSM's mid laner was reputedly known as the local Mage King, and Feng chuckled at this moniker. He intended to ascend the ranks, standing atop the corpses of these so-called kings, step by step, until he reached a position visible to all. "What do you plan to play?" the captain inquired of Feng. "Katarina," he replied. The announcement of this champion left the other team members in shock. They were taken aback. "Are you serious? You chose this champion?" The captain felt compelled to voice his concerns, but ultimately held his tongue. In solo queue, this champion displayed remarkable prowess. If wielded skillfully, she could thrive amidst the chaos. In those times, a kill would reset Katarina's cooldowns. As long as she eliminated an enemy, she could enter a frenzied state of slaughter. However, this also meant that her skill usage required precise timing. Without careful execution, she could easily find herself overwhelmed by the opposing team. "Are you sure about this?" the captain pressed. Abu remained silent, offering no input as he lingered behind the others. EDG's draft style was more relaxed than that of other teams. They simply needed to know which champions to ban. The coach allowed considerable freedom in champion selection. Indeed, Feng replied coldly, resembling an emotionless machine. The captain suddenly felt as though he stood beside a volcano, as Feng's face transformed into something unfamiliar. The energy within him seemed boundless, poised to erupt at any moment. The captain selected Jarvan IV, as the banner of the Darius always provided him with a sense of security in critical moments. Thus, the top lane champion chosen was Malphite. Currently, the League of Legends meta favored tank-heavy compositions. If the top laner could become sufficiently durable, he could absorb pressure and initiate fights recklessly. The opposing top laner, however, chose Trundle, clearly indicating a desire to play aggressively. In Tong Yang's eyes, League of Legends bore little difference from single-player games. It was simply about becoming tanky and forcefully engaging, allowing the damage dealers behind to unleash their fury. The top lane had yet to welcome a version for fighters. It seemed nearly impossible to witness a top lane champion wreaking havoc through sharp mechanics. The enemy jungler opted for Lee Sin, a champion with an exceptionally high pick rate across all versions. The presence of his Dragon's Rage ability opened a realm of possibilities. A well-timed kick could turn the tide of battle. However, should he mismanage his ultimate, Lee Sin could quickly become a liability, inadvertently allowing enemies to escape. In solo queue, this champion remained among the most popular choices, alongside Yasuo, Zed, Riven, and others. These champions shared a common trait. They could deal immense burst damage or shine in team fights. Yet, their flaws were equally pronounced. A misstep at a critical moment could lead to keyboard smashing frustration. Ultimately, Xiaoming selected Sona. Sona's initiation potential was decent, and she could actively harass in the early game. The opposing bottom lane comprised Varus and Lulu. Varus possessed a terrifying aspect. With penetration items, his economic curve remained remarkably smooth, as each key item was relatively inexpensive, eliminating the need to wait to purchase equipment. Consequently, Varus, paired with a healing support, exerted considerable lane pressure. Eiboi felt a surge of anxiety, but found reassurance in Yi Ji's voice. "No worries, I will aggressively target TSM's bottom lane." For reasons unknown. Hearing Yiga say this instantly put Eiboi at ease. The captain still harbored some concerns. Whether Katarina could secure her development remained uncertain. He felt like a clay statue crossing a river. Could he truly save the bottom lane? Regardless, the champions had been chosen, and the match was about to commence. The venue erupted with the audience's cheers. They had eagerly anticipated this clash. TSM was a local team, and they yearned for a decisive victory on their home turf. With the winds of fortune at their backs, many of EDG's players were newcomers, making their path to victory seem plausible. Playing Katarina, this mid laner was indeed brimming with confidence. "I find myself at a loss for words," TBQ remarked, shaking his head. To him, selecting Katarina in such a pivotal match was an extraordinary gamble. Chapter 52. The leaping red-haired girl. Many spectators struggled to comprehend why the mid-lane player would opt for such a champion. Feng had previously exhibited remarkable prowess, leaving a profound impression on numerous viewers. Many had come to witness his performance after recalling his prior solo kills. Yet, he chose to play mid-lane Katarina. How audacious! Did he believe he was merely playing in a casual match? The opposing team boasted a formidable mage, and was Feng's decision not a tad reckless? Doubts arose. The distinction between the ordinary and the extraordinary lies here. Ordinary individuals adhere to their established habits, imposing their limitations onto others, convinced that what they cannot achieve is beyond anyone's reach. In contrast, to the genius, everything is conceivable. Yi Feng's eyes sparkled with a wild intensity. He believed that unleashing his full potential would allow him to consume all adversaries. His aura grew unfamiliar, causing even the coach, sitting beside him, to feel a sense of disquiet. This typically humble and courteous young man transformed into the most ferocious of hunters upon entering the arena. Such a stark contrast always left the coach feeling somewhat unsettled. The opposing mid laner selected Katarina, prompting a confident declaration from the TSM mid laner. "We will surely win this match." The ADC chimed in, "I'm already planning to celebrate with champagne tonight." As he spoke, the team voice channel brimmed with joy. They believed winning this match would require little effort. "Welcome to League of Legends." The familiar voice resonated, and everyone promptly adjusted their focus. The warriors gripped their swords, ready to charge into battle. "Shall we engage in a level 1 skirmish?" Iboi inquired eagerly. "No, our composition is not suited for that." Feng immediately dismissed the suggestion. "Establish vision in the mid-river, then execute your roles," he continued. The coach listened with a sense of ease, waiting for the jungle camps to respawn. At that moment, he quietly realized that Feng had seemingly taken command. Unbeknownst to him, Feng, through his skill, had secured his authority within the team. At least in this moment, his words would not be challenged. This newfound influence stemmed from his history of frequently outplaying the opposition. However, could he maintain his growth this time? The coach felt a twinge of concern. The minion wave gradually gathered in the mid lane, while Katarina persistently roamed to mitigate the enemy's Q skill usage. The TSM mid laner felt a sense of discomfort. Why was he unable to land his abilities? The purple glow danced beneath his feet, but Katarina moved like a fleeting shadow, evading every skill. "Excellent positioning. Feng's movements are truly impressive," exclaimed Zu'an, visibly excited. "Not bad," TBQ remarked, his youthful pride somewhat bruised. He had been mocking the opposing mid laner, only to find that this player was performing admirably. Just wait and see. If the Dark Sovereign learns to control his skills, he might deliver significant damage, TBQ added. His words drew ire from many online viewers. Why does it seem like he hopes Feng loses? What is his mentality? Could TBQ be a psychological masochist? Why does he so fervently wish for his brother's team to lose? Wei Shun, watching from the club, nearly burst into laughter. "A psychological masochist. I'm going to die laughing," he chuckled. As for Feng's choice of Katarina, he saw no issue with it. As long as damage was dealt, the specific champion mattered little. During the spring season, he had also selected many unconventional champions for mid lane, facing criticism for his choices, only to later silence his detractors with his performance. Mid lane is a position reliant on micromanipulation. As long as creativity can be executed effectively, it is commendable. The coach of the old Gondai team felt an urge to chastise the hefty figure beside him. Although the team's reputation was at stake, this individual remained unperturbed, reveling in the joy of their star player. Criticism was futile. The coach could only simmer in frustration internally. Feng felt relatively composed. The so-called mage was not overwhelmingly powerful. At the very least, he had been able to dodge the enemy's skills and was eager to trade blows. Katarina's daggers, if accurately thrown, combined with the Thunderlord's talent, could yield considerable damage. The opposing Dark Sovereign unleashed his Q skill, while Katarina vanished from sight, leaping to the enemy's face. After executing her dagger combo, she swiftly retrieved her weapons. The blue Thunderlord struck Syndra, causing her health to plummet rapidly. Instantly, the TSM mid laner's expression soured. By the nature of champion counters, he should have had the upper hand. Yet, the fact that he was losing ground merely indicated one truth. His execution could not match that of his opponent. How could this be? The TSM player seethed. He was competing in his home country and found it humiliating to be at a disadvantage. He resolved to eliminate this challenger. The red-haired girl continued her relentless movements, while the Dark Sovereign attempted to predict her positioning, using skills to chip away at her health. However, fortune was not on his side. His abilities consistently missed their mark. Can the jungler come to assist? The TSM mid laner called out. Katarina was indeed vulnerable. If her mobility skills were expended, she would be an easy target. The jungler assured him that after clearing his camp, he would promptly assist in the mid lane. Unbeknownst to all, Feng had gained a level advantage, reaching level 3 ahead of his opponent. The Dark Sovereign felt no fear as he confidently advanced. The red-haired girl pressed forward, her daggers striking with precision. Feng calculated the kill threshold perfectly. He was confident he could secure a solo kill. With a sudden disappearance, he leaped into the enemy's face. landing basic attacks to secure damage, and ignited his target. His W skill spun gracefully, unleashing explosive damage in an instant. The spectators struggled to grasp the unfolding events, only witnessing the red figure darting around as Syndra's health dwindled to nothing. "What?" TBQ exclaimed, as Feng secured the first kill against his opponent. First Blood. Chapter 53. Our mid lane is also capable with a spin and a leap. I close my eyes. This Katarina is truly exceptional. Zu'an exclaimed excitedly. Katarina was being countered by the opponent, yet she managed to secure a solo kill at level 3. The player controlling her is undeniably formidable. Wisdom has not disappointed us. He remains the infamous solo killer. Zu'an continued with fervor. TBQ, standing nearby, wore a grim expression. Just moments ago, he had dismissed the opponent's capabilities. And now this Katarina had already taken a life. It was akin to a slap in the face. TBQ, care to analyze that stunning solo kill? Zu'an provocatively inquired, relishing the opportunity to rattle him. TBQ, reluctant to speak, forced himself to respond, aware of his position at the commentary desk. Honestly, I think it was just average. If our old dry daddy's mid laner had been playing, I believe he could have achieved a similarly impressive feat. His pride compelled him to downplay the situation. A defense mechanism for preserving his dignity. Such is the folly of youth. In their quest to maintain a fragile sense of pride, they often utter exaggerated claims. As time passes and they reflect on their past foolishness, it becomes a unique facet of their youth. Wei Shen, meanwhile, was grinning as he watched the live stream. Each time he saw TBQ's sullen face, he couldn't help but chuckle, though he soon found himself caught in the flames of the situation. What on earth is going on? That maneuver was exceedingly difficult, Wei Shen exclaimed, losing his composure. The coach of old dry daddy finally found himself laughing out loud. Ha! The tides of fortune have turned. You certainly didn't expect this. Zu'an's smile widened. He was well aware of the complexity of the previous play. As a commentator for this game, he undoubtedly understood the intricacies involved. To witness such a brilliant display of skill brushed aside by TBQ's dismissive comment was bound to incite public outrage. As anticipated, the live chat erupted with criticism. Does TBQ have a screw loose? That play was treated with such disdain. Did the jungler lose his mind? It was likely that Wei Shen was also cursing, speaking as if he were slurping noodles, thoughtlessly voicing his opinions. The audience, exasperated, began to vent their frustrations, with some particularly passionate individuals unleashing their wrath. While a few from the Zu'an region exhibited a certain volatility, their bluntness held a degree of truth. After such an impactful play, the weight of injustice they felt lessened somewhat. TBQ, aware of the barrage of insults flooding the live stream, felt a surge of indignation. Although he acknowledged his exaggeration, he found the vitriol directed at him to be unwarranted. After successfully securing a kill, Feng swiftly decided to push the lane and then return home. He understood the necessity of playing with utmost caution. Hey, brother, what on earth happened? The senior brother inquired of his mid laner in the bot lane. Syndra was expected to dominate the lane, yet she had fallen victim to a solo kill, leaving the senior brother perplexed. I was a bit off my game earlier, but I assure you, that won't happen again, the TSM mid laner responded defensively. The opponent's positioning had left him at a loss, but for the sake of preserving his pride, he could only say so. Impressive. The factory manager laughed aloud. Feng was beginning to exude the aura of a pawn, reminiscent of the days when he ruled the mid lane. Let's lend some assistance to the bot lane, Feng suggested to the factory manager. He felt confident in his mid lane performance. Even if the enemy jungler attempted a gank, his instincts would alert him to their presence. The system's remarkable capabilities were evident. Typically, mid laners must tread carefully, constantly wary of enemy junglers or even supports attempting to ambush. Yet Feng was different. As long as he maintained control over the minion wave, he could manage his actions seamlessly. If the enemy approached, his instincts would provide an immediate response. Should he continue to enhance his abilities through the system, gaining the ability to perceive the enemy's movements, he would become an absolute nightmare for all junglers. Upon returning to the minion wave, the enemy Syndra had also settled down. Having been killed once, she was now more cautious. In the top lane, the tree champion focused on securing farm, playing conservatively to avoid any advantages slipping away. Meanwhile, the bot lane was evenly matched. The factory manager signaled his intent to move down, prompting Eboi to retract and consolidate the minion wave. Xiaoming also maneuvered backward, deliberately drawing the enemy forward. The opposing Varus seemed eager to unleash his damage. The senior brother, known for his aggressive ADC playstyle, had made a name for himself domestically and sought to assert his dominance on the international stage. The enemy bot lane seems unable to withstand our firepower. We must ramp up our efforts, the senior brother declared excitedly. His apprehension lingered, sensing the enemy jungler's presence, yet he remained silent. The current play was a strategic contest. If they pressed forward, they could gain a significant advantage. However, missing this opportunity would mean relinquishing their edge. After careful consideration, he ultimately heeded the ADC's advice. The enemy has caught on, Xiaoming stated calmly. The Dalmatian prince had approached, weaving through the triangular brush from behind. The enemy support had failed to set up any defenses. This gank was all but assured. The hungry Kog'Maw advanced, trading blows with Varus. After both champions exchanged substantial damage, the Dalmatian prince finally emerged, banner held high. As a non-mobile ADC, Varus found it challenging to escape. The songstress charged forward, igniting the enemy ADC with her Q and burning their health. In an instant, the senior brother's health plummeted, nearing depletion. Reluctantly, he consumed his heal, but Kog'Maw relentlessly pursued, prompting Varus to use his flash. Lulu's polymorph ensnared the songstress, sealing the senior brother's fate. Upon witnessing the enemy's flash, the prince struck, dealing devastating damage. Chapter 54. Terrifying speed after Vel'Koz perished. Lulu was left like a delicate flower swaying in a tempest. Though she was stunningly beautiful, any attack would shatter her in an instant. Kog'Maw relentlessly unleashed his auto attacks, while the Prince of Dalmatia flanked from behind. If Lulu were to use her flash now, it would be tantamount to squandering her summoner spell. Ultimately, Lulu succumbed to Kog'Maw's onslaught. How did their jungler arrive here? Damn it! Master Yi exclaimed with frustration. The support remained silent. It was his responsibility to place wards. Yet he had failed to do so. Why did you use your transformation on their support? If it had been on the ADC, I might have had a chance to escape. Master Yi continued, his displeasure evident. As the star player of the team, his words carried significant weight. Indeed, it was the support's oversight that had extinguished their chances of survival. The support, now timid, dared not retort. Should he provoke the anger of his teammate, the blame would surely fall upon him in the club. Following this match, perhaps the substitute support would take his place. On the opposing side, Lee Sin was becoming anxious. The news from the base heralded victories, yet he remained empty-handed. He surveyed the battlefield. The top laner was as steadfast as a fortress. The Treant stood resolutely beneath the tower, ready to retreat into its protective embrace at the slightest disturbance. Moreover, the Trent's resilience was likely to outlast his own. As a champion with crowd control, the Treant posed a significant threat. If Lee Sin were to attempt a tower dive, he had to weigh the consequences carefully. After much deliberation, Lee Sin's gaze shifted towards Katarina in the mid lane. Although she had a slight advantage, coordinating with the mid laner to secure a kill would not be insurmountable. I'll assist you in the mid lane. Pull the minion wave back and play it cool, the jungle Lee Sin advised the dark sorceress, making his way towards the mid lane. As he approached the river near the mid lane, Feng sensed an impending danger. He felt a looming threat in the left side brush, an indication that the enemy jungler was nearby. The enemy jungler was Lee Sin, capable of executing a sonic wave to initiate a strike. However, given the current timing, the opposing team lacked their ultimate ability, rendering them incapable of forcing his displacement. The pivotal skill lay in Syndra's E ability. Should they push her, Katarina would surely meet her demise. Feng's movements grew increasingly cautious, while Katarina retreated, clearly attempting to bait him. Feng feigned ignorance, deliberately positioning himself closer to Lee Sin. With the enemy mid laner having withdrawn, Lee Sin would find it impossible to eliminate him now. Furthermore, his deceptive movements sent a signal to the enemy. He had not spotted Lee Sin. Lee Sin's heart raced with excitement. He yearned to unleash his sonic wave. Yet, he understood that if he engaged now, he would be unable to secure the kill. Don't retreat. Come over and control him. We must take him down, Lee Sin urged. Filled with zeal, the opposing Jarvan 4 had gained the upper hand, and as a jungler, Lee Sin could not afford to be outshone. The dark sorceress expressed her frustration. You told me to retreat, and now you want me to advance. Attempt to flash E and see if you can push him. If you do, he is as good as dead, Lee Sin insisted, his enthusiasm palpable. Syndra inched forward, her confidence growing with each step. Though flash E was not a complex maneuver, the range of her E ability was limited. Failing to connect would leave her in an awkward position. Lee Sin remained poised to execute his sonic wave. Feng deliberately stepped back, sensing the murderous intent emanating from Lee Sin. This foe was clearly aiming to flash E him. He needed to calculate the distance accurately. With the assistance of the system, he could gauge their proximity with clarity, ensuring he could evade any incoming control. As Syndra advanced, Lee Sin lurked in the brush, his eyes fixed on the precarious position of Katarina. This is dangerous, Zu'an remarked, feeling the tension. TBQ glanced over confidently, asserting, I predict a flash push. Katarina is certainly vulnerable to being forced into a precarious situation. If Lee Sin catches her, it will be her end. His casual tone belied the fact that many listeners were irked, wishing he would simply quiet down. Boom. The dark sorceress calculated her position perfectly, initiating her flash. A barrage of dark energy surged forth toward Katarina, who stood in an astute position. To the onlookers, it seemed that the dark orbs were about to engulf her. Yet they fell just short. What? It didn't connect. Syndra exclaimed in disbelief. Fortune had not favored her. They had missed by the narrowest of margins, leaving the enemy untouched. Lee Sin's muscle memory kicked in, and he swiftly executed his sonic wave. The sound wave arced toward its target, and Yi Feng's expression morphed into one of triumphant cunning. The enemy could place wards, but so could he. He promptly placed a ward, casting his E and then utilizing flash. As the second phase of sonic wave approached, Yi Feng's form appeared to shimmer, teleporting directly to the safety of the tower. What is this? Zu'an shouted, overwhelmed with excitement, yet unsure how to articulate his astonishment. Lee Sin's second sonic wave hurtled forward, executing its trajectory with precision. Such astonishing speed. Unbelievable. Zu'an transformed into a broken record, repeating these words in sheer awe. Chapter 55. A love for reading. TBQ's face appeared quite grim, resembling someone who had just consumed a dead fly. The previous play by the opposing team had indeed been remarkable, yet he offered a rather lukewarm critique. Zu'an, with a mischievous glint in his eye, praised the opponents extravagantly before turning to TBQ, inquiring, "What do you think of Yi Feng's recent maneuver?" Wei Shen felt a surge of anxiety. He watched attentively from the screen, silently wishing that TBQ would refrain from making absurd remarks. If he were to include Wei Shen in his commentary, it would truly be mortifying. That play was undeniably exceptional. Yi Feng, in a remarkably brief span, utilized the distinctive characteristics of the second-tier Tianyin wave skill, showcasing his extraordinary dexterity to breach the enemy's defense tower. Such a feat was beyond the capabilities of an average player, even if Wei Shen aspired to replicate it. It would require countless repetitions to master. This was not merely a matter of speed. Timing was equally crucial. A premature activation would lead to an embarrassing loss of summoner spells, while a delayed one would render the effort futile, as the Tianyin wave would have already landed, leaving no chance to reach the tower. In this respect, Yi Feng's timing was unparalleled, affirming his rightful place as the mid laner for EDG. Abu, seated in the audience, was fervently captivated, nearly bursting into applause. That move was indeed executed with finesse. Syndra, however, was beset with disappointment. Upon reaching the enemy tower, he discovered that Katarina had already claimed the life of their jungler. TBQ found himself in a precarious position. Acknowledging the strength of the opponent would be tantamount to slapping his own face, yet to stubbornly deny it felt equally untenable. Despite his hard exterior, he could not ignore the truth. That play was indeed impressive. There are hardly a few domestically who can seize opportunities with such precision, TBQ murmured, his voice barely audible. Zu'an, with a mischievous grin, leaned in closer. What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. I trust our audience missed it as well. His expression radiated sincerity, as if genuinely oblivious to TBQ's admission. The viewers in the live chat erupted in laughter, inundating the screen with comments about not hearing a thing. Oblivious to the jest being made at his expense, TBQ continued, that move was undeniably remarkable. Very few domestically can achieve such precision. With a weighty sigh, Zu'an resumed his analysis of the match. Wei Shen, thoroughly amused, chuckled heartily. Zu'an had a knack for manipulating emotions. He had even prompted TBQ to repeat himself. Wasn't that simply tormenting? After claiming yet another kill, Katarina's abilities refreshed instantaneously. The older version of Katarina was precisely like this. Her ultimate reduced cooldowns, allowing her other skills to reset upon achieving kills. Consequently, once she began to deal damage, she could effortlessly leap around to secure further eliminations. Let us take the dragon, Yi Feng suggested to the manager. With the enemy jungler eliminated, it was imperative for the manager to seize the economic advantage during this window of opportunity. The manager, without needing further persuasion from the mid lane, instinctively moved toward the dragon area. The Dark Archmage had just expended a crowd control ability and currently possessed none. Katarina boldly leaped into his face, delivering a flurry of damage before gleefully retreating towards the dragon pit. Syndra simmered with frustration, yet felt powerless against the situation. As Lee Sin resurrected and made his way to the jungle, he heard the mournful cries of the dragon. What on earth just happened? He cursed inwardly. He had failed to react in time. The Tianyin wave had surged uncontrollably into the fray. The mid laner, observing from a distance, seethed with rage. Had the enemy pushed forward, many issues could have been avoided. Syndra chose not to elaborate further. It was evident that he had wasted a summoner's spell and allowed the opposing mid laner to thrive. Now, the enemy mid laner had gained a significant lead, and after purchasing new equipment, coupled with the dragon's advantage, it would not be difficult for them to secure a kill. Moreover, the opponent was on the verge of reaching level 6. Once Katarina acquired her ultimate, her capabilities would multiply exponentially. The Dark Archmage felt a profound sense of despair. The jungler showed no inclination to assist mid lane and could only continue farming to recover from his earlier disadvantage. After receiving assistance, the bottom lane was now performing remarkably well. With ample time to farm, the AD carry was secure in his development, while the elder brother felt anxious, yet powerless to intervene. TSM, which had been racing ahead, now found itself mired in a muddy path, its speed drastically reduced. In the midst of this quagmire stood Feng, a formidable obstacle. He promptly returned home to purchase a killing book, a signature move of his style. "Yiga, are you buying a killing book again?" Iboi inquired, curiosity piqued. The newcomer, Xiao Ming, was too intimidated to speak. Was competitive play this intense nowadays? It seemed that acquiring a killing book was now commonplace, even in casual matches. The occurrence of such an item was relatively rare. "Of course, I have an affinity for reading," Feng replied with a casual smile. Upon hearing his jest, the manager burst into laughter. Tong Yang remained unfazed, embodying the classic outsider. Once the match surpassed the 20-minute mark, he felt detached from the events unfolding in the top lane. The Dark Archmage's face flushed with anger as he saw the enemy purchase a killing book. This individual was utterly audacious, believing himself worthy enough to flaunt a killing book before him. Though he was of the highest caliber, being slain by this opponent was one thing, but enduring such provocation was another. It felt like a silent slap to the face. TBQ quickly identified an opportunity for output. "This is an audacious play. Purchasing a killing book now, he surely won't stack it to 25 layers, he commented carelessly, observing as Katarina cleared the minion wave before promptly reaching level 6. The dark player maneuvered cautiously, releasing his control skill as Katarina advanced, but she deftly evaded it, swiftly repositioning herself in front of him. With a flick of her wrist, a dagger flew forth. Feng danced like a sprite upon the razor's edge, evading capture. He unleashed his ultimate, and Katarina spun wildly in place. The blade struck the Dark Archmage, causing his health to plummet rapidly. Syndra was left in disbelief. Having already expended her flash, she found herself unable to escape. With a swift W, Katarina effortlessly claimed the life of her foe. Chapter 56. The active unraveling Katarina had taken command of the match. The kill book had already stacked up, and the Dark Lord was utterly no match for him. Zu'an confidently declared that as long as kills could be achieved, Katarina's skill cooldowns would be significantly reduced. "Wait for me at the bottom lane. I'll assist you shortly," Feng said with casual ease. The pace of the game immediately quickened. The mid lane of the opposing team had already collapsed, and the situation spiraled out of control. Wherever Katarina roamed, it was a complete disaster for the enemy. He resembled a ticking time bomb, leaving an indelible impression with every explosion. Wisdom showcased a brilliant performance in this match, transforming it into a personal spectacle. Zu'an did not hesitate to lavish praise upon him. Such a prodigy emerging from the Huaxiao region certainly warranted immense recognition. While many believed that the players from the Korean region were formidable, Feng had proven that the players from Huaxiao were equally capable. Which mid laner from Korea could secure solo kills in every match? Feng not only achieved this feat, but also embraced a unique style with the kill book that quickly endeared him to fans. The Huaxiao region values moderation. Yet in the fervent arena of competition, individual heroism is undeniably exalted. Feng, like a savior, grasped the kill book and began to steer the match. Discussions surrounding this mid laner erupted among the spectators. Despite being a newcomer, his remarkable performance spoke volumes. "Wow, this guy is incredibly fierce. He directly builds the kill book and is able to wreak havoc. Why do I feel like he plays like a seasoned pro while the other professional players seem to pale in comparison? What level is he truly on?" He dominated the Ionian server with an almost 90 win rate, claiming the top position in the national server. Just imagine what that signifies. Various rumors began to circulate, and Wisdom's ID became etched in the hearts of every player. As passionate gamers, they naturally rallied behind a formidable player. Moreover, being from Huaxiao resonated with a vast fanbase. Some were reluctant to support Korean players due to strong national sentiments. While it cannot be said who is right or wrong, games are devoid of nationality, players are not. The emergence of such a powerful mid laner from Huaxiao warranted their robust support. Katarina, with the kill book in hand, charged toward the bottom lane. Her skills were ready, and the moment for her to shine had arrived. No wards, right? Yi Feng inquired of the bottom lane. None, Xiaoming calmly replied, having closely monitored the enemy's movements regarding vision. I'm unsure about the tri-brush, but there's definitely nothing near the river, he added. Valor was feeling rather tense. A small misstep earlier had left them under constant pressure. I have my ultimate. I'll initiate a team fight, and you follow up with yours. My items are more cost-effective. So if we clash now, I'll have the upper hand, De Shixiang coolly analyzed. The support nodded in agreement. Their analysis was spot on. Valor was indeed stronger than Kog'Maw at this moment. If they could turn the tide now, they could certainly erase their previous disadvantage. The atmosphere among the team was somewhat subdued. If they could achieve a breakthrough at the bottom lane, it could serve as a pivotal turning point. De Shixiang's heart raced with anticipation. He felt like a dragon-slaying warrior, with the decisive blow resting in his hands. They're going to use their ultimate on you. Don't dodge it, the bard advised Kog'Maw. Iboi nodded immediately, understanding that if he did not sacrifice himself, Katarina would have no opportunity to unleash her potential. Moreover, with Bard possessing his ultimate, he could surely safeguard his life. When Katarina entered the fray, it would undoubtedly be a blatant massacre. Valor stepped forward, feeling the proximity to Kog'Maw intensify, and his heart surged. Hold them down, De Shixiang called excitedly, unleashing a burst of light from his hands. The abyssal mouth was immobilized, and Valor immediately commenced his assault. As Kog'Maw's health dwindled, De Shixiang's face lit up with exhilaration. He had finally seized an opportunity. Yet, at that moment, a magnificent melody resonated. Golden notes cascaded to the ground, stunning the two enemies in place. The red-haired maiden had entered the battlefield, wielding a dagger and charging forward with unwavering resolve. She twirled gracefully, akin to a passionate dancer, her dagger striking precisely at the foes. In an instant, Valor was unable to even activate his healing before falling victim to Katarina's lethal onslaught. Lulu, helpless, cast her ultimate on herself, with the ADC already deceased. If she were to fall as well, the bottom lane would surely collapse. Unyielding, Katarina surged forth, having just dispatched Valor. Her three skills were ready once more. The same scene unfolded as she leaped onto the face of the enchantress. The high magical damage unleashed was amplified by the kill book, rendering Katarina's current power unparalleled for this stage of the game. Although Lulu had her ultimate for protection, it failed to preserve her fragile life. The magical damage struck her, and her health plummeted. The enchantress collapsed to the ground. De Shixiang felt utterly despondent. Double kill. The system's notification rang mercilessly, leaving the TSM fans in stunned silence, enveloped in profound disappointment. They believed that, playing in their home arena, they ought to perform exceptionally well, yet their performance fell short. Moreover, facing a team predominantly composed of newcomers, what was once deemed a surefire victory had turned into a harsh lesson. TSM's audience found it hard to accept, with many already clamoring for refunds. They had invested their time and money to witness their favorite players dominate. Yet the reality was often cruel. The players they supported were not triumphing, but were instead being thoroughly outplayed. Katarina is invincible, Zu'an merely remarked, at a loss for what to say. If Katarina were to purchase a Zhonya's hourglass, there would be no one capable of stopping her. The TSM players hung their heads in despair. The bottom lane had suffered such a massive breach that they were now struggling to maintain their lanes. Tong Yang, on the other hand, was relishing the situation from the top lane. Having done nothing, it seemed he could simply coast to victory in this match. A rare smile flickered across his previously expressionless face. This game was indeed a pleasure to play. Chapter 57. Triumph. The rhythm of the jungler was exceptionally commendable, particularly during favorable match conditions, where he exhibited an aura reminiscent of a fierce tiger descending the mountain. The opposing jungler found himself under immense pressure, unable to garner assistance from his teammates, who were themselves being mercilessly overwhelmed by Katarina. With their situation deteriorating, the prospect of exerting pressure in the jungle seemed bleak. It felt as though defeat was imminent. TSM's top laner was the first to voice his grievances, although he enjoyed a degree of solitude in his isolated lane. The dismal performance of his teammates led him to believe victory was unattainable. Katarina moved with an ethereal presence, her voice echoing throughout the battlefield, and whenever she struck, it resulted in either death or devastation. The disparity had widened significantly, and if this were a casual match, surrender might already be on the horizon. Let's rally ourselves, the Dark Lord exclaimed, eager to uplift the team's spirits. Just as his teammates prepared to listen to his motivational discourse, a sudden skirmish erupted on the field. The red-haired demon leaped directly into the Dark Lord's face, unleashing a torrent of magical damage before he could react. In the blink of an eye, the Dark Lord lay defeated on the ground. TSM's mid laner, witnessing his screen turn gray, swallowed his words of encouragement, feeling utterly defeated. What a nightmare. How did he manage to grow so powerful? Master Brother furiously exclaimed, the most temperamental member of the team. While his teammates contemplated offering him solace, they too were engulfed in despair, resigned to the inevitability of loss. Katarina seized control of the jungle, relentlessly applying pressure on the sidelines. The King of Trolls was no longer at ease in his lane, having just fallen victim to Katarina's effortless assault. With a swift turnaround, Tong Yang transformed his fortunes, regaining his footing in the game. As long as he could withstand the pressure, the top lane could still flourish. Katarina roamed freely, leaving the opposition unable to contain her. Zu'an provided an impassioned commentary, while the guest commentators sat in silence, rendered speechless by the unfolding spectacle. TBQ found the situation absurd, questioning the origins of wisdom, whose terrifying gameplay left a significant impact. A singular exceptional performance could be grasped, but the meticulous execution of every detail was undoubtedly overwhelming. As TBQ contemplated facing this formidable opponent in the summer season, his mood soured. Wei Shun, initially observing the match for leisure, began to feel the weight of impending pressure as he realized this adversary could become a formidable rival, potentially eclipsing him. The coach of Lao Gondai patted Wei Shun on the shoulder, recognizing his status as a prominent mid-laner in the domestic scene. While previous competitors from Korea had failed to diminish his reputation, a dark horse now threatened to usurp it. Observing the ever-expanding lead, Abu felt a profound sense of satisfaction with Yi Feng's performance. Another individual had also captured his attention, the newcomer support, Xiao Ming. Initially skeptical of Xiao Ming's capabilities, it became apparent that his strategic thinking was remarkably clear. His contributions in team fights demonstrated a decisive control over the opposing support, showcasing his potential even at this nascent stage. Yet, the brilliance radiating from Yi Feng overshadowed the contributions of other newcomers. EDG's bottom lane was equally formidable. Given adequate time for refinement, they could undoubtedly evolve into an exceptional domestic duo. Abu felt a surge of pride, reassured that his investment would not be in vain. PDD beamed with joy, witnessing the ascendance of his protege, eagerly anticipating the commendations from rival teams and the influx of investment. With all outer towers finally dismantled, the match had only reached the 18-minute mark. TSM's morale had plummeted as they stared at a staggering 7,000 gold deficit, unsure of how to proceed. If we force a team fight, could we stage a comeback? Master Brother, still unwilling to concede defeat, clung to the hope of victory, recalling instances where significant gold deficits had been overturned. However, fortune had turned its back on them. Eboi's economic prowess now empowered him to deliver devastating damage. The enchanting Lysandra shielded him, providing ample opportunity to unleash his potential. The true menace was the red-haired demon. Once she plunged into the fray, her daggers would wreak havoc, delivering devastating AoE damage and refreshing her skills for continuous carnage. The designers at Riot Games were also keenly observing the match, contemplating the strength of Katarina as they witnessed the unfolding drama. The climactic team fight erupted before the enemy turret, with the tree charging heedlessly into battle. While Tong Yang recognized his sacrificial role in creating space for his allies, Katarina did not disappoint, swiftly eliminating the enemy Varus before retreating unscathed. Eboi unleashed a flurry of attacks, his rapid-fire mesmerizing spectators as they marveled at the ADC's newfound damage output. Master Brother, preoccupied with strategizing, suddenly found his screen shrouded in gray, the red-haired specter vanishing before him. Damn it, he roared, furiously striking his keyboard, nearly driven to madness by the embarrassment of his untimely demise in such a pivotal moment. The ensuing team fight could only be described as overwhelming. With a conducive environment for dealing damage, the ADC achieved a remarkable triple kill. Following the annihilation of TSM's members, EDG swiftly demolished their nexus. Before the 20-minute mark, EDG claimed victory in this match, and Guan Ziyuan's voice resonated in the studio, celebrating their triumph. A sense of hope blossomed among the viewers, who erupted in enthusiastic praise for the victors. Chapter 58. Competing on an empty stomach, the team stepped onto the stage, bowing to the audience below before departing. The American spectators seemed displeased with TSM's performance, as boos echoed through the arena. Yi Feng remained unfazed by the atmosphere. As a professional player, he understood the necessity of facing pressure and criticism from all directions. Regardless of the outcome, their group points would increase, and that was what truly mattered. Upon arriving backstage, Abu hurried over, draping an arm around Yi Feng's shoulder, his face alight with a smile as he engaged him in conversation. The coach, observing from behind, felt a twinge of surprise. Typically, It was the coach who initiated such discussions at this juncture, yet it seems circumstances had shifted. Nevertheless, as long as they could secure victories, all was well. You performed remarkably. Your Katarina truly astonished me. I didn't expect you to have such a hidden talent, Abu remarked, patting Yifeng's shoulder with a grin. Yifeng returned a modest smile. I've often used this champion in the past, though I practiced less frequently. Under the system's enhancement, my proficiency with the hero surpasses that of others. What do you think of the new support's performance today? Abu inquired suddenly. Yifeng immediately grasped the intent behind the question. Abu was not merely complimenting him, but seeking his opinion. It was evident that Abu held a favorable view of Xiaoming. I think he did quite well. His attention to detail was commendable. He should remain on the team. Yifeng responded. Abu nodded, then paused deliberately, waiting for the bot lane duo to approach. Yifeng, unfazed, continued to move toward the back. He had become the core of the team, having delivered exceptional performances in the previous matches. Abu was resolute. A talent like Yifeng must not be let go. Meanwhile, Iboi and Xiaoming chatted animatedly, their camaraderie blossoming after having just endured a match together. Upon noticing the coach's approach, they tempered their smiles, for they both harbored a modicum of trepidation towards him. The coach is here, Iboi murmured, falling silent thereafter. How did you feel about today's match? Abu asked, a warm smile on his face as he leaned toward Xiaoming. It was better than I anticipated, though I still have much room for improvement, Xiaoming replied humbly, uncertain of Abu's intentions. Winning the match should spare him from any reprimands, right? Sensing Xiaoming's apprehension, Abu chuckled and shook his head. I merely wish to inquire. There's no need to overthink it. After this light exchange, he made his way into the backstage room. The team settled onto the couches, each one slouching in exhaustion after an intense battle. Prior to the match, they were forbidden from eating, a tacit rule within the industry, as consuming food could distract from their focus. Thus, despite their arduous efforts, they found themselves hungry. Yet, given their lucrative salaries, such discomfort was hardly worth mentioning. Recognizing the team's hunger, Abu clapped his hands. Would you prefer to eat while we chat, or shall we have a brief discussion first? His question ignited a spark in everyone's eyes. The answer was clear. They all wished to eat first. However, no one dared to vocalize this desire, wary of leaving a negative impression on the coach. In a rare departure from his usual demeanor, Yifeng acknowledged the collective hunger. Furthermore, the coach's inquiry indicated a positive mood. How about we eat first and discuss matters while we dine? Yifeng suggested, rising from his seat. His proactivity piqued the curiosity of his teammates. Was the coach perhaps testing them, and had Yifeng unwittingly fallen into his trap? In truth, even Abu felt fatigued. A meal would be most welcome, and Yifeng's suggestion invigorated him. Very well, let us eat, he agreed. With that, the group promptly departed from the backstage area. Due to the group stage nature of the competition, there were fewer formalities. In contrast, advancing to the semifinals would entail post-match interviews, significantly increasing their workload. EDG was finally reveling in victory, having previously suffered ridicule online after a loss attributed to Tianye's missteps. Now, they had decisively triumphed, leaving TSM in the dust. Brother Yi, how did you play your Katarina? Why did it seem so formidable? Iboi asked, somewhat dazed. Yifeng chuckled amiably and shook his head. Choosing not to elaborate further, Iboi's admiration was evident, and it prompted Yifeng to encourage them. You two should put in the effort this afternoon, with good synergy. Your performance will surely surpass mine in the future. Upon hearing Yifeng's affirmation, both young men nodded vigorously, as if pecking at grains. PDD, standing beside Xiaoming, lavished praise upon him. Now that his younger brother had finally gained recognition, it was paramount to cultivate a good relationship, for once Xiaoming became famous, he could help elevate PDD's own profile. Although Xiaoming was somewhat shy, he recognized his elder brother's support. Lu Gu, rest assured, I will never forget your kindness, he said, visibly moved. Yifeng and Abu exchanged knowing smiles, choosing to say nothing further. Xiaoming remained somewhat naive, while PDD treated him well. He did not possess the depth of feeling he imagined. Observing the profound brotherhood between them, Iboi felt overwhelmed. The two were nearly embracing, their faces alight with emotion. The coach approached PDD, playfully patting his belly. You're not thinking of freeloading, are you? You'll have to pay your share. PDD responded with a generous wave of his hand. I'll cover all expenses tonight. The landscape for professional players had changed dramatically. Their treatment had improved significantly. Gone were the days when players had to scrape together funds to compete. Such hardships were relics of the past. Abu chuckled, shaking his head, satisfied that they had won the match. Everything else was of little consequence. Chapter 59. The dangers of indulgence. The group casually chose a restaurant. As they settled in, The manager immediately exclaimed, "Let's order first." Upon hearing this, PDD appeared to be struck by some somber recollection, his countenance darkening noticeably. In his previous tenure with the IG team, there had been a moment when they suffered a defeat, leaving everyone in low spirits. At the dinner table, PDD fervently dissected the reasons for their loss, only for his teammate Kid to interject with, "Let's order first." This remark infuriated PDD, leaving him irate yet speechless. The incident was subsequently shared online, transforming "Let's order first" into a mocking meme directed at the IG team. However, given his amicable rapport with the manager, PDD quickly masked his displeasure, donning a smile instead. Today was a day for joy. There was no need to be upset over trivial matters. Abu lavished praise upon Xiaoming, and Yifeng's stance was unmistakably clear. The support role was to remain in the team. In light of this, it was prudent to extol the virtues of one another. Xiaoming beamed with excitement, while Iboi grinned widely. The coach expressed firm confidence in their performance in the bot lane, which provided them with a sense of reassurance. "Play well, and I believe you will find yourself on a much grander stage in the future." After delivering this encouraging statement, Abu proactively poured drinks for two of the players. Tong Yang, witnessing this scene, felt little emotion. It was merely a performance. Without sustained support, everything could vanish in an instant. The manager feigned ignorance. Having navigated the professional scene for years and being well acquainted with its various rhetoric, everyone was merely putting on a show. Their true capabilities would be revealed in the forthcoming match against FNC. Abu remarked, "Let us hope everyone puts forth their best effort." At this juncture, the atmosphere noticeably lightened. FNC was a formidable team, hailing from the Ojo League, renowned for their strength. They were the champions of the inaugural League of Legends World Championship. Iboi suddenly interjected. However, upon uttering this, he instantly realized it was an ill-timed comment. With the battle against them imminent, such words could be seen as undermining their own resolve. Observing the slight dip in everyone's spirits, he recognized the effect of his words. "It's not a grave matter. We are here at an international event, and gaining experience is essential." He emphasized learning over winning. Hearing the coach's sentiments, the duo in the bot lane felt somewhat reassured. If they were mandated to secure victory, they might not be able to deliver. FNC's ADC was a seasoned veteran, possessing considerable skill. Moreover, the other players on their team were also well known in their locale. Having excelled in their own region and now participating in this concentrated challenge, they undeniably showcased exceptional prowess. "Do not succumb to nervousness. Our team is still new, and we have ample time to bond and improve," Abu continued. Yet, despite these reassurances, once the higher-ups issued commands, he would still have to enforce compliance. The organization had invested significantly in their participation. They were not merely playing for fun. If they consistently underperformed, they could be dismissed at any moment. Feng, however, felt less anxious. He contemplated the current level of the system, realizing that if he completed the next match, he might earn a new talent point. This thought invigorated him. The manager and Tong Yang remained composed. They had weathered many storms together. The mid-season tournament was, in essence, a warm-up for the World Championship. After returning home to complete the summer series, they would begin preparations for the global event. It was beneficial for these old rivals to warm up and familiarize themselves with each other's gameplay and style, particularly SKT, who had once again emerged from the domestic scene in a dominant fashion, had everyone believing they could reach the pinnacle. Although EDG was formidable, they seemed somewhat outmatched by SKT. The Chinese region was not particularly strong at this moment. Since the inception of StarCraft, players from the Korean nation had made significant strides in esports. The same could be said for War III. Korea's esports infrastructure was thoroughly developed. They knew how to cultivate exceptional esports athletes. When endowed with talent, they provided comprehensive guidance, constantly refining their skills. Domestically, the experience in this regard was woefully insufficient. Thus, the professional players who managed to reach the top tier were extraordinarily gifted individuals. Conversely, Korea did not boast a population as large as China's. However, the government imposed less stringent regulations on video games. In China, parents viewed gaming as a scourge. Upon discovering their children playing, they would swiftly resort to punishment. The differing environments naturally yielded disparate outcomes. In Korea, being a professional esports athlete was a glamorous career, replete with lucrative salaries and public admiration. In contrast, within China, such professions were often dismissed as mere obsessions with gaming. Indulgence leads to loss of ambition. This idiom hung over all esports professionals like a curse. Unless one achieved a world championship to shift public perception, they would remain seen as lost youths with no future. Many parents, upon seeing their children engrossed in games, would remark, clearly, they do not wish to study seriously, opting for this path as an escape. In reality, this path was even more arduous than preparing for the Gaokao. Gaining entry to the top tier domestically was more challenging than being accepted into Tsinghua or Peking University. Moreover, academic performance could be improved through effort, but talent was irreplaceable. Reaction speed was intrinsic to the individual. Some were simply born to excel at gaming. After ensuring everyone was comforted, Abu displayed a hint of helplessness. The group lacked confidence in their impending clash with FNC. To triumph over such a formidable adversary, extensive training was imperative. Once they had dined sufficiently, they promptly returned to the designated resting area provided by the officials. Although they had just completed a match, they had no intention of resting. Instead, they planned to engage in an overnight training session. They had grown accustomed to this routine in their homeland, which had become a hallmark of their approach. FNC. Feng gazed at their previous records, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Despite the escalating challenges ahead, he remained resolutely confident in facing the trials that lay before him. Chapter 60. The Dark Era. After a night full of revelry, Feng returned to his dormitory to rest. Upon awakening, he found the sun already high in the sky. This daily disruption of his biological clock left him feeling somewhat fatigued. Yet, such is the nature of this profession. To excel, one must exert more effort than others. Although training matches are exceedingly monotonous, they are remarkably effective in enhancing the team's collaborative abilities. He was not the only one feeling exhausted. His teammates were equally worn out. However, with formidable opponents in sight, they had no choice but to hasten their pace. After a drowsy wash-up, Feng made his way to the common area. The coach was already seated, having prepared lunch, awaiting the others to rise. Having skipped breakfast, the aroma of the food was irresistible to Feng. After finishing the meal, he would return to the training room to continue honing his skills. This was their current lifestyle, aside from the night before a match when they could sleep on time. The rest of their days were spent burning the midnight oil. Earning such a high salary was no trivial matter. The greater the remuneration, the more substantial the value expected in return. The boss was an unabashed capitalist, and his foray into forming a team was far from a charitable endeavor. While some may establish esports teams on a whim, scaling them up necessitated a consideration of revenue. Feng and his companions were acutely aware of the stakes. FNC was a globally renowned team, and competing against such a formidable opponent would undoubtedly impart invaluable experience. However, it would also present significant challenges. Public opinion regarding EDG had begun to polarize. Admirers praised their vigor, attributing previous losses solely to issues with the support role. Feng had garnered a considerable fanbase. His sharp maneuvers in the mid lane impossible to overlook. Yet, many struggled to comprehend EDG's prior decision to concede. While Tianye's actions were indeed contemptible, EDG's surrender to the Taiwanese region was inexcusable. Initially dismissing their opponents as mere provincial players, they later capitulated, a move that was painfully contradictory. How could they muster the courage to continue competing? Despite his impressive mid-lane performance, Feng had yet to achieve any noteworthy accolades, being a newcomer. Was it not premature to boast? Human nature is multifaceted. That which pleases one may displease another. The coach and players of EDG understood this well, focusing on self-improvement rather than overly fixating on external perceptions. Feng grasped this lesson from his very first day of streaming. Back then, as the substitute mid laner, he faced ridicule in the chat, with many claiming he would never see playtime due to Pawn's overwhelming prowess. Yet, Feng eventually secured the starting position, leading the team to victory. Such transformations required personal effort, not the judgments of others. Once he achieved commendable results, accolades would inevitably follow. And even detractors would have to acknowledge his achievements, for the trophies would stand as undeniable evidence of his prowess. After lunch, Feng was the first to arrive at the training room. Abu was exceedingly pleased with him. Not only did he possess gaming talent, but he also demonstrated remarkable diligence. For such a young individual, perseverance was merely a matter of time before success would come knocking. He had encountered many prodigies. Every top-tier team's core player was once considered a genius before their debut. Yet, many lost their way amidst applause, forgetting their place in the limelight. They relied on talent alone, but natural ability does not flourish through indulgence. To progress, relentless effort is essential. Much like the former player, the factory manager, who, in his prime, was the undisputed king of the Ionian jungle. Wherever he played, victory was almost guaranteed. He ruled the jungle, embodying the era's prowess. However, with the passage of time and constant updates to the game, his dominance gradually waned. It became evident that a new generation of junglers was rising, overshadowing him. In his previous life, Feng was well aware that the factory manager was approaching the twilight of his peak. By the time S6 arrived, he would be thoroughly awakened. not due to a decline in skill, but rather because the game's evolution had ushered competitors into a new realm of proficiency. With significant changes to the S6 meta, the jungle dynamics underwent a transformation, leading to a faster-paced game where ADCs rose to unprecedented heights. It was during this version that professional players from China began to emerge on the international stage. 2 years post S6, on the Azure planet Feng once inhabited, China finally claimed its first League of Legends World Championship. Moreover, a plethora of exceptional esports athletes emerged from the nation. The following year, they secured another world title, establishing the Chinese region as the preeminent competitive scene globally. However, such success necessitated time for growth. Arriving in this era, Feng recognized that, while it may seem shrouded in darkness, he possessed the confidence to carve out his own niche amidst the chaos. Other players were gradually awakening. The coach would not deprive them of their much-needed rest, but if they lingered too long, he would kindly remind them that the training could not wait for any one individual. Upon seeing Feng engrossed in gameplay, Yi couldn't help but admire him. Brother Yi truly possesses both talent and dedication. I must strive to emulate him. In Yi's eyes, Feng was nothing short of omniscient. Little Zhao arrived. Upon noticing Yi's presence in the training room, Feng greeted him with a warm smile. The synergy between the team's dual cores was vital, as their relationship was crucial to the team's success. If their rapport faltered, it could lead to discord during crucial moments in matches. They relied on each other to deliver substantial damage output. Thus, Feng made a concerted effort to maintain a positive relationship with Yi. Thankfully, all was well. The latter regarded him with a sense of brotherly admiration, and Feng was sincere in his dealings. I had a dream last night, Yi said with a goofy smile. I dreamt we won our match the day after tomorrow. His face radiated with hopeful anticipation. Chapter 61. The old rivalry. Although it is said that dreams are often the opposite of reality, Feng would not discourage his opponent's enthusiasm. The fact that one thinks of competing even in their dreams clearly indicates a deep commitment to the upcoming matches. Yi, being a newcomer on the stage, undoubtedly aspires to showcase exceptional performance and thus make a name for himself. This sentiment is not restricted to him alone. Any frontline professional player, including those currently engaged in training to chase their dreams, harbors similar aspirations. Upon entering this realm, who does not wish to stand out? Yet, upon the lofty pedestal of success, there exists but a singular figure who remains steadfast. Everyone has become accustomed to the notion of individual heroism, as if a single person could uphold the entire team and effortlessly lead them to victory. In truth, this is a team game. The concept of 1 against 5 is non-existent. Even if one achieves economic development to the point of outnumbering the opponents, it is still reliant on the support of teammates. Should the teammates falter from the outset, continuously feeding the enemy resources, victory would elude anyone who steps onto the field. As the saying goes, League of Legends is a coalition of heroes, and it is only through their unity that triumph can be attained. Relying solely on individual prowess amounts to mere recklessness. Years later, a band of reckless players may claim the world championship, but that is a tale for another time. This dream is a good omen. Hearing you say that, I believe our match the day after tomorrow is assured. Feng remarked with a broad smile. Hearing this, Brother Yi felt quite pleased, while Yi shyly smiled in return. Gradually, the team members made their way to the training room, resuming their practice matches just as they had the previous day. 2 days swiftly passed, and before long, they found themselves once again on the familiar battleground. A multitude of spectators had gathered, many of whom bore the visage of Huaxia. EDG's influence remains considerable. Although they are not the most historically entrenched esports powerhouse in the country, their development over the past 2 years has been commendable. The previous dazzling performances of the Korean duo drew a considerable fanbase, and seasoned veterans like the factory manager also attract admirers, many of whom have followed him since the Wii era. Back then, he was known as Promise, not yet the clear love we know today. Brothers, today marks the time for us to test our strength, the factory manager declared, seated in his esports chair, adjusting his equipment with excitement. Today's match is unlike any we have faced before. FNC is a team that has claimed a world championship, boasting a vast fan base across the globe. If we can conquer them in the group stage, it will undoubtedly capture everyone's attention. Following this match, our next adversary will be SKT. A sense of nervousness filled the air, yet with the match imminent, they had little time to dwell on their apprehensions. As in the previous match, a professional player was invited to provide commentary. Welcome to the mid-season invitational group stage. I am your commentator, Hao Kai. A bald man seated to the left of the commentary booth greeted the audience with a beaming smile. Hello everyone, I am the commentator. Smile. This man, with a bashful demeanor, claimed a significant place in the history of League of Legends, once hailed by the official sources as the world's premier ADC. Indeed, many of his ardent fans referred to him as the man for ADCs. Thanks to his outstanding performance, ADCs have managed to secure a crucial position within the team framework. While he is undeniably skilled, he is not as formidable as many believe. Meanwhile, his contemporary, the Dog, is a prodigy and remains the strongest ADC in the entire league. At the very least, in terms of sustainability, he could withstand 10 Smiles. This is not to imply that Smile lacks strength. Rather, the perception of him is overly exalted. Today, we are also pleased to have Smile join us as our commentator. Who do you believe will perform better? Hawkeye asked with a smile. Naturally, I am rooting for our team from Huaxia. I believe that despite having so many newcomers, they have managed to secure victories in 2 matches. That is truly remarkable. In the art of rhetoric, Smile could outshine TBQ effortlessly. However, he was older than his counterpart and was no longer an active professional player. After retiring, he had embraced the life of a full-time streamer. To sustain himself, he must commend others. Had he still been a professional player, he could have relied on his status to indulge in youthful bravado. Yet, now he exists outside the professional sphere, leveraging his former identity to garner benefits through streaming. If he fails to navigate this realm adeptly, he risks being scorned by peers, and his streaming income would certainly plummet. Life is indeed starkly pragmatic. When unable to pay rent or utilities, he will inevitably regret the boastful words spoken today. Who do you hold in high regard among the team? Hawkeye continued to inquire. Without much thought, the factory manager immediately sprang to the forefront of everyone's minds. They were teammates from the same era, and during that ancient period, we achieved an unprecedented winning streak that exceeded all expectations. Both the factory manager and Smile had performed admirably within the team. And although they parted ways due to unfortunate circumstances, they cherished the camaraderie they had shared. Even as former allies, Smile felt compelled to mention the factory manager's name. However, at that moment, Smile suddenly paused. A peculiar expression crossed his face, as though some inner conscience compelled him to speak the truth. In this regard, he was unwilling to compromise. I genuinely wish to say the factory manager, but in terms of pure skill, I would rather highlight the newcomer mid laner, Feng. Upon uttering these words, Hawkeye displayed an expression of astonishment. Yet, recognizing his position at the commentary booth, he swiftly regained composure. Smile nodded in agreement. Seemingly reassuring himself that he had not misspoken, the live chat erupted into chaos, with numerous viewers expressing their disbelief, particularly the fervent fans of the old Wii. Smile, how could you lack heart? What was wrong with the factory manager back in the day? Why not commend his strengths? Some predicted that the parting must have been unpleasant, and now he could not even utter a single compliment. The grievances of the old Wii were unleashed, as accusations flew amongst the audience. Yet, simultaneously, many acknowledged Feng's undeniable prowess. Are those who criticize him truly unaware of his capabilities? Wisdom's strength is evident. Who else can continuously slay the opposing mid laner? If you believe Smile's remarks are unfounded, then watch this match. Feng will certainly claim yet another kill against the enemy mid laner. In light of Smile's statement, various narratives began to circulate. Observing the frenzied barrage of comments, Smile could only sigh in resignation. Though he may have distanced himself from the tumultuous world of rivalry, the echoes of past grievances still lingered within him. Chapter 62. Abu's fury regarding the past's myriad complexities. Smile chose not to elaborate further. He acknowledged his own missteps, as did others. In their prime, they were the most illustrious team in the country, compelling everyone to acknowledge them as formidable adversaries. They were the first to garner a global accolade, which led to their hubris. Each member of the team was exceptional, deserving of remembrance. However, Smile understood that eventually, new talents would rise to supplant them. The inexorable march of time would lead to the current generation of players reminiscing about their glory. Yet, in a few years, they would fade into the annals of forgotten history, reduced to mere names in the mouths of veteran players. By then, they would no longer be the focus of attention. Having lost their intrinsic value, their legacy would have long since expired. In the present, it is Smile. In the future, it will be the director. One day, Feng will find himself in the same situation. To prolong his relevance, aside from accumulating more championship trophies, there is no other recourse. Honors are ephemeral. Once a certain threshold of trophies is reached, a qualitative transformation occurs. Smile observed the barrage of criticisms on the screen, offering only a faint smile without further comment. The rhythm of discourse is perpetual. If he were to recklessly attempt to control it, he would merely provide ammunition for others to exploit. Hawkeye was also taken aback. It had been over a year since the old WE's saga unfolded. Those tumultuous times had passed, So why did discussions persist? The era had placed immense value on Wii, as everyone believed they could triumph in competitions and secure the world championship. Even when the royal team ascended to the position of world runner-up, the excitement was palpable, yet discussions remained sparse. Wii had become a symbol of faith in that era. Even now, many in the league proudly display Wii's emblem as their avatar. This honor is etched in the hearts of all veteran players. Smile gazed at the director on the electronic screen, reminiscing about the days they fought side by side. Yet, time had passed too swiftly, leaving them struggling to adapt. Feng had become a sensation on Weibo, continually exploring new games to broaden his audience. Strawberry, once adored for his looks, had now faded into obscurity, with little contact between them. His support player, Curly, had departed Wii alongside the director, only to be replaced by a newcomer. Even if Tian Yi were to step down, Curly would similarly lack opportunities on the professional stage due to contractual disputes, a topic Abu preferred to avoid. Hao Kai's voice broke through his reverie. The time for hero selection had arrived, and it remained to be seen what champions both sides would choose. Just as Smile began to speak, he heard a question from the commentator beside him. What do you think the director will select? Smile smiled briefly before launching into an analysis. It all depended on the opposing jungler's choice, but based on the director's current style, he would likely opt for a stable champion like Jarvan or Rek'Sai. As he articulated this, the nearby commentators chuckled. The term stable style could easily be replaced with turtling, a notion everyone understood. The opposing jungler had chosen Jax, a decision that made sense in this version. Although Jax required time to develop in the early game, he would become formidable in the late game. The director countered with Rek'Sai, eliciting laughter from both commentators, who remarked on the old teammates' understanding of each other. The opposing bot lane selected Wheel Mother and Sivir, a combination potent in late-game team fights. With her W ability activated, she could unleash substantial AoE damage, while her E ability could negate many critical skills from the opposing team. Furthermore, the opposing support was Morgana. If these two champions combined their E abilities, it would be exceedingly difficult for the bot lane to secure kills. Wow, FNC's picks are quite irritating. They are clearly aiming for a stable late game. Hao Kai exclaimed with excitement. I concur. Given their strategy, they are undoubtedly looking to play for the late game. The mid lane will certainly feature a mage as the core, Smile asserted confidently. Following his remark, the opposing mid lane immediately selected Orianna, an unquestionable late-game hero with weak lane presence and poor roaming capabilities, making it exceedingly challenging to secure kills. This was undoubtedly a strategy focused on stabilizing for the late game. However, at that moment, the opposing top lane chose Riven, igniting a fervor among the audience. The cheers erupted in the relatively modest venue. Riven is an exceptionally skillful champion. Despite her damage being reduced by designers, her status in the hearts of fans remains unscathed. If played adeptly, her intricate combos would surely leave the audience in awe. The director's brow furrowed. The opposing lineup appeared quite formidable, instilling a sense of uncertainty. Tong Yang selected Shun, the master of the balanced sect, providing a sense of security for the team. Only Feng remained without a champion, his choice poised to capture everyone's attention. Feng, what do you intend to select? The director inquired, a hint of anxiety in his voice. He no longer referred to him as Little Yi. Feng had showcased his prowess, and his status had risen significantly. Since they aim to develop, I certainly won't grant them their wish. Feng replied with a light chuckle, shaking his head. A bold idea formed in his mind. He was a man unafraid of risk. In an instant, he moved his cursor over a particular champion's icon. As he revealed the champion's emblem, Abu's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, what are you doing? The director's voice echoed in his ears, filled with exasperation. Feng had chosen Varus, a champion not typically seen in the mid lane. Chapter 63. The Arrow of Resilience. The hero has been determined, and according to the rules of the professional arena. This is an unalterable decision. Abu felt immense dissatisfaction, as the choice of hero by the opponent was indeed unexpected. This hero should not be present in the mid lane. The faces of the other teammates were equally etched with shock. Such a choice transcended the bounds of conventional hero selection. You better provide me with an explanation after the match, Abu declared angrily before storming off the stage. Feng's expression remained unchanged. He gazed calmly at the screen as if everything was meticulously calculated. The commentator hesitated, wanting to say something, but ultimately sighed in resignation. The two commentators appeared almost petrified, rendered speechless by such an unconventional hero selection. Was it a misclick? After a prolonged silence, Hao Kai finally uttered this phrase, which felt like a silent slap to Abu's face. He was the coach, observing as the players made their selections. But this remark from the commentator seemed to nullify his role, making him feel insignificant, merely a bystander. At this moment, the commentator known as Smile spoke with extreme caution, wary of making a definitive statement. Perhaps this is a novel strategy. The league is filled with limitless possibilities, is it not? Yet skepticism lingered, as many in the live stream began to mock the decision. Is this what you call wisdom? Playing a game with no semblance of strategy, and choosing such an absurd hero for the mid lane? This is wisdom? One viewer mused, I wonder if he will retire on the spot after this match. No one had faith in the mid lane Varus, as this selection exceeded everyone's comprehension. A confident smile graced Feng's face. The armor-piercing items were now quite affordable, enabling him to inflict terrifying damage early in the game. In contrast, the traditional attack speed crit build was prohibitively expensive, requiring 3 items to achieve significant damage output. He initially considered selecting an armor-piercing misfortune, but ultimately concluded that Varus was the superior choice for seizing control of the game early on. To this end, he meticulously prepared 9 fixed armor penetration runes and 3 major attack power glyphs, opting for the Dark Harvest talent to maximize the impact of his E ability. Feng anticipated the dreadful sensation that Orianna would experience upon realizing she could not hold her ground in the mid lane. Eboi, after some contemplation, took the initiative to speak up. Go, have you perhaps chosen the wrong hero? If we lose this match, we can all apologize to the coach together. I believe he will forgive us. His words stirred something within Feng. Others remained silent, clearly reluctant to align themselves with him. Why should everyone bear the burden of his choice? Eboi indeed regarded Feng as a leader, which prompted such a heartfelt remark. Even more perplexing was Feng's decision to take a teleport spell in the mid lane, alongside a barrier talent. This truly defied expectations. Do not worry. I believe this match will be quite manageable, Feng replied with a smile. Tong Yang rolled his eyes, convinced that his opponent had lost their mind. Having transitioned from a previous life, Feng possessed a clear understanding of how to build items for maximum damage, regardless of the team's sentiments. The match would be fair and just. Amidst a chorus of ridicule, Feng entered the match. Welcome to League of Legends. We shall not engage in a level 1 skirmish, he stated. Unlike previous instances, his teammates did not respond. Observing this scene, Feng understood their feelings. His choice had indeed caught them off guard, perhaps even wounded their pride. However, he remained undeterred, believing that time and damage would vindicate him. As he steadily made his way to the mid lane, the minion wave gradually converged. Varus diligently farmed minions in the mid lane, refraining from any outrageous actions. In the early game, he utilized his Q ability to harass Orianna, landing 2 hits that, while causing some damage, were ultimately inconsequential. In the late game team fights, Orianna would undoubtedly outshine many Varus players. Provided Orianna could land her abilities on the enemy, the resulting damage would be explosive. The 2 commentators began to lose hope, believing Varus might deliver unexpected results in the final showdown, yet reality did not align with their expectations. The early game unfolded rather monotonously, lacking significant interactions. When both sides reached level 6, no notable clashes had occurred. Upon reaching this level, Feng opted to return home and purchase armor-piercing items. Was he planning to build the Duskblade? Smile sensed something amiss. Hao Kai hesitated to voice his thoughts, initially considering suggesting that Feng had given up, but he refrained, realizing the inappropriateness of such a statement. Meanwhile, the others had hardly noticed the mid lane. In the blink of an eye, Feng had teleported back. Orianna also chose to return home, but had yet to arrive at the minion wave. Both junglers played conservatively, failing to capitalize on advantageous opportunities. The opposing jungler had passed through the mid lane twice, but had not managed to catch Varus. Many expressed their dissatisfaction, believing the enemy's Master of Arms was playing too cautiously. If I were that Master of Arms, Varus's head would have been smashed to pieces, one player exclaimed, noting that with control abilities, it would be easy to engage directly, especially since Varus had no flash. After observing the minion wave, Orianna finally appeared within Feng's line of sight. Here she comes, Feng thought, a smirk forming as he reflected on the numerous taunts he had endured before reaching level 6. But now, it was his turn to strike. A brilliant light from his Q ability flickered as Varus began to charge his shot. Like a descendant of the sun, his bow emanated immense power. As the charge peaked, a red arrow burst forth, piercing through Orianna's form. Whoosh! The impact was akin to a meteorite colliding with Earth, leaving Orianna momentarily dazed. The damage inflicted was beyond her imagination. Wow! The audience erupted in astonishment as the camera captured the moment live. They witnessed an unforgettable scene. Varus' Q had obliterated nearly 45 of Orianna's health. What damage? Hao Kai exclaimed from the commentary booth, as if struggling to comprehend the reality unfolding before him. Abu, seated below, leapt to his feet, his eyes brimming with ecstatic disbelief. Chapter 64. The designer's attention. The atmosphere in the arena was utterly electrified. What on earth is happening? Who can explain the extraordinary damage dealt by the opposing mid laner? The FNC mid laner exclaimed in a state of shock. His teammates were oblivious to the unfolding chaos, only noticing the significant drop in health at the mid lane. Bolstered by his high damage output, Varus boldly approached to engage the opponent. Feng exhibited remarkable agility in his movements, making it exceedingly difficult for the enemy's skill shots to land on him. After casually landing a couple of hits, Varus unleashed his E ability, which possessed a particularly insidious trait of reducing healing effects. With the health of the Clockwork Mage dwindling, the enemy frantically consumed health potions. Yet they struggled to close the distance. Varus landed a few more hits, prompting the Clockwork Mage to activate his ultimate. Varus could not evade the attack this time, but the damage inflicted was minimal. Early on, the Clockwork Mage's ultimate lacked potency, especially without any accompanying damage from other skills, rendering it merely mediocre. Wow, the damage is hardly impressive, Hao Kai quickly remarked. The Clockwork Mage was still under attack, now reduced to merely 40 health. He seemed oblivious to Varus's E ability. Meanwhile, Feng was silently calculating the timing, as the cooldown for his next Q was approaching. After landing another hit, Varus finally retreated to a safe distance. His bowstring taut with an energy that seemed boundless, as if he could pierce the heavens themselves. With a flicker of crimson light, an impending lethal strike was about to be unleashed. Following the activation of his W skill's passive, the next Q would carry a lethal effect. Whoosh! The scarlet streak cleaved through the mid lane, igniting a bloody spectacle. The Clockwork Mage believed his positioning would allow him to evade this blow, yet this time, he was utterly vanquished. Boom! His body was obliterated by the radiant projectile, and the execution effect of the Q skill was activated. First blood. The first kill of the match fell into Varus's hands. With just 2 QS, the Clockwork Mage had been annihilated. What? Wei Xiao could no longer maintain his composure. Having graced the competitive scene himself, he understood just how absurd this damage was. A hero of such overwhelming prowess had emerged, if he could safely reach level 6. Such devastating execution damage would be inevitable. After witnessing this, it was clear that Varus's build and playstyle would surely face significant nerfs. The designer at Riot was watching the match. As it was an international event, he was keenly attentive, observing the extraordinary damage output from Varus in the mid lane. His eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to his assistant. What on earth is happening? How can he inflict such high damage? This is entirely outside the norm of the development framework. His assistant helplessly gestured. If we follow your reasoning, it seems we'll be working overtime tonight. The designer waved his hand dismissively. Let us first witness the conclusion of this massacre. In his heart, he had already concluded that such high damage output now would only foreshadow a more gruesome spectacle in the subsequent matches. However, Feng's approach had its drawbacks. The consumption of mana was alarmingly rapid. The pure armor penetration build offered no assistance from a mana-absorbing item, leaving him bereft of additional mana resources. Having cleared the minion wave, Feng opted to return home to purchase the Yumu's Ghost Blade, followed by cooldown-reducing boots. Now is the time to stack cooldowns and leave the opponent questioning their existence. Abu was engulfed in profound regret, even if they were to lose this match. The blame could not be placed on Feng. The opponent's innovative strategy had been misconstrued as a passive playstyle. He feared that his words had likely offended this exceptional esports talent. A prodigy like Feng, once he completed this season, would undoubtedly attract attention from other teams. Even with exorbitant transfer fees, many teams would be willing to pay the price. He realized that his earlier outburst towards this player might yield unforeseen consequences. One thing was certain, he had begun to worry. The team captain suddenly exclaimed, "What the hell? What kind of damage is that?" Feng chuckled casually. "Oh, it's nothing. Just playing around." Iboi displayed a gleeful smile, relieved that he wouldn't have to apologize to their coach on Yi Ji's behalf. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Tong Yang was nearly at his wit's end. Just playing around? He thought. What were they doing then? The opposing Riven was applying relentless pressure, but Shun's resilience kept him afloat. The situation in the bot lane, however, was dire. The enemy duo was as tenacious as a persistent adhesive, making it nearly impossible for them to initiate a fight without facing retaliation from the enemy's E ability. The captain lacked the confidence to engage in the bot lane. The enemy composition was simply too aggravating, leaving him at a loss for solutions. The burden of the match rested squarely on the mid lane. It was up to him to forge a breakthrough. "It's up to you now," the captain said once more to Feng. Feng nodded in agreement, responding with, "Let us work together." Oriana returned to the mid lane, her initial composure replaced by trepidation. The opposing mid laner had amassed a 25 cooldown reduction, resulting in significantly shorter cooldowns and greater damage output. Oriana chose to bolster her damage rather than build armor, a decision she would come to regret deeply. Varus strode confidently into the mid lane, his Q skill charging. Thanks to the system's enhancements, his skill accuracy was exceptionally high. Furthermore, Varus's Q could linger, allowing him to predict the enemy's movements. Oriana attempted to evade the onslaught with her serpentine dodging, convinced she could avoid it all. The crimson light surged, and another arrow was released. Whoosh! This time, the damage was far greater. In an instant, half of the Clockwork Mage's health was obliterated. She immediately activated her acceleration skill, frantically trying to escape. What the hell is this damage? How can I fight against this? The Clockwork Mage shouted in fury. Varus swiftly approached, casting his E ability first, then landing another hit to set up for his next Q skill. The next time, she will definitely flash, Feng pondered. He was already calculating the potential flash positions of the opponent. Moments later, the crimson light returned to Varus's grasp. Oriana was on the verge of madness, unsure of how to respond, her finger hovering over the flash key. As the arrow and flash were activated simultaneously, the Clockwork Mage's body fell limply to the ground. The FNC mid laner stared at the gray screen, his expression one of utter disbelief. Chapter 65. He believes he can slay me. I clearly used my flash. Why did I still die? The mid laner from FNC pondered in confusion. The two commentators were equally baffled. It seemed they had witnessed a flash being executed. Yet the Clockwork was still vanquished. The match featured a replay, allowing them to investigate further. Through slow-motion analysis, they discerned that Feng's Q ability was directed elsewhere, while the Clockwork had leapt upward using her flash. Was that a predictive flash? Hao Kai inquired uncertainly. Given Feng's intricate style of play, it was likely so. Smile nodded in agreement. Hao Kai struggled to comprehend. Feng's actions appeared so blunt and straightforward. What details are you referring to? He asked. Smile chuckled softly and elaborated. Having played this champion myself, I could notice this subtlety. Most would likely overlook it. The Q ability can be triggered by the passive of the W skill, and the small light on the Clockwork indicated the presence of Varus's W passive. Only through this passive could the Q skill achieve a lethal effect. At this point, Hao Kai still seemed perplexed. His question seemed disconnected from Smile's explanation. Did you notice that Feng first used his E skill before auto-attacking? As this was mentioned, Hao Kai began to grasp the concept, but Smile continued his analysis. Varus's E skill reduces the opponent's healing effects, making it difficult for the Clockwork to recover. Furthermore, it also slows the enemy. Upon hearing this, Hao Kai finally understood, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, as the implications of such a detail were indeed terrifying. Not only did it impair the opponent's movement, but it also hampered their healing. Following this, auto-attacks were merely to set up the Q skill for a kill. Typically, one would maximize the W passive with attack speed and critical strikes, then detonate with the E skill. Such a counterintuitive detail may appear deceptively simple, yet without extraordinary insight. It would be utterly unimaginable. It was truly brilliant. This nuance was remarkable. Hao Kai continually marveled at it. The audience also grasped the situation, the earlier jeers now silenced. Varus was not just a brute force damage dealer. He exhibited finesse within his raw power. One might assume he was merely a champion designed for damage output. Yet Feng demonstrated that he could achieve distinctive results through his strategic thinking. Wisdom is indeed a fitting name. He plays with intellect. A lesson all professional players should learn, Smile remarked earnestly. The Clockwork was utterly obliterated in the mid lane, and the jungler now sought to assist. The enemy Master Yi had just attempted a gank in the bot lane, but had failed, leaving him with only 60 health. Feng was pushing the mid turret, acutely aware of Master Yi's presence. He slowly retreated, knowing he lacked flash. Will Feng be able to evade Jax? Hao Kai voiced his concern. The opposing team had just begun to gain some traction, and it would be a pity if they squandered it in the jungler's hands. I believe Jax is in a precarious position. If he engages recklessly, he may lose his life, Smile countered with a differing perspective. Master Yi activated his counter-strike and leaped forward, possessing a flash of his own. Varus had no chance of escape. The FNC jungler wore a bloodthirsty grin, finally seizing an opportunity to catch the mid laner off guard. With his high attack speed bonus, it was likely that the enemy would soon perish beneath his staff. There's no one capable of defending. All eyes were drawn to Master Yi as he descended from above, brandishing his staff before Varus. He began his counter-strike, and as he struck Varus, he promptly activated his E skill. Feng found himself stunned in place, yet he remained unfazed. His health was full. Even after a couple of seconds of being attacked, he would only lose at most 40 of his health. Calculations raced through his mind, and once his stun duration expired, Yifeng swiftly cast his ultimate. The chain of corruption ensnared Master Yi, and after landing an auto-attack, Varus began to charge his Q skill. Jax found the situation rather amusing. He believed his opponent was merely flailing in desperation. Even if he were to be struck, what of it? His mindset lingered in the past, as typically, Varus's early Q damage was negligible. This Varus is quite amusing. Does he truly think he can kill me? The FNC jungler chuckled in the team voice chat. He was now brimming with overconfidence, so much so that he hadn't even activated his ultimate. Had he possessed some defensive stats, he might have weathered the storm. Whoosh! The piercing arrow flew forth, and Master Yi's health plummeted to nearly zero, leaving only a sliver of green. What? Goodness! What devilish damage is this? FNC's jungler executed a dramatic transformation akin to a Sichuan opera performer. The earlier grin vanished, replaced by a look of shock and disbelief. It felt as though a raging inferno burned beneath his seat, making it nearly impossible for him to remain seated. His expression a portrait of agony. With a casual auto-attack, Varus dispatched the enemy Master Yi. Yifeng opted to return home, prepared to acquire new cooldown reduction equipment. Without hesitation, he had already devised his forthcoming build path. After purchasing the Black Cleaver, he would proceed to acquire Lord Dominic's regards. By the time he completed this set, a single Q could inflict over 1,000 points of damage. Moreover, a Q every 6 seconds would allow him to control the match. When he secured the blue buff, the game would be as good as over. The next blue buff is mine, Yifeng stated nonchalantly. The jungler nodded mechanically, eager to respond. All right. The jungle is all yours. Varus's damage could no longer be described as merely high. It was explosive. The designer glared fiercely at the screen, clutching his blueprints, contemplating how to nerf such a playstyle. A flash of inspiration struck him, and the embryonic concept for S6 was born in his mind. Rather than diminish the champion, perhaps elevating the ADC status could alter the current tank-dominant meta. With this thought, his eyes sparkled with excitement. His assistant, equally exhilarated, exclaimed, "This change could impact the entire state of the league. We must study it thoroughly." Unbeknownst to them, they had ignited the designer's brilliant idea. Armed with his deadly weapon, Yifeng continued his slaughter in the mid lane. Chapter 66. A twofold triumph. The factory manager willingly relinquished the blue buff, acknowledging who truly held the upper hand. Yifeng single-handedly carved a bloody path through the mid lane. Oriana had become a mere jest, as she trembled at the sight of the opposing Varus, too afraid to even approach the turret. Not only that, but as the enemy force aggressively targeted the mid-tower, he could only cower at a significant distance. This was a grievous strategy, depriving him of minion waves and stunting his growth and levels. Varus relentlessly assaulted the mid-tower, its health diminishing rapidly. "You go secure the dragon. The enemy won't pay you any mind," Yifeng advised the factory manager. Even if a skirmish erupted over the dragon, he could provide swift support. The factory manager grasped this notion and hurried towards the dragon, while Yifeng continued to toil in the mid lane. The Master Yi was eager to ambush in the mid lane, but upon noticing the enemy's shields and substantial damage output, he reconsidered and opted to clear the jungle instead. At that moment, the sound of the mid lane turret shattering echoed through the air. Just as he contemplated capturing Yifeng, the anguished cries from the dragon enraged him. EDG executed this maneuver flawlessly, liberating the mid lane while securing the dragon, smiled an ecstatic commentator. Yifeng now intended to venture to the bottom lane. Varus had vanished from the mid lane, and the clockwork sorceress was preoccupied with her own development, oblivious to the whereabouts of the enemy mid laner. The factory manager followed suit, clearly intent on orchestrating an ambush. "You initiate the attack. Let the jungler unleash his ultimate, and I shall assist from afar with my Q ability." Yifeng began strategizing. The factory manager felt uneasy, sensing that Yifeng was subtly suggesting he should take the risk. "Do not fret. I only require you to use your ultimate to break through Sivir's E. You can retreat once you've unleashed it." Yifeng's words, though blunt, conveyed a viable initiation tactic. The explorer boldly leapt forward to inflict damage, skillfully dodging Morgana's Q ability before relentlessly targeting the enemy ADC. Although the factory manager had been spotted, Yifeng had positioned himself in the brush behind the turret, calmly assessing the battlefield before making his move. "The enemy jungler is here. We must retreat," FNC Ouch declared promptly. The support nodded in agreement. They could not afford to endure a direct confrontation. The explorer activated his ultimate, unleashing a wave of damage upon both foes. Just then, the factory manager initiated his ultimate. Although Sivir did not block the enemy's ultimate, she evaded another one of their skills. Her health had plummeted to 40, with Morgana hovering around the same. Both remained relatively secure. Yet they were baffled by the enemy's aggressive tactics. What are they doing? This feels a bit frantic. Ouch chuckled to his support. In just 5 seconds, they would refresh their E ability, and both possessed summoner spells. The prospect of a forceful initiation from the enemy seemed nearly impossible unless they could eliminate them swiftly. But in the current circumstances, who could possibly dispatch them so quickly? Suddenly, an arrow descended from the heavens, its crimson glow resembling a demonic summons, piercing through both of their bodies. Sivir bore the brunt of it, collapsing lifelessly to the ground, leaving Morgana with a mere sliver of health. It appeared that any skill could now seal her fate. What on earth just happened? Where did that damage come from? Ouch roared in the team voice chat, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. What was once a vibrant game of League of Legends had morphed into a horror show. It was Yifeng's arrow that had left him utterly shocked. It was Varus's Q ability. How had he made his way to the bottom lane? I sensed this earlier, but it seems to be too late now, he thought as he witnessed 3 enemies advancing. Morgana could only retreat passively. Yifeng strode confidently out of the brush, unleashing an E ability skyward. This skill inflicted sufficient damage upon Morgana, eliminating her in an instant. Double kill. The system notification chimed, leaving the commentators at a loss for words. The 2 players stood in stunned silence, the previous arrow having defied all expectations. By golly, it was indeed a twofold triumph, exclaimed Hawkeye after a moment of contemplation. Not only the players and commentators were taken aback, the audience too was astounded by Varus's absurd damage output. Initially, the live chat had mocked Yifeng for his choice of champion, but those voices had now vanished, replaced by expressions of disbelief. Varus is unbalanced. This is an injustice. What are you waiting for? Hurry and climb the ranks with this champion before he gets nerfed. In an instant, Varus had become the most coveted champion across all major servers. Countless players sought to utilize him in the mid lane, while those who had not witnessed the match were left bewildered. Upon seeing Varus selected for the mid lane, many erupted in outrage. In the Huaxiao region's Zu'an server, when a mid lane Varus was chosen, players began lamenting and performing rituals to console the parents of those who picked this champion. Yet, it was undeniable that this strategy had swiftly captured the attention of the global gaming community. The FNC bottom duo, having been swiftly dispatched, hurried to push the bottom turret, expanding their economic advantage. Varus, in his current state, was an unstoppable force, with natural cooldown reduction and the blue buff enhancing his abilities. He had transformed into a veritable damage machine. Who can tell me how to counter this Varus? ADC ouch fumed. If he lands even 2 Q abilities during a team fight, my game is effectively over. With a cooldown of 6 seconds on 1 Q, it was almost instantaneous. And combined with the damage from his allies, he could be obliterated in the blink of an eye. Silence enveloped the FNC team voice chat as they struggled to devise a viable plan. Yifeng had completely won their admiration. In previous matches, while his solo kills were impressive, they remained within the realm of comprehension. However, through this extraordinary display of Varus's prowess, he had unequivocally established himself as the cornerstone of the team, earning their unreserved respect. Tong Yong, though silent, keenly observed the mid lane performance. Previously, the renowned Korean mid laner Pawn had been formidable, but none possessed the same level of creativity as Yifeng. He could envision EDG gradually rising to prominence. Chapter 67. SKT's Dread Abu, watching from the sidelines, grew increasingly exhilarated. He had always regarded Yifeng as a prodigy, but in retrospect, he realized he had grossly underestimated him. To label this young man merely as a genius seemed inadequate. Upon closer inspection, he resembled more of a creative genius. The spectators around him continued to murmur their astonishment. I've truly never seen such a playstyle. How on earth does he execute it? This individual is absolutely extraordinary. The fact that even the most devoted fans of EDG were expressing such admiration underscored Yifeng's remarkable ingenuity. Meanwhile, in the official accommodation, the SKT players congregated. They were currently the world's strongest team, with Faker sitting at the center, akin to a star surrounded by admirers. His appearance was unremarkable, adorned with a pair of thin-framed glasses. If one disregarded his gaming prowess, he seemed no different from the average person. However, at that moment, he sensed an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. Faker contemplated a crucial question. If I were that Oriana, what would I do? This dilemma lingered in his mind like an incantation, deeply etched into his consciousness. Following this match, he would soon face the opposing mid laner, a dark horse. The arena was unforgiving. Stagnation would inevitably lead to being surpassed by emerging talents. The mid lane Varus was indeed a novel strategy. Yet how was he able to inflict such high damage? The bewildered Bang inquired. Coach Koma, seated beside the players, wore a mask of anxiety. He had initially believed that this mid-season challenge would be a walk in the park, but now, it seems circumstances had shifted. EDG's mid laner had become a source of concern, akin to a thorn in their throats. How could Varus deal such immense damage? Songho, do you comprehend this? The coach asked, somewhat perplexed. Everyone was equally puzzled, unable to grasp the intricacies of the gameplay. Feng, an ADC player, had ample experience with the Varus champion. He utilized armor penetration items, typically favored by mid-lane assassins, while traditional Varus builds focused on attack speed and critical hits. Feng was not mistaken. In that era, such items were exclusively used by champions like Zed and Echo. The prospect of an ADC employing such a build seemed rather unconventional. Are you suggesting that this fellow has innovated such a build? Koma asked, astonished. I've never seen other professional players adopt such items. It must be the case. Feng nodded in agreement. Faker maintained a serious demeanor, having observed the opponent's previous performances, which were comprehensible. Newcomers often showcased impressive skills in their initial matches. Even the earlier Katarina, aside from that astonishing display of reflex, had operated within expected parameters. After all, once equipped properly, the damage from the death cap was formidable, and such overwhelming dominance did not surprise him. However, during this match, he discerned another significant issue. Yifeng's comprehension of the game seemed to exist on an entirely different level. The young man's innovative strategies instilled a sense of unease in everyone. What on earth is his thought process? What occupies his mind? Wolf asked in confusion. It must be serendipitous experimentation. Some individuals simply excel at testing champions, Feng replied nonchalantly. To him, Yifeng's success was merely the result of fortunate happenstance. If the young man could consistently develop such strategies, that would indeed be impressive. However, he deemed it improbable. The League of Legends had been meticulously designed. Even if one wished to explore strategies, it would require considerable time and effort. With that time, it would be wiser to refine one's skills with the champions at hand. I believe this is a fleeting phenomenon. There's no need for excessive concern. Varus will soon be adjusted, and everything will return to normal, Feng reassured the anxious players. Yet, a persistent sense of unease lingered within Faker. This feeling was peculiar. He could not articulate its origin, but it undeniably resided within him. I think we ought to remain vigilant. This mid laner from Huaxia is far more formidable than we anticipate, Coach Koma stated earnestly. Over the years of leading SKT, he had encountered numerous talented players. Though those individuals possessed extraordinary gifts, they invariably exhibited some flaws. However, with Feng, he felt as though he had discovered a flawless gem. In his quest to identify the young man's weaknesses, he found himself unable to uncover any faults. This sensation was the most alarming of all. When every aspect of the opponent's performance appeared impeccable, it caused one to question their own judgment. Was it perhaps a fault of his own? The more Faker contemplated, the more he perceived this mid-laner as a potential rival, two individuals seemingly cut from the same cloth. Yet upon deeper reflection, there were subtle differences. I have a strong sense that he will become a formidable adversary, Faker remarked slowly. Feng fell silent, fully aware of the opponent's strength. Faker's meticulous gameplay left little room for error. He had clinched a world championship upon debut, and no one could justifiably undermine his prowess. Pawn had since returned home, yet his form seemed diminished compared to his earlier self. Conversely, Faker appeared to be in a perpetual state of improvement. Facing him felt akin to battling a machine, making it exceedingly difficult to pinpoint any weaknesses. This very reason had earned him the moniker of the Demon King. Now, with Faker expressing such sentiments, it demanded attention. Is this fellow truly that formidable? I can't shake the feeling that you all are a bit too anxious, Wolf muttered. Never underestimate your enemy. We are about to face this team. We must secure victory in the upcoming match, understood? Koma urged, his voice resolute. The team members responded earnestly, raising their voices in unison. Although EDG was currently riding high on momentum, they were by no means to be trifled with. As they gazed upon the arena, the crowd was already in a frenzy. The audience, having witnessed the defeat of TSM, yearned for a high-caliber match. Particularly, the mid-lane Varus, a stroke of genius, incited gasps of astonishment with every Q skill unleashed. The staggering damage rendered this match an unforgettable experience for all in attendance. Chapter 68. The Great Dragon Ruins a Life. The EDG team was filled with excitement. Yifeng's imaginative strategies had finally enabled the entire squad to achieve a remarkable performance. Once this is over, we must celebrate properly, the manager exclaimed with enthusiasm. Everyone was ravenous, having played through their hunger. As Yifeng's influence on the game grew, their spirits soared. FNC was a renowned team globally, and defeating them would undoubtedly attract significant attention and cleanse the disgrace of their previous defeat to the Taiwanese region, which everyone wished to avoid. Tian Yi had betrayed them, thwarting the team's plans, which forced them to concede the match. In truth, Yi Feng's performance had been flawless. His roaming mage had secured a solo kill early in the game, but as he anticipated a grand display of skill, a colossal issue arose in the bot lane. At last, the team had united, and whether they could clinch victory now rested on individual prowess. A peculiar thought crossed Eboi's mind. As the ADC, why was the opposing team's physical damage so formidable? Moreover, Varus was performing like a primary carry. He was the true output core of the team. While Eboi's Ezreal felt more like a decoy. At that moment, Xiaoming suggested, Xiao, why don't you send your Ezreal out as bait? I believe we can initiate a solid team fight. Upon hearing this, the top laner burst into laughter. After many games, Tong Yang had grown accustomed to engaging in team fights himself, yet he had never heard of such a tactic. However, upon reflection, under these specific circumstances, it might indeed be viable. As time ticked closer to the 20-minute mark, with the dragon about to respawn, they could exploit this opportunity to secure victory. The crucial question was how to execute the upcoming team fight effectively. Smiling, seated in the commentary booth, he stated with gravity, the next dragon fight is pivotal. As the saying goes, a dragon can ruin a life. If EDG can secure the dragon, they might very well conclude this match in one fell swoop. Upon hearing this, the viewers were engulfed in anticipation, especially EDG fans, who had endured considerable criticism recently and were desperate for a victory to redeem their past failures. One remarkable aspect of esports is that if one has faced criticism in the past, a strong performance can erase all grievances. Achievements serve as a balm, smoothing over all inadequacies and shortcomings. Conversely, if a team falters, they risk being discarded as a mere joke. Are you serious? You really want me to go out as bait? Eboi inquired, intrigued. He was unsure whether Xiaoming was jesting. At that moment, Yi Feng interjected. Once you have your flash, you can lure the enemy. With Ezreal's arcane shift coupled with his flash, he essentially possesses two forms of mobility. If the enemy attempts to force a kill, it would be exceedingly difficult. Moreover, the support will be nearby to protect him. The intention is to create an opening, not to sacrifice yourself. Yi Feng was currently dealing substantial damage, making it nearly impossible for the opposing team to initiate a fight. FNC was in a defensive stance, aiming to avoid conflict and focus on clearing minion waves. Upon spotting Varus, they promptly retreated. Abu was feeling anxious. If the enemy managed to endure this phase, it would become increasingly challenging once their composition matured. With champions like Orianna and Janna, their late-game potential was formidable. FNC's strategy was straightforward: survive this difficult period, and they could leverage their advantages. Orianna had already begun to speak up. Let us just hold out, dragging the game into the late stage. Once we reach that point, our damage will catch up. Hearing this, the team felt a renewed sense of hope for victory. A loss would see them relegated to third place. FNC, being the first world champions, valued their reputation immensely. Losing to players from the Huaxiao region would be a bitter pill to swallow. Varus's threat would diminish over time, and once their damage dealers were adequately developed, the match would become manageable. Riven emphasized, EDG cannot afford to waste any more time. They must secure the dragon. Smiling, visibly anxious, added, we must not allow them to claim the dragon. Otherwise, they could push our mid-lane turret with its buffs, sealing our defeat. Both teams understood each other's intentions, and the imminent clash around the dragon was inevitable. It's up to you now, Yi Feng said to the ADC. Eboi nodded, and the top laner's vision control would assist him. If Ezreal fell victim to a swift elimination, it would merely highlight the ADC's shortcomings. As the clock struck 20 minutes, Xiaoming boldly cleared the vision, and the team concealed themselves within the fog of war. The explorer wandered like a lost child near the bushes, while the remaining four concealed themselves in a small patch of foliage near the dragon. It seemed as though everyone could hear each other's breath and heartbeat. The arena enveloped in an eerie silence. EDG is attempting to ambush. They've intentionally sent Ezreal out as bait, Hawkeye remarked, tension palpable in his voice. With no loud shouts in the arena, all eyes were fixated on that small patch of grass. FNC's next decision was crucial. Faker glanced around the battlefield and remarked, the fact that they can rely on the ADC to create an opening signifies their victory is assured. I have never seen such a tactic before. Their success is well-deserved. Indeed, previously, many had failed to grasp the intricacies of such strategic plays. As the game evolved and the meta shifted, various strategies had emerged. Yi Feng had exploited information gaps to outmaneuver the enemy. From a god's eye view, it seemed straightforward, yet in the heat of battle, thoughts became exceedingly complex. The enemy ADC is isolated. Let's swiftly eliminate him. With Orianna's command, FNC charged forward en masse. Chapter 69, a decisive victory. They have indeed fallen into the trap. The factory manager is currently brimming with joy as he observes the opposing team rushing towards them, victory seemingly beckoning him. One must not grow complacent. Until the enemy is completely annihilated, anything is possible. At this moment, Feng holds his breath, the weight of the situation squarely upon Yiboi's shoulders. The explorer, witnessing the onslaught from the opposing team, is nearly paralyzed with fear. Yiboi retreats, utilizing his arcane shift to evade the enemy's crowd control abilities, narrowly avoiding being eliminated. Whoosh! A dark binding flies towards him, and as Morgana's Q spell strikes, the explorer hastily leaps away. He has already used his crowd control abilities. We must follow up quickly. The members of FNC remain relentless. If they can eliminate the enemy ADC, the opposing team's damage output in the team fight would diminish significantly. At this juncture, they have forgotten that 4 others still stand against them. It seems that if they can only eliminate the blonde-haired lad before them, hope for a turnaround will be theirs. Just then, a figure bursts forth from the nearby brush. The Eye of Twilight taunts the enemy, drawing them out, while Varus unleashes his charged Q spell. Feng witnesses his Q inflicting substantial damage and swiftly follows up with his ultimate, ensnaring the enemy's Orianna. Eliminating Orianna is crucial. Her ultimate is vital. The factory manager's excavator plays a pivotal role at this moment, leaping into the fray with unbridled fury. In the blink of an eye, Orianna's screen turns gray. The woman bearing the magical orb collapses, her pallid visage seemingly bearing witness to the birth of slaughter. With Orianna's demise, Varus's ultimate spreads to the remaining enemies, trapping 4 of them in place, unable to move. Xiao Ming employs the Goddess of Dawn, his ultimate radiating like the sun upon the battlefield. As those just freed from Varus's binding realize they are still immobilized, Varus and Ezreal unleash a torrent of damage, leading to the immediate demise of the opposing Sivir. The damage is simply astronomical. It is utterly absurd. Aocheng, in despair, ruffles his hair, unsure of how to confront this match. It is over. Everything is over. Riven mechanically states. It is unimaginable that the match would unfold in such a manner. The enemy's mid laner has completely disrupted the tides of battle single-handedly. Furthermore, Varus's mid lane strategy has gained popularity, with many experimenting with it. Having effortlessly triumphed in this team fight, the opposing 5 lie sprawled upon the ground. Let us take the Baron. Feng exclaims with excitement, as this team fight is nearly a resounding success. They have suffered no casualties, achieving a remarkable 0 for 5 trait. The Baron falls under the relentless assault of EDG's 5 members, and within a remarkably short span, it is claimed. Hearing the Baroness lament, the FNC players lower their heads in defeat. They truly see no way back. With the Baron buff enhancing their minions, the opposing team can now assault their high ground. After returning home to replenish their supplies, EDG boldly prepares to conclude this match. Abu cheers enthusiastically from the stands. Yiboi's clever sacrifice has created an opportunity for the team. Haokai, filled with excitement, roars. Truly, this new team, infused with fresh blood, brings a diversified gameplay to the entire league, Smile says earnestly. They approach the enemy's high ground tower, while FNC exhibits no fighting spirit. It is clear that they have lost. EDG is on the verge of victory. Given the current circumstances, the enemy cannot possibly defend. Haokai remarks. Though typically commentators refrain from such absolute statements, the current match leaves no room for doubt. The newcomers of EDG are performing exceptionally well, reminiscent of seasoned veterans guiding them through the game. The factory manager realizes that the enemy is not as formidable as he had anticipated. This mid laner is indeed fierce. The establishment of an all-Chinese roster proving this effective is truly beyond my expectations. Many spectators comment on Feng and the other newcomers' performances, which have shocked everyone. Varus relentlessly chips away at the high ground tower, and the enemy simply cannot withstand it. AQ every 6 seconds, dealing substantial penetration damage, is akin to wielding a sniper rifle. No one can endure his onslaught. Riven, feeling overwhelmed, can only resort to such an inadequate analogy. Mid lane Varus. Feng has indeed risen to fame. His strategic mindset warrants thorough analysis. After easily dismantling the high ground tower, the accompanying crystal naturally succumbs. They huddle beneath the front tower, praying for a final glimmer of hope. The health of the front tower is lower than that of others, as it is too combined, thus incurring greater damage. The factory manager meanders nearby. His ultimate is now off cooldown, ready for battle once again. Just hit the tower. There's no need to waste time. Feng calmly advises. His damage, if consistently applied, will render FNC powerless. FNC's coach watches in dismay from the sidelines, his hands clutching his head in anguish, seemingly unwilling to witness the unfolding catastrophe. Prior to the match, he had prepared celebratory remarks, yet the current reality is brutally harsh. Akin to a silent slap across his face, leaving him speechless. The health of the front tower continuously declines, excitement flickers in Eboi's eyes as victory draws near. The two front towers collapse with a resounding crash, prompting the enemy to launch a desperate counterattack. They cannot afford to let all 5 survive to end the match, lest they be judged as playing passively. As the enemy charges fearlessly, Feng does not hold back, unleashing his wrath. Time freezes at the 24-minute mark as EDG demolishes the enemy's nexus, successfully concluding this match. Eboi leaps with joy, rushing to pat his support on the back. Xiao Ming wears a wide smile, astonished at how effortlessly they have secured victory. Concluding the match in just 24 minutes is truly a remarkable feat in the current league landscape. The team gathers at center stage, bows deeply to the audience, and then laughs and chats as they make their way backstage. Chapter 70. Team leader Abu now found himself in a rather awkward position. Moments ago, he had unleashed his ire upon Feng, and now he was at a loss for words. Feng, however, displayed remarkable understanding, stepping forward to address him. "Coach, I am honored to fulfill my duty." With that, a familiar humble smile graced his face. Abu was acutely aware that Feng was providing him an opportunity to save face. Should he have persisted in his arrogance, it would undoubtedly have plunged their relationship into an icy abyss, a dire predicament for the EDG team at this juncture. "I was too impulsive earlier. I sincerely apologize," Abu said, taking the initiative to address Feng. The other team members expressed astonishment at his words. It was indeed a rare occurrence for the coach of the entire team to apologize to a player, highlighting the considerable respect Feng commanded. "Please, we're all here to win. There's no need for such formalities," Feng replied with a smile. While he appreciated the gesture, accepting the apology still felt somewhat awkward. Eboi stood nearby, his eyes wide in disbelief. Coach Abu was notoriously strict, and to see him bowing to Feng was a testament to the latter's significance within the team. Xiao Ming, being a newcomer, was rendered speechless. He understood that their recent success was a result of collective effort. Yet, it was undeniable that Feng had served as a stabilizing force, his imaginative gameplay having transformed the dynamics of the team. Both Chang and Tong Yang resolved to regard Feng as an equal moving forward. Clinging to outdated notions of seniority would only invite trouble. In the realm of esports, prowess was the ultimate currency. While traditional workplaces might uphold hierarchies, here, exceptional performance silenced all dissent. Initially, Coach Abu had been quite irked by Feng's choices, yet this incident had led him to recognize the latter's true capabilities. "I assure you, from now on, you may select any champion without interference from me," Abu declared, tossing a metaphorical bombshell. His earlier apology was merely a prelude. To express genuine goodwill, he needed to demonstrate authenticity. Feng, taking this to heart, nodded vigorously. Abu's declaration was indeed sincere. Contemplating the myriad strategies swirling in his mind, he knew that executing them at this moment would yield remarkable results. After exchanging glances that signified the resolution of past grievances, the group jovially made their way to the back of the venue. "Today, I know everyone is tired. Let us grab a meal and discuss while we eat," Coach Abu suggested. The EDG team had cultivated the habit of dining post-match, recognizing that a nourished body was essential for mental clarity. They returned to the familiar restaurant, where the owner greeted them with delight, well aware of their reputation for generosity. Abu, now spending the team's funds, wasted no time. He raised a glass towards Feng, stating, "Today's victory is largely due to Feng's efforts. Does anyone object?" His intention was clear, not only to convey goodwill, but also to solidify Feng's position within the team. While Xiao Ming could also lead, his performance paled in comparison to Feng's brilliance, which had earned him the respect of the veterans. Abu's toast was a subtle reminder to the two seasoned players that they needed to acknowledge the reality of the situation. While respect for elders was essential, merit must prevail. The emergence of this dark horse was undeniable. They could not continue to occupy their positions without contributing meaningfully. Tong Yang, typically reserved, grasped the coach's sentiment and remarked, "Indeed, Ego has been shining in recent matches. Let's all continue to strive for excellence." His words hung in the air, and the bottom lane duo felt the atmosphere thicken. Tong Yang, an established player, had just referred to Feng as Ego. Abu exchanged glances with Chang, who now needed to voice his support. "Feng has indeed performed admirably. We can discuss strategies more openly in future matches," he stated, albeit in a roundabout manner. Yet it conveyed his stance. Feng released a sigh of relief. If even the esteemed veteran addressed him as Ego, it would have been rather embarrassing. Abu downed his drink and felt the gentle night breeze. In that case, Let us analyze the performances of others, he suggested. As they dined and conversed, the atmosphere relaxed. Devoid of tension, Chang sighed inwardly, realizing that the leadership of the EDG team had been firmly established and any upheaval would be unlikely. The two newcomers looked up to Feng, whose status was now secure. Though they felt a twinge of discontent, it mattered little as long as they could secure victories. Winning would bring smiles to all their faces. Everything else was secondary. Conversely, should they face defeat, the title of team leader would be a burden for anyone to bear. While the title of team leader sounded appealing, the weight of failure would invariably fall upon him. Feng was confident in his ability to navigate this role, yet he understood the greater responsibility it entailed. This was both an opportunity and a test of his capabilities. As Feng's mind drifted, the coach's enthusiasm continued to build, but he was preoccupied with the electronic notification echoing in his mind. He had acquired a new skill point and was soon to face SKT. He hoped his newfound talent would prove advantageous. Despite their fatigue, the team remained vigilant, fully attentive to the coach's words. After a satisfying meal, Feng hurried back to his dormitory to explore his newly acquired talents. Chapter 71. The Invisible Eye Now. Their residence and training facility are provided by the official organization. Coming to this country to compete, the official address is also located here. If they cannot manage even such trivial matters, there would be no point in holding the competition. Today, they triumphed in their match, and in a most exhilarating manner. Abu graciously allowed everyone to rest for the night, instructing them to rise early for a practice match the following day. According to their accustomed biological clock, they should be in the training room, sweating profusely at this hour. They need to train intensively throughout the night, not only to hone their individual skills, but also to enhance their synergy as a team. Without the relentless training day in and day out, even a minor flaw could be exploited by their opponents during the match. Such a grand event involves the exchanges among masters. Once an opponent seizes even the slightest opening, it could lead to a cascade of vulnerabilities for the entire team. This rigorous training is precisely to avert such embarrassing situations. The dynamics of the battlefield are ever-changing, and no one can predict the opponent's hidden tactics. What they can do is continually elevate their capabilities, preparing themselves for the unpredictable nature of combat. When a crisis arises, they can leverage their accumulated aspirations to break the deadlock before them. Furthermore, daily high-intensity training helps maintain their competitive edge. Players are human, despite their innate talents. They require constant practice to sustain their prowess. After numerous uses of a hero, one can develop an instinctive feel for their abilities. Once a player masters a hero, they can execute operations of an extraordinary caliber. This explains why many can perform dazzling feats on the battlefield, not merely due to their exceptional talent, but because they have clandestinely practiced with that hero countless times. Without the relentless honing of their skills, how could they possibly achieve astonishing performances in high-stakes matches? Abu was in exceptionally high spirits today. The mid-lane champion played by Feng had become a sensation across various competitive regions. It was now impossible to select that hero in ranked matches. The boss even called to express his delight, urging Abu to treat this dark horse mid-laner with due care. Feng had become the team's prized asset, and if he were to be lost, Abu would surely face the wrath of his superior. Feng's attitude was commendable. He remained humble, free from arrogance. Let us rest early today, Abu advised. Tomorrow, let us adjust our states and prepare for the practice match. The other team members, hearing this, naturally beamed with joy. After an exhausting afternoon, they felt a sense of fatigue. Iboi approached Feng, whispering, "Brother Yi, could you teach me that tactic sometime?" Feng responded with a bright smile. It was not a closely guarded secret, merely a clever use of the hero's characteristics. "Sure, during the practice match tomorrow. I'll show you how to execute that tactic." Iboi was deeply moved by Feng's willingness to help. Feng, feeling exhilarated, returned to his bed. Once assured that no one was around, he called upon the system in his mind. "Esports System, are you there?" Upon uttering these words, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Like the sound of a device powering on, in the blink of an eye, a cerulean screen appeared before him. This electronic display was visible only to him, invisible to others. "Hello, host. Your level has now reached 10, and you may select one skill." Upon hearing this, Feng's heart raced with excitement. At this moment, he was basking in glory, with the world recognizing him as a prodigious mid-laner. If he failed to maintain his peak performance, he would undoubtedly face considerable scrutiny. Both Abu and the others held high expectations for him. He had to withstand the pressure. You now have 3 talents to choose from. A. Ethereal steps. The maneuverability of your hero will significantly enhance, and the accuracy of skill release will improve greatly. Upon hearing this name, Feng felt as though he were reading a martial arts novel. The esports system had become increasingly intelligent, even bestowing such vivid names. This talent would elevate his positioning skills. If in the past he had been susceptible to skills, now his movements would reach a script-like proficiency. B. Sharpshooter. Your skill release precision will be greatly enhanced, making it exceedingly difficult for opponents to evade your attacks. This option would increase the accuracy of his skill hits. Each upgrade typically provided a minor chance to enhance skill precision. Though Feng's current skill accuracy was already commendable, he was still far from the significant improvement he sought. C. The invisible eye. When the enemy places vision in a specific location, the host will be able to detect it through the system's interface. Upon hearing this option, Feng nearly leaped with excitement. The thought of being able to directly detect the enemy's vision was nothing short of miraculous. It was akin to possessing a godlike perspective, although he could not pierce through the fog of war. Discovering enemy presence at a specific location would allow him to analyze the situation based on the number of opponents present, thereby deducing their movements. The first two options seemed enticing, but this last talent felt utterly irresistible. Feng immediately declared, "I choose C, the invisible eye." As the words left his lips, he felt a sharp pain in his eyes. Tears streamed down his face, and he fainted from the agony. After a moment of darkness, when he opened his eyes again, dawn had arrived. Chapter 72. The concept of accumulating capital. Feng felt as though he had just awakened from a delightful dream, although the details eluded him. Upon opening his eyes, he surveyed his surroundings and resolved to rise and freshen up. However, when he stood before the mirror and gazed into his own eyes, he was taken aback. A faint blue light hovered before him, so subtle that it could easily be overlooked. It dawned on him that he had made a choice the previous night. He wished to touch the blue light, but as he reached out, it dissipated into thin air. Was this the invisible eye? Curiosity piqued. Feng anticipated discovering its utility during the upcoming training match. Simultaneously, a sense of apprehension began to envelop him. Although the blue light was faint, it remained detectable with a keen eye. How would he explain its presence to others if they were to notice? Such an inexplicable phenomenon could not be accounted for by modern medicine. The thought of becoming a subject of dissection and research sent a chill down his spine. The esports system defied conventional logic, and the assistance it provided was beyond scientific explanation. The very fact that he had traversed from a parallel world was indeed peculiar. Feng pondered the transformations in his fate, feeling like a small fish adrift in a vast ocean. His future trajectory depended solely on his own endeavors. Feng's aspirations were simple. He desired a more affluent life, not just for himself, but also for those who supported him. He harbored no grand illusions about world peace. Such concerns were far beyond his purview. His singular talent lay in his gaming prowess, while the memories of his past life were merely remnants of another time. Resolute in his ambitions, he recognized that he possessed a considerable amount of wealth and intended to invest it wisely at critical moments. With the knowledge acquired from his previous life, he understood which ventures would flourish and which were suited to the contemporary era. In this age of opportunity, having a discerning eye was paramount. A unique perspective could significantly amplify one's wealth. Feng was filled with ideas, and if he could successfully accumulate capital, he envisioned the possibility of establishing his own team. Forming an LPL team required substantial financial investment, yet the potential returns were equally high. Players often found themselves in a subordinate position, akin to commodities in a marketplace, with club owners acting as the merchants. The disparity in their statuses was stark. Owners selected players as one would choose goods, discarding those who failed to meet expectations with relative ease. Regardless of Feng's performance, if his owner decided to dismiss him, he would have no recourse. Feng was not one to relinquish control of his fate to others. When the right opportunity arose, he would undoubtedly carve out a path of his own. However, the time for accumulation was now. In this parallel world, it was the year 2015. The nascent stage of internet finance had already begun to take shape, with people growing accustomed to mobile payments. During the previous Spring Festival, many engaged in fervent exchanges of red envelopes via social media. Reflecting on the future, Feng concluded that the next wave of opportunity lay not in live streaming, but in short videos. He recalled that in his previous world, everyone aspired to become an internet celebrity, a dream achievable through short video platforms. Familiar names of popular applications surfaced in his mind. While they possessed significant capital, they lacked the necessary investment and the endorsement of public figures. If he could forge a deep partnership with one of these platforms now, he could certainly elevate his own profile. However, realizing his ambitions would require more than just gaming skills. It necessitated financial resources. The key to acquiring wealth lay in his ability to leverage his past experiences. After a brief and somewhat anxious freshening up, Feng exited his room, only to encounter Xiao Ming, who greeted him warmly. Feng scrutinized Xiao Ming's eyes, leaving the latter perplexed by the intense gaze. After a few awkward seconds, Feng felt relieved. It seemed the system remained undetectable to others, and the blue light was concealed. With a newfound sense of ease, Feng smiled and remarked, "Have you been burning the midnight oil? You seem to have developed quite the dark circles under your eyes." After such a long, intense gaze, it was only natural for Xiao Ming to feel uneasy. Without a plausible excuse, he might have harbored some trepidation. Xiao Ming offered a shy smile and slowly replied, "The match went well yesterday, and my family was messaging me, so I ended up chatting late." "Keep it up. I have faith in your performance," Feng encouraged, patting Xiao Ming on the shoulder before making his way to the hall. The aroma of breakfast wafted through the air as he entered. Yibo and the coach were engaged in conversation, and upon spotting Feng, Yibo's eyes lit up with eagerness to converse further. Feng had promised to teach him how to play mid-lane Varus today, a commitment he intended to keep. Noticing Xiao Zhao's persistent gaze, he realized the reason behind it and chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Once I finish my meal, I'll show you how to play armor-piercing Varus," he announced. The coach observed the two players engaging animatedly, and a smile crept onto his face. It was refreshing to see his compatriots enjoying each other's company. Previously, he had felt utterly out of place when the duo from the neighboring region conversed in their own tongue, leaving him unable to join the dialogue. Chapter 73. Analyzing weaknesses through strengths. After finishing their breakfast, the group proceeded to the training room. Yibo closely followed Feng, eager to learn how to wield Varus. As an ADC in a top-tier team, he was undoubtedly well-versed in using this champion. However, the nuances of the gameplay could only be fully appreciated through personal instruction. Everyone understood the importance of building armor penetration items, yet the finer details warranted exploration. Without delay, Feng initiated a one-on-one confrontation, with the opposing ADC selecting Ashe. Controlled by Xiao Ming. The early game strategy was rather straightforward: survival. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that armor penetration items were exceptionally affordable. At this point, Feng noticed a shift in Yibo's expression. The low cost of armor penetration items provided significant advantages for an ADC. Instantly, Yibo recalled another champion. According to Feng's insights, the goal was to deliver high burst damage in a brief period. Varus's Q ability exemplified this, capable of inflicting substantial damage with a single hit. However, there were several ADCs who shared similar traits, and Miss Fortune's ultimate also seemed promising. Thinking of Bounty Hunter, Yibo immediately turned to Feng and inquired about the potential damage of her ultimate if she built armor penetration items. Upon hearing Yibo's question, Feng's face lit up with affirmation. Truly, Yibo was a thoughtful player, in an era where ADCs predominantly favored attack speed and critical strikes. He had the foresight to consider this aspect. "You might want to try it later," Feng remarked with an enigmatic smile. The armor penetration items underwent significant revisions in Season 7, yet current players seem to overlook this aspect in their strategic studies. The item build path was considerably smoother and capable of delivering immense damage. As noted, if Bounty Hunter could land a Q early in the lane phase, combined with her ultimate, the results would be exhilarating. This was originally part of Feng's contingency plan, unexpectedly uncovered by Yibo. Yibo continued to observe Varus's maneuvers, particularly the nuanced detail of using E before auto-attacking to trigger the passive with Q. Without the execution effect of the Q ability, achieving a kill with a single Q was no simple feat at that moment. Yibo felt a deep admiration for Feng. The opponent truly played the game with intellect, maximizing the champion's mechanics to their fullest extent. However, Varus may not hold much significance against SKT, Feng suddenly remarked. Upon hearing this, an air of silence enveloped the room. Feng was not mistaken. Given Varus's previous success, the only way he would be picked again would be if the opposing team made a grave error in judgment. While Faker was undeniably powerful, it did not imply he was arrogant. On the contrary, whenever he deemed an opponent worthy of his attention, he meticulously studied their performance before the match. Through analyzing their gameplay, he discerned their habits, continuously refining his strategies in his mind to ensnare them into his traps. Once a player develops certain habits, mistakes are inevitable. Yet, to carve out a name for oneself in competitive play, one must possess a distinctive personal style. This personal style, in many ways, reflects one's habits. Observers can easily identify a player's style and thus comprehend their typical gameplay tendencies. For instance, the jungler, known for prioritizing KDA, is recognized for his cautious approach, prompting opponents to be more decisive when engaging him. Conversely, facing a player like Wei Shin necessitates a more restrained demeanor, as he is notorious for executing kills with precision if given the slightest opportunity. Each player possesses unique strengths, Yet the true key to victory lies in deciphering the opponent's weaknesses amidst those strengths. Achieving a decisive victory through sheer mechanical prowess requires immense effort. However, by interpreting strengths to uncover weaknesses, one can significantly lighten the burden of competition. Faker is a player who relishes employing strategy in his gameplay. This is a game of sieging towers, not merely racking up kills. While observing Yi Feng's matches, he continuously sought out the opponent's flaws. However, in his eyes, although the adversary might exhibit minor operational errors, they could not be exploited as vulnerabilities. At this moment, the formidable opponent felt a sense of urgency. Confronted by such an impeccable rival, he experienced a sensation akin to a dog biting a hedgehog, powerless and frustrated. EDG was diligently preparing for the upcoming match against their formidable adversary, the S3 World Champions, who currently commanded the highest acclaim. Faced with such a formidable foe, they were determined not to underestimate them. As the match drew near, a wave of excitement surged through the domestic scene. In recent years, the nation had faced considerable rivalry from Korea, particularly in the realm of League of Legends, where victories had been scarce. Moreover, the past 2 world championships had been claimed by Korean teams, with SKT as the premier squad, boasting a vast global fanbase. Faker's distinct gameplay style garnered him immense admiration from numerous League of Legends enthusiasts. Even in his homeland, any mid laner who managed to eliminate Faker in a match would be instantly celebrated. This was a tremendous honor, signifying extraordinary prowess. It transcended mere strength. Facing him felt akin to battling a machine, where every calculated move left one feeling devoid of hope for victory. Faker's razor-sharp tactics drew in a legion of devoted followers. Meanwhile, Yi Feng had recently emerged as a rising star in the domestic scene. In a head-to-head matchup, numerous fans would undoubtedly lean towards Faker. Given his status as a world champion and his unparalleled mastery of the game, Yi Feng awaited the impending clash with anticipation, confident that the encounter would be nothing short of spectacular. Chapter 74. Unable to participate within the confines of the SKT training facility, Faker observed Bang persistently utilizing the champion Varus. Unable to contain himself, he remarked that there was no necessity for such relentless practice. Upon hearing this from the mid laner, Bang expressed his confusion. Why? Isn't this strategy exceptionally potent? Do you intend to employ him in the mid lane? Faker, with an indifferent expression, shook his head and began to elucidate. While it is true that armor-piercing Varus is formidable at present, this strategy has already been discovered by the opposing team. Do you truly believe they would relinquish it to us without contest? This statement brought about a moment of clarity for Bang. This champion is coveted by all, yet no one wishes for the adversary to acquire him. The only viable solution in such a scenario is to ensure Varus is banned. Only in this manner can a definitive and lasting resolution be achieved. Moreover, practicing this champion now holds little significance. Once this version concludes, the designers will undoubtedly implement changes. A champion that enjoys overwhelming popularity in the competitive arena often faces one inevitable fate: adjustment or rework. It is imperative to reserve the ban slots for champions of substantial utility. If both teams forcibly vie for control over one champion, it signifies an inherent issue with that champion. The designers have executed such adjustments numerous times. Every champion that rises to prominence in a particular patch ultimately confronts the fate of being altered or reworked. Champions like AP Master E, who once dominated, the lightning-wielding Kassadin from last year, and the fearsome Thresh of this year, exemplify this trend. Their extraordinary performances in scrimmages confirm that these champions exceed the damage thresholds anticipated by the community. For a game that strives for balance, such disparities are intolerable. Upon witnessing the emergence of such champions, designers wield their metaphorical knives, ensuring that they are drastically diminished. Furthermore, superficial fixes are insufficient. A more profound optimization of gameplay is essential. Varus, excelling in the mid lane, will soon face the repercussions of the armor-piercing items that are destined to become his nightmare. The pricing of equipment must also be considered. The popularity of armor-piercing items stems from their smooth item progression. Numerous methods exist to resolve this issue, yet extensive testing is required to ascertain the optimal solution. Should changes be excessively drastic, players will inevitably resist, resulting in a decline in the game's appeal. Conversely, minimal adjustments may lead to professional players pushing the game into an entirely different realm. The designers must balance the competitive integrity of champions while ensuring the playability for the general populace, a task fraught with frustration. During the rework of Fiora, they face considerable backlash. As champions undergo further modifications, it is crucial to heed the opinions of the community. While a champion may appear to have a negligible impact, many players' fates can hinge upon such changes, particularly those skilled individuals who attain high ranks through mastery of a single champion. When faced with a rework, they often feel as though their world is collapsing. Likewise, streamers with exceptional prowess on specific champions experience a similar devastation when their main is reworked. It feels akin to being dismissed from their role. Riot must consider various factors, striving to ensure that changes do not come across as excessively rigid. Varus will soon undergo adjustments. Thus, it would be prudent to practice the champions we typically employ. Faker stated with calm assurance. Feng had also conveyed to Eboe that Varus should not be utilized, and consistent practice was unwarranted. In the current ranked matches, both sides are competing for Varus, especially in professional competitions. Are we to employ the armor-piercing misfortune in our next match? Eboe whispered to Feng. He had recently discovered that armor-piercing misfortune's ultimate ability inflicted devastating damage in the mid-game. If executed well, it could undoubtedly alter the course of the team fight. No, we shall reserve it for a pivotal moment, Feng replied, shaking his head. This is a trump card meant to catch the opponent off guard. Revealing our signature strategy in the group stage would be most unwise. Eboe nodded in agreement. Their standings were already secure. Even if they were to lose against the Sky team, they would still advance as the second in the group. They were set to determine the top seed in the group, with the winner claiming first place. With their advancement already assured, the EDG team felt a sense of relief. They were at least guaranteed a top 4 finish in the mid-season invitational, and should they win another match, they might even secure a place in the finals. Such a result would surely shield them from criticism upon their return home. Though everyone hoped for a championship victory, the strength of SKT was undeniable. Time passed, and tomorrow they would face SKT in battle. Abu gradually entered the practice room, observing the fervent players as he stood quietly. Once the training match concluded, he spoke up. In tomorrow's match, give it your all. We are already assured of advancing from the group. It is not imperative that we achieve victory, but we must certainly put forth our utmost effort. The expression in Clearlove's eyes remained as placid as a dead fish. He did not harbor any belief that they could triumph over the formidable SKT team. Though he would exert himself fully, he lacked the conviction of inevitable success. Tong Yang steeled his gaze, aware that he would be facing the formidable Marin, a player of remarkable skill. This individual had only returned to the professional scene after completing his military service. A player of his age should not be gracing the competitive arena. Yet he has withstood immense pressure, emerging as a standout among the Korean top laners. This alone cannot be attributed to mere luck. Furthermore, he serves as the backbone of his team, exhibiting exceptional performance whether split pushing or team fighting. Unbeknownst to him, cold sweat began to form in Tong Yang's palms. The prospect of competing against such a daunting opponent was daunting indeed. The newcomers, however, exhibited a certain calmness, imbued with a unique vigor that often characterizes the unseasoned, the audacity of youth. The bot lane duo, blissfully unaware of the impending challenge, would soon grasp the magnitude of pressure they would face once they clashed with their opponents. Feng remained unperturbed. He held unwavering confidence in his abilities. Even in the face of Faker, he felt no trepidation. Give it your all, and do not impose any pressure upon yourselves. Let us strive diligently. You can do it. Chapter 75. The puppy-s intuition. The once tranquil arena is now poised to witness its zenith. Today, an inevitable clash of titans is about to unfold. The entire SKT team has arrived at the venue, seated before their computers, meticulously calibrating their equipment. Meanwhile, the EDG players stand at center stage, bowing to the audience. After concluding their customary rituals, Feng approaches his setup and begins to connect his keyboard and mouse. Each professional player brings their own peripherals, as individual playstyles vary, rendering uniformity unnecessary. However, prior to the match, all equipment must undergo rigorous inspection. Vigilance is paramount. Should any irregularities arise in such a globally significant event, it would not only tarnish the reputation of the implicated team, but also cast a long shadow over the official's credibility. If fairness cannot be assured in a competition, what purpose does it serve? As Feng casually adjusts his gear, his thoughts drift elsewhere. The audience buzzes with fervor, energized as the glaring stage lights dazzle and disorient. Eboe suddenly inquires, "Brother Yi, do you think we can outplay the enemy in the bot lane?" Upon hearing this, Feng coolly responds, "It's not imperative for you to outshine them. As long as we secure our early game development, we can seize opportunities in the late game team fights." Eboe is still fixated on the possibility of winning his lane, a challenging feat indeed. The bot lane differs significantly from other areas. While he might dominate in casual matches, professional play entails a high margin for error. With 4 formidable players clashing in the bot lane, even a fleeting opportunity can swiftly be countered by the opposing team. It is nearly impossible to secure a kill with such ease. The dynamics of the top and mid lanes are markedly different. Should one player exhibit superior skill, they can easily impose their will on the lane. Feng is set to face Faker, and he is uncertain of his own sentiments. This individual bears an immense weight of honor. Although he is yet to achieve a grand slam, his prowess is already among the world's elite. The man later revered as the god of League of Legends now stands before Feng, who will ultimately prevail. Welcome to the final match of the group stage of the Central Challenge Tournament. I am your commentator, Yutong. Greetings, I am player Uzi. Riot has indeed spared no expense, enlisting the top-tier star players from the Chinese scene to serve as commentators for this match. The rivalry between dog and pig, between Uzi and the coach, has always been a topic of great interest. As the coach prepares for the match, Uzi has taken his place at the commentary desk. Having witnessed the coach's performance today, do you believe they have a significant chance of winning? Yutong inquires. Although Uzi is known for his fiery temperament during matches, he is quite astute in reality. The coach possesses a wealth of experience, particularly with his early gank at level 2. It's formidable, Uzi remarks, chuckling at the thought. The coach has a penchant for ganking Uzi at level 2, and he is remarkably successful at it. As Uzi shares this anecdote, Yutong joins in the laughter. It is indeed refreshing to see a player maintain such a positive mental state. However, the atmosphere among the OMG players is less than harmonious. Having earned a reputation as the Dark Forces last year, their performance this year has not garnered the same acclaim. Their stunning comeback from a mere 50 HP last year was electrifying, attracting a multitude of fans. Yet this year, their results have been mediocre, and the synergy between the mid and ADC has faltered, leaving the team in disarray. What are your thoughts on the new ADC from EDG? Yutong continues. Uzi reflects seriously. The new ADC, Eboi, is relatively inexperienced, yet he has been competing for 2 years now. Upon hearing this question, Uzi begins to analyze thoughtfully. I have observed Eboi's performances in previous matches. He and I possess different playstyles. I find it challenging to articulate my thoughts on him. He quickly adds, he is indeed a commendable ADC, and I look forward to facing him in the domestic scene. However, there is one aspect of him that I envy. Uzi deliberately pauses, building anticipation among the audience. Yutong chuckles softly, acknowledging Uzi's flair for suspense. What is it that you envy? Yutong probes further. The new support on their team is quite impressive. If I could play alongside that support in the bot lane, I believe the synergy would be remarkable. Uzi refers to the rookie support, Xiaoming. Were Feng to overhear this, he would likely be astonished. Could the storyline from an alternate universe persist? Despite Xiaoming's current affiliation with EDG, Uzi still senses a strong connection with him, which seems utterly absurd. Yet, the die is cast. Xiaoming is now Eboi's support. Contracts have been signed, and even if Xiaoming wished to change his mind, he would not surpass the scrutiny of PDD. The organization has painstakingly nurtured him into a premier player, and to jeopardize that honor prematurely would be exceedingly imprudent. For a professional player, frequent transitions between teams is rarely advantageous. Such actions do not necessarily signify high demand. Rather, they may reveal underlying issues with the player. A multitude of players unable to collaborate effectively should prompt some self-reflection. Uzi himself grapples with similar issues. During matches, his tone often comes across as excessively assertive. His distinctive 4-protect-1 strategy can easily lead the team into precarious situations, as if he alone were the savior of the game. Should he fall, the team's hopes for victory would vanish. In truth, professional players harbor a profound sense of pride. They possess extraordinary talents, which can foster a degree of arrogance. Moreover, their youth often coincides with a time of fervor, making the humble and diligent Feng a rare anomaly. Without sufficient accolades to support their legacy, frequent team changes will only breed disdain. Chapter 76. Tong Yang's terror. The lessons from TBQ's past are well understood by all. In a global competition of this caliber, failing to support one's national team would undoubtedly result in severe backlash. The Old Gondai Esports Club subsequently issued an apology, acknowledging TBQ's inappropriate remarks during previous matches. He himself expressed remorse. While his apology seemed somewhat insincere, it did convey his stance. Wei Shen emerged as the most innocent party, as TBQ's comment, "Our mid laner can do it too," meant that no matter how extraordinary Feng's performance, comparisons would inevitably be drawn to Wei Shen. Wei Shen maintained his innocence, as he had merely approached the match with a spectator's curiosity, never anticipating that the spotlight would shift to him. Moreover, Feng's impressive display hinted at the emergence of a new mid-lane prodigy, with whom he would soon compete after their return to the homeland. Although confident in his own skills, Wei Shen felt no need to create animosity with his rival. Among esteemed esports stars, camaraderie should prevail. If club owners are united, then the players should be as well, for they share no conflicting interests. The competition is a test of skill, not a breeding ground for discord. As Feng contemplated the electronic screen, preparing to select his hero, Little Dog was equally curious about the choice he would make. Mid lane Varus, known for his audacious style, had piqued interest. He had experimented with that strategy, achieving astonishing damage output. If he could endure the early game, the mid-game damage potential was remarkable. Securing a kill during the development phase could lead to substantial advantages for his team. At that moment, Yutong chimed in, wondering if Wisdom would employ the Varus strategy in this match. Upon hearing this, Little Dog immediately shook his head. The hero's potency was so overwhelming that both teams would likely ban him rather than select him, due to his formidable strength. Allowing the opponent to wield Varus was out of the question. Yutong appeared perplexed, unable to comprehend why such a powerful hero would be banned. Upon hearing the commentator's doubts, Little Dog merely smiled, confident that they would soon understand. As both teams began banning heroes, it quickly became evident that Varus was promptly placed on the ban list. Yutong gasped in surprise. They had indeed banned Varus at the first opportunity. Little Dog's reputation as a keen strategist was well-deserved. Despite the commentator's exaggerated reactions, Little Dog maintained his composure, outwardly displaying the demeanor of a seasoned expert. Internally, however, he was elated, careful to conceal his delight. This optimistic young man, with a suppressed grin, evoked laughter from those around him. Observers noted that he appeared utterly composed, yet his heart brimmed with pride. It was a common misconception to think he was merely pretending to be a master. In truth, he was one. The audience reveled in the spectacle. While Yutong observed the players' hero selections, Little Dog was a polarizing figure. His fans would elevate him to celestial heights, viewing him as a flawless competitor, while detractors wished for his immediate retirement, finding his presence on the stage distasteful. Every star player inevitably faces such scrutiny. As Feng's prowess grew, so too would the envy directed toward him. It is said that those who attract no jealousy are mediocre. To garner greater attention, one must be prepared to endure increased criticism. The only course of action available to him was to navigate his path with greater steadiness, accumulating more accolades along the way. Currently, he enjoyed high praise, yet without tangible trophies. All acclaim remained ephemeral. Even if his fans passionately touted his abilities, a simple inquiry about his accolades would render them speechless. The absence of honors was Feng's current Achilles heel, but as a newcomer, he still had ample time to carve his path. Tong Yang, remaining true to form, selected his most proficient hero, Malphite. This champion consistently provided him with a sense of security, embodying resilience. The jungler opted for Gragas, favoring a steady approach, unwilling to take excessive risks. Marin chose the reworked Fiora, who, upon entering the fray, elicited a wave of cheers. Having recently undergone a makeover, many struggled to master this hero, prompting admiration for Marin's choice as they sought to hone their skills. Tong Yang felt a wave of concern wash over him, as his worst fears materialized. Had the opposing team chosen a tank to contest him, his lane would have been more manageable. Instead, they had selected a sharp blade, intent on carving a bloody path through the top lane. If played adeptly, Fiora could dominate the lane with terrifying authority. The opposing jungler, equally fierce, had chosen Graves. With his masculine passive ability, this champion ranked among the elite in the jungle. Furthermore, Graves' ability had yet to undergo significant changes, indicating a strategic choice aimed at counter-jungling. Bing Ji, renowned for his prowess, faced off against such a celebrated jungler with unwavering confidence. "I've heard you're called the world's best jungler. Today, I shall prove myself with Graves." Many regarded Bing Ji as merely an extension of Faker, and he aimed to assert his own merit through this match with Graves. Faker's icon flickered over the mid-lane champion before settling on a man wearing a hat. The goddess of victory smiled down. A figure performing the horse dance entered, accompanied by the sound of clinking coins. Upon witnessing the enemy lock in Twisted Fate, Feng swiftly selected the Noxian assassin, Katarina. Wisdom's choice of Katarina suggested an intention to wreak havoc in the lane. Yutong exclaimed with excitement. He would face Faker. Although the card master was not particularly strong in lane, it was unlikely he would be easily taken down. Little Dog hesitated, sensing a lack of confidence. Had the opposing mid laner been anyone else, such a statement would have drawn disdain, but the wielder of Twisted Fate was none other than the formidable Demon King, instilling a certain confidence. The atmosphere grew tense, leaving everyone momentarily speechless, each feeling a weight upon their hearts. The duo below, witnessing such hero selections, found themselves in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 77. The two assassins. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Ming locked in the champion rumble. The reason for selecting this hero was to better safeguard the ADC's output. Although Janna may not excel in proactive assaults, her protective capabilities are undeniably exceptional. After careful consideration, Eboi, noting that the explorer was banned by the opponents, opted for the Piltover Enforcer. With such extended reach and no intention of self-harm, it should not prove overly challenging. Feng, without further ado, promptly secured Callista, while Wolf claimed Alistar, as their bottom lane aimed to establish dominance. It was evident that SKT South bottom lane was eager to unleash a wave of aggression. Yutong exclaimed, as any discerning observer could discern that Callista and Alistar were indeed poised to create formidable pressure. The champion Echo, if unable to develop a favorable situation in the early to mid-game, would surely fall short of the Enforcer's late-game output. Moreover, his late-game contributions would be minimal. Due to the nature of his abilities, he would hardly ever build Infinity Edge. It was only through early-game focus on attack speed that he could truly shine. Furthermore, Echo is notoriously known as a champion favored by Smuffers, often referred to as the Lance of online romance. With sufficient skill, he could certainly exert significant control over his lane. Eboi felt a twinge of anxiety upon witnessing the enemy's selection of Echo, leaving him somewhat at a loss. I can assist with ganks, do not be overly concerned. The mobility of the assassin is remarkable, complemented by a skill that allows him to conceal his presence. Against the card master, he naturally felt no pressure. Despite the numerous opinions circulating, many harbored doubts regarding Yi Feng's performance. The formidable Demon King, a renowned esports star, was in stark contrast to the fledgling mid laner, rendering any comparison futile. While observers acknowledged Yi Feng's prior impressive performances in solo queue, the prospect of securing a solo kill against the Demon King seemed nearly impossible. Isn't he known for his penchant for solo kills? I doubt he can achieve that this time. What nonsense are you speaking? Just because the Demon King is playing Card Master does not imply that the assassin can claim a solo kill. Many held an almost reverent admiration for the Demon King, as his maneuvers often appeared beyond replication. The most iconic moment remains the Dual Z encounter early in his career, after which the Demon King ascended to global fame as a top mid laner. Since then, no one has surpassed him. Although Pawn briefly subdued him last year, his presence was like a shooting star, fading into obscurity after a single season. Now returned to Korea, discussions with new teams have not proceeded smoothly. Not only Pawn, but Def's contract negotiations have also faced significant hurdles. Both had enjoyed exorbitant salaries while in China, yet remained unsatisfied. Upon returning to Korea, they discovered that teams were unwilling to meet such lofty demands. In truth, a primary reason many Korean players venture to China is the allure of higher wages. These two individuals, lacking a sense of contentment, are now learning the harsh realities of the industry. Though they aided EDG in securing the Spring Championship, their salary expectations were far beyond what the EDG organization could accommodate. Furthermore, their last-minute demands violated the spirit of contractual agreements. Consequently, the team did not compensate them. Rather, they found themselves ensnared in contractual dilemmas. Welcome to League of Legends. As the match commenced, Yi Feng declared, "We must avoid engaging at level 1. The opponent has Card Master, and his yellow card is a hard crowd control." Upon hearing this, the team diligently began to establish vision. Positioned on the red side, they initially held a disadvantage. Following their customary jungle strategy, they typically commenced at the blue buff. "They must be waiting for us near the blue buff," Yi Feng confidently asserted. Through his invisible eye, he spotted a red ward placed near their blue buff. As the team leader, he possessed the authority to steer decisions. The jungler contemplated checking his own blue buff, but, upon hearing the team's advice, paused his advance. The card master awaited him with a yellow card. Should he proceed, death would be inevitable. Gragas chose to start at red buff before venturing to the enemy's blue buff for a slight advantage. Though this approach was fraught with risk, it was deemed necessary. Yutong, observing that EDG had not approached the blue buff, could not help but express admiration for their keen instincts. They had indeed sensed the ambush. The jungler had begun clearing his red buff, while the bottom lane successfully repositioned. Yi Feng awaited the enemy's arrival at the minion wave. As the card master approached, it was as if a new era was unfolding. Both champions exchanged glances. Faker immediately surged forward, clutching a yellow card, intending to force the opponent back. Yi Feng utilized the assassin's W skill to initiate harassment, continuously adjusting his position backward. Suddenly, Faker felt an unsettling sensation. Though he believed he could unleash his card, the opponent's positioning always seemed to remain just out of reach, creating an inexplicable feeling of frustration. What was happening? How could the opponent maneuver so precisely? Were it not for the certainty that they were competing in a professional match, the Demon King might even suspect the use of script assistance. Typically, only scripted players could exhibit such precision. stationary at the edge. A step forward from him prompted the opponent to retreat a step. The precision of such calculations was terrifying. As Faker's card dissipated, the opponent advanced once more, employing W to inflict damage. After being struck twice, the card master's health dwindled significantly. Yutong also noticed something amiss. Faker's performance today seems subpar. How could he have been hit by the assassin twice? The mere execution of this skill had rendered the Demon King exceedingly anxious. Last year, an assassin had triumphed over him, claiming the World Championship trophy. Now another assassin emerged. Could these two be destined adversaries? As Faker observed the assassin's health intact while his own diminished, he fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 78. A solo kill on Faker. At this moment, Dogzi remained silent, his gaze fixated on Yifeng's maneuvers. Yutong felt compelled to speak, yet refrained from disrupting the tense atmosphere enveloping the battlefield. Blade Shadow was on the verge of reaching level 2. Should he secure that crucial experience, he might unleash a devastating killing potential. Faker, not an ordinary esports player, was acutely aware of the significance of levels. Even if he could not gather gold from minions, he needed to keep pace with his opponent's development. Whereas the economic advantage from the minion waves merely facilitated the acquisition of superior equipment, levels served as an all-encompassing enhancement. As a hero's level escalates, all attributes are incrementally bolstered. This is especially true for carry roles, who invest every ounce of available gold into their offensive growth, often neglecting their own durability. However, once they catch up in levels, their inherent resistances are subtly enhanced. With this augmentation, the damage incurred from enemy skill usage diminishes significantly. Thus, the importance of leveling cannot be overstated, particularly for mid-lane champions. The mid lane boasts the shortest minion path, allowing for quicker development compared to other lanes. In such a position of advantage, establishing a lead can decisively influence the outcome of the match, which explains the heightened scrutiny mid laners receive. The top lane's brevity hinders significant expression, while the bottom lane features two champions vying for supremacy, necessitating impeccable coordination to capitalize on opportunities. The mid lane is truly where skill is put to the test. If one can exhibit ferocity and secure kills on the minion line, the impact can be substantial. Furthermore, due to the mid lane's proximity to the other lanes, assistance can arrive promptly. To secure a kill, one must constantly monitor the enemy jungler's movements to avoid being ambushed. This requires not only calculating the killing potential, but also observing the opponent's actions. Mastering the mid lane is no simple feat. Twisted Fate, however, is a champion renowned for his exceptional support capabilities, inherently designed for roaming. The mid lane's distance to the other lanes remains equal, and upon employing the card master, one can never predict where his ultimate may land. Yet, Blade Shadow had gained an advantage and was currently vying for experience. As the second wave of minions approached, Yifeng bravely withstood the harassment from the opposing Twisted Fate, dispatching the first minion. Upon swiftly attaining level 2, Yifeng launched a full-scale assault. The enemy Twisted Fate was tantalizingly close to clearing the minion wave and reaching level 2. Yet that fractional distance instilled a profound psychological shadow in Faker. Blade Shadow executed a decisive W flash, unleashing a powerful Q ability that critically struck Twisted Fate. Almost immediately, Yifeng applied Ignite on his opponent. Following a basic attack, the bleed effect triggered, and blood gushed from Twisted Fate, his health plummeting. A thunderous boom erupted as blue lightning struck Twisted Fate, heralding his impending demise with a final, punishing blow. Indeed, Faker found himself somewhat flustered, yet his expression remained stoic. It is natural to feel panic when faced with an unexpected confrontation, but maintaining composure is paramount. He observed his health dwindling, while the enemy mid laner persisted relentlessly. With a sudden flash, Twisted Fate retreated, narrowly evading the final blow that could have sealed his fate. Faker's eyes remained glued to the screen, watching as Twisted Fate's health continued to decline. The glimmer of a green health potion illuminated his character. With only a sliver of health remaining, he questioned whether he could survive. After executing the killing sequence, Yifeng promptly redirected his focus to farming the minions. Indifferent to Twisted Fate's fate, he was acutely aware that prior to achieving the kill, the system had meticulously calculated a flawless execution plan. The system would not falter, not even by a single point of health, within the parameters of its calculations. Faker's temples throbbed as he witnessed his health hovering perilously low, sensing that if only a fraction of a second passed, the enemy's ignite would dissipate. He urged himself to endure. In his heart, he screamed, for he was a farming champion. To be slain in the early game would significantly disrupt his rhythm. Moreover, Twisted Fate could not bear such consequences. Twisted Fate's passive ability grants additional gold upon killing minions, underscoring the champion's need for development. In the mid-lane confrontation, Twisted Fate was the weakest link. However, his ultimate ability defined his roaming potential. The champion's strategy revolves around cautious early development before transitioning into aggressive roaming to assist his team. Yet now, Feng showed no mercy. The two commentators were rendered speechless, their eyes wide in astonishment as they observed Twisted Fate's predicament. First blood. In that final moment, the system's precision shone through. Fortune did not favor Twisted Fate. He succumbed to Ignite, collapsing helplessly onto the ground. A solo kill. Feng had slain Faker. Yutong, a professional commentator, was utterly stunned by the unfolding events, rendered speechless. Beside him, Dogsy erupted with exuberance, as though he himself had vanquished the formidable foe. His face alight with joy. In the hearts of players from the Huaxiao region, Faker represented a benchmark within the industry, an elusive ceiling seemingly beyond reach. Yet now, Huaxiao's own mid laner, Feng, had achieved a solo kill at level 2. Such shocking news reverberated, as if a tempest had swept through their minds. They envisioned the rise of a star, a newcomer rather than a seasoned veteran. This genius mid laner, known as Wisdom, had an extensive journey ahead. Wisdom solo kills Faker swiftly ascended the Weibo trending charts, skyrocketing with fervor. Many were left questioning, who exactly was Wisdom, even as the match remained unfinished. The tale of Faker being slain by a Huaxiao mid laner had already spread far and wide. Abu discreetly hired a few supporters, a common practice in club marketing. The forthcoming league would increasingly resemble a fan culture, a predictable trajectory. Establishing a personal brand at this juncture was deemed essential. Chapter 79. The sharp blade. The globalization of League of Legends is undoubtedly evident, as illustrated by the company's annual financial reports and the staggering number of active players, showcasing the vast market this game commands. As one of the major internet giants in China, the Goose Factory has remarkably few rivals in the gaming domain. Several years ago, they fully acquired the game, intending to orchestrate a grand strategy. With the current fervor surrounding the game, domestic teams have begun to sprout like mushrooms after rain. Initially, the owner of EDG formed the team for leisure, but he soon realized he had gained a competitive edge. What began as mere enjoyment transformed into an unforeseen opportunity for profit. In the early days, clubs were fueled by passion, with owners investing their own funds to participate in competitions, where the prize money barely covered the players' equipment, let alone their sustenance. However, now the prize pool for the mid-season invitational has reached several $1 million, and this is merely the inaugural event, with everyone believing in a brighter future for League of Legends. In this arena, South Korea stands at the pinnacle of the world, boasting exceptional prowess in League of Legends, drawing a steady influx of esports players each year. Yet, China is also rising to the occasion. Upon hearing the director's furious shout through his earpiece, Yutong suddenly realized his lapse in focus as a professional commentator. However, no one seemed to notice his momentary distraction, as everyone was engulfed in shock. Brother Yiyu. Iboi felt a sudden dryness in his throat. He wished to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. Xiaoming also sensed a loss of cognitive function. What was happening? A solo kill on Faker? The lifeless gaze of the factory chief suddenly sparked with vitality. Yifeng's stature in his mind elevated once more. This single kill was sufficient to catapult Yifeng into the spotlight. From that moment on, it was clear whose voice would guide the team. Abu's hands were nearly red from the fervent applause, his eyes brimming with excitement. Even if they were to lose, the impact generated from this match was already significant. They could still advance through the group stage and fight for a better ranking later. The owner, watching remotely, immediately called Abu upon witnessing the scene. The mid laner's contract is for 2 years, correct? Upon hearing the owner's inquiry, Abu nodded affirmatively. Yes, there were no issues regarding his contract. Ju felt a wave of relief wash over him after hearing this. He had not anticipated that a newcomer could possess such immense talent. How long had it been since he began competing professionally? To achieve a solo kill on Faker? The thought of a player as illustrious as Faker emerging from China sparked intrigue about the potential influence such a talent could wield. At least for now, Ju recognized this potential in Yifeng. If he sought a salary increase, it would be wise to accommodate him. They must not allow him to be poached by rival teams. After conveying this thought, Ju promptly ended the call. Abu gazed at the shadow of the blade on the screen, feeling a sense of hopeful anticipation. This lad is truly remarkable. Faker adjusted his glasses lightly, his expression devoid of any emotion, and mechanically stated, "You need not concern yourselves with me. Continue playing." With these words, the other team members felt an immense pressure weighing upon them. They were all acutely aware of their mid laner's formidable strength. The monstrous figure from China seemed to possess an exceptional talent, achieving a solo kill on Faker so swiftly. The formidable Fiora began her assault. The Treant had exposed a weakness, and Fiora launched herself forward with a decisive strike. In fact, when she struck the exposed point, she was able to regain a portion of her health. In this back-and-forth exchange, the Treant was rendered increasingly troubled. Tong Yang attempted to call for the jungler, but upon noticing that the jungler was still in the lower half of the jungle, he swallowed his words. He understood the factory chief's character well. They had been teammates for a considerable time. With the top lane in such disarray, the factory chief would undoubtedly focus fervently on aiding the mid lane rather than assisting an already pressured top laner. Fiora charged once more, forcing the Treant into a desperate attempt to ensnare her for his escape. However, at that moment, the opposing Loran's Heartseeker was unleashed in retaliation. Ding! A flash of blue light flickered. Tong Yang's heart sank. He recalled how insidious Fiora's W ability could be post-rework. An attack of that nature would surely be countered by her W ability, resulting in a reverse stun. Tong Yang realized the dire situation he was in, his health dwindling to a mere 40. It seemed Marin had been scheming from the start, waiting for him to expend that formidable binding skill. Only when the binding was unleashed did he dare unleash his Loran's Heartseeker. It's over. In the team voice chat of EDG, everyone heard the somber whisper from the top laner. Feng promptly shifted his view to the top lane, where Fiora was relentlessly exploiting the Treant's weakness, and his top laner's health was plummeting. A brief glance sufficed for Feng to ascertain that the top lane was doomed. Even if the Treant used his flash, the opponent would undoubtedly follow suit, executing a decisive strike. Fiora's Q ability was exceptionally formidable. Upon hitting an enemy, it would grant her cooldown reduction. Sigh. Tong Yang sighed internally, having surrendered to the inevitable. Although Marin was no longer young, he appeared remarkably youthful. Not only that, but his looks also placed him among the most handsome in the South Korean competitive scene. A triumphant smile flickered across his face as Fiora had dominated the lane from the outset and had finally secured the kill. A sharp blade surged downward, and the Treant lay motionless on the ground, unable to fathom what had just transpired. The news of Fiora's solo kill on the Treant reached the eyes of all spectators. The fans of SKT erupted in jubilation. The earlier mid-lane exchange could be attributed to champion counterplay, but the top lane had truly showcased its own brilliance. The factory chief subtly furrowed his brow, searching for opportunities to turn the tide. Yet, the opposing bottom lane was equally fierce, leaving him without any points of entry. Chapter 80. Iboi was bewildered. This kill was my fault. I will be more diligent, echoed Tong Yang's voice in the team chat, leaving a heavy weight in everyone's hearts. It was not just him. The situation in the bot lane was exceedingly dire. Although Iboi could command the battlefield in solo queue, he now faced one of the world's premier bot lane duos. In particular, Feng, a member of the SKT trifecta, often overshadowed by Faker's brilliance, was a consistently formidable ADC. Feng understood all too well that during the S5 and S6 seasons, Feng was at the pinnacle of his skills, especially in the upcoming year, having undergone meditation training. He could achieve an extraordinary damage conversion rate. A previous analysis revealed that Feng's damage conversion rate throughout the season was double that of his second-ranked ADC, who was none other than the current commentator, Doggo. In his prime, Feng's damage output was unparalleled, excelling in both team fights and landing pressure, placing him among the world's elite. Had it not been for Feng's butterfly effect, Feng would have followed his scripted destiny to secure 2 world championship trophies. Currently, Iboi appeared too inexperienced. In the presence of Feng, he resembled a child just learning to walk. His champion, the Piltover Enforcer, darted around the lane, each spear striking minions as he advanced. Despite wielding Caitlyn, Iboi felt an immense pressure, as if the very nature of his hero was retreating. Let us play cautiously and focus on farming. If they push us back, it might just allow us to grow stronger, Xiao Ming advised the ADC. He sensed the opposing team's strength. Questioning their capabilities now would undoubtedly shatter Iboi's confidence. While Iboi was indeed talented, he still required ample growth and refinement. Not everyone possesses the systematic support that Feng had. Ordinary prodigies struggle to overcome the elite. Only through prolonged challenges could he engage in meaningful exchanges with such opponents. Being mentored by such a master could expedite his development. Feng cast a worried glance at Iboi, uncertain whether he could withstand the pressure before him. After all, his presence had hastened Iboi's encounters with world-class competitors. Should he inadvertently dull Iboi's brilliance, it would spell disaster. Die! Callista roared, unleashing a furious spear that pierced through Caitlyn's form. Alarmed, Iboi attempted to retreat, but the enemy had already drawn their weapon. Callista had a unique trait. If her rend ability eliminated a minion, it would reset immediately. Furthermore, Any unit struck by her spears would suffer from a slowing effect. Feng skillfully maneuvered the minions to ensnare Caitlyn, immobilizing her in place. Additionally, with the assistance of his previous Q ability, he leaped forward decisively. At that moment, Wolf showcased his prowess. The seemingly clumsy Alistar executed his abilities with remarkable finesse. The bold chief charged forward, delivering a Q flash. Bam! Caitlyn was sent soaring, rendered completely immobile. Despite Xiao Ming's storm's fury whipping up a tempest, the relentless output from the agile champion continued unabated. In the blink of an eye, Caitlyn was ensnared by a multitude of green spears. Feng calculated meticulously, assessing whether his E ability could eliminate the opponent. The number of spears continued to rise until there were 8, at which point a glint of lethal intent sparked in his eyes. He was intimately familiar with this champion. He knew precisely how much damage each rend would inflict. Observing the enemy's health, he swiftly unleashed all his spears. With a swoosh, 8 green spears erupted from Caitlyn's body, and Eboi was instantaneously eliminated. Eboi could scarcely comprehend what had transpired, staring in shock at the dimmed screen as his heart plummeted. He couldn't fathom how he had died, nor could he grasp the immense damage dealt by the spears. The enchantress, having shielded herself, slowly retreated from the fray. If she lingered any longer, her ADC would share the same fate. Feng is playing far too aggressively. He just obliterated him, Doggo exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. In truth, his own style mirrored this ferocity, relishing in sharp maneuvers to establish a positional advantage. Yet, for an ADC, ensuring one's mid to late game development was paramount. There was no clear right or wrong in this scenario. At least for now, Feng had secured a visible advantage. Eboi, however, struggled to come to terms with his demise. His mind was a chaotic mess, unable to comprehend why he had fallen. Don't panic. Take your time, Yifeng suddenly reassured the ADC beside him. Encouraging words fell on deaf ears, as Eboi felt no courage to continue the fight. Feng was simply too formidable. The disparity in their levels was glaring. A sense of foreboding crept into Yifeng's heart. They had achieved consecutive victories, and the team seemed to be growing a bit complacent. Their current adversary was the strongest team in the world. If they allowed themselves to relax even slightly, they would undoubtedly be crushed. The bot lane had already spiraled into a poor situation, leaving only a single kill in the mid lane to boast about. The pivotal pressure now rested on the jungler's shoulders. If he could assist his teammates in gaining a rhythmic advantage, they might still turn the tide. The jungler felt an invisible burden weighing heavily upon him. His brow furrowed deeply until he heard Yifeng's words. Don't worry about me, go assist the others. This statement undoubtedly pushed the jungler to the precipice. Assisting the mid lane would at least provide a better opportunity for cooperation, given the recent advantage. However, with 2 lanes disadvantaged, the pressure would significantly escalate. Understood. After imparting this heartfelt advice, the jungler signaled to the bot lane, indicating his impending arrival. The barrel's crowd control capabilities were quite strong, as long as he could land his body slam. Chapter 81. The King of Caution. The factory director felt a transformation within himself. In the era of Wei, he was filled with youthful vigor, effortlessly commanding the battlefield. However, with the passage of time, he sensed a gradual decline in his audacity. Many jestingly referred to him as the King of KDA, attributing this title to his rather timid playstyle, which had preserved his statistics. What was originally a mark of honor had, in his case, morphed into a form of ridicule. The director recognized this as his own shortcoming. Now, as he faced SKT, he found himself at a crucial juncture where he needed to step up. Yet he felt a twinge of trepidation. Yifeng's words extinguished his hopes and offered him no opportunity. If he failed to assist in the bot lane, he risked becoming the scapegoat for the entire team. The jungle role inherently bore the burden of blame in League of Legends, yet he hesitated. Yifeng cautiously faced off in the mid lane. After being killed once, the card master retreated to the safety of his turret. The cunning Demon King understood that without an advantage, it was prudent to avoid exacerbating his disadvantages. Should the opposing mid laner seize an opportunity, who knew what chaos might ensue elsewhere? For SKT, unnecessary risks were best avoided. They excelled in strategic play. Once they gained an advantage, they would gradually pull the game in their favor through a series of skirmishes, allowing them to maintain their lead with confidence. EDG now felt considerable pressure. Their opponents employed a strategy akin to boiling frogs, and they had no desire to endure such a slow demise. Moreover, once the card master was fully developed, his roaming ability would become formidable. Any assistance he offered in any lane could spell disaster for his teammates if they failed to respond swiftly. Jungle, please come help us, Xiao Ming implored, feeling overwhelmed by the pressure. Upon hearing this, the factory director feigned ignorance, acutely aware of the immense stress that accompanied the competition. He yearned to join the bot lane and wreak havoc, yet he doubted his ability to perform against SKT. Feng's presence revitalized the entire team. But the director's ingrained habits and mindset proved difficult to alter. The bot lane comprised newcomers who were unfamiliar with his style and assumed he simply hadn't heard their calls for help. "Jungle, please assist. We're under significant pressure. And it's a good opportunity," Eboi mustered the courage to say. Upon hearing this, the director promptly replied, "All right, I shall make my way there shortly. Please wait a moment." After uttering these words, he resumed farming his jungle camps. Witnessing this, Feng could only shake his head in resignation. Each player possessed a distinct style, and in this moment of crisis, the factory director revealed his true nature. It was not that he played poorly. His cautious approach often allowed his team to remain competitive in late-game skirmishes. Had an impulsive jungler entered the fray, they might have lost momentum altogether. The bot lane was nearing desperation. Their opponents had pushed them to the brink of stunted growth. If the jungler continued to refrain from assisting, it would render their efforts futile. Indeed, these two newcomers had ample room for growth. Yet, they would first need to endure hardships, inflicted by formidable adversaries and, of course, their teammates. The factory director was inadvertently showcasing what it meant to be a KDA-conscious jungler. The two rookies in the bot lane felt increasingly embarrassed, constantly requesting his assistance, as if their ineptitude was glaringly apparent. Ironically, while the jungler verbally assured them of his support, he remained stationary in the jungle. Feng watched this unfold, feeling the awkwardness permeate the air. He had long heard of the director's penchant for steady development, but this was excessively cautious. Given the current disadvantage, they dared not engage with the dragon resources. The hapless chicken was reveling in the game, unimpeded in his growth, while the dragon resources had become his personal treasure. The factory director didn't even spare a glance, as if those resources held no significance for him. Abu, watching from the sidelines, seethed with anger, knowing he would reprimand the director once he descended from the stage. If such a performance occurred domestically, he could perhaps suppress his dissatisfaction. However, on the world stage, such actions had tarnished the entire region's reputation. The factory director was a renowned player, respected for his formidable skills. Yet, this time, many realized their idol had faltered. Is the factory director truly the top jungler from the Huaxia region? Why is he performing like this? It feels as if he is in a stupor, indifferent to everything around him. Various negative sentiments flooded in, and Abu's expression grew increasingly grim. The audience from the Huaxia region was well aware of the factory director's style. They chuckled at his jungle tactics, acknowledging his status as a veteran bearing the weight of his team. However, his timidity sparked frustration, as many lamented, "Factory director, please lend a hand. What's with this obsession with farming in the jungle? Is there gold hidden there? Why won't you leave your comfort zone?" The teammates on the minion wave were on the verge of collapse, and had such a jungler appeared in a casual match, they would have unleashed their ire upon him. The comment sections were already rife with irate remarks from viewers. Feng, increasingly uncomfortable, noticed the ADC's hesitation and, favoring his teammate, urged, "Please assist the bot lane. This is a prime opportunity." Upon hearing the mid laner's plea, the factory director sighed in resignation, reluctantly making his way to the bot lane. If he could farm steadily, who would wish to take the risk of being an aggressive jungler? It felt perilous indeed. Internally, he grumbled, but this was his task. When he finally arrived, the bot duo's faces lit up with delight. "Let us not rush. We'll take our time," the factory director reassured them. As he observed the opposing rumble's erratic movements, he couldn't help but feel a sense of impending dread. Chapter 82. The Meat Shield Assault. Kalista is an exceptionally agile hero. When paired with the support of Alistar, it becomes exceedingly challenging for the barrel-wielding Gragas to secure a catch once the enemy has ensnared him. All eyes in the arena are fixated on the captain. He recalls a line from an advertisement he once penned, stating, "The world focuses on you." Back then, he could still muster a smile, but now, that smile has faded into an expression of despair. The weight of expectation rests heavily upon his shoulders, yet he finds himself lacking confidence in his own abilities. The arrow is knocked, and there is no turning back. "You all provoke them. I will flank from behind." From Feng's perspective, the opposing team exhibited an alarming arrogance, failing to establish vision even in the river. If Gragas were to maneuver from his current position, the enemy would be utterly oblivious to his approach. Sometimes, one can exploit a moment of vision denial, leaving the enemy shrouded in darkness. Upon witnessing the enemy's aggressive advance, Feng feels a rush of excitement. Wolf quickly senses something amiss and addresses his ADC. "Is their jungler coming? Otherwise, how could they dare to engage us?" At that moment, he is taken aback when Bang utters a rather audacious remark. So what if the jungler arrives? Given our current advantage, a 2 versus 3 should be manageable. His words act as a spark, igniting Wolf's enthusiasm. All right. The small, plump Wolf's eyes shimmer with excitement, resembling a lurking magical beast. The spear is promptly thrust into the wind girl, and after successfully luring the enemy, Xiao Ming retreats. However, the adversaries remain relentless, intent on pursuing the kill. The captain's nerves begin to settle slightly as he observes his bottom lane successfully baiting the enemy deeper into danger. He cautiously approaches from behind. Their jungler has indeed come. Disregard that, Gragas. Let us continue to eliminate the two in front, Bang declares decisively. The Riven leaps continuously, and the spears of Storm's fury multiply. Xiao Ming and the opposing player calculate their damage. Just as he feels he is on the brink of demise, Bang strikes preemptively. The enemy's Q skill allows them to create distance. Even if Xiao Ming employs his flash, it would be futile. Is our support truly going to perish like this? Where is the jungler? The small dog exclaims excitedly from the stands. Under normal circumstances, Gragas would have arrived by now. However, the captain hesitated momentarily. Witnessing the support being effortlessly dispatched, he worries about his own fate. Get in there, stop hesitating. Feng urges. Unable to assist in the bottom lane due to his commitments in the mid lane, Gragas forcefully charges forward. While Caitlyn engages in a fierce exchange of blows with the opposing Riven, the captain realizes that his intervention must be extraordinary. He must unleash his signature move. With a resounding thud, the meat shield assault combined with flash enables him to strike the enemy hero with remarkable speed. Not only that, but it also accelerates his own attack speed, leaving the enemy no time to react. Yet, the ensuing scene leaves the audience from Huaxiao with expressions of dismay. The captain's E-flash misfires, colliding with a minion beside Riven, clearly missing its intended target. What the hell? How could he miss that? The small dog, now fully engaged, unleashes a torrent of exclamations upon witnessing such a blunder. The crowd erupts in uproar, particularly the local spectators, who jeer at the Huaxiao player for committing such a fundamental error. Abu, observing their reactions, feels a deep sense of discomfort. What on earth is happening? Has the captain truly fallen to this level? If he can't perform, he should retire and stop taking up space. Immediately, some spectators begin to voice their criticisms. Another self-proclaimed expert chimes in. With such skill, should he even be competing professionally? He might as well return home and tend to pigs. Many viewers find humor in such remarks, seemingly indifferent to the outcome of the match, deriving pleasure from belittling others. While the captain's performance may be lacking, it hardly warrants such derision. Riven continues to unleash her relentless assault, her spears piercing Gragas with precision. Having exhausted both his flash and mobility skills, Gragas finds himself in dire straits, left with only his drunken rage to mitigate damage, though it proves ineffective. Bang pushes his skills to the limit. As spears continue to penetrate Gragas, the captain's expression darkens. He wishes to utter not a single word, for this debacle is too humiliating. With a sharp sound, the spears are withdrawn, and Gragas is swiftly eliminated. Double kill. Callista secures a double kill in the bottom lane, and coupled with her previous advantages, Eboi's frustration reaches its zenith. Even the jungler's assistance proves futile. The bottom lane is devoid of any openings. Moreover, the opposing Twisted Fate is undeniably swifter than their mid laner. Serving as a quintessential roaming tool, the captain gazes at the gray screen, reminiscing about his once vibrant self, feeling as though the past has transformed into a series of fleeting dreams. Is it truly age that has rendered him unfit for this arena? He questions himself. He can already envision the faces of those who will mock him once this match concludes. Furthermore, the coach will undoubtedly address his shortcomings. His current salary ranks among the highest for League of Legends players in Huaxia. With such compensation comes a great deal of responsibility. Although he holds a prestigious position as the legendary #1 player, the reality of the competitive stage is harsh. Poor performance could cost him his place. In the future, when reminiscing about veteran players, he may be recalled, but the focus will inevitably shift to the champions. Feng remains at a loss for words. Serving as the team's commander, however, the performance and coordination of his teammates fall short of his expectations. Perhaps SKT is simply too formidable. Even after he secures a solo kill against the enemy mid laner, it does little to salvage the team's overall momentum. Let us strive to play our best. Do not succumb to despair. This is a valuable learning opportunity, he finally declares after a prolonged silence. Chapter 83. Feng did not lose. The entire EDG team was engulfed in a profound sense of despondency. After a period of development, the mid lane had finally reached level 6. Upon acquiring his ultimate ability, a flicker of madness gleamed in Feng's eyes. The opposing Twisted Fate had been lurking under the tower, making it exceedingly difficult for him to engage. However, with the newfound power of his ultimate and a high kill threshold, he could eliminate his foe in mere moments. A fervent determination surged within him as he relentlessly sought out opportunities. Given their current predicament, if he were to secure an advantage in the mid lane, it would likely diminish the morale of his teammates even further. He cautiously advanced, executing a second W to draw closer to the enemy. Observing that Twisted Fate was reduced to a mere 70 health, Faker, on the other hand, remained relatively unfazed, possessing a substantial amount of health. Although he was aware of the high burst potential that the opposing master possessed at level 6, he was not entirely convinced that he could vanquish him entirely. Moments later, the blade-wielding adversary unleashed his ferocity. As Twisted Fate activated a blue card to restore health, Feng seized the opportunity, utilizing his freshly cooled flash to initiate his assault. The maneuver mirrored his previous actions. He dashed directly to his opponent's face. After retracting his second W, he unleashed his Q, inflicting grievous wounds. However, before the Q could land, his ultimate materialized. Countless blades radiated outward, and many spectators felt their breath catch as they beheld the floating blades in the air. The kill was executed with an almost artistic flourish. As Feng's second W returned, and he delivered a basic attack, the multitude of blades accompanied the silhouette of his foe, departing from beneath the tower. To the eyes of many players, it appeared as though a lightning bolt had streaked across the scene, followed by a fleeting glimmer of blades. Feng effortlessly returned to the minion wave to continue farming, while Twisted Fate lay lifeless on the ground. Another solo kill. Furthermore, his remarkable speed yielded a terrifying instant kill effect. The onlookers scarcely comprehended the sequence of events, only witnessing the frail form of Twisted Fate collapse. Faker's hands trembled slightly. His flash had, in fact, been a fraction too slow. Even had he executed it perfectly, he would have been unable to react in time. The speed of Feng's engagement was simply suffocating. "I made a slight error while switching to the blue card," Faker remarked to his teammates. The bottom lane shrugged it off, as they were on the verge of dismantling the enemy's bottom tower, having just eliminated the opposing ADC once more. The jungler, akin to a soulless automaton, continued to slay jungle monsters. Eboi, too, appeared utterly deflated, his spirit visibly diminished, his eyes betraying a sense of numbness. "The enemy is simply too formidable," Tong Yang mused, as Feng secured a solo kill while his treant succumbed once more to the blade of the duelist. An overwhelming wave of frustration surged within Feng as he forced his eyes wide open, brimming with dissatisfaction. Despite executing a performance of the highest caliber, he was unable to lead his team to victory. League of Legends is a team game. One individual's strength cannot single-handedly alter the course of the match. All eyes were drawn to the mid lane, where the Blade Shadow Tower dove to dispatch Twisted Fate, achieving a swift kill. The flamboyant display was mesmerizing, yet Feng felt a deep sense of discontent. He yearned for victory more than personal accolades. This was a game about pushing towers, not merely engaging in duels. "I'm sorry, Yigu," Eboi said, sensing the despair radiating from Feng. Feng managed to smile as he addressed his ADC. "Your performance in this position has been commendable, but you must acquire more experience." He offered similar encouragement to Xiao Ming, yet refrained from commenting on the other two players. The jungler appeared ill-suited for the competitive arena, seemingly lacking the confidence he once possessed. For a team like EDG, evident weaknesses must not exist. Should the jungler regain his former prowess, he could once again dominate the battlefield. However, based on the current state of affairs, he had yet to find his rhythm. Time trickled by, and the enemy team steadily claimed resource after resource. The spectators found it difficult to articulate their thoughts regarding this match. Feng's performance in the mid lane was undeniably impressive, yet his solitary efforts could not sustain the entirety of the game. The rest of the players remained an enigma. The bottom lane showed promise, albeit somewhat inexperienced, but their determination to excel was palpable. Tong Yang was indeed overshadowed by the opposing top laner. Marin was exceptionally skilled, exuding an aura of invincibility. As for the jungler, many had their fingers poised over their keyboards, ready to unleash their frustration when he resurfaced. His earlier misplay had left everyone astonished. He had collided with a minion using his E and flash. Should this performance be revealed, few would believe it originated from a jungler of a premier domestic team. It would be far more fitting for a Bronze League montage. Ironically, this ludicrous mistake ultimately sealed the fate of the match. Undoubtedly, the jungler bore the brunt of the blame. In stark contrast, Feng, despite the loss, saw his reputation soar. The team's failures paled in comparison to his remarkable carry, casting him as a veritable demigod. Some even dared to declare EDG lost, but Feng did not. Abu's eyes burned with fury as he observed the clock inching closer to the 20-minute mark. The team had begun to prepare for surrender. In the current league, surrendering is permissible. If players deem it unnecessary to continue, professional players can indeed opt to forfeit. Yet, in Feng's memory, the days of surrendering were soon to be over. Following the National Day celebrations, the League of Legends authorities would announce a ban on surrendering during matches. With this limited time in mind, as the clock hit 20 minutes, they exchanged knowing glances. Let's do it. The jungler was the first to voice, devoid of any further aspirations. If he had performed poorly, he might as well let the storm rage on. After initiating the surrender, the other team members promptly clicked yes. Faker casually leaped into the barren pit, having already spotted the enemy's surrender command. It's over. We finished first in our group, he declared, rising to gather his keyboard and mouse. They had secured first place in the group, yet the Demon King felt no joy. Chapter 84. The frustration of anger. As the other members of SKT observed the somber expression of the mid laner, no one dared to utter a word. Faker, the man perched atop the pinnacle of the League of Legends realm, had been single-handedly defeated by an obscure mid laner from China, a newcomer to the competitive scene. The path to success is often paved with the remains of many fallen legends, and Faker had ascended to his current stature by stepping over the corpses of renowned players. Now, Feng stood at an impressive starting point. His solo kills during the mid-season invitational were against celebrated mid laners from various regions. Faker's reputation is indisputable. To many players, he remains the unrivaled champion of League of Legends. In the era of Season 5, Faker represented an undeniable milestone, one that no one could overshadow. Yet, Feng accomplished this feat. Although EDG lost the match, he garnered significant attention. His early solo kill was striking, and his level 6 kill was even more remarkable. Spectators were left bewildered by his mastery, as the card master lay helplessly on the ground. Nevertheless, many fans of Faker dismissed the achievement. Have you even played the game? Card master struggles against Zed in the matchup. What is the significance of a single kill? SKT still emerged victorious. The crowd rejoiced at the emergence of such talent, igniting a flicker of hope for the future. Currently, the Chinese League of Legends scene was in a dark age, with only nascent teams on the horizon. Many players yet to step onto the professional stage. Meanwhile, SKT's roster was at the peak of their powers. To topple them with sheer individual prowess would require considerable improvement. However, after this match, Feng recognized the issues plaguing his team. They were not only outmatched in individual mechanics, but also lacked synergy in their teamwork. No worries. We still made it through, he reassured his despondent teammates with a forced smile. Gazing at the figures in red uniforms standing center stage, an indomitable fighting spirit surged within him. He was determined to conquer the opponents in the upcoming matches and claim the highest honor. The coach, however, had no choice but to express his disappointment. He had made a grave error and was certain to face criticism. Both Iboi and Xiao Ming felt similarly disheartened. They had believed they performed adequately until they faced the World South elite bottom lane and realized the magnitude of their shortcomings. It turns out we have so many issues to address, muttered Iboi softly. Problems are not inherently frightening. The true terror lies in failing to recognize them. If we adjust our mindset, I believe we can perform admirably in the forthcoming matches. Feng encouraged his younger teammate with a smile. Tonggyang glanced at the three rookie players and then at himself, feeling a pang of sadness. The top lane was often a role detached from the spotlight, and his rapport with the others was far from strong. He was typically reserved. Given the gravity of the situation, he feared being ousted from the team, especially at his age. The group approached the coach, who stood unmoved, his expression neutral yet far from cheerful, though his demeanor was not overtly angry. It was clear they had suffered a humiliating defeat. Media outlets were already clamoring for backstage interviews. Let us discuss this back at our accommodations. For now, let us have a meal, surprisingly, Abu suggested. The team had expected a furious tirade from their coach, but found him surprisingly composed. The captain stole a glance at Abu, anticipating a harsh reprimand for the blunders made during the match. He knew that the Barrel's earlier mistakes would provoke a strong reaction. Yet, Abu's calm facade only deepened the captain's anxiety. He understood his coach's temperament well. They had grown familiar during their time together at Wii. Although Abu appeared tranquil, the captain sensed an impending storm of rage brewing beneath the surface. Reflecting on past incidents, he recalled how Abu had remained eerily calm when a significant loss had occurred, inflicting severe reputational damage to the entire team. Most coaches would have been incensed, yet Abu had maintained his composure. The captain became increasingly apprehensive as they approached their next destination. Coach, let us leave. I'd rather not linger here, Feng suggested, attempting to lighten the atmosphere. Defeat is merely a setback. The match was lost, and displaying further frustration would only provide fodder for mockery. It is crucial to live with integrity, and one must approach competition with the same mindset. Losing a match is not catastrophic. The focus should be on reclaiming glory in subsequent battles. Iboi and Xiao Ming looked to Yi Feng for guidance. Abu, noticing Yi Feng's initiative, allowed a faint smile to grace his features. He was quite pleased with Yi Feng's performance today. It had shown a favorable light on the team. Furthermore, Yi Feng's professional attitude was commendable. He acknowledged his shortcomings and was willing to rectify them, even seeking to mend relations with the coach after prior tensions. Such players are the ones that coaches and teams cherish. The group departed the venue and returned to the restaurant they had frequented before. Iboi closely followed Yi Feng, apprehensive about a potential outburst from the coach. Once they settled into their private room and ordered, the coach's expression darkened. "I am extremely dissatisfied with today's performance," he exclaimed, slamming his fist on the table to emphasize his frustration. The players' expressions shifted dramatically, taken aback by the intensity of their coach's response. Yi Feng sat quietly, seemingly unaffected by Abu's remarks. "I don't wish to dwell on this further. I want each of you to identify your own shortcomings, and we shall address them together," he stated, adding, "with the exception of the mid laner." Chapter 85. A problem of thought. Upon the conclusion of this statement, all eyes were drawn to Yi Feng. He felt somewhat taken aback. The coach's obvious favoritism towards him seemed rather excessive. However, in Abu's eyes, he was currently a prized asset. The title of being the rookie mid laner capable of defeating Faker would undoubtedly attract numerous teams eager to recruit Yi Feng. He had become a coveted player within the entire Huaxia competitive scene. Should anyone harbor even the slightest animosity towards him, it could lead to a significant uproar, potentially driving him away from the team. The owner had made it clear that retaining Yi Feng was imperative, even if it meant accommodating salary increases. All of this was earned through hard work and perseverance. The reality of the competitive arena is stark. If one performs exceptionally today, their value naturally rises. Conversely, regardless of past accolades, if one's skills falter, they must relinquish their position. Tong Yang, noticing the coach's gaze upon him, swallowed hard before speaking slowly. "I feel that the opponent's skills surpass mine, and I have been somewhat complacent lately." His candid admission left Yi Feng momentarily stunned. Was everyone being so brutally honest? While Marin's gameplay was undeniably fierce, there seemed little need for such self-denial. "I will diligently hone my skills during this time, and hope the coach grants me another opportunity," Tong Yang humbly declared. The coach nodded in satisfaction upon witnessing his demeanor. In truth, the top lane's connection to the team was minimal, and finding a more suitable replacement than Tong Yang was challenging. "It is commendable that you recognize your shortcomings. Continue to strive," Abu remarked casually. At this moment, Iboi interjected, "Like the top laner, I too have many areas where I must improve. I will persist in my efforts and aim for a more outstanding performance on the battlefield." Observing the ADC's evident trepidation, Abu offered a reassuring smile. "You are performing adequately. Do not place undue pressure upon yourself. Stick to your style, and I believe you will excel." Iboi felt puzzled by the coach's comforting remarks, as he perceived his performance to be mediocre. In truth, Abu was extending a courtesy to Yi Feng, knowing well the camaraderie between Iboi and Yi Feng. He feared that harshly criticizing the ADC might displease Yi Feng. Abu, having once held a prominent status, now found himself eclipsed by Yi Feng's rising prominence. A thought he preferred to dismiss as he shifted his focus to Xiao Ming. With a trembling voice, Xiao Ming confessed, "Today, the opposing support outperformed me. I admit my performance was lacking. However, I hope the coach will grant me another chance, as I am confident I will perform better in the next match." Wolf had indeed displayed exceptional aggression in initiating fights, seizing opportunities that the opposing support had claimed first. Xiao Ming appeared noticeably more anxious than in previous outings. Abu waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Increase your training regimen. Is that acceptable?" Xiao Ming nodded vigorously, eager to comply. Having finally secured a contract with the team, he feared that being dismissed post-spring split would render him undesirable to other teams, as they would be unaware of his true capabilities. Moreover, being ousted from EDG after just one split would speak volumes about his potential. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The jungler buried his head low. He was, in fact, the main issue of the day, yet he remained silent, lost in thought. Abu felt a sense of awkwardness. He had just encouraged everyone to address their issues, and now the jungler's silence seemed to undermine his authority. "Do you have nothing to say?" Abu asked, his gaze fixed on the jungler, a faint smile playing on his lips. Given their long-standing partnership, it seemed inappropriate for matters to become so uncomfortable. "I believe my performance today had some issues, though not to a significant extent," he finally admitted, causing the young bottom lane duo to gasp in astonishment before quickly silencing themselves, which only highlighted the jungler's apparent lack of accountability. Your jungle tempo is clearly problematic. How can you claim otherwise? Abu's frustration began to surface. Identifying problems is acceptable, but dismissing them as non-existent is nothing short of a jest. The last gank on the bot lane was evidently flawed. Don't you wish to analyze it? Abu pressed further, noting the jungler's continued silence. I was repeatedly called to gank the bot lane. How could I have done so? The jungler suddenly rose, arms raised in a display of helplessness. Witnessing this, Feng recalled a humorous incident from his previous life, nearly laughing aloud. However, he managed to stifle his mirth, aware that revealing his amusement would likely provoke discontent among his teammates. The tension between the two grew palpable, and the jungler's attempt to deflect blame fell flat, further exasperating Abu. Why did you not use your ultimate? During that crucial moment, why did you refrain from calling for it? What were you attempting to accomplish? Under the coach's serious scrutiny, the jungler fell silent. Do you not realize that your approach to the game indicates a fundamental lapse in thought? Abu finally articulated his poignant observation. Feng kept his head low, anxious to avoid revealing his amusement. Eboi, witnessing Feng's trembling form and bowed head, mistakenly assumed he was in considerable distress, only deepening his admiration for Feng. Despite the jungler's issues, Feng bore the burden of responsibility, appearing genuinely tormented rather than feigning distress. The jungler began to acknowledge his mistakes, promising to approach future matches with greater seriousness. After finishing their meal, the group returned to the training room, their spirits notably diminished. Chapter 86. Confronting the director today's match was far from pleasant. They faced defeat against the world's #1 team. To the outside world, this outcome may seem entirely justified, considering SKT's formidable prowess and their accolades. However, for professional players, confidence in their own skills is paramount. Being vanquished so ruthlessly by their opponents was a significant blow to their morale. Sitting before the computer screen, Eboi felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. It had been a long time since he had experienced such a crushing defeat, and today's lesson from the opposing bot lane left him with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Ego, why do I feel so inferior in comparison to them? Eboi struggled with self-doubt regarding his abilities. One could only feel sympathy for this young player, who had just stepped onto the professional stage only to confront the pressures of an international tournament. Competing against the elite teams from various regions undoubtedly weighed heavily on him. If he were to return home for the summer season, he would likely find joy again, as many of his opponents would not pose a significant challenge, given that they would be from the domestic circuit. It wasn't he that his skills were lacking. Rather, it was the sheer strength of his adversaries that was daunting. It's not your fault. After all, we are up against top-tier teams. Feng offered words of comfort. At that moment, the director was in a state of turmoil. He genuinely wished to perform well, but lacked the courage to push his limits. Often, he recognized the need to engage the enemy. Yet the fear of potential risks extinguished his rising resolve. Burdened by his reputation, he was the #1 player in the entire Chinese League of Legends circuit, and every action he took was scrutinized. A single misstep could lead to ridicule. Feng understood the director's mindset. What he needed was a profound shock to awaken him from his stupor. However, the magnitude of that shock remained to be seen. The impact from today's match did not seem substantial. At least, from what could be observed, he had yet to rectify his habitual errors. As they partook in practice matches late into the night, fatigue began to settle in. The director remained unchanged, consistently opting to farm jungle camps instead of seizing opportunities to strike decisively. Feng considered the increasingly challenging matches ahead. If they aspired to claim the mid-season championship, their performance in the jungle would need to be formidable. I pose a question to everyone. Do you desire to win this tournament? This statement, albeit seemingly trivial, carried weight. Those who participated in the competition were undoubtedly motivated by the pursuit of higher honors. Yet, given Feng's elevated status, his inquiry elicited responses from the team. Of course, I want to win the championship. Why else would we compete? Since you all wish to secure the title, you must cast aside past notions and strive to surpass yourselves, Feng asserted. Upon hearing this, the director realized that he was the target of Feng's words. Had a newly recruited mid laner made such a remark, he would have likely erupted in anger. However, the situation was different now. The once inexperienced Xiao Yi had taken down Faker in a duel. If he clung to the past, he would face severe ridicule. Losing is not terrifying. What is truly frightening is our inability to discern the reasons behind our defeats, Feng stated earnestly. Though his words resonated with universal truths, they were shared among comrades in arms. Feng was able to highlight specific details, prompting the team to reflect on their missteps on the battlefield. He first addressed the bot lane duo, acknowledging their hasty play. In encounters against the world's elite, maintaining composure is essential, particularly for Xiao Ming. His constant worry over an overly aggressive ADC led him to urge retreat unnecessarily. In truth, it was vital to compete in their best form. If skill fell short, diligence and practice was the remedy. There was no need to burden themselves mentally. For Tong Yang, the issue lay purely in raw ability. He needed to select champions that could endure pressure or enhance his contributions in team fights. Only then could he compensate for his deficiencies in the landing phase. When it came to addressing the director, silence enveloped the room. The director was a veteran of the circuit, and it seemed the others felt unqualified to critique him. Yet at that moment, Feng boldly proclaimed a statement that took everyone by surprise. Given the current state of our team's performance, what is there to fear about losing face? Protecting one SKDA is futile. If we wish to win the championship, we must abandon thoughts of self-preservation. His directness visibly unsettled the director, whose expression darkened. What right do you have to speak to me in this manner? Who do you think you are? The director erupted in anger, feeling his pride wounded. He was acutely aware that placing too much importance on his reputation would eventually lead to his downfall. This is the professional arena. Do not assume that past achievements grant you immunity from scrutiny, Feng retorted coldly. The others exchanged astonished glances. They had not anticipated that Feng would dare to confront the director so boldly. I stand by my words. If you continue to perform in this manner, I guarantee that after the mid-season championship, EDG will either have you or me, but not both, he declared. If his earlier comments were merely sarcastic jabs, this was an outright declaration of war. The director's face flushed with rage, and he was tempted to storm out of the practice room. However, he also recognized that his current position was precarious. Acting on impulse might jeopardize his career. EDG was indeed the most suitable team for him, and with his current form, other teams would likely not be interested. Even if they were, a few poor performances would render him obsolete. I stand by my words. Reflect on them carefully, Feng concluded, before voluntarily exiting the training room. In the lobby, Abu exchanged a knowing glance with Feng. The latter's earlier remarks had been instigated by Abu, who recognized that the director had become somewhat complacent. Without a substantial impetus to ignite his latent potential, the director would remain oblivious to his own potential for growth. The atmosphere in the training room grew awkward as the director simmered in anger, while the others were rendered speechless. Iboi felt as if he were suffocating. Chapter 87. Taking the blame for the coach after uttering those words, Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment. Although everything stemmed from the coach's support and necessity, he couldn't shake off a sense of guilt. The team manager had been the one to discover his talent. Without his endorsement, there would have been no invitation from the EDG team. Feng held a favorable impression of the manager. If not for the pressing circumstances requiring an immediate improvement in performance, he would never have spoken such heartless words. Time was of the essence. They had advanced to the next stage by securing second place in their group, and the group matches were imminent. Furthermore, their opponents were from the Taiwan region, with whom they had a score to settle. In this situation, even uttering harsh words could be justified if it led to victory. Losing to them would be utterly humiliating, especially since a defeat in this tournament would leave them with no chance for redemption, as they would be directly eliminated. With these thoughts, Feng felt an intensified burden weighing upon him. Iboi noticed the flush on his face and initially wanted to say something, but quickly fell silent. Their camaraderie was well known, and he understood that if he spoke up and got reprimanded, he would not dare to retort. Feng was indeed audacious, daring to provoke the manager at this moment. Xiaoming felt a bit dizzy and struggled to find the right words. If he were to relay Feng's comments to Lu Gu, he imagined Lu Gu would be equally astonished. Feng now possessed the confidence to voice his thoughts. His performance on the battlefield had been nothing short of remarkable, earning him recognition as a dark horse mid laner. The team was pragmatic. Only those who brought tangible benefits were valued. Although the manager held a prestigious position, without delivering results, his status meant little. Rankings couldn't simply be based on hierarchy. If that were the case, the oldest teams would inherit championships without the need for competitive play. The manager silently vowed to perform exceptionally in the upcoming matches and ensure that this mid laner would regret his insolence. Feng was indeed ungrateful, having been recommended to the EDG team, yet he dared to mock the very person who had supported him. The more the manager pondered, the angrier he became, almost wishing to confront Feng physically. After a while, Feng entered the training room. He had just engaged in a significant dialogue, and Abu was taken aback by Feng's candor. He had merely asked Feng to name the opponent, but he hadn't anticipated such a direct response. Yet, after listening, Abu smiled and patted Feng's shoulder, affirming that this might awaken a realization in him. Sometimes, a strong remedy is required for a stubborn ailment, You did well." Upon hearing the coach's words, Yifeng couldn't help but chuckle. Inside the training room, the manager had evidently regained his composure, his face no longer flushed. His eyes were devoid of emotion, resembling that of a machine. "Let us proceed with our training," he declared, and the team naturally followed his lead. After being reprimanded by Yifeng, the manager's demeanor had noticeably improved. It was primarily a matter of mindset. His skills were not lacking. A professional player cannot afford to hesitate in crucial moments. Such trepidation can be fatal. In high-stakes competitions, there is little room for contemplation regarding the pros and cons often. Success hinges on sheer courage. Yifeng understood the power of bravery well. During the S8 tournament, the audacious IG team clinched the world championship through their fearless approach. Of course, their skills were also exceptional. Reflecting on the indomitable mid laner and the fierce top laner, Yifeng couldn't help but admire them. Those two were truly formidable. Rookie was now competing in the Huaxia region with the IG team. The thought of facing him upon returning home stirred excitement within Yifeng. Currently, IG's performance was merely mediocre, and they even faced the possibility of relegation in the next season, a characteristic of the Huaxia region. However, in a few years, the relegation system would cease to exist. No matter how poorly a team performed, they would remain in the top tier, as slots in the Premier League would be secured through substantial investments. The night of training stretched late into the early hours, and the team, bleary-eyed, returned to their rooms for rest. The manager watched Yifeng's graceful figure, his gaze betraying a simmering anger. Tong Yang approached him and spoke softly. "Your grievances are futile. He calls the shots now. If we want to oust him, we must perform well in the upcoming matches." Tong Yang felt a tinge of aversion towards Yifeng's domineering attitude. As someone who preferred to avoid conflict, he was taken aback by Yifeng's audacity to provoke the manager, igniting his sense of justice. Everyone was there to compete. Why should one belittle another? They were teammates. Even if someone faltered, it was better to offer constructive criticism than to humiliate them. Indeed, Yifeng had unfairly taken the blame for the coach. Yet, Abu understood that if Yifeng was willing to support him in this manner, he would certainly clarify matters after the match. They were all comrades in the same team, and there was no need for strained relations. The duo in the bottom lane, intimidated, refrained from speaking. Both were newcomers, and Xiao Ming was eager to share the incident with Lu Gu, who had considerable experience and a strong reputation in the arena. Consulting him would provide reassurance. As the group left the training room, each was consumed by their thoughts, retreating to their quarters for some much-needed rest. In 2 days, their confrontation with the Taiwan region's team would be upon them. The Taiwanese players had issued bold statements, claiming they would send their Huaxia counterparts back home. This declaration incited outrage among fans of the Huaxia region. Chapter 88. The Battle of Dignity. However, the opposing team unexpectedly made a bold statement, which incited a wave of fury among the EDG players. "These guys are utterly arrogant. If it weren't for unforeseen circumstances, how could they possibly have won the match?" Iboi exclaimed indignantly. Xiaoming remained silent. Had Tianai not acted as a traitor, he might not even have had the chance to step onto the stage. Yet, in light of national sentiments, he felt compelled to suppress any dissenting thoughts. Silence seemed the wisest course. "Since they are so confident, let us engage them earnestly," Yifeng said, resting his chin on his hands, his tone surprisingly relaxed. In truth, he was acutely aware of the mid laner's prowess. After having slain Faker, his understanding of his own capabilities had reached new heights. If he could defeat the so-called Demon King, what chance did a mere mid laner from Taiwan stand? Nevertheless, he remained cautious. For as the saying goes, a careful sailor avoids shipwreck. On the battlefield, he would still give his all. After all, even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit, especially on the grand stage of the mid-season invitational. Should Yifeng overreach and lose, the ensuing backlash from his homeland would be akin to a tsunami. His reputation had only just begun to rise. A failure of such magnitude could be catastrophic for his career. We must secure an excellent ranking. A cold glimmer flickered in Yifeng's eyes as his gaze seemed to penetrate the screen before him, envisioning distant realms. During the mid-season invitational, he had refrained from streaming. At such a critical juncture, broadcasting might yield adverse effects. While others presumed the EDG players were fervently training, the mid laner was surprisingly engaged in live-streaming conversations. If their performance faltered, the blame would inevitably fall upon Yifeng. The Douyu platform understood this and merely required him to compensate for the streaming hours later. For such a sought-after mid laner, Douyu would never relinquish him easily. Should Yifeng migrate to the Dogtooth platform, it would spell considerable loss for them. Typically, viewers favored light-hearted entertainment. However, there were those who cherished the pursuit of skill. Yifeng possessed a unique charm, skillfully balancing entertainment and expertise. While other technical streamers might become tongue-tied under pressure during high-stakes matches, Feng remained unfazed, effortlessly engaging with his audience even in the most challenging games. He graciously acknowledged gifts from viewers while dominating the battlefield. For many, this innate talent was irreplicable. With an astonishing win rate nearing 90, he ascended the ranks of the national server like no one before him, and he achieved this through sheer skill, not by resorting to the means of actors. Countless spectators witnessed Feng's steady rise, and now, seeing him excel in professional arenas, they rallied behind him. Such is the nature of fame. When one garners attention, a loyal following inevitably emerges. During his live streams, Feng attracted a considerable fan base. Upon learning of his transition to the professional scene, many flocked to watch his matches. The news of him having slain Faker intrigued numerous players. The notion that their beloved small-time streamer had become a premier mid-laner, triumphing over a titan on the world stage, was both absurd and delightful. Feng was acutely aware that every move he made was under scrutiny, prompting him to exercise greater caution during the matches. The competition begins tomorrow. Let us give our utmost effort and showcase what we have practiced, he declared before resuming training. The team captain maintained a stoic expression, deeply dissatisfied with the situation at hand, but feeling powerless to change it. Internally, he vowed, "I will perform splendidly and ensure you are expelled from this team. Who do you think you are?" The audacity of the opposing team to directly taunt him infuriated him, for he was a veteran of the League of Legends scene in China. Feng's actions had indeed enraged him to the core. Had it not been for the coach supporting the young player, he would have dealt with him decisively. Time flew by, and before long, the semifinals commenced. The Taiwanese players stood on stage like victorious generals, their faces radiating pride. They had advanced by securing third place in their group. Meanwhile, the crowd roared TSM's name, even though their team had been eliminated in the group stage, a testament to the unwavering enthusiasm of their fans. TSM was dubbed an esports cult for good reason. Their flashy gameplay attracted a loyal following worldwide. However, style does not always equate to substance, as evidenced by their failure to progress past the group stage. The Taiwanese players strutted across the stage as if they had already triumphed over their Chinese counterparts. Were they given the opportunity to taunt, they would undoubtedly relish in deriding their opponents. Feng's expression darkened, yet he was resolved to settle the score. In truth, he bore some responsibility. It was he who had suggested challenging the provincial team. Analyzing the situation from both historical and personal perspectives, he found no fault in his words. This match garnered unprecedented attention, more so than their previous bout against SKT. The audience in China fervently wished for their team to emerge victorious. A win in this semifinal would not only redeem the EDG team, but also allow them to exact a measure of revenge. Everything hinged on today. As Feng gazed at the twinkling lights above, a sense of trepidation washed over him. Should any significant error occur, the resulting infamy would linger long after, potentially intertwining with other issues beyond mere technical failures. The harsh reality was that nobody desired to lose. Commentators arrived on stage, and the atmosphere surged with excitement, as if everyone was eager for the match to commence. Chapter 89. The Wild Core has arrived. Feng had firmly resolved to secure a resounding victory. Welcome, everyone, to the semifinals of the mid-season invitational in League of Legends. I am your commentator, Wang Duoduo. Wang Duoduo previously provided commentary for the secondary leagues, but due to his commendable performance, he has recently ascended to the premier stage. He possesses an intellectual demeanor, although his wit lags behind that of his fellow commentators. Beside him is the esteemed guest, PDD. Hello, everyone. I am commentator PDD, he announced. Xiao Ming was taken aback to see his respected Lu Gu seated at the commentary desk. PDD, surprisingly, was clad in a suit, albeit one that appeared to be stretched to its limits. The oversized attire bore a conspicuous tightness on him, prompting fears among the audience that he might burst forth from it. With a dramatic inhalation, PDD seemed on the verge of an explosive wardrobe malfunction. His appearance evoked the image of a Galio skin adorned in a suit. What was it called again? Much chatter ensued about PDD's comically tight ensemble. I heard your subordinate is participating in this tournament. I wonder if it's true? Wang Duo inquired of Lu Mao. Xiao Ming, the support from EDG, is my younger brother. He has come to this semifinal, and I hope he performs well, PDD responded, seizing the opportunity to promote his side. Their relationship was mutually beneficial. As for this match, which team do you believe has the greater chance of victory? Duo posed, a customary question. Invited guests typically support the Huaxia national team unless they are lacking in sense. Since my brother is with EDG, naturally, I support that team. Moreover, I believe EDG will secure a magnificent victory. PDD's emotional intelligence remained high. skillfully praising his team while deflecting any potential blame for a loss. Have you observed the mid laner wisdom? I believe everyone is eager to hear your thoughts on him. Duo prompted. Feng, a rising star from the Huaxiao region, would certainly relish such commendation from a senior like PDD. Should Wisdom achieve fame in the future, this moment would surely be recounted. Wisdom is an exceptionally gifted player. I have had the privilege of witnessing him play privately, PDD remarked, adopting a serious demeanor to convey the gravity of his words. I believe he will lead the Huaxiao region to great heights. This is not mere flattery. It is my sincere belief. Many in the audience were taken aback by his candor. There was no direct benefit for PD to excessively praise Wisdom. Yet he did so wholeheartedly, aware that any underperformance could reflect poorly on him. Typically, one would not make such absolute declarations, but PDD defied convention. His boldness suggested one possibility. Wisdom was indeed a remarkably talented player, as evidenced by all. However, the audience felt a twinge of uncertainty upon hearing such lofty aspirations. Though Feng currently excelled, he lacked the accolades of the world's top mid laners. Only with a wealth of honors could one confidently make grand claims. Let us await the match. I trust he will perform admirably, PDD concluded, shifting his gaze toward Wang Duo, signaling him to transition to another topic. Duo, momentarily bewildered, quickly regained his composure. PDD had exceeded his expectations with such fervent praise, but he continued, I too find Wisdom's performance quite striking, and his individual playstyle is incredibly passionate. At this juncture, the teams began the ban pick phase. Undoubtedly, Varus was the first champion to be simultaneously banned by both sides. Feng's audacious playstyle had nearly redefined the game's dynamics. If Varus were not restrained, the opposing team would be free to act at will. Varus mid lane was exceedingly troublesome. I too experimented with him last night, and the damage was simply outrageous, PDD exclaimed with exaggerated astonishment. Following the previous defeat, Tong Yang had considerably adjusted his style. If he were to continue utilizing tanks in the top lane, he might struggle to secure the necessary advantage. After a moment's hesitation, he opted for the Troll King. Upon seeing the opposing top laner choose a troll, they swiftly countered with Poppy. Indeed, Poppy was a notoriously resilient champion, capable of both dealing damage and absorbing it, with her ultimate capable of altering the course of a team fight. The opposing jungler did not seem particularly eager to establish an advantage. Instead, he appeared to be shifting towards a team-oriented approach. Amumu, the sorrowful mummy from AHQ, is a perplexing choice, Wang Duo remarked. Such champions are rarely selected in competitive play. While they have strong crowd control, opponents are usually quick to evade with movement abilities or flashes once Amumu initiates. They must be aiming for a late-game strategy, which explains this jungler choice. We shall see what the captain selects, PDD analyzed directly. The Void Reaver. When the captain chose Kha'Zix, Wang Duo nearly gasped. Even the captain himself was unsure how long it had been since he last played such a champion in a professional setting. Kha'Zix embodies the essence of risk-taking. Selecting him signifies a commitment to aggressive play. His passive ability is intriguing. When he engages in one-on-one combat, he can unleash devastating damage. Thus, the hero's mechanics encourage junglers to engage in skirmishes. No Kha'Zix would simply farm from start to finish, as that would be of little utility. Indeed, it was unexpected for the captain to select this champion, especially considering his recent tendency towards tanky junglers. However, this choice of a wild core left everyone astonished. Chapter 90. Have the summoner's skills been misselected? The factory director had previously engaged in jungle-centric playstyles, and it appeared that his recent form was quite commendable, which instilled him with the confidence to utilize Kha'Zix. Wang Duo added. Abu, observing from the sidelines, felt a sense of satisfaction. Although he refrained from interfering with the player's champion selections, the initiative to make adjustments from the opposing team was already a positive sign. Progress is born from change. Abu mused with a smile. Should one remain stagnant, the opponent would inevitably decipher one's strategies, making it easy for them to counter the choices made. No one is truly invincible. It is imperative to continually refine one's approach in accordance with the evolving meta to attain the so-called invulnerability. Relying solely on past successes will ultimately lead to obsolescence, lost in the annals of history. The factory director had indeed been resting on his laurels, yet his extensive jungle experience prevented him from appearing overly awkward. However, the opposing team was not naive. Should the factory director persist in his tried-and-true tactics, the enemy would undoubtedly uncover his jungle routes and pose no real threat to him. The selection of Kha'Zix was indeed unexpected, thought the AHQ jungler. The opposing mid laner opted for Twisted Fate, a champion that had recently undergone a rework this spring and now enjoyed a notably high pick rate. A veritable spell-slinging machine. His ultimate also offered spell vamp, ensuring substantial damage output in team fights if wielded adeptly. The HQ mid laner recalled having been solo killed by this very champion before, and now he sought retribution with the same choice. To his surprise, Feng had chosen Ezreal. While mid lane Ezreal is relatively rare, his versatility allows him to thrive in various roles. In casual matches, one might even encounter Ezreal as a support, due to his high mobility and skill mechanics. Ezreal often faces criticism for being a troll champion, with many ADC players struggling to achieve significant damage output. Eboi was somewhat puzzled by this choice. Yet upon seeing Yi Gu's assured demeanor, he understood that the latter had a firm grasp of the situation. Mirroring their previous match, they selected the same composition, Caitlyn and Janna. Rise from where you fell, Xiaoming exclaimed enthusiastically. The opposing bot lane chose Kog'Maw and Nami, clearly indicating their intent to prolong the game into the late stages. Wang Duo noted this with some anxiety. It seems EDG's composition lacks frontline presence. If the match reaches late game, they may be easily exploited. PDD nodded in agreement. Once Poppy reaches a certain level of development, standing at the forefront, they would struggle to contend with her. The analyst's commentary left the audience somewhat apprehensive. The Taiwanese team had evidently engaged in pre-match provocations, and EDG should be prepared rather than appearing disorganized in their draft phase. However, Wang Duo was confident that EDG's strategy was intentional. They were likely to find early game success. We must not allow undue pressure to mount upon our team, he cautioned, wary of provoking the opposing fans. Should the situation escalate, it would fall upon him to bear the brunt of the backlash. Indeed, EDG's early game composition seems rather comfortable. It all hinges on their execution, PDD concurred. After a brief exchange, the match transitioned to the loading screen. Wang Duo conversed with the guest beside him while observing the summoner's spells selected by the opponents. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment, and he exclaimed, "It appears that Wisdom has miselected his summoner's spell. He has taken Smite." This revelation caused an uproar in the arena. During the mid-season invitational, no one had employed a Smite Ezreal. Feng was aware that this version allowed for such a choice, as the benefits from F6 were exceedingly high. In subsequent patches, the experience gained from jungle camps would be adjusted downwards. The jungle items had also become a cacophony of options, leaving many bewildered. The developers at Riot had recognized this issue, implementing countermeasures in response to the rapid jungle growth. However, at present, Feng was still able to exploit this oversight. As long as he could secure a straightforward victory, he was indifferent to the potential frustration of the champion's designers. After all, these concerns were destined to be addressed in time, and early recognition might even accelerate the evolution of the game. This was, in essence, a positive development for the entire League of Legends ecosystem. Indeed, how could he have selected Smite? Surely, this was an error, PDD remarked, equally astonished. Yet, according to current competition rules, a misselected summoner spell could not warrant a rematch, nor could erroneous rune selections. Ultimately, the responsibility lay with the players. Prior to the match, it was their duty to verify their summoner's spells and runes. Many spectators began to voice their criticisms. What nonsense about an underdog mid laner. If one can't even select the right summoner spell, how can they represent us internationally? It's utterly embarrassing. Nearby teammates joined in the jest. Abu was inwardly anxious, but the match had commenced, leaving him without the right to intervene. Nevertheless, a ludicrous thought crossed his mind. Perhaps this was a deliberate ploy by Feng? This individual was brimming with ideas, and no one could fathom his thoughts. Reflecting on his past mistakes, Abu reminded himself to remain composed. All would be revealed post-match. If they were to lose, there would be time to address the matter later. Others, however, were oblivious to this possibility, firmly believing that Feng had misselected his summoner spell. A cold smirk flickered across the factory director's face. This individual was still too inexperienced. To miselect a summoner spell in professional play would undoubtedly result in blame should they lose. Eboi cautiously reminded, "Yigo, it seems you've made an error in your spell selection." He feared that his words might provoke a drastic emotional shift in Feng, as anyone would find such a blunder surprising. Surprisingly, Feng responded with calm assurance, nodding and stating, "This was intentional. There is no need for concern. Focus on playing the match." This statement left the other team members with a sense of bewilderment. Chapter 91. The terrifying pace of upgrades. This match with Ezreal was proving to be quite challenging. Although the opposing team featured a mage, they had chosen the summoning skill of teleport. At this point, Wang Duo fell silent, implying that it would be exceedingly difficult for Ezreal to secure a solo kill, and that his own development was also in jeopardy. For seasoned players, a mere mistake in summoner spell selection could reveal significant shortcomings. Many could secure a kill with a well-timed ignite, as that additional damage was crucial. What purpose did having a smite on the minion line serve? Was it intended for the cannon minion? While average players might find some utility in it, professional players would never commit such a fundamental blunder. Last hitting was merely a basic skill, with over 90 minions in 10 minutes being standard. Since most experience and gold come from this, if one cannot master the fundamentals, there is no place for them on the professional stage. Feng maintained a placid expression, as if nothing could disturb his composure. He was aware that his choices might astonish some, yet the ensuing results would undoubtedly leave many more in awe. What was this individual up to? The mid laner from HU suddenly felt something was amiss. The opponent did not seem like someone who would commit such a glaring error. What could possibly be the explanation? Perhaps a mistake in summoner mastery, the HQ jungler chuckled. Upon realizing the opponent had chosen smite, he couldn't help but laugh aloud. To make such a basic mistake while playing professionally was indeed laughable. It remained to be seen what this player could showcase during the match. If he played conservatively, he might salvage some dignity. However, if he became the target of focused aggression, the game would be over. Welcome to League of Legends. Regardless of the myriad speculations swirling outside, Feng appeared remarkably composed. He had previously faced Varus in the mid lane, and having a smite Ezreal was merely a minor setback. We shall not engage in a level 1 skirmish, Feng stated calmly. The early game strength of the Mantis was quite mediocre, displaying rather ordinary performance at level 1. To invade recklessly now would only expose vulnerabilities. Everyone nodded in agreement, understanding this point well. As the minion wave gradually converged in the mid lane, Feng prepared to commence his operations. Thanks to the system's enhancements, his skill precision was exceedingly high. Although he was playing a mage, he opted to level his Q skill first. In the early game, Ezreal's Q skill inflicted considerable damage. Moreover, he had chosen an attack essence rune, complemented by minor magic penetration runes. Feng had great confidence in his mechanics. The mage was relatively weak in the early game. Even if he wished to unleash a small burst of damage, he would need to reach level 3 first. The synergy of his 3 skills could reduce cooldowns, thus delivering substantial damage in a single combo. However, if the mage played this way in the early game, his energy would deplete rapidly. Although the QWQQ combo dealt significant damage, it consumed more than half of his mana. The mid laner from HU knew precisely what to do. Simply maintain stability in the early game. After learning his ultimate, teaming up with the jungler to eliminate the opponent would be effortless. Ezreal, relying on his skill and range advantage, continually harassed the opponent. Ryze is feeling the pressure. He cannot engage with Feng now, Wang Duo remarked. Indeed, Ezreal's early Q damage was quite formidable. Feng struck the opponent with another Q, then followed up with an auto attack. As the second wave of minions slowly approached, Feng refused to relent, audaciously engaging the opponent. Is he not afraid of the enemy jungler? Wang Duo exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. The opposing team was allocated to the red side, and the enemy jungler should be clearing the 3 wolves now. Following his combo, Feng boldly ventured into the enemy jungle. However, from Ryze's perspective, he was oblivious to the opponent's whereabouts. What is he doing? PDD inquired curiously. Feng began to clear the enemy's F6, and he even managed to recover some health with his smite. It was no wonder he had engaged so aggressively. He had known he could restore health through smite, Wang Duo realized. After swiftly clearing that set of jungle camps, Feng had reached level 3. Why is his yield so high? PDD found this quite astonishing. Having played professionally, he was acutely aware of the significance of levels. Witnessing Feng level up in this manner left him feeling dizzy. If such a strategy became popular, Smite Ezreal would undoubtedly reach level 6 in no time. Ezreal returned to his tower to farm the minion wave just as it passed by. After consuming that wave, he was nearing level 4. When the next wave arrived, he would undoubtedly reach that milestone. Ryze still had not grasped the gravity of the situation. Another wave of minions congregated, and Feng swiftly cleared them, elevating his level to 4. Only then did Ryze realize the issue. Why was the opposing player 2 levels ahead of him? It was merely a difference of 1 wave. At that moment, he heard the jungler exclaim, "The enemy Mantis is invading. My little birds have been devoured." The mid laner suddenly entertained an absurd thought. He wanted to say something, yet he hesitated. With a 2-level lead, Ezreal approached to harass Ryze. Knowing his attributes were superior, Ryze felt a wave of anxiety. The opponent was applying pressure without any fear. He had intended to call for assistance, but upon feeling the opponent's damage, he hesitated. If he engaged fully, there might be a slim chance of survival. However, choosing to retreat now would surely result in being chased down and dealt damage. The mage lacked mobility. Dealing with the opponent would undoubtedly be troublesome. Ezreal had already landed 2 QS, reducing Ryze's health to a mere 40. Feng relentlessly pursued, fully aware of how the explorer dealt damage. After ensnaring his opponent, Ryze attempted to flee. Given that the jungler was a Mumu, swift support was not an option. The explorer utilized Arcane Shift to close the gap, resuming his assault as soon as the control wore off. The mage was right before him, requiring minimal effort to bring him down. In a blink, the opponent's health bar was nearly depleted. Bang! The mage was forced to use his flash, desperately clinging to life. Ezreal unleashed his final Q. Chapter 92. The designer's nightmare. The audience's hearts were in their throats as the explorer had successfully executed a decisive move, leaving the wandering mage's fate undoubtedly sealed. He has done it. Wang Duoduo's exhilarated voice echoed through the studio, igniting a wave of cheers from the crowd. Feng remained unchanged, demonstrating that even with a summoner spell for punishment, he could still secure a solo kill in lane. Now I understand why he opted for that summoner spell, PDD remarked with excitement. The viewers were oblivious to the levels at play, which puzzled Wang Duoduo. Did you see the experience he gained from taking down the jungle monster? He leveled up immediately. That level advantage is crucial, PDD confidently analyzed. Continuing his commentary, he added, if the designers do not reduce the experience yield from jungle monsters, the mid lane explorer will undoubtedly become a prevailing force. This level up is terrifying. By the time Feng reaches level 6, the wandering mage will still be at level 4, leaving no room for a fair fight. As the former professional player spoke these words, the audience's breaths quickened. They envisioned this scenario, which seemed almost inevitable. Moreover, the images of several other heroes flickered in their minds. With proper utilization, the mid lane punishment build could indeed sweep the region. Initially, the designer, watching the match, had chuckled upon seeing the choice of the explorer with the punishment spell, thinking it was a misguided decision, only to be astonished by the innovative playstyle. Upon witnessing the second-level punishment securing AF6 monster and quickly advancing to level 3, the designer's mood soured. 2 waves of minions and AF6 monster had propelled him to level 3, rendering him an overwhelming presence in lane, while Feng had yet to consume his own jungle monsters. If the jungler conceded just a little, his leveling speed would only increase. What on earth is happening? The designer exclaimed in frustration. His companions looked on, astonished, as if something unexpected had occurred. Feng was indeed the designer's nightmare. Every time he ventured into new strategies, the designer found himself working late into the night. League of Legends is an intricate tapestry, with various champions interwoven. One cannot simply nerf a specific aspect due to a singular function without it being grossly unfair to other champions. Finding a balance requires continuous testing, which takes considerable time. Yet this strategy would swiftly proliferate, with numerous players adopting it to climb ranks. For those unfamiliar, failing to embrace this new approach could spell disaster. This tactic fundamentally undermined the game's balance, reminiscent of the previous mid-lane Varus situation. At that time, they hastily released a patch to rectify the Varus issue, implementing a straightforward yet severe increase to his Q ability's cooldown. This action was profoundly unfair to players specializing in Varus in the bot lane. However, forcibly fixing armor penetration items was not a feasible endeavor in the short term. This was a regrettable necessity. Yet, in the competitive environment, that patch had not yet been applied. Now, with the emergence of a punishment build in mid lane, the designer felt overwhelmed. What is this individual capable of? Is he truly using wisdom to exploit our vulnerabilities? The designer lamented in a near hysterical tone. After resolving the mid lane Varus issue, he had hoped for a brief respite, only to face yet another dilemma. This situation was entirely different. The punishment spell was a pivotal skill for junglers. It could not simply be modified. However, if adjustments were made solely for the explorer, others would inevitably select different mid-lane champions to exploit the same principle. Contemplating this, the designer felt a headache brewing. To be honest, I believe we must act promptly, as this is a monumental task. Merely modifying the explorer is insufficient. However, altering the punishment spell would require us to consider the implications for other junglers, particularly those who thrive on aggression. The punishment spell is essential for them, as their early game resilience is often lacking. If it were to be severely weakened, it would effectively eliminate their viability in matches. After clearing a wave of jungle monsters, they would have little health left, rendering them incapable of engaging opponents. Conversely, more resilient junglers could thrive, meaning that if they encountered one another in the jungle, the former would undoubtedly suffer. The designer, lost in thought, wished he could confront Feng directly on the battlefield. This individual truly knew how to stir up trouble. Abu's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated the emergence of a punishment build in mid lane, although he was unaware of the consequences. It was evident that Feng had already seized a significant advantage. His teammates were left speechless, astonished by the capabilities of their mid laner. How could one secure a kill while seemingly misselecting a summoner spell? They struggled to comprehend. The upcoming patch was set to feature significant changes. If the punishment build in mid lane continued unchecked, traditional mages and assassins would struggle to maintain their footing. League of Legends tests our cooperation, necessitating various strategies to excel. Yet, with the emergence of the punishment build in mid lane, all other tactics appear weak. The early game level disparity is crushing. How can anyone else hope to compete? PDD asserted with conviction. Faker watched the match intently, noting that after devouring the F6 monster, the explorer had leveled up to 3. His brow furrowed in concern. Good heavens. This individual is a genius, Faker remarked involuntarily. His teammates displayed looks of shock, pondering how he had discovered this flaw. Is he truly testing the game's balance day in and day out? Wolf mused in astonishment. If this was merely a chance discovery, one could argue that Feng had simply been fortunate. Though mid lane Varus was powerful, it had not reached the level of disrupting the entire game's balance. In contrast, the Explorer's punishment build was an entirely different matter. Even if the developers forcibly nerfed the Explorer, others would find alternative mid-lane champions to suit this playstyle. This is a complete upheaval, an utter chaos, Wolf repeatedly lamented. He could vividly envision the aftermath of this match. The mid-lane punishment build would surely spread like wildfire. Chapter 93. Setting off alone, the captain was utterly astonished. He had resolved to undergo a transformation, vowing to fight with all his might in this match, while bidding farewell to his past cowardice. In truth, he had been mentally preparing for this change for quite some time. Unlike other esports players, he was a veteran among veterans. Should he falter in this pivotal moment, not only would his previous efforts be rendered futile, but he would also tarnish his legacy. However, the team's pressure was mounting, and that young lad Feng did not regard him with any respect. If he ceased to strive for improvement, he would undoubtedly find himself expelled from the team. The captain was determined to give it his all. Just as he was about to unleash his inner potential, the mid lane had already erupted on the battlefield. Had they secured first blood so quickly? Tong Yang felt a surge of surprise. He was performing well as the Troll King in this match, while the opposing Poppy remained in a defensive stance. However, Tong Yang did not grow overly arrogant. If the enemy Amumu decided to engage, his situation would certainly turn dire. Amumu's crowd control was rather vexing. After Ezreal secured a kill, he continued to push his minion wave in the mid lane. Ryze was in a precarious position, having fallen 2 levels behind. Turning the tide would prove troublesome. PDD spoke earnestly, emphasizing that it was not merely a matter of levels. Following Ryze's death, he had lost a significant amount of minion economy and experience. Already behind in development, Ryze, being a champion that relies heavily on growth, would find it challenging to make an impact until at least the 25-minute mark. The situation was quite different for the Explorer. Once his tier of the goddess stacked sufficiently, he could deal substantial damage in team fights. Moreover, Feng was playing AP Explorer. Once his W's damage ramped up, he would become a terrifying force in combat. A well-placed ultimate could leave everyone at half health. How could they possibly compete with that? Furthermore, the Explorer boasted remarkable mobility. If he ventured into the bot lane for a skirmish, a single ultimate could severely weaken AHQ's duo. The pressing issue for AHQ was how to restrict this Explorer's growth. Wisdom was undeniably formidable. His strength extended beyond mere technique, thoroughly suppressing the opponent's strategy. Wang Duo remarked with utmost seriousness. This was a sentiment shared by all. Feng continually devised novel tactics in the mid lane, leaving his adversaries bewildered by his unorthodox approach. Faker furrowed his brow tightly. In Feng, he perceived a style of play that seemed out of place in this era. The shadows of the nation of Huaxia appeared boundless, and many sought to delve deeper, only to find themselves enveloped in layers of fog. I am genuinely eager to discover how many aces wisdom has yet to reveal, Wang Duo exclaimed with excitement. Ryze had returned to the minion wave, now adopting a more cautious demeanor. To excel as a professional mid laner, one must possess a sharp mind. Currently, the disparity between the teams was considerable. If he forced a confrontation, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. After returning home to purchase items, the Explorer rejoined the minion wave. Another kill book. Clearly, Wisdom had a particular fondness for this item. It was evident that Feng had a penchant for reading. The community began to playfully reference him as the reading mid lane Feng, and his name began to spread far and wide. Once a mid laner gained a slight advantage, they would typically convert it into reliable items. Yet Feng often chose an opposite path. His strategy was akin to gambling, betting immediate gains against future rewards. If executed well, a snowball effect could easily ensue. Conversely, if he faltered, the advantage would evaporate. Feng had thoroughly analyzed the opposing mid laner's skills. This opponent was far from his match, allowing him to play with greater audacity. A more audacious idea formed in Feng's mind, though he intended to realize it in the next match. The mid laner for AHQ, Rise, wore a grim expression. Feng disregarded him entirely. Even purchasing a kill book, was he treating him like a subordinate? Yet this was the reality. The opposing player was 2 levels above him, relentlessly pressuring him. The explorer advanced steadily. With W activated, his health diminished rapidly. If no assistance arrived to shift the momentum, he would only suffer further depletion. The precision of the enemy's skills was astonishing. While Q's damage was modest, it accumulated to form a notable threat. I need the jungler to come assist, Rise thought. Unable to withstand the pressure, he required Amumu's help to clear the wave. If the minions were pushed under the tower, he would suffer severe losses. Utilizing his mana to clear the wave would pose endurance issues moving forward. Should he refrain from using his mana, the tower would consume a substantial portion of minion gold. Amumu was critically mana dependent. The second blue buff needed to be reserved for the jungler, leaving Rise with no choice but to fend for himself. Upon hearing the mid laner's plea for assistance, Amumu promptly agreed and rushed to support. If he failed to help his mid laner, the wandering mage would be rendered completely ineffective, drifting aimlessly outside the match's dynamics. The opposing jungler had placed a ward beneath the red buff, exposing his position. If the top lane held an advantage, they could apply pressure. However, the enemy jungler was moving to mid lane. Feng immediately alerted Tong Yang. Though initially skeptical, the certainty in Feng's voice compelled him to engage Poppy. Poppy, already struggling in the early game, was completely caught off guard by the sudden assault. She positioned a pillar but was swiftly slowed and attacked. The Troll King relentlessly tore into her, his mighty sticks swinging with abandon. Poppy attempted to conserve her flash, retreating gradually. Yet this retreat only led to her health dwindling further. Ultimately, HQ found themselves in a position with no alternatives, and Poppy was forced to expend her flash. With a decisive thud, Tong Yang followed suit, flashing in for a powerful strike. The steadfast Poppy fell at his hands. Tong Yang had achieved a solo kill. PDD exclaimed with exhilaration. As a former top lane professional, witnessing a solo kill in the top lane ignited his excitement. Tong Yang felt grateful to Feng for the timely warning. Without that guidance, he would never have mustered the courage to charge forward. Chapter 94. Wit overcome by wit. Thanks to the presence of the unseen eye, Feng was able to ascertain the position of the enemy jungler. Without any information relay, Tong Yang lacked the courage to engage head-on, as he was unaware of the enemy jungler's whereabouts. Should a confrontation arise, and Amumu were to suddenly emerge from the nearby brush, it would certainly be amusing. In the team composition, the top lane was akin to a free-range position, typically untouched by the jungler, but that did not negate the possibility of an ambush. In fact, the top and mid lanes were the most susceptible to ganks, while the bottom lane posed significantly more challenges. Upon arriving at mid lane, Amumu observed that the enemy's Poppy had been slain by the opponent, leaving him disheartened. The enemy appeared audacious, boldly confronting him. How could they have the gall to engage me? The HU top laner muttered. Amumu felt a sudden jolt of realization. Could the enemy have vision in their jungle? If they were unaware of his position, the enemy top laner would never dare to act so brazenly. Who could have placed that vision? After careful consideration, he surmised that only Kha'Zix could have accomplished such a feat. Professional players often ponder numerous possibilities. If the enemy had established vision here, they might be lurking for a counterattack. A single clue ignited a myriad of speculations, causing Amumu to feel increasingly uneasy. It seemed Kha'Zix was lying in wait, anticipating Amumu's assistance in mid lane to launch a counterstrike. I can't assist in mid. Their jungler is likely lying in ambush. You should be cautious, Amumu exclaimed before departing hastily. Recognizing the enemy jungler's absence, Feng deduced the reason. If the enemy was reluctant to assist in mid, it was undoubtedly due to concerns about the presence of the factory manager. It was likely that the opposing team had signaled that Kha'Zix was in mid lane. The jungler would head to the bottom lane for a gank, a move that was practically guaranteed success. Feng stated with conviction, just like unraveling a case. He meticulously dissected the opponent's details. By understanding the enemy's thoughts, he was inherently aware of how to respond. Kha'Zix initially considered objecting, harboring grievances against the factory manager. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed that the enemy bottom lane was playing rather aggressively, presenting an opportunity to capitalize on. Would Kha'Zix's descent to the bottom yield fruitful results? The enemy bottom lane was oblivious to Kha'Zix's presence. Having just communicated near mid lane, How could he possibly have arrived at the bottom lane? With the support of a nurturing healer, the ADC was relying on his W ability, relentlessly harassing the opponent. Both players failed to notice that the vision in the nearby brush had expired. As the factory manager approached, he found himself at the opportune moment. Star Guardian's trinket had yet to cool down, but at that moment, a soaring Kha'Zix descended upon them. First, take out the healer, Xiaoming shouted, emphasizing the importance of eliminating the healing support before turning his attention to the ADC. The factory manager, an experienced jungler, understood the wisdom in this strategy. The healer had previously assisted the ADC with health recovery, leaving her barely above half health. The enemy Caitlyn swiftly activated her E ability, eager to rejoin the fray. The healer barely caught a glimpse of a shadow flitting past, and in an instant, her health plummeted. A blue potion struck her head, and she was instantly eliminated. The healer has been taken down, PDD exclaimed excitedly, his bulk quaking with enthusiasm, his suit straining against his form, creating an uncomfortable sight. With a kill secured, the factory manager began to relentlessly auto-attack the nearby ADC. The Frostbite Smite was deployed to slow her down. Caitlyn had entered the fray, and Eboi was diligently dealing damage. After landing a critical headshot, he followed up with a Q ability to finish off the remaining health. With a swift motion, the ADC collapsed, her passive exploding in a display of chaos. The factory manager had already distanced himself from the imminent danger, as his health was running low. Should he be caught in the blast of the ADC's passive, it could spell his doom, given that it dealt true damage. One must not underestimate such seemingly trivial damage. In the early game, their champions could hardly withstand such an explosive attack. The factory manager had pushed the minion wave to engage the enemy, enduring considerable damage from the minions in the process. Excellent, Feng remarked subtly, acknowledging the flawless execution of the bottom lane gank. A smile spread across the factory manager's face, but as he prepared to speak, he became acutely aware of the underlying tension between them. His smile quickly faded, and he forced himself to adopt a more indifferent demeanor. In truth, securing a kill brought joy to everyone. Eboi could hardly contain his delight. Quickly push the wave. Then we can return to base and buy items, Xiaoming urged. After achieving a kill, it was crucial to act swiftly. Rapidly pushing the wave not only diminished the enemy turret's health, but also deprived them of valuable experience and gold. Meanwhile, Feng thrived in mid lane, with the enemy jungler failing to provide assistance, leaving Ryze thoroughly suppressed. Now at level 6, wielding his ultimate, Feng eyed the enemy Ziggs, who was left with merely half health, his murderous intent simmering. With a single Q ability, he could unleash a perfect execution combo. The minions were obstructing the enemy turret, leaving Ziggs struggling to farm. Having cleared that wave, Ziggs would soon find his mana depleted, forcing him to retreat for equipment replenishment. However, the cunning explorer would not allow him to escape unscathed. At this moment, the enemy would undoubtedly push the wave, causing Ziggs to forfeit a substantial number of minions. Reflecting on this, Ziggs couldn't help but sigh. The jungler, Amumu, felt utterly bewildered. He had overthought the situation, leading to Kha'Zix's presence in the bottom lane. His signals had unwittingly cost his teammates their lives. This was the very definition of being outsmarted by one's own cleverness. With a Q ability striking the enemy, Feng was poised to unleash his true skill. It was time to demonstrate his prowess. The explorer's body danced midair, sending forth an ultimate ability akin to a crescent moon. Ryze's health plummeted swiftly as the explorer leaped into his face, executing a stylish WQ combo to secure the kill before swiftly returning to push the wave. This seamless sequence of actions unfolded with grace, leaving the HQ mid laner momentarily stunned as Ziggs' lifeless body collapsed to the ground. Not only that, but the enemy soon pushed the wave into the turret, causing significant damage. This wave would undeniably inflict substantial losses. Ziggs would suffer the loss of at least 2.5 waves. Damn it! AHQ's team erupted in frustration, resorting to their local dialect in their exasperation. Chapter 95 directly pointed out this Ryze is utterly useless, Faker remarked calmly as he sat in the training room, his fingers gently tapping the desk. The other team members nodded in agreement. As professional players, they could clearly discern the disparity between the two sides. The marksman was significantly ahead in level, allowing him to exert a greater influence on the battlefield. Furthermore, his mobility was exceptionally high, which was of paramount importance. The opposing team lacked any champions capable of engaging swiftly, rendering it nearly impossible to eliminate the marksman. We can't contend with this marksman, the HQ jungler lamented. The selection of Amumu had already placed an immense burden on the team. In casual matches, the pick rate of the Sad Mummy was quite low, as this champion, while capable of initiating team fights, offered little in terms of gameplay enjoyment. Players favored champions like Lee Sin, Master Yi, and Xian Zhao. After witnessing Amumu's struggles, many silver-ranked players began to voice their frustrations, suggesting that it would be better to select a Master Yi to charge in and wreak havoc. Upon hearing this, some players in the game began to chuckle. Master Yi, that bumbling champion, will just be waiting to be pummeled on the competitive stage. The two sides exchanged insults for a while, with many players only playing Master Yi, relishing the thrill of his kills. He required minimal skill. One merely needed to engage at the right moment. Once his Highlander was activated, a swift alpha strike followed, delivering devastating blows. Compared to other junglers, this champion's mechanics had been simplified to a considerable extent. However, this simplification came at a cost, as it meant weaknesses in other areas. If Master Yi were to be controlled, he would become an exceedingly vulnerable character, lacking the durability of other fighters. Feng was currently enjoying himself. No one could hinder his performance as he began to drift towards the bottom lane. The duo of Kog'Maw and Lulu had learned their lesson, keeping the minion wave in the middle lane to guard against the enemy jungler's ambush. Meanwhile, the opposing Caitlyn was cautiously calculating her distance to avoid excessive damage. At that moment, the game-changer appeared. Like a comet, Feng charged directly at Kog'Maw. He unleashed his W and Q without hesitation, with Caitlyn quickly following up with her damage. Feng had his own calculations. He had detected the enemy jungler's position and knew he could not support the bottom lane in the short term. The mid lane Ryze was unable to reach this location, and Feng was merely trading health, as he intended to return home soon. Seeing his health dwindle, Kog'Maw's desire to kill surged. That mid laner is playing far too recklessly. I must eliminate him. Kog'Maw became overly eager. Once ambition overtakes reason, it exposes one's vulnerabilities. Caitlyn, maintaining her distance, laid a trap. Snap! Kog'Maw, oblivious, stepped into the trap, allowing Feng to escape with his low health. Before departing, the marksman executed a taunt, accompanied by a mocking laugh. How infuriating! The AHQ ADC fumed, realizing he was on the verge of securing a kill, only to find himself immobilized. To make matters worse, Caitlyn's combo hit him as well. After Kog'Maw triggered the trap, Caitlyn advanced, landing a headshot followed by her E ability, and with a flurry of headshots followed by her Q. Kog'Maw was unable to react in time and was swiftly eliminated. Iboi, that was an impressive display, PDD exclaimed excitedly. His fundamentals are indeed solid. The execution was seamless, showcasing his diligent training. Wang Duo added thoughtfully, consistent effort will never go unnoticed. At critical moments, it will shine through. Without relentless practice, Iboi might have made minor errors that could cost him dearly. Indeed, Feng remarked, pleased with the impressive play in the bottom lane. Iboi beamed, while the opposing Lulu had retreated to the safety of the turret, fearing for her own survival. This is becoming quite difficult, the jungler Amumu began to complain, feeling frustrated as his teammates struggled to gain ground while he was being harassed in the jungle. Not only are we unable to obtain assistance, but we also cannot stabilize the minion waves, which is disheartening for the jungler. Kog'Maw, feeling anxious, began to voice his concerns. Upon hearing his complaints, the Amumu player felt a surge of irritation. However, recognizing the importance of the crucial match, he suppressed his discontent, forcing himself to remain calm and continue farming. At that moment, the ADC chimed in again. It was your miscommunication earlier that led to our demise. Otherwise, the Kazakhs would never have killed us. His words ignited the jungler's anger. What do you mean by that? It's common for mistakes to occur during matches. Your vision was lacking as well. As the team began to bicker, the overall morale plummeted. There's no need to waste words. Let us just surrender. The mid lane Ryze sighed wearily. Since we cannot gain an advantage, prolonging this only subjects us to further torment. It would be better to concede. At this point in the League of Legends professional league, players were allowed to surrender, although all rules would change by the end of the year. The remainder of the match felt rather futile, as HQ seemed to be playing passively, unable to mount any effective counterattacks. They allowed the opponents to invade their jungle and seize more resources. As the game reached the 20-minute mark, HQ promptly conceded defeat. With a sense of relief, the HQ mid laner watched as their base crystal slowly exploded. The previous match had been excruciating, with the marksman proving to be elusive. We must ban this marksman, otherwise, we will have no chance, the HQ mid laner said, feeling a twinge of dread about the upcoming matches. His mood grew increasingly heavy as he contemplated the 2 games ahead. Chapter 96, Surrender and Perseverance for Professional Teams. Morale holds immense significance. When players endure relentless trials during a match, their mindset inevitably falters. Conversely, when they are in high spirits, their performance naturally flourishes. It follows that competing under oppressive emotions will prevent them from executing remarkable maneuvers. Upon witnessing the word surrender, PDD immediately contemplated this outcome. Observing their attitude towards the match, it was evident they were inclined to abandon their efforts and should instead focus on adjusting their mindset for the next endeavor. Having been a professional himself, he understood the nuances of mental recalibration. Wang Duo, however, was somewhat naive in his idealism, abruptly turning to PDD and questioning, "How can one simply surrender?" The audience, who have invested both time and resources to witness this match, would find such an act a blatant waste. This assertion, born of a seemingly educated perspective, resonated with many. PDD chuckled inwardly. He initially intended to counter the statement, but soon deemed it unnecessary. It was his first experience witnessing a commentator actively attempt to influence player dynamics. Rumor had it that this individual previously commented on lower-tier leagues, which might explain his lack of relevant experience, leading to such a simplistic error. Many in the audience sympathized with PDD's sentiments. In the course of ranked play, it is common to encounter players who negatively affect the team's morale, frequently calling for a surrender at the slightest setback. Memories of being dominated by opponents flooded back, prompting a collective outcry against surrendering. The notion of surrender was fundamentally unscientific. True warriors should fight until the end. If one is already contemplating surrender, why embark on such an unpleasant journey? Surely, playing casual games from the comfort of one's bed would be far more enjoyable. Wang Duo, noticing the support for his views, could not help but smile. PDD, unable to endure the unfolding situation, spoke slowly. In reality, this is a tactical decision. Just as Wang Duo was about to voice a rebuttal, PDD continued, "Momentum wanes. The first surge leads to decline, and further efforts may exhaust one completely. Though I may have only graduated elementary school, I grasp the principle." PDD articulated earnestly that surrendering now would lead to a sense of relaxation, which, while perhaps unkind to the paying audience, was indeed a tactical maneuver. Wang Duo yearned to retort, but restrained himself, as the producer was urging him to remain silent. Player performance hinges on their immediate state. Prolonging a match they are destined to lose will only extinguish their fighting spirit. By conceding this match, they could position themselves to secure victory in the next. PD's earnestness silenced many listeners, for the truth of his words resonated deeply. Surrendering is often conflated with a negative attitude towards the game. Yet, upon introspection, one must ask, do we truly wish to surrender merely to hand over kills? League of Legends is fundamentally a team-based game, reliant on cooperation to achieve victory. However, within that process, one encounters numerous unforeseen circumstances, players exploiting lesser-skilled opponents, unrelenting assaults from smurf accounts, and the like. For an average player, is it meaningful to persist against relentless slaughter? Should teammates bear the burden of someone who has abandoned their responsibilities, whether due to truancy or other distractions? The challenges of connectivity issues, cheating, and personal disputes leading to players leaving the game add to the complexity. If the persistence is devoid of purpose, it may be wiser to concede entirely. In League of Legends, true alliances are formed through valor. If one party falters for any reason, it is unjust to subject the remaining teammates to undue suffering. Refusing to surrender should not be a matter of faith. An individual's beliefs ought not to impose pain upon others. Of course, if a player's lack of skill is the issue, it may be beneficial to endure, as this fosters technical growth and resilience. Yet, given the multitude of concurrent matches, unexpected events are a common occurrence. PDD aimed to convey that rigid adherence to a singular principle was misguided. Many listeners felt a sense of reflection. Yet others continued to deride players from the Taiwan region for their inability to accept defeat. Engaging in rational discourse with such mindless critics is akin to dragging one's intellect through the mud. Even mentioning strategy may fall on deaf ears. Given the prevailing circumstances, why not acquiesce to their perspective? Wang Duo faced a verbal onslaught through his earpiece as the producer fiercely reprimanded him. As a live commentator, how could he provoke conflict between players and their fans? Currently, EDG's members held the upper hand, yet they must not instigate confrontations with HQ's team. Victory should be achieved with grace. Triumphing over opponents is sufficient, rendering any unnecessary condemnation superfluous. Wang Duo recognized the lesson he had learned on his debut as a professional commentator. He was merely there to provide entertainment. The moral dilemmas beyond the game did not warrant his intervention. PDD's restraint in refraining from mocking him was, in itself, a testament to his goodwill. Had a more temperamental player been present, the situation could have escalated embarrassingly. Meanwhile, the mid laner of HQ was plagued by despair at the opponent's gameplay. He was no novice. Rather, He possessed remarkable talent within his small community. If the champion Ezreal could be played effectively, so too could others. Contemplating this, despair welled within him. The bottom lane must ensure proper vision to prevent the enemy jungler from seizing opportunities. The jungler, Amumu, relentlessly reiterated this point. But his words misled the bottom lane rather than guiding them. Indeed, the bottom lane's defense faltered, yet his remarks were also a means to deflect blame. Despite mocking their opponents before the match, they were swiftly met with retribution. After the first game, it was they who surrendered. Exhaustion permeated the atmosphere, and no one wished to speak further. Eboi, however, radiated excitement at having forced the enemy to concede, indicating their overwhelming momentum. The team as captain maintained a stoic demeanor, concealing his elation. Let us maintain this rhythm and strive to secure victory decisively. Feng stated earnestly. Chapter 97. Eating the stool raw at present. EDG's momentum is unstoppable, rendering their opponents utterly defenseless. The faces of the rival team members, filled with mockery before the match, bring a sense of vindication to the hearts of the players. However, it is imperative that they do not become complacent. A serious attitude is required. As the elder statesman of the team, it is necessary for the captain to impart this wisdom. The bottom lane duo still exhibits a degree of naivety. One glance at Eboi's expression makes it evident that he must be calmed down. Upon hearing this, Eboi's smile abruptly vanished. Indeed, humility and composure are paramount for optimal performance. Having secured an auspicious start, it would be a pity to let pride lead to their downfall. The HQ team is prepared. Their recent surrender was a strategic move to recalibrate their mindset. The mid lane smite strategy has gained popularity, with many players adopting it after witnessing this match. Numerous players across various lanes have taken to this approach. If they cannot outplay their opponents, they join this trend. No one is truly a slave to the meta, yet paradoxically, everyone may find themselves adhering to it. Nevertheless, this strategy offers substantial enjoyment, as it allows players to rapidly develop by utilizing the characteristics of the jungle, making it easier to dominate the lane. Few would turn down such an opportunity. Feng had already foreseen the outcome of this match. He knew that the designers would be burdened with overtime work, adding several accolades to his name. Many game editors have begun crafting articles, embellishing them with flashy titles to boost their readership. One of the great merits of League of Legends is the high level of discussion among players. Compared to other games, League players seem particularly fond of dissecting strategies. The interplay between various champions and their unique mechanics often sparks innovative ideas. Whenever new techniques emerge, a plethora of players rush to emulate them, be it Lee Sin's Dragon Kick, Riven's Lightning Q, Yasuo's Wind Wall, or Zed's Death Mark. Before these maneuvers were unveiled, few could have imagined the potential of these champions. Yet once they are demonstrated, they garner widespread admiration. In this vibrant atmosphere, the sense of community among players intensifies, fostering the game's continued development. Feng, with an air of tranquility, observes the screen, having already decided which champion to play next. Given that the smite strategy has been successfully implemented, he plans to unleash an even more ferocious storm. While the likes of Ezreal and Varus are certain to be banned, he has already concocted alternative plans. Brother Yi, what champion do you intend to play next? Eboi inquired cautiously. Feng responded with an enigmatic smile, nodding then shaking his head. Why ask so many questions? You'll find out in due time. PDD, seated in the commentary booth, suddenly interjected, let us play a guessing game. What champion do you think Wisdom will select next? Varus and Ezreal are undoubtedly off the table. Consider other options. The vast audience began to exercise their imaginations. Katarina. Wisdom's Katarina is exceptional. He one team missed this opportunity. Nonsense. I believe he will choose LeBlanc. Many mid laners excel with that champion. Just then, one individual chuckled. Anything is possible, but it's certainly 1TB Tom Kench. If he picks that champion, I'll eat my stool right here. Hearing this, nearby players erupted in laughter, playfully teasing. I'm genuinely looking forward to seeing him choose Yasuo. Then we might witness him literally eat the stool. The teams have commenced the ban pick phase. The second match is crucial. Should HQ lose, they would face a dire situation in the most pivotal match. However, if they win this game, they can at least stabilize their morale. Once they regain their form, victory will not elude them. Conversely, losing this match would leave them with no recourse. When one stands on the precipice, even their legs may falter. The same principle applies in the arena. When players find themselves cornered, their performance may significantly diminish. Whenever a reverse sweep occurs, it elicits collective astonishment. For executing such a feat requires not only exceptional skill, but also remarkable mental fortitude. Similarly, facing a comeback after winning 2 consecutive matches inflicts a substantial psychological blow on the initially dominant team. Their opponents are merely toying with them. PDD's remarks hold true. With Varus and Ezreal removed from contention, HQ decisively banned them. Allowing those two champions to remain would only invite unnecessary trouble. Feng possesses a unique knack for identifying systemic flaws and leveraging them to secure victories. Yet such matches often provide ample entertainment. Spectators come to witness the thrill of competition, and with such a splendid opportunity at hand, they are reluctant to squander the chance for observation. The first pick belongs to the opposing mid laner, who hesitates momentarily before locking in LeBlanc. The Black Rose shall bloom once more. This champion has exhibited remarkable prowess in recent years, with her high damage output consistently leaving audiences in awe. Faker's mastery of LeBlanc is legendary, earning him the title of the undefeated LeBlanc. The HQ mid laner's selection elevates the atmosphere to new heights. Typically, only those with a success or perish mindset dare to choose such a champion. Assassins differ from other positions. While a tank can afford to meander, an assassin must exert full effort. The stakes are high. It's a matter of life or death. The selection of LeBlanc signifies that HQ's mid laner is feeling the pressure. Isn't that obvious? They discuss among themselves. Upon witnessing the selection of this champion, Feng's lips curled into a subtle, knowing smile. As it is now his turn to choose a champion, he seems to hear the ethereal notes of a flute, a male voice resounding. Death is like the wind. It shall always accompany me. The figure of Yasuo materializes on Wisdom's screen, igniting the entire arena. The joyous wind blade possesses a legion of fans worldwide. The individual who jokingly mentioned eating the stool now sports a face flushed with embarrassment. Who could have anticipated that he would genuinely select this champion? Chapter 98. The Icebound Tom. This is quite intense. Wang Duo pondered for a long time before finally articulating such a thought. Although he was not the first to utilize the Swift Blade Master on the battlefield, the frequency of this hero's appearance is relatively low. Especially in the current meta dominated by functional mages, selecting a swordsman seems rather impractical. However, Wisdom distinguishes himself from typical mid laners. He consistently introduces innovative strategies. The Deceptive Trickster, while capable of countering the Blade Master, largely depends on execution. Compared to other mid lane mage assassins, the Trickster is notably more manageable, as PDD candidly stated. If the opposing team selects a Little Fishman, Yasuo would find himself in an even more precarious position. The Fishman is a natural counter to Yasuo, especially once he learns his ultimate, rendering the latter vulnerable without requiring exceptional skill to dismantle him. During this Season 5 of League of Legends, the command of the Thunder Lord can yield significant damage. Typically, once Yasuo is struck by the thunder, his demise is imminent. Although his character model is undeniably stylish, the hero cannot be deemed particularly powerful. Many players are drawn to him primarily for his aesthetic appeal. Moreover, his E-ability offers a delightful experience, allowing him to dart through minions. Even when facing relentless assaults from opponents, one can still relish the joy this champion brings. In the top lane, Tong Yang also seized an advantage, promptly selecting Renekton. Upon witnessing Renekton's emergence, the opponent chose the Gragas. Brothers in love and conflict, PDD chuckled. Who would have thought they would pit Renekton against Gragas? Within the lore of League of Legends, these two are kin. However, due to a series of unfortunate events, misunderstandings have turned them into bitter foes. Yet, fate has intertwined their destinies, as they share the same blood but find themselves at odds. Fans enjoy the banter surrounding brotherly rivalries, and seeing this matchup unfold naturally sparked much discussion. HQ demonstrated remarkable cunning by capitalizing on their opponent's choices. The fervor of the jungler, known as Factory Director, lasted only for a single match, as he opted for the Pig Girl once again. His previous attempt with the Mantis had little impact. Despite a flashy gank, he was virtually absent during the later team fights. Altering one's gameplay style is not an easy feat, and given that Feng was evidently in fine form, choosing Pig Girl for a more laid-back approach seemed quite reasonable. The opposing jungler swiftly adjusted his strategy. After the Amumu's previous performance, which left him feeling inadequate, he aimed to regain his footing by selecting Graves. The unforgiven Cannoneer is no joke. When faced with a direct confrontation, he can unleash devastating damage. Factory Director leaned towards the herbivorous jungler style, as PDD pointed out. This statement was meant to leave an impression on the audience. Should Factory Director falter in future games, they might find it easier to forgive him, given the typically passive nature of a herbivorous jungler. Nevertheless, in mid to late game team fights, Pig Girl's contribution becomes significantly more pronounced, capable of initiating engagements while providing reliable crowd control. Sejuani remains an underutilized choice, particularly in casual matches. Eboi, Having witnessed Yi Feng's impressive performance with the Explorer in the previous game, decided to showcase this star champion as well. Are you playing the Explorer this match? Yi Feng mused, suspecting his opponent might also bring a smite. Yes, going for a classic Explorer build, Yi promptly replied. Xiaoming contemplated for a moment before ultimately choosing the Dawn Goddess. As a premier tank support, her initiation capabilities are unquestionable, but she relies heavily on the ADC to deal damage. If the Explorer remains passive, Xiaoming could find himself in a precarious position. Having played numerous matches together, the synergy between the two had developed, leading to this joint decision. The opposing bottom lane featured the Icebound Tom. Tom is quite capable. This strategy offers substantial protective potential. Wang Duo analyzed. Tom's early landing can be quite vexing, with his slow and W crits causing considerable harassment. However, he does have weaknesses, particularly his lack of mobility. As a novice ADC, the Icebound champion remains rather traditional. His slow abilities are formidable, but his escape options are limited. When faced with aggressive opponents, he can be swiftly overwhelmed without proper support. A champion like Mantis can easily turn the Icebound screen to gray in a mere moment. As the saying goes, every gain comes with a loss. In the mid to late game, the Icebound's offensive capabilities are exceptional. In a conventional attack speed and critical strike build, the Icebound excels in the later stages. The choice of Tom is rooted in this reasoning. Should any perilous situations arise, Tom can promptly devour an ally to shield them. Furthermore, Tom possesses a white shield to absorb damage, and his ultimate can provide excellent support, depending on how both teams utilize their champions. This match presents the mid and top lanes as potential breakthroughs. Achieving a significant advantage in the bottom lane will be quite challenging. The Explorer's agility and the Dawn Goddess's crowd control make it difficult to eliminate the opponent outright. Typically, such bottom lanes engage in a mutual nurturing of their growth. If neither side initiates combat, little progress can be made. For Yi, this is precisely the developmental state he desires. The Explorer's itemization phase arrives earlier than the Icebound's, thanks to the presence of the magic cut, allowing him to transcend the Icebound's build. Not only can he deliver substantial damage, but he also possesses a degree of durability, making it nearly impossible for the enemy team to eliminate him in an instant, unless the deceptive trickster becomes excessively fed. Now, all eyes are on how both teams perform in this second match. Should EDG triumph, they will set their sights on the finals. Wang Duo stood up in excitement, exclaiming from the commentary booth. The audience was equally thrilled, and his enthusiasm was palpable. After both coaches exchanged pleasantries, the match officially transitioned to the loading screen. The jungler need not always focus on the bottom lane. We won't ignite much spark down there, Xiaoming stated immediately. Factory director glanced at both team compositions, feeling somewhat vexed. The challenge of a pig girl attempting to capture the Icebound Tom is indeed formidable. Chapter 99. Following suit, do not fret about the mid lane. I shall seize any opportunity to assist you, the gunner pledged with unwavering conviction. Do keep an eye on their top lane as well. The crocodile is a dominant force in the lane, the illusionist promptly reminded. The jungler from HQ nodded, fully aware of the situation at hand. Welcome to League of Legends. The enemy forces will arrive at the battlefield in 30 seconds. Please prepare yourselves. All troops advance. Neither side opted for an early skirmish, as it is typically commonplace in professional matches. However, for a team like EDG, known for their conservative playstyle, engaging in such tactics was not their preference. The bottom lane displayed a lack of confidence, while the jungler remained overly cautious. It was implausible for the mid lane to confront 5 adversaries at level 1. No one could accomplish such a feat. They were assigned to the red side, positioned in the upper half of the map. Yasuo made his way to the mid lane, standing at the intersection of the two paths. Suddenly, he leaned against an invisible object and produced a flute from behind, playing it softly. Wow! Wisdom has already begun to taunt, Wang Duo exclaimed. The audience erupted in excitement as the Wind Swordmaster's iconic flute-playing animation captivated them. This was the exhilarating atmosphere they craved. Observing professional players smiling and embracing each other after a loss often felt disingenuous. The arena was a battleground for survival. It was about eliminating the opponent within the allotted time, rendering them utterly defeated at the cost of their own suffering. The phrase friendship first was but a fallacy. If true camaraderie were the goal, then why compete at all? Wouldn't it be better for the most amicable to simply claim the championship? The illusionist seethed internally but forced himself to maintain composure. Was this behavior from the opponent considered a negative approach to the game, or merely playful banter? In the previous match, he had suffered a humiliating defeat. Should he repeat that fate, he would find no opportunity for redemption. Indeed, Yasuo has chosen to take smite. PDD remarked pensively. Wisdom was resolute in his intention to create chaos, and no one could deter him. The minion waves collided. The Wind Sword Master swiftly engaged his Q ability to farm, eager to stack his fury and chip away at the enemy. The illusionist, relying on his extended reach, sought to inflict damage, yet Yi Feng's movements were cunning. His positioning was as if scripted. Whenever the opponent felt the urge to strike, the Wind Sword Master would retreat effortlessly. What on earth is happening? The illusionist pondered, a massive question mark looming in his mind. The opponent's movements were indeed absurd, skillfully evading basic attacks. As he turned to last-hit minions, the Wind Sword Master approached, continuing to use Q to harass. A fury was formed in the enemy's hands. The illusionist attempted to dodge the fury with his superior positioning, confident in his skills, having already reached a professional level. Yasuo's fury was relatively easy to evade due to its high delay. Yet, as he watched the fury approach, the Wind Sword Master collided with it in plain sight. Haha! Laughter erupted from the audience. Given the popularity of the Wind Sword Master, such occurrences were met with delight. The illusionist was indeed struggling. He failed to evade Yasuo's Q ability, questioning his own competence while being criticized by keyboard warriors. Yet, it must be said, Yasuo's Q was not particularly difficult to dodge. The illusionist was momentarily baffled. How had he failed to avoid it? The opponent had claimed the first minion and reached level 2. The Wind Sword Master darted between the small screens, approaching the illusionist and executing an EQ combo before retreating. He seized a free opportunity, merely depleting his passive, yet Yi Feng felt satisfied. He resumed farming, repeating the same strategy that had just begun to unfold. Once the second wave of minions was cleared, Yi Feng vanished from the illusionist's sight. However, this time his target was not the F6. The opponent had started with the red buff, making it unlikely for him to secure the large bird. Instead, he aimed for his own jungle creatures. Prior to the match, he had informed the coach of his plans, who readily agreed. Despite their not-so-amicable relationship, both players desired victory. The pig sister was evidently geared for the mid-to-late game. Releasing a set of 6 birds was not a significant concern. Yi Feng joyfully devoured his large bird, propelling himself to level 3. After finishing off a wave of minions, he swiftly reached level 4. His level advantage was secured, and his passive was ready once more. Without hesitation, he charged toward the minions before launching an assault on the illusionist. The demonic chain was skillfully evaded by his nimble movements. Seeing his E-ability miss, the illusionist immediately abandoned any intent to engage. As his highest single-target damage skill, a missed chain meant a futile confrontation. Yasuo expressed his eagerness to continue the fight. The illusionist promptly unleashed his ultimate, but did not flee, yet Yasuo still connected with his E-ability. How did he catch up again? The HQ mid laner felt increasingly distressed. The second Q struck him, reducing his health by half. Now, he contemplated whether to use his flash. Yasuo's ability to stick to opponents was formidable. If he WD back, it would place him amidst enemy minions. Minion damage was substantial in the early game, and any hero entering that fray would undoubtedly suffer significant harm. The W route was now blocked, leaving only flash as an escape option. Yet, upon seeing the proximity of the turret, the illusionist hesitated. Yasuo relentlessly attacked. Boom. The illusionist's passive was triggered, and a clone darted in the opposite direction. Phew. A fury formed in Yasuo's hands as he prepared to unleash his third Q ability. The illusionist, witnessing his health plummet to a mere 10, ultimately used his flash. At that moment, Yasuo's fury struck true, followed by a basic attack for the finishing blow. Sizzle. An invisible flame ignited upon the illusionist, who realized he was left with only 50 health points, his heart sinking into despair. A green glow enveloped him, battling against the flames. Yet, the illusionist knew all too well that with such low health and ignite applied, his demise was inevitable. Moreover, ignite's damage scaled with level. The higher the level, the greater the damage. Yasuo was already level 4, and survival was not an option. Chapter 100. Fratricide. The first blood ultimately fell into Yi Feng's hands. The black rose of Noxus withered amidst the flames, her form collapsing helplessly to the ground. You should have used flash earlier, the jungler thought. Having observed the mid lane's maneuvers throughout, he had long wished to offer a word of caution. Yet, in that critical moment, he refrained from speaking too much, fearing it might agitate the LeBlanc. Indeed, this was my oversight, the mid laner promptly apologized. In truth, the teammates felt little dismay. Rather, it was the LMS region's audience who simmered with indignation. What on earth was this mid laner doing? This was the second match in which he had gifted first blood. A viewer from the Taiwan region commented on Twitch, voicing his support for their own teams, hoping for commendable results. However, the emergence of such a liability incited their collective fury. Some even suggested that the Flash Wolves should take to the stage instead, as their performance at the World Championship had been notably impressive. After securing first blood, Feng cleared the wave of minions before turning his attention to the jungle. Given the current timing, he surmised that the enemy jungler had yet to claim the river crab. This notion propelled him boldly toward the upper jungle. And upon noticing the mid laner approaching, the piglet promptly followed suit. The opposing Graves was engaged in battle with the river crab, although challenging to defeat. Its substantial health and the bounty it offered made it a worthwhile endeavor. The river crab could potentially provide a crucial speed boost, often saving a teammate's life. However, at that moment, he noticed the swift swordsman approaching. The Yasuo strode confidently in front of Graves, assessing the crab's health before utilizing his smite to claim it. Having just finished his blue buff, Graves was devoid of his own smite. Typically, players do not retain their level 1 smite, unable to employ it against enemy champions, thus missing the opportunity. Hence, during the early jungle clears, players aim to utilize smite to expedite their progress. Furthermore, the damage dealt by jungle monsters is significant in the early game. Without smite, one could find themselves in dire straits. Graves felt as if he had swallowed a dead fly. As a jungler, his river crab had been snatched away by the enemy mid laner, leaving him aggrieved. Unable to tolerate this indignity any longer, he disregarded Yasuo's level advantage and charged in recklessly. Despite his lower level, Graves' passive ability was formidable, and with the added armor from his E-skill, he felt little concern for the swift swordsman. I'll engage him, after all. The two in the top lane are busy fighting each other, he thought, dismissing any apprehension. As their health bars exchanged blows, Graves was convinced he could eliminate this detestable foe. Should he succeed in slaying Feng, not only would he rectify his earlier blunder, but he would also assist in pushing the mid lane. This plan appeared promising, yet it hinged on his ability to kill Feng. Dreams are often splendid, yet reality frequently delivers a harsh slap to the dreamer. From a god's eye view, Graves was already on a path to self-destruction. The coach wondered, what on earth is this Graves thinking? Is he not wary of the enemy jungler? PDD was left astounded. It seems that those embroiled in the heat of battle often fail to foresee the enemy's strategies. Even the erudite Wang Duo found himself at a loss for words. This could hardly be deemed a mere misjudgment, but rather a complete loss of discernment. The enemy had commenced at blue buff, and at this juncture, it was evident they would have reached the red side. With their mid laner already dispatched, there was no reason for the enemy jungler not to arrive. Yet Graves stubbornly believed he could secure a kill. As Yasuo's health dwindled to 30, his murderous intent intensified. The piglet, riding in slowly, unleashed its chains, capturing Graves in an instant. Damn it! The HU jungler was drenched in cold sweat, realizing he had been duped. The enemy was in the jungle while he was merely awaiting his demise. LeBlanc had just revived, witnessing the jungler's live performance, leaving her utterly speechless. She fervently prayed that this kill would not be awarded to Feng. Otherwise, the enemy would be equipped with a fervor and she would stand no chance. Feng continued his assault, a tempest striking Graves decisively. Ultimately, the message of Yasuo's victory over Graves reverberated through everyone's screens. LeBlanc felt darkness envelop her, her grip on the mouse weakening. Just minutes into the match, the enemy had amassed a significant economic lead. What could she possibly achieve now? This match is going to be exceedingly difficult, she lamented. Yasuo chose to return home, arming himself with fresh equipment to continue his onslaught. The upper lane was equally exhilarating. Although the crocodile was technically the junior opponent, he fought with the ferocity of a father. His W landed squarely on the head of the enemy, and before the latter could apply their debuff, his empowered Q struck out. The enemy's health plummeted, leaving them in despair. Fratricide, the enemy champion, was a late-game powerhouse, and their early game was simplified to stacking damage through Q skill. Assessing a player's prowess with this champion hinges on their ability to maintain stability in the early game. If they endure without faltering, the late-game prowess of this champion can be formidable. A year prior, in a different version, this champion could single-handedly turn the tide of battle. However, after adjustments to damage and subsequent patches, their priority diminished, yet they remained a late-game titan in casual matches. The HQ top laner underestimated Tong Yang's capabilities. He believed he could withstand the pressure, but that was not the case. As another wave of skills became available, the crocodile surged forward. He had no concern for mana consumption and thus felt confident. Rooted in place, the enemy champion endured the onslaught. Yet this time, they could not withstand the damage dealt. The empowered Q struck once more, coupled with the dual E damage, and the enemy was swiftly dispatched. Tong Yang is magnificent, PDD exclaimed from the commentary booth. As a former professional top laner, witnessing such a splendid solo kill left him exhilarated. The younger brother triumphing over the elder was indeed a sight to behold. A true testament to fratricide. Wang Duo echoed this sentiment. Chapter 101. The double kill of the pushed lane. Yasuo was in a state of sheer bliss. This champion could create delightful scenarios even when facing adversity. When things were going well, the joy was exponentially greater. Economically, he had suppressed the enemy's LeBlanc, and as long as he remained close to her, he could unleash devastating critical damage. Yasuo's passive ability supported this playstyle. After all, critical hits doubled. Why not take advantage of it? Feng showed no restraint. He understood what the audience wished to see and was more than willing to deliver by thoroughly engaging the opposing mid laner. He weaved through the minion waves, each gust of wind delivering significant damage. LeBlanc found herself in a dire predicament. The only option left to her was to request assistance from her jungler. Graves, help me push this wave. Once I reach level 6, I can roam and secure some advantages. HQ quickly articulated. His strategic thinking was sound. Engaging in a direct confrontation with the enemy mid laner was futile, as he was already at a disadvantage. To gain an upper hand, he would need to execute more intricate maneuvers. However, challenging Feng in terms of skill was tantamount to courting disaster. If he were truly adept, he would not be in such a precarious situation. Thus, a change in strategy was essential. He needed to adopt a roaming approach. Indeed, one must choose the softest persimmon to squeeze. If he could assist elsewhere, perhaps he could salvage some benefits. Remaining in the mid lane would surely lead to a humiliating demise. Professional players are remarkably adept at adapting. They have encountered similarly bleak circumstances before. Having played numerous matches daily, they are well versed in handling such predicaments. Graves, without hesitation, responded to the mid laner's call for help. LeBlanc, having accumulated experience in gold, had reached level 6, while she remained at a mere level 4. This disparity left her pondering the unfortunate turn of events. This was not the first time they had faced such a situation. For them, dying once was hardly a calamity, but falling behind in levels was particularly disheartening. As the game progressed, leveling up required substantial experience, making it exceedingly difficult to secure a solo kill against an opponent with a 2-level advantage, unless one played an exceptionally overpowering champion. Champions like Mastery, known for their ferocity, could still dominate even with a 4-level deficit, provided they had the right equipment. However, LeBlanc was not among them. Her inherent attributes dictated her fate. Receiving assistance from mid lane would only provide temporary relief, failing to address the root of the problem. If she could not secure significant resources for development, she would inevitably suffer severe suppression from the enemy. Feng had to exercise patience, with the enemy jungler approaching. Any attempt to force an engagement would surely result in his demise, PDD remarked. His confidence stemmed from past experiences. In his memory, no one had successfully executed a forced 2-on-1 confrontation. While the enemy's equipment might be formidable enough to allow for exceptional plays, it seemed they had not yet reached that point. Feng was eager to prove himself, and thus, he began to make his move. As Wisdom sought to execute his strategy, the situation on the field took a turn for the worse. Graves found it rather peculiar that the enemy Yasuo did not retreat. Is this guy out of his mind? He's not even backing off, Graves chuckled. LeBlanc's eyes burned with intent. The enemy had claimed first blood in both matches, and she was the one who had fallen. If she could exact revenge now, it would at least bring her some solace. In an instant, LeBlanc's shadow vanished, propelling her forward. The enemy's passive was shattered, and her chains extended outward. Just then, Feng swiftly maneuvered onto another minion, demonstrating the true essence of his ability. His Q ability struck LeBlanc once more, and he began stacking up his wins. Graves launched his smoke bomb, only to find it evaded by LeBlanc's skill. Wow, this Yasuo is slicker than an eel, someone exclaimed from the audience. It was evident he was an experienced player. His use of E was impressively fluid, dodging all of the enemy's skills. Yasuo felt a surge of adrenaline. In critical moments like this, he could unleash exhilarating maneuvers. Graves, utterly infuriated, found all his skills evaded and swiftly closed the distance to Yasuo, engaging him in a duel. Remembering the earlier encounter with the enemy jungler, he seethed with frustration. I refuse to believe we can't take you down with 2 of us. This must be a fluke. The Graves player fumed. Hasaki, a familiar voice rang out, and a massive gust of wind was unleashed from his hands. Both Graves and LeBlanc were propelled into the air, experiencing a sensation akin to riding the clouds. An eerie incantation escaped the lips of the Wind Sword Master as he vanished from sight, traversing the air above. LeBlanc watched her health plummet to a mere 30. Upon landing, the enemy's Q ability struck her once again, followed by a relentless barrage of auto attacks. A critical hit landed, erupting in red, causing her to shudder. I need to get out of here, HQ's mid laner thought desperately. However, Another Q ability was unleashed, sealing her fate. Graves felt as though he was losing face. He had come to assist in pushing the lane, yet he had never heard of someone being killed while doing so. Regardless, today he would certainly suffer humiliation. After Yasuo dispatched his counterpart, he continued to weave through the minions. His intentions were crystal clear. He sought both the kill and the minions. This was far from a professional match. It felt more akin to toying with lower-tier players. Another Q ability was unleashed, and a new wind began to brew. If Graves did not flee now, he would miss his chance. It truly feels like playing against bots. Wisdom is simply too powerful, PDD remarked, somewhat indiscriminately likening him to a bot. Graves resolved to stand his ground, and he was subsequently struck by Yasuo's wind. After being knocked airborne, the enemy had a window to unleash their damage. As he watched his health deplete, Graves felt a chilling silence envelop him. The bottom lane, Tom Kinch and Ashe looked on in disbelief. They had stabilized their lane, yet the mid and jungle were spiraling out of control. To make matters worse, the top lane was also suffering, having already been killed once. This is over, Ashe lamented helplessly. Chapter 102. Mutual Blame. Eboi was beaming with joy. He had initially planned to put forth significant effort in the bot lane, but to his surprise, Brother Yi had already resolved the issues at hand. PDD sat in the commentary booth, somewhat dazed, slowly uttering. This is akin to a ranked match being played by a smurf. The two sides are simply not on the same level. HQ is destined to lose this match. His words were not exaggerated. The Wind Sword Master, upon returning home, had vastly enriched his arsenal. Moreover, the jungler capitalized on this moment and swiftly secured the first dragon. With the opposing jungler eliminated, he was free to execute his strategy without restraint. The pressure on the dog-headed champion was immense. He longed to summon the jungler for assistance, but the mid laner had already made his intentions known, leaving him with no choice but to remain silent. The outcome was a double kill in the mid lane, and he found himself rendered ineffective. It was only natural for the Frost Archer to voice her complaints. They were meticulously nurturing their lane, calculating every minion's gain and loss, only to witness their mid lane being taken down by a single adversary. The average player would have crumbled under such pressure. In a casual match, the bot lane would have likely begun to hurl insults. Yasuo, a champion who grows stronger against weaker foes, becomes an insufferable presence in the late game once fully equipped. The critical hits are no jest, particularly against squishy champions. If the Frost Archer were to find herself in close quarters with Yasuo, her demise would be all but assured. The critical hits would rain down upon her, while his wind wall could easily deflect incoming damage. She simply could not hope to engage him on equal footing. The domestic audience erupted with excitement, eagerly craving this exhilarating display of solo kills. The players from the Taiwan region had been overly arrogant, taunting their opponents before the match, only to now find themselves on the receiving end of a resounding defeat. The satisfaction was palpable. Abu, watching from the sidelines, was thoroughly entertained. He logged into his Weibo account to find a multitude of supportive messages flooding in. This was precisely the reaction desired. A match needs its ebbs and flows. If everyone were to assume victory was guaranteed, the anticipation would diminish. What the spectators cherished most was the rivalry between the teams, until the final moments. No one could ascertain who would emerge victorious. EDG had streamlined this process. They reduced the struggle and instead forced an advantage through Feng's exceptional gameplay. Yet, the spectacle remained captivating. The Wind Sword Master was consistently stirring up trouble in the mid lane, resulting in a double kill for the opposing jungle and mid. This could easily be edited into a highlight reel. Viewers on the streaming platform flooded the chat with comments. Feng is incredible. He plays like a god. Following this declaration, the chat was inundated with praises for God. Among past professional players, none had ascended to such legendary status purely through their gameplay. While Feng was a rookie mid laner, his every appearance showcased razor-sharp skills. No other mid laner had ever executed mindless solo kills as he did. Even Faker fell prey to his prowess, and being bestowed such a title was no exaggeration. Those who bore grievances against him could simply attempt to take him down in the mid lane. Unbeknownst to Feng, he had already been granted this moniker as he continued to focus intently on the game. The deceptive enchantress proved no match for him. After acquiring the red buff, the opposition lacked the means to contest him. As he relentlessly dismantled the enemy's outer turret, Feng remained vigilant for the jungler's position. His previous success was largely due to his manipulation of the minion wave, with his E ability granting him remarkable agility, allowing him to evade several critical abilities. Had the opposing team's control spells landed upon him without a timely escape, the outcome would have been drastically different. The enchantress's chain could ensnare him, and Graves' smoke screen could obscure her vision. Any misstep could have spelled disaster, yet he eluded capture. The atmosphere in the AHQ camp was steeped in pessimism. Were they destined for another 20-minute surrender? A series of consecutive forfeits would surely invite the wrath of their fans upon their return to the region. After struggling to emerge from the group stage, to falter in the semifinals in such a humiliating manner was beyond the pale for most fans to accept. They did not expect a world championship akin to the Assassins, but they could hardly justify such a dismal performance. The Graves jungler was grinding away in the jungle, internally lamenting, "If I'm heading to assist mid, I must be a fool." While the deceptive Enchantress was not performing poorly, Graves felt that his mid laner had issues. If it weren't for those issues, how could they have been so consistently outplayed in their last 2 matches? Now, without a backup mid laner, he would have already begun to vent his frustrations. Humans seldom consider their own shortcomings, and he had not contemplated that his own misplays and overzealousness had led the team deeper into a disadvantage. The deceptive Enchantress, too, was discontent. Graves was being pressured in the jungle, and from her perspective, this marked a pivotal moment in the match. Had they not secured that kill, Yasuo would have been unable to purchase his critical items, thereby limiting his damage output. A series of events seemed almost predestined. A single domino falling would inevitably trigger a cascading collapse. The entire rhythm of the match was thrown into disarray by the opposing Yasuo, leaving them powerless against this formidable adversary. The deceptive Enchantress struggled to farm effectively, typically relying on Leden's Echo, yet with her current economic state, she couldn't even afford the lost chapter. Her last hitting was severely stifled, and with the enemy securing kills, she began to harbor resentment towards the jungler. At that moment, the opposing pig champion initiated a reverse invasion. Graves and the pig were locked in confrontation, and Graves thought to himself, "This is absurd. A pig has invaded my territory." Yet, he failed to notice the enemy mid laner charging in. The deceptive Enchantress sent out signals, but Graves remained unresponsive, choosing to engage regardless. Another instance of ludicrous gameplay. The Wind Sword Master arrived just in time, landing a precise Q ability to claim the kill. The jungler's lips twitched in frustration. He believed he could secure the kill, only to have it snatched away by this newcomer. "What are you doing? Did you not see the signals I sent?" the deceptive Enchantress exclaimed. The team's voice chat had been relatively quiet, but her outburst resonated like thunder. Each player harbored some latent anger. "What nonsense! If you hadn't been solo killed, would we be in such dire straits?" The mid laner and jungler of HQ began to exchange mutual blame. Chapter 103. The conflict between the mid and jungle. When the match was in their favor, the mid laner roared with enthusiasm, yet the team offered no response. On the contrary, many believed that exuberance was warranted during such a favorable moment. However, the current situation was markedly different. They were under immense pressure, and the mid laner's unprovoked shout only provoked disdain among the teammates. Why the loud outburst? With a champion that possesses mobility, the support was excruciatingly slow. Even the opposing swordsman arrived sooner, leaving them questioning his actions. Graves, taking the initiative, shifted the blame onto the adversaries. "Do you play without glasses? You are clearly behind in levels, yet choose to engage the enemy in the jungle. If you're not interested in winning, perhaps you should just forfeit." The cunning LeBlanc retorted sharply. Everyone had their temper. Why should they be reprimanded by him? The ADC in the bottom lane stifled a laugh, having just been embroiled in a fruitless argument with the jungler. Now, as the two clashed vocally, the surrounding teammates were equally irritable, with none stepping in to mediate. Why was the opposing mid laner so utterly still? A series of questions flooded Feng's mind. Based on his understanding, LeBlanc should not behave this way. She ought to be diligently farming to ensure she could access the backline effectively in the mid-game for optimal performance. Yet, her current stance, immobile and seemingly engaged in conversation with her teammates, suggested otherwise. Had they gotten into a squabble? Eboe also sensed something amiss. LeBlanc's avatar was shockingly stationary. Meanwhile, on HQ's side, the mid and jungle had begun to argue vehemently, with staff members attempting to diffuse the tension. To be unable to outperform a champion as dominant as Sejuani in the early game, perhaps you should consider a career in pig farming, LeBlanc scoffed. Upon hearing her words, the jungler erupted in a fit of rage, albeit with a hint of amusement. Having faced the adversary in 3 matches, each time falling victim to a solo kill that resulted in first blood, it was undeniable that the mid laner was indeed the weakest in the region. This painful truth stung the mid laner deeply, especially since it had occurred in all 3 matches, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. The deepest wound had been reopened, and unable to contain his fury, he clutched the jungler's collar. "What are you doing? Do you intend to strike me here? If you have the guts, go ahead." Feigning anger, the jungler's inner joy was palpable. Even if the responsibility for this match was immense, the moment the mid laner resorted to violence, all blame would fall squarely on him. If victory was beyond reach, He would rather not shoulder the burden of failure. With a forceful shove, the mid laner sent the jungler crashing into his gaming chair, who then pretended to collapse helplessly before sliding back dramatically. Staff members immediately called for a timeout. They had the authority to halt the game, typically for a specific player, but this time it was to allow both parties to regain their composure. All screens transitioned to a brown hue, indicating a connection issue. The audience erupted in confusion, collectively wondering what had transpired. The director skillfully shifted the camera to capture the moment the mid laner had lashed out. Many spectators, recalling the player's earlier bravado, felt a sense of satisfaction. Are they so desperate that they've begun to lash out at their teammates? One viewer chuckled. Facing Yishun, they cower. Facing the jungler, they strike back. Others chimed in with sharp commentary. PDD, watching from afar, was astounded. The conflict between the mid laner and jungler had escalated from in-game banter to physical confrontation. After years of witnessing competitive play, he had never encountered such a disgraceful scenario. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he knew he had to act. Frustration simmered among the Chinese audience. They wanted to see these two individuals face severe consequences. I have never witnessed such atrocious behavior before. Riot Games must impose strict penalties on these players, including potential suspensions. PDD exclaimed passionately, though the buttons of his suit strained against his girth. The audience, stirred by his fervor, rallied in support. I stand with PDD. We must eradicate such undesirable conduct from the competitive scene. These players deserve to face suspension. Some genuinely wished to prevent such incidents from occurring. In the eyes of many, esports had long been regarded as frivolous. Despite rapid advancements and a growing viewership, older generations viewed it as a pernicious influence. Now, with two professional players brawling on stage, it would only serve as ammunition for critics to denounce esports as a whole. A detrimental outcome for the industry. Upon learning of the incident, Riot Games promptly announced a complete suspension of the match, signaling that HQ no longer embodied the spirit of esports. The uncertainty surrounding their team's status was palpable. The two players were left in utter shock. While they had anticipated a timeout, they had not foreseen the intense backlash that followed. The audience's jeers and boos filled the arena, with some even hurling water bottles in their direction. It was an utterly humiliating moment, leaving one LMS player to lament on a forum, "What a disgrace." This incident quickly became the hottest topic in the Taiwan region, as the professional players' brawl during an international event was nothing short of laughable. What was meant to be a competitive match had devolved into a personal conflict between the two players, and to make matters worse, their opponents were representatives from Huaxia. Prior to the match, the Taiwanese players had even mocked their adversaries. Chapter 104. A millennia of suspension. Abu sat in the audience, grappling with an indeterminate feeling within. While a typical individual might revel in the misfortune of others, he found himself unable to do so, as he too was a coach of a competitive team. The journey of AHQ from their region to this stage undoubtedly required immense effort. Yet, due to the unfortunate actions of their mid and jungle players, not only had their training been rendered futile, but the very survival of the club was now in jeopardy. Wang Duo observed the rampant chaos on screen and the indignant reactions of PDD beside him, silently admiring the latter's astuteness. This incident would surely be etched into the annals of League of Legends history as a stark cautionary tale. Henceforth, all competitors should heed this lesson. Even for the sake of setting an example, no player should resort to physical confrontation on stage. PDD cleverly assumed a role of rallying the crowd, vocally opposing such inequities at a critical moment. Internally, he reveled in his secure reputation. It seemed there were issues with the live match, as Riot Games was in communication with the players, urging patience from the audience. Typically, match suspensions are not so severe. However, the nature of this situation was under serious scrutiny, veering towards a grim conclusion. This was a game crafted by Riot Games, who wielded absolute authority akin to a sovereign decree. Should any club express dissatisfaction, they were free to abandon the game altogether. Riot had never compelled any organization to partake in their creation. After a period of deliberation, Riot Games finally reached a conclusion. The actions of the AHQ team had significantly tarnished the reputation of League of Legends. Every summoner deserved respect, as they battled in the Summoner's Rift to provide a thrilling experience. However, the unfriendly exchanges between the mid and jungle players had severely detracted from the enjoyment of the game. What incited further outrage was the physical altercation between the two players, which was unequivocally unacceptable. In ordinary gameplay, such unseemly behavior would warrant a reprimand. Yet, on a professional stage, players should be especially mindful of their conduct. Consequently, the penalties imposed on the mid and jungle players of AHQ were as follows: a staggering 1,000 years of suspension from the game, applicable across all regions. Furthermore, AHQ's standing in the LMS region was revoked, relegating them to a secondary tier. Should the team fail to comply, discussions regarding their game contract would be reopened. Such statements bore grave implications. The mention of renegotiating the game contract implied that should AHQ harbor any grievances, they were free to abandon League of Legends entirely. Esports clubs are not beholden to a single game. With a plethora of alternatives available, they may pursue other avenues for player development. Riot Games did not solicit AHQ to continue their participation in League of Legends. If they wished to remain involved, adherence to official requirements was imperative. As Wang Duo concluded her remarks, she felt an oppressive weight in her breath. The severity of Riot's decision had effectively ousted AHQ from the realm of League of Legends. The careers of the mid and jungle players were irrevocably shattered, with most professional players lacking higher education. The uncertain future that awaited them after losing their lucrative positions was daunting. Regaining such favorable circumstances would necessitate extraordinary effort. The repercussions for the club were even more severe. AHQ had invested substantial time and energy into League of Legends. Their triumph in the LMS spring split was a testament to their dedication and disciplined training regimen. Yet, in this moment, the entire club faced demotion, rendering their previous efforts futile. They would be marked with the stigma of disgrace within the LMS region. From this point onward, discussions surrounding the LMS would inevitably invoke memories of players engaging in violence. Players from the Taiwan region felt utterly humiliated, unable to hold their heads high. The frustration of being outmatched by players from the mainland and directing anger towards their teammates exemplified sheer incompetence. Similarly, HQ would incur significant losses due to this debacle. They were not innocent bystanders. The investments made in developing talent were jeopardized by the reckless actions of two individuals, resulting in severe repercussions for the entire team. It was evident that HQ would pursue legal action against these two players. They were mere instruments of the club, yet their blunders had upended the entire organization. If the owner were to pardon these two individuals, it would indeed reflect great benevolence. However, any financially astute individual would not overlook such a violation of rights. Not only could they restore their club's reputation, but they could also deliver a stern lesson to the offending players. Upon hearing the penalties, the two players sat there in stunned silence, while the other team members were equally astounded. They were the champions of the LMS spring split, with aspirations of securing victory in the summer split. Had they performed well, they might have even achieved a commendable position on the world stage this year. Yet now, due to the absurd actions of two players, the entire team faced demotion. Ascending back to the higher league would not be challenging given their skill. However, the tarnished reputation of AHQ would deter potential recruits, as everyone knew that this team was a source of shame for the entire region. They would surely lack devoted fans. Competing with such a team would be akin to besmirching one's own honor. The LMS region was not solely represented by this one team. Players could easily choose other teams to fight alongside, as the issue did not reside with them. The owner of AHQ faced dire misfortune. The vast sums of money he had invested were now squandered due to the folly of two reckless players. The coach, now exhibiting signs of hysteria, bore the brunt of this calamity. His employment was lost, and having managed such a team, he would struggle to find a position elsewhere. The owner regarded him as a harbinger of doom, having dismantled a previous team. This coach was indeed a piece of work. The harsh penalties reverberated throughout the gaming community, igniting debates on whether Riot's punishment was excessively severe. Chapter 105. The scythe of new judgments. The director lay wearily in his chair, his eyes wide with disbelief upon hearing the recent penalties. What on earth? He exclaimed, astonished that the usually composed Tong Yang had been driven to curse in response to such news. The severity of the punishment seemed absurd, as it effectively obliterated the entire future of their club. Xiao Ming immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. Yi Feng nodded solemnly, methodically analyzing the implications. The two players were undoubtedly finished. The notion of a millennium-long suspension sounded ludicrous, yet underscored the resoluteness of the ruling body. This judgment was utterly outrageous, akin to a life sentence. The reputation of the AHQ team was irreparably tarnished, and if they had divisions in other games, those players would surely share in this misfortune. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, the other professional players felt a sense of sorrow for the fate of their peers. How could the judgment be so harsh? What had transpired between those two? The director, having momentarily lost his wits, couldn't recall the reasons behind such a severe ruling. Yet, after posing the question, he regretted engaging with Yi Feng. The latter, casting a knowing smile, leisurely remarked, "Did you not hear? The mid and jungle players came to blows." This revelation shook the director, who had initially contemplated giving Yi Feng a sound thrashing when he was mocked. Now, with such punitive measures looming, that thought vanished entirely. Were he to receive such a harsh penalty, it would tarnish his legacy and haunt him for eternity. Feng, aware of the director's thoughts, regarded him with an enigmatic smile that made the director feel a twinge of embarrassment. By this logic, have we not emerged victorious? Yi mused, still in a daze. Before the day's match, he had considered every possible outcome, but never did he envision such a conclusion. The HQ team did not merely lose, they suffered a catastrophic defeat. Their demise was all but assured. Though the team might linger in Taiwan for a time, public sentiment would soon turn against them. His existence had become a disgrace to the entire Taiwanese region, and no one wished to see him thrive. In less than a year, this team would vanish from the annals of League of Legends. Likewise, the repercussions of their actions would serve as a permanent reminder to future professional summoners. Never provoke the boundaries set by the authorities. Engaging in physical altercations on the battlefield undermines the integrity of the game. Players come to compete based on their own merits. Resorting to violence is no different from the behavior of savage beasts. The officials at Riot Games were genuinely concerned that this egregious incident might severely damage the game's reputation in the minds of many. It became clear that the Valoran continent was not a sacred realm, and summoners were not paragons of virtue. If professional players could engage in fisticuffs, what could be expected of the average player? Historically, the penalties for violent conduct or negative gameplay were not particularly severe, especially in ranked matches where unsportsmanlike behavior was commonplace. However, in the wake of this incident, the officials began implementing sweeping reforms. Unlike previous half-hearted attempts at judgment, this time they mobilized a considerable workforce to scrutinize matches. It is well known that not all players engage in unsportsmanlike conduct to the same degree. The lowest tier simply rushes in to feed without regard for the outcome. However, some seasoned players exhibit a deeper level of cunning, manipulating team economics and rhythm to execute absurd maneuvers at pivotal moments. If evaluated by standard systems, these players might appear exemplary, as human error is a natural part of the game. Only a discerning eye can detect when a player is deliberately underperforming, as their habitual actions betray them. Each preceding wave might be flawless, but in a crucial moment, they execute plays that are incongruous with their rank. Or they might deliberately accumulate excessive resources, leading their team to ruin during pivotal moments. While the system struggles to ascertain whether a player has genuinely erred, the human eye can discern the truth. Following this match, the judgment system became exceptionally stringent. League of Legends enlisted numerous external teams to oversee these evaluations. The Valoran continent experienced a renaissance, as negative summoners were expelled from the ranks. Additionally, the services for trading accounts in associated online stores saw a significant increase. Engaging in unsportsmanlike conduct could swiftly lead to account bans, a reality that deterred many players. While many players may lack decorum, their affinity for the game remains strong. Some even believe that berating others during matches is justified. In reality, working together to excel in games is paramount. Negative behavior should not be encouraged. Among all regions in the national server, Zu'an suffered the most devastating purges. Following the first round of audits, Zu'an saw over 10,000 accounts banned. Different violations warranted varying penalties, with repeat offenders facing permanent account suspensions. Those whose accounts were banned would naturally seek to purchase new ones from online stores. But this is not a sustainable solution. A newly acquired account would soon face the same fate due to unsportsmanlike conduct, inevitably dampening enthusiasm and depleting finances. Through these almost draconian measures, the officials sought to cleanse the rift of low-quality summoners. In the short term, this approach may seem detrimental to players, as many exhibit some degree of unsportsmanlike or negative behavior. However, for the long-term health of the game, such actions are essential. If low-quality players saturate the entire gaming environment, optimistic summoners will struggle to find a haven to compete. Just because everyone is hurling insults does not mean such behavior deserves support. This is a question worthy of contemplation for all summoners. Feng could hardly have anticipated that his match against the AHQ team would trigger a cascade of events. League of Legends would actively seek to improve, but such transformation requires time to unfold. The introduction of the Scythe of New Judgments heralded a profound change for the entire game. Chapter 106, Love at First Sight. Xiaoming was the first to rise, joyfully stowing away his keyboard and mouse. However, he remained somewhat reserved, suppressing an exuberant smile to avoid being swept up by the others' excitement. Abu, brimming with delight, approached the team, embracing each member in turn. It was unexpected that we would enter the finals in such a manner, Tong Yang muttered repeatedly. Feng wore a subtle smile, perceiving that the outcome would not differ significantly. The swift swordsman had already established a considerable lead. Winning the match was merely a matter of time. The opposing mid laner was indeed outmatched, far from being capable of contesting with him. Winning this match was hardly an issue. Viewers of the game shared this sentiment, recognizing that the AHQ team had not suffered an unjust defeat. Their current actions seemed nothing short of self-sabotage, squandering their chances. While EDG's victory may have appeared somewhat hasty, they still opted to select an MVP for a post-match interview, as per the rules of the competition. Undoubtedly, Wisdom was the one chosen for the interview. Abu patted Yi Feng's shoulder, instructing him to remain on stage for the forthcoming interview. Yi Feng felt a twinge of nervousness. It was his first time publicly addressing an audience. In live streams, he felt at ease as he interacted with casual fans. Yet here, his identity as EDG's mid laner took precedence, followed by his persona as Wisdom. His demeanor represented the entire team's image, and he couldn't afford to behave inappropriately. Abu reassured Yi Feng not to be overly anxious, encouraging him to speak as he wished. Drawing upon his past experiences, Yi Feng took a few deep breaths, calming his excitement and nervousness. Host Yushuang stepped into the center of the stage, her smile brightening upon seeing the youthful figure before her. It was Yi Feng's first time observing her from such proximity. Previously, he had only seen her on the competition stage. "Hello everyone, I'm the host Yushuang," she announced. Yi Feng followed suit, introducing himself. "Hello, I am EDG's mid laner, Wisdom." As he completed his introduction, the audience erupted in a thunderous cheer. Clearly, his impressive gameplay had garnered their respect. The gaming community is straightforward. Excellence in performance draws everyone's attention. Spectators came to witness top-tier skills, and Yi Feng had fulfilled their expectations, earning their admiration. Today, player Wisdom has also secured the MVP of the semifinals. "How do you feel at this moment?" Yushuang inquired, her gaze fixed on the handsome youth before her. Yi Feng's features were remarkably refined, appearing almost flawless. Yushuang couldn't help but marvel internally, finding him even more delicate than a girl, momentarily losing herself in his presence. Yi Feng offered a shy smile, scratching the back of his head, revealing his canines as he replied, "To be honest, I'm a bit nervous, but I'm very happy to have won the match." Yushuang beamed with delight. Her spirits inexplicably lifted as she gazed at him. "Are you aware of the unexpected circumstances that arose for the opposing team today?" she asked, intentionally probing for a response that all viewers from the Huaxia region were eager to hear. Upon hearing the question, Yi Feng recognized that the true test had begun. He needed to articulate his thoughts elegantly to ensure everyone found his words pleasing. Pausing momentarily to clear his throat, he began, "The players from the Taiwan region mocked us before the match, and now that this has happened, I must express my disappointment in them." His sincerity resonated, devoid of mockery or insults. A simple declaration of disappointment echoed in the hearts of the audience, who felt a sense of relief. In the eyes of the greater Huaxia community, Taiwan resembled a rebellious child, and parents could only describe their disobedient offspring with the word disappointment. What does it mean to embody the demeanor of a great nation? This statement exemplified precisely that. The audience applauded, understanding the art of reprimanding without resorting to vulgarity, leaving the opponent speechless. Yushuang's eyes sparkled with admiration as she regarded him. Recently, a game commentator named Zu'an had been persistently pursuing her, leaving her in a state of indecision. Yet now, she found herself inexplicably intrigued. The thought of Zu'an briefly crossed her mind, but was quickly dismissed. Yi Feng's image had firmly etched itself in her heart. From a purely aesthetic standpoint, Yi Feng had already eclipsed Zu'an. Furthermore, his prowess in gaming and polite demeanor added to his appeal. Yi Feng, slightly puzzled, wondered why the female host had not resumed the conversation after he had finished speaking. She simply stared at him, momentarily lost for words. "Is there something amiss?" Yi Feng interrupted her trance, gently prompting her. Yushuang suddenly realized her lapse in composure, offering a somewhat awkward smile. Iboi, seated among the audience, sensed something was off. Although merely 17 and not yet an adult, he felt a distinct dissonance. It was peculiar. Why was Yushuang so captivated by Yi Feng today? Abu chuckled, recognizing that Yi Feng's striking looks were bound to attract admiration. However, he mused, Yushuang seemed to be a few years older than him. With a mischievous thought, Abu burst into laughter. His mirth seemed contagious. The coach exchanged a knowing glance with the manager, both understanding the source of the amusement. Tong Yang, now of age, joined in the laughter, while Iboi and Xiao Ming wore expressions of confusion, wondering what these older men found so amusing. "Haha, I wonder if Yi Feng can handle this," the manager remarked. "He looks fit enough. He should be fine," Tong Yang added. Iboi remained puzzled, questioning why they were discussing physical prowess during an interview. Chapter 107. The name of the leaf god. The actions of Yushuang have not escaped the keen eyes of numerous netizens, many of whom have begun to disseminate related comments. Wisdom is indeed quite handsome, to the point where even the female host seems infatuated. Yu Shuang, do restrain yourself. It is inappropriate to seek contact information after the interview has concluded. Currently, Zu'an is still in the pursuit stage, and nothing has materialized between them, so naturally, no one is discussing their relationship. Feng, having lived 2 lives, noticed the slight flush on the other's face, and he began to realize what was transpiring. Although he has lived twice, both times he was under the age of 20, thus he remains a pure-hearted young man. The evident attraction from Yu Shuang stirred his own fantasies. Yu Shuang possesses commendable qualities. Not only is she highly educated, but her beauty is also striking. Although he had heard of her past relationship with Zu'an, which seems to have ended, there indeed existed a connection between them. It appears that they are not yet a couple at this moment. With this thought, Yi Feng's heart raced, and he was uncertain about the source of his excitement. Calm down. This is an interview setting, his mind fervently urged him. Yet, when their eyes met, everything felt so relaxed, as if the two could easily overlook any awkwardness. Regardless of the interview context, the shyness exchanged between them was unmistakable. The other audience members could hardly contain themselves. A pair of attractive individuals on stage were gazing at each other with deep affection. And the fact that one was a host and the other a professional player made it even more unbearable for the spectators. Yi Feng's gaze was fixed on Yu Shuang, who, in a moment of bashfulness, lowered her head. Abu gaped, wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent. This situation feels rather inappropriate. Why has the interview suddenly ceased? The director stuttered slightly. If the earlier physical altercation between players was deemed a serious incident, this current development left everyone at a loss for words. It genuinely seemed that there was something more between these two. Observing their chemistry, one could hardly suppress their thoughts. Wisdom, do not be misled. How could such tender grass fall prey to an old bull? Yu Shuang suddenly felt a pang of guilt. After all, he was merely a 17-year-old boy. How could she lose control of herself? After slightly regaining her composure, she forced herself to settle down and resumed the interview. Your mid-lane punishment strategy is remarkably effective. Could you share how you developed this approach? Upon hearing the question regarding the game, Yi Feng immediately calmed himself and began to articulate his thoughts. I have noticed that the experience gained from jungle monsters is excessively generous. If utilized properly, it can significantly aid mid-lane heroes in leveling up swiftly. At this point, the designer behind the screen sighed. The logic was sound, but implementing such changes would be an immense undertaking. If one can leverage this insight, they can rapidly elevate their level and exert a dominating effect. Yi Feng concluded with a smile, his charm undeniable. Yu Shuang nodded thoughtfully, seizing the opportunity to cast a meaningful glance at him. You consistently secure solo kills during your lanes. Many now refer to you as the Leaf God. How do you achieve this? She continued to inquire. Upon hearing this title, Yi Feng expressed mild surprise. To be honest, I feel somewhat undeserving of such a title at this moment. However, I aspire to secure the championship at the mid-season tournament to solidify that reputation. His words carried a hint of arrogance, yet the audience admired his ambition. After articulating this sentiment, he proceeded to answer her previous question. Securing solo kills requires precise calculations. When I was not a professional, I often calculated the health of the opposing mid-laner, which became a habit. Many listeners nodded in contemplation at his words. Typically, players focus on their own health rather than calculating that of their opponents. In reality, accurately gauging damage and executing stable maneuvers is essential for reaching at least the diamond rank. Many players merely react to their own abilities, neglecting the potential damage from their opponent's skills. As long as one can assess the health disparity and manage damage appropriately, success in lane should not pose a problem. As for jungle strategies, it depends on vision control and individual temperament. Some players prefer a cautious approach, making it difficult for enemy junglers to catch them. Yet they struggle to execute extreme plays. Others thrive on high-risk maneuvers, seemingly unable to unleash their full potential unless pushed to the brink. There is no absolute right or wrong. At least, the former approach is more favored in casual matches. Strive not for achievement, but rather for the absence of error. Yi Feng continued. Accurate damage calculation is the first step, skillful execution is the second, and thereafter, reaction speed is paramount. Many listeners found his insights enlightening, while admiration adorned Yu Shuang's expression. Truly, he is the Leaf God. Even a seemingly simple lane encounter can yield profound wisdom. Yi Feng could expound on the intricacies of landing endlessly. His understanding of the game has reached a profound level, with solid theoretical foundations and impressive skills, bolstered by systematic support enabling him to execute exceptional plays. Numerous professional players were also tuned in to this interview. Wisdom is a rising star in the domestic mid-lane scene, worthy of attention. What he says is accurate. If one can master these two aspects, climbing the ranks becomes quite manageable, Xie remarked. Currently, he is merely a second-tier mid laner in the domestic arena, his strength not yet formidable. However, Feng recognizes that in the coming years, Xia's prowess will continue to ascend, elevating him to the top tier. Moreover, this individual has recently conquered the Korean server. Climbing ranks for him is as effortless as eating and drinking. As the final question approached, Shuang asked, as we approach the last match, "Do you have any remarks?" After posing this question, she felt a twinge of reluctance within her heart. Why must it end so soon? Feng's expression turned exceedingly tranquil as he gazed ahead and declared, "Regardless of the opponent, EDG will strive wholeheartedly to seize this championship. My teammates and I will do our utmost to bring the mid-season championship trophy back to the Huaxiao region." Chapter 108. A visitor arrives as anticipated by the crowd. SKT effortlessly triumphed over the FNC team, concluding the match with a decisive score of 3-0. Following this victory, SKT began their pursuit of the championship title for this year's mid-season invitational. Both teams secured their tickets. Now, it remains to be seen who will emerge victorious. This marks the inaugural MSI mid-season championship, and claiming the trophy would certainly etch a remarkable entry in the annals of history. Feng, armed with memories from his previous life, possessed an advantage in acquiring unique strategies. However, the proficiency of his teammates was equally crucial. Reflecting on the earlier match against SKT, it was clear that there were numerous areas for improvement. Yet, he had acquired the eye of the invisible, instilling hope that this time would prove more favorable. Among the teams, the mid laner bore the heaviest burden. Wisdom stood as the absolute core of the team, serving as its commander. Any misstep on his part could lead to EDG's total collapse. Faker, too, faced immense pressure, enjoying a lofty status in the world. Yet he had been solo killed by Wisdom in their first encounter. As they prepared to clash once more, he remained uncertain of the outcome. As expected, this was destined to be a fierce battle. After completing a series of interviews, Feng returned to the backstage area, appearing notably relaxed, despite feeling somewhat fatigued from the earlier match. However, after a brief period of interviews, his composure was fully restored. "You've got some skills," Abu remarked upon seeing Feng, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Yet, the smiles exchanged among the two veteran players quickly enlightened him to their amusement. "Haha, don't misunderstand. It was merely an interview," Feng replied promptly. The others immediately grasped the context, erupting in laughter. Iboi and Xiao Ming seemed to comprehend part of the situation, albeit with uncertainty. At that moment, an unexpected visitor arrived. Shuang knocked on their door, her voice ringing out, "May I come in?" Upon recognizing the female host, Abu's face brightened, and he nodded, stating, "We can step out now." Shuang was taken aback by the enthusiastic response. Yet it was evident that Feng's elevated status within the team allowed for such cooperation without issue. As Iboi exited the room, he cast a lingering glance at Feng and clapped him on the shoulder. Feng suddenly felt parched, standing awkwardly as he reached for a bottle of mineral water on the table. "Would you like some water?" Feng inquired. Although Shuang had applied makeup, she typically refrained from drinking to avoid smudging her lipstick. However, since Feng had asked, she nodded obediently. "Sure, hand it over," she replied, her face beaming with a smile. As he passed the bottle, Shuang intentionally brushed her palm against his fingers, sending a jolt through both of them. Feng, indeed feeling thirsty, gulped down the water hurriedly, leaving the female host standing awkwardly beside him. Outside, Abu was nearly beside himself with frustration. Was Feng truly so oblivious? Here was a woman who had approached him, and he was merely guzzling water. The factory director, watching from behind, struggled to contain his laughter. Feng's in-game prowess was sharp, yet in this scenario, he appeared somewhat foolish. Tong Yang chuckled ambiguously, resembling a father witnessing his son in the throes of young love, his face radiating warmth. Xiaoming and Iboi, unable to discern the happenings inside, leaned in to eavesdrop, as the three older men occupied the forefront. Could it be that she is interested in Yi Gu's skills and wants to play games with him? Iboi queried curiously. "No, this fellow is just pretending to be innocent. He really knows nothing," Abu retorted, casting a sidelong glance at the bewildered youth. Indeed, she came to play games, but not League of Legends. Xiaoming understood Abu's insinuation and felt his face heat up, momentarily at a loss for words. Iboi, still confused, persisted. "If she didn't come to play League of Legends, then what game is it?" The factory director was on the verge of laughter. He had intended to utter something cheeky, but thought better of it. Iboi was still a rather innocent young man, and he decided not to taint that purity. Feng, hearing the laughter from outside, felt increasingly uncomfortable. These guys certainly enjoyed stirring up trouble. He was at a loss for how to respond to their merriment. "You played exceptionally well today. I'm now a fan of yours," Shuang said, taking the initiative. She was uncertain of her own feelings. But upon seeing the young man before her for the first time, her heart raced. Was this what it felt like to be smitten? Feng smiled at the female host, hesitating for a moment before replying. Is that so? I actually watched your previous hosting. Your skills are quite impressive. Abu outside slapped his thigh, exclaiming, Little Yi, you're quite the expert at this. No one could resist the charm of compliments, and Yu Shuang was no exception. The factory director perked up, surprised by this exchange. He had initially thought Feng a seasoned player in romance, yet here he was, demonstrating his expertise in conversation, leaving Yu Shuang beaming with delight. Tong Yang couldn't help but add, Haha, you've really got away with words. Yu Shuang laughed heartily, clearly taken with Feng. Her interest was evident, yet this was merely the initial step. If Feng had been awkward, there would be no further developments. However, it seemed he had begun to acclimate, and it was now time for him to take the initiative. Actually, I'm quite curious. Do hosts like you need to prepare extensively before a match? Feng inquired, feigning curiosity. Understanding one another was the first step in forging a connection, and this was a proactive approach to igniting conversation. Abu stood speechless, utterly astonished. Chapter 109. A Midsummer Night's Dream. Initially, Feng approached drinking water with a certain passivity. Yet he now assumed the role of an inquisitor, adeptly guiding the dialogue between the two. Upon being posed a question, Yu Shuang's countenance immediately reflected her vexation. Indeed, one must prepare numerous inquiries prior to the competition, interweaving them with relevant themes. At this juncture, Feng abruptly inquired, So, did you conduct a thorough investigation about me before the competition? He gazed intently into her eyes as he spoke. A flush of crimson adorned Yu Shuang's fair cheeks, and she shyly lowered her gaze, uncertain of how to respond. You didn't just come here without any investigation, did you? That would be rather unprofessional, Feng remarked. Noticing her prolonged silence, deliberately provoking her with a question, Yu Shuang quickly waved her hand, denying it. Actually, I did inquire, but you were only known for a single kill prior to this, and at this point, she hesitated, unable to continue. Feng was well aware that he was merely a newcomer in the competitive scene, with little notable history to uncover. His professional career had only commenced at the mid-season group stage, and even if one wished to investigate, there was little substantial information available. Haha. Then I hope you can execute your duties with more diligence and thoroughly investigate me. Feng continued to gaze at her with an assertive intensity. If Yu Shuang held no interest in him, such behavior would be quite impolite. Feng's analysis of human nature was astute. He was convinced that she harbored feelings for him, which emboldened his boldness. Yu Shuang's face burned with embarrassment, although she was slightly older. She found herself completely captivated by this younger boy. All right, I will conduct a more detailed investigation, she replied, her voice barely audible. Outside, Abu observed Feng with a predatory gaze, unable to suppress his astonishment. Truly, one can know a person's face, but not their heart. Who would have thought this lad could excel in this regard? The manager chimed in, adding, I initially believed this fellow was adept at gaming, but his skills in flirting are even more impressive than his prowess in League of Legends. Iboi, unaware of the unfolding events, overheard the coach and manager engaged in a continuous discussion. Are you saying Brother Yi is in a relationship with the female host? Realizing the situation only now, Abu cast a disdainful glance at Iboi, uttering not a word. Tong Yang patted the ADC on the shoulder, saying, Brother Yi won't have much time to spend with you anymore. It seems their relationship is about to flourish, and his time will be dedicated to his girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Iboi's face turned as pale as a ghost. He had hoped Brother Yi would mentor him, refining his skills further, but now, an unexpected rival had emerged. That's only natural. Everyone must seek their significant other, right? Xiao Ming remarked to the ADC. Just then, the manager posed a rather inappropriate question. Coach, isn't it against club policy for players to date? The moment those words escaped his lips, the atmosphere in the room plummeted to an icy chill. Abu shot the manager a peculiar look, for he was the first among them to have experienced romance. A Midsummer Night's Dream, ahem. Upon hearing this, the manager's face flushed crimson, and he fell silent. His inquiry was indeed foolish. Had any other player posed the question, the coach might have employed a different retort. However, since it was the manager who asked, the coach wasted no time in delivering a witty retort. The manager had once engaged in an online romance and was deceived. The woman who tricked him had used stolen online images, and the matter was eventually unearthed, prompting him to post about it on a forum. His conclusion was quite surreal. Let us regard all this as a Midsummer Night's Dream. Consequently, the term Midsummer Night's Dream became a euphemism among them, symbolizing the manager's online romance gone awry. Tong Yang, fully aware of the backstory, found himself in fits of laughter, unable to contain his amusement. Generally, such matters would remain unspoken, as they touched upon sensitive subjects. Yet, the manager broached the topic, and Tong Yang could no longer suppress his laughter. It seemed the coach was genuinely concerned about the players' personal lives. The manager reminisced about the incident and found it somewhat laughable. It was indeed pitiful that someone unrelated to him had managed to deceive his affections. Observing Yi Feng's blissful demeanor now made him feel a twinge of envy. After a moment, a bold thought struck his mind. "Coach, may I?" Upon hearing this initiation, the coach instantly grasped what his subordinate was about to suggest. "Our EDG Esports Club has a clear policy against players dating." While this was ostensibly the case, very few actually adhered to it. Given Yi Feng's current status, dating would be the least of his concerns. He could even raise a family within the club. As long as he continued to achieve victories, the rules could easily be circumvented. Regulations are rigid, but those who excel can bend them. After all, these were merely club rules, not laws. Xiaoming understood the implication in the coach's words and nodded enviously. Yi Feng's stature was indeed formidable, rendering the club's regulations ineffective against him. Yi Feng observed Yu Shuang, whose eyes reflected a hint of shyness, and felt an urge to smile. She had initiated the encounter, yet now remained reticent. "So, shall we converse? What brings you here to seek me?" He maintained the initiative in the dialogue. Yu Shuang had arrived with a clear intention, confident she could navigate this young man. However, the current circumstances had surpassed her expectations. Yi Feng appeared quite bashful on stage, yet here he held all the conversational power. Strangely, she found herself enjoying this mode of interaction. "I came to." After a moment's hesitation, Yu Shuang prepared to articulate her thoughts, but Yi Feng interjected, shaking his hand. "I am not particularly interested in your purpose for being here. However, there is something I must attend to."